Isabella sat in the doctor's office, stunned. She had just been informed that she was pregnant. But that was impossible. She was only 19, and she had never had any intimate contact with any man. The doctor handed her a test sheet as he spoke. "It has been 4 months," he said. "You are not in good health, and I cannot perform an abortion operation. You can only choose to give birth to this kid." Isabella's mind raced as she left the doctor's office. How could this be happening? She hadn't gone out for 4 months ago. Her father would know that. After her mother's death, she was so sheltered that most people don't even know what she looked like. Her father watched her every move and monitored her movement and everything she did. But what if someone had somehow managed to do this to her without her knowledge? She didn't know what to think. She could not understand the situation. When Isabella returned home, her father was waiting for her. Her stepmother had noticed that she had not been seeing her period and decided to tell her father. Her dad had checked the monitor to see if she had gone out 4 months ago, but it showed that she had stayed at home. However, the neighbors were not convinced. "Big belly, making excuses about not having an affair with others," they whispered. "She is fat and ugly, and her family rank at the moment is not very good. She has been lucky enough to engage with Alpha Moon's son. Now she is pregnant out of wedlock, and the Alpha is going to break off the marriage." Isabella's heart sank as she heard their cruel words. She had been engaged to Caleb, but she knew that he had never truly loved her. He had only wanted to secure an alliance between their packs. Their pack was small but had a lot of economic resources. Though they aren't doing well at the moment, the alliance would do them good. He would surely want to break off the engagement now that she was pregnant. When Isabella was 8 months pregnant, Caleb came to her house. Isabelle's father approached him carefully. "Do you want to annul the engagement?" he asked. Her father was scared because he didn't want it to end. He had so much to benefit from this marriage. Caleb shook his head. "No, my grandfather doesn't agree," he said. "I guess whatever promise my grandfather made to your grandmother was just too big to break." He ran his hand through his hair. "I'm disgusted by her pig face," Caleb said bitterly. "Now she is pregnant. Why should I accept the kid?" Isabella's father assured him, "Don't worry, after she gives birth, I will immediately send the child away." Isabella, who sat there while she watched her father discuss as if she wasn't there, finally spoke up. "No," she said. "These months, I've come to accept the reality. Every day I can feel the child's heartbeat more clearly. The child is innocent. You can't throw the child away. I would like to break off the engagement." She was tired of all the insults and pain. She just wanted to be free. But just as she spoke those words, she suddenly felt a burst of pain and convulsions in her abdomen. Isabella was in labor. Years later, Isabella returned from a foreign country with a little girl. The little girl tugged on her sleeve as they got off the plane. "Mommy, wake up. The plane is taxiing," she said. Isabella smiled and looked down at her daughter. Despite all her challenges, she was grateful for the precious gift of motherhood. "Mommy, are we going back to our country to find Daddy this time?" Isabella stretched lazily, sat up leisurely from the comfortable business class seat, and said indifferently, "You don't have a father." Her daughter sighed like a little adult. "I'm not a 3-year-old kid anymore. I won't believe such nonsense. Without a father, I couldn't have just popped out of a crack in a rock, right?" Isabella chuckled, stretching out her hand to ruffle the child's hair. "Indeed, I forget that you are a little adult, but trust me, you don't have a father." She tied up her long brown hair into a messy bun, and with her fair skin, neat nose, rosy lips, and graceful figure, she became a beautiful sight on the plane. Her daughter continued to grumble discontentedly. "If it's not to find Daddy, is it to find my brother?" At the mention of her son, a glint of coldness flashed in through Isabella's drooping almond eyes. Back then, she had given birth to a pair of twins. Ignoring her wishes, Isabella's father forcibly took her children away, handed it to a nurse to give away for adoption. She had crawled down from the delivery bed and exhausted all her strength to save only her daughter. She begged the nurse to help her. She didn't want to lose her children. Not after 9 months of feeling them within her, she couldn't. The nurse heeded her pleadings, but only her daughter was saved. Later, she was hanging by a thread, almost dying. If it wasn't for her aunt rushing back in time and taking her abroad for treatment, she might have been long gone from this world. After 5 years, her body finally recovered, and the obesity caused by mistakenly injecting growth hormones since childhood was finally cured. She did workouts, stayed on a healthy diet, and was able to maintain the figure she has today. The reason for returning to her country this time was that the Alpha family had finally agreed to divorce, and she needed to handle the matter. However, continuing the search for her child was the most important thing. Half an hour later, the plane came to a halt. Isabella let her daughter sit on the suitcase and pushed it forward. As soon as she turned on her phone, she received a call. A flippant but lively voice on the other end said, "Roseanne, you need to be careful." Isabella rolled her eyes and spoke casually. "What's going on now?" The Lycan Prince is currently collecting your personal information worldwide. He won't stop until he finds you. The tone was a bit gleeful, too gleeful for someone who should be looking for ways to protect Isabella. Oh, Isabella replied nonchalantly. She knew he would never find her, no matter how much he searches. Roseanne, you were able to perfectly avoid him when you were abroad, as it wasn't his territory. But now that you're back in the country, you can't escape. As the most renowned surgeon, can't you just treat his grandmother for him? There was a bit of rattle at the other end. I heard that Lycan Prince Ethan is generous and a rare handsome man. Perhaps you two could even develop a poignant romance. Isabella lazily yawned. Cameron, you need to stop reading those romance books. They aren't good for your health. The Lycan Prince's family was large and prosperous, with complex personnel. They were the rulers of everyone on this continent. Treating a single illness might drag her into something she doesn't want to be in. Currently, they were having power disputes in their family. Why would she want to get involved in such a top-class family's overt and covert struggles? This time, she returned to the country to find her son and didn't want any additional problems. Truly, Roseanne, reason it. You are beautiful. He is handsome. The two of you could be power couples. Cameron screamed happily. Isabella thought her ear bled from that scream. Isabella suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching the exit in the pickup area. She responded, nonchalantly, such beauty is beyond my fortune to enjoy. After hanging up the phone, she casually threw it into her pocket and coldly looked down. Unexpectedly, she encountered an old acquaintance so quickly. At the prominent position near the airport exit stood a man in a suit, looking more mature and sunny than he did 5 years ago. It was her ex-fiancé. He was holding a pickup sign, standing there impatiently, complaining, "When is that fat woman coming out?" The butler behind him spoke up. "Please be patient." The old gentleman specifically instructed that it shouldn't be too ugly even if it's a divorce. Her ex-fiancé frowned, looking somewhat agitated. Patient? I think it's more disgusting. She used to be so fat, and she must be even fatter after giving birth. She probably doesn't want to get divorced anymore, right? Why am I so unlucky to be entangled with someone like her? Hearing these words, Isabella didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Over the past 5 years, she had proposed divorce many times, but neither her family nor her ex-fiancé's family had agreed. Who was entangling whom? She didn't care about this person and planned to leave with her daughter. After venting, her ex-fiancé turned his head and his eyes lit up. The beautiful woman who walked out of the airport first had a delicate and gorgeous appearance, making her a stunning sight. The moment she appeared, the entire airport seemed to brighten up. As the woman approached, Caleb straightened up, adjusted his luxurious suit, revealed a smile, and confidently said, "Beauty, may I ask your name?" At that moment, he resembled a peacock spreading its tail. Isabella smirked when she saw the lewd expression on Caleb's face. She can't believe she had hoped that something would spark with this arsehole. Isabella Hunter. Her daughter, Arya, read out the name with a childish voice, pointing at the airport pickup sign in Caleb's hand, written on it. "Did I read these words correctly?" Arya excitedly asked. Arya was currently at the stage of learning how to read. Isabella rubbed the little girl's hair lovingly and spoke in a cold and pleasant voice. "Yes." Caleb was dazzled by the faint smile that he caught on her lips. When did Los Angeles have such a beautiful woman? She's even more beautiful than those small celebrities. Isabella was indifferent to his fiery gaze. She wanted to turn and leave, but Arya blinked innocently and asked, "Uncle, are you here to pick up?" Isabella's eyes widened. This child, she must have seen the picture when she was talking about him to Cameron. "Me and Mom?" Before she could finish her sentence, Caleb interrupted her and quickly threw the airport pickup sign behind him, saying, "Of course not, sweetheart. I have nothing to do with that fatso." Arya's big eyes revealed a trace of disgust as she said, "Uncle, you're pitiful. You're so young but already blind. Sigh. When did her mommy get fat?" Caleb was stunned by her words, such a sassy little girl. At this moment, Isabella took this opportunity to walk away with cold footsteps. Caleb wanted to catch up, but his assistant stopped him and reminded him of his grandpa's orders. Looking at the protagonist's back, Caleb complained, "If only that ugly duckling was half as beautiful as the two sisters, I would have put up with her past actions and wouldn't have called off the engagement." Inside the Gray Hotel, under the Lycan family group. In the presidential suite, after Isabella's daughter had fallen asleep, Isabella finally looked at her phone. There were 8 missed calls from her family. When she called back, her father's angry voice came through. "What are you doing, Bella? Why aren't you answering your phone? You said you were going to break off the engagement, so come back now and don't delay your sister's and Caleb's wedding." Her father wouldn't let go of the opportunity to climb the Alpha family tree, which was why he refused to break off the engagement. Now that the Alpha family had finally agreed to let her half-sister marry over, it didn't cost her father anything, and the two families had finally reached an agreement. Isabella replied coldly, "Will you just chill? Give me a moment. I'm coming back now." She hung up and told the nanny who had come with them specific instructions on what to do, told her to make the young girl some warm milk because Arya usually wakes up at night to drink it before stepping out. While waiting for the elevator, she suddenly heard faint footsteps. She turned her head and saw her daughter walking towards the elevator, wearing a gray silk nightgown with short messy hair and sleepy eyes. Her daughter had short hair and delicate and cute features, which made it difficult to distinguish between male and female. Isabella smiled calmly. This child always knew and never forgets. Even when asleep, such a special connection she had with Isabella. Every time Isabella went out, Arya would give her a loving hug, so she didn't think much about it, habitually crouched down and hugged the child, kissing her on the forehead. Her voice was low but gentle. "Baby, I'll bring you a mousse cake tonight. Now go back to the room." Her daughter's agile eyes were blank for a moment, probably because she was sleepy. Then under her gaze she nodded and turned to go back. This floor was the top-of-the-line presidential suite, with only 2 rooms in total. Apart from the one they were staying in, the other one was said to be kept by the Lycan family themselves and not open to the public. It should be empty at the moment, and it was perfectly safe. Ding! The elevator arrived. Isabella walked in directly. She didn't see that at this moment. The door of another presidential suite was opened. A tall, capable, and steady figure walked out of the room, his back facing the elevator. His voice was low and commanding, with an aura that was hard to ignore, as he ordered the child, "Why did you leave your room again, Noah? Haven't I warned you? Now, go back to your room." The 5-year-old boy, Noah, stared in the direction of the elevator. The soft embrace and kiss on his forehead just now made the young prince of the Lycan family blush. Noah tightened his face. He had received strict education since childhood, even calculating nutrition for every meal. But at this moment, a strong thought suddenly came to him. "I want to eat mousse cake." The man glanced at him and lifted him with one hand, exuding a cold and distant aura, not replying to the young boy's request. He walked to the computer and continued the video conference. The person on the other end reported, "Ethan, we have confirmed that Roseanne has returned to the country, and we have just purchased a photo of her at a high price, which we will send to you immediately." Ethan let out a low breath. Finally, he coldly spat out 3 words, "Find her now." In the villa of Hunter's family, all the lights were on. Outside the door, Isabella listened to the sound of the password lock indicating incorrect input, and a smirk appeared at the corner of her lips. The password had been changed, but as a daughter she didn't know. She calmly lowered her gaze, picked up her phone and tapped on it a few times, then held it up to the lock. A few seconds later, the door opened with a click. It wasn't even that hard. Guess those hacking lessons finally paid off. The lively scene in the living room greeted her, with people coming and going. She realized that today was her half-sister's birthday. Seeing that no one noticed her, the female lead simply found a corner sofa to sit on and planned to rest for a while. On the terrace, where no one paid attention, a murmuring sound came from a group of young people who had surrounded a girl and were attacking her. Barbara Hunter, the infamous daughter of the Hunter family, was wearing a red formal dress and holding a glass of white wine. She had brown hair and blue eyes, a beauty that looked like an angel but with a heart of a devil. She was looking down at the girl who had been pushed to the ground with a sneer. This was her aunt's daughter, Blair, who had always been friends with Isabella, her ugly fat sister. Slap. Someone slapped Blair hard. "You just said that the fat girl has decent features? Saying she is even more beautiful than our Barbara. I think your eyes must have some problems. Maybe I need to cure them." Hiss. She sprayed pepper spray into Blair's eyes. The ugly monster's face looks like a pig's head. She can't even, compared to one of Barbara's toes. "Blair, how did you see that she has good looks?" The burning pain made Blair want to scream, but someone covered her mouth and she could only make a painful whimpering sound. Suddenly, Barbara squatted down, took out a photo of the female lead when she was at her fattest, and played with it in her hand. "Oh, you guys are too rude." Hearing this, the others laughed and let go of Blair. Blair covered her swollen eyes and begged, "Please, let me go." Barbara smiled. "Let's make a bet." Blair's throat emitted a faint sound. "What's the bet?" Barbara pointed to the photo. "If you can prove that she looks good when she loses weight, I'll eat this photo. If you can't do it, then you eat the photo. Is that fair?" The rest of the group immediately burst into laughter. "But what if that fat girl can't lose weight?" One of the young girls said. "Does she have to get liposuction just to verify that her ugliness is not due to her weight? Ha ha ha." Barbara laughed. "Blair, you can't prove that she looks good when she loses weight, so eat the photo, eat the photo." Everyone began to clap and cheer. Barbara handed the photo to Blair and said, "Do you want to eat it yourself, or do you want us to help you eat it?" The dead fatty slimmed down and became so stunning. As they looked back at the protagonist's sister Barbara, who was actually quite attractive and charming and had always been proud of her looks, She now seemed bland, standing so close to Isabella. Isabella looked like a dazzling queen, but Barbara looked like the least attractive maid. The gazes of the crowd made Barbara feel as if she had been slapped several times, her face burning hot with embarrassment. She had intentionally called the fatty to the birthday party to annul their engagement, just to show everyone that she was much prettier than her and that she deserved to stand by Caleb's side the most. But now, she has become the laughingstock herself. What's going on? Isabella's father, accompanied by his wife, strode over. Seeing the protagonist, he was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise. Bella? His eldest daughter had slimmed down and become so beautiful. He didn't expect it. She was like the carbon copy of her mother, with those beautiful emerald eyes. Seeing the situation, Barbara's eyes flickered. She knows what to do now. She suddenly cried as she took the photo out of her mouth, which she had forgotten because she was stunned by Isabella. Sister, I know you're upset about the broken engagement with Caleb, so just keep hitting me. Her crying brought the father back to his senses. Without warning, he raised his arm to hit Isabella. Bella, your engagement with Caleb was broken because you were undisciplined and got pregnant. You disgrace yourself. What does your sister have to do with this? Isabella's heart turned cold. 5 years ago, her heart had been shattered by the heartlessness of this biased, greedy father. He used to be so loving when she was a child, but immediately changed because of his greed. She was no longer affected by his words or hits. She was already used to it. Just as she was about to dodge the slap, her stepmother, Sarah, stepped in and stopped her father. Darling, people watching, don't allow this to anger you much. Don't forget the main issue. Isabella felt like she was watching a soap opera. Her stepmother was still the same, pretending to be nice one day and behaving totally opposite the next day. She was like a green snake in the green grass. The main issue. Isabella's father suppressed his anger. He gave Isabella a warning glance and said sharply, "Come upstairs with me." In the study. Isabella's father, Zane, Sarah, and Barbara sat together. Isabella scoffed as sat opposite them, leaning on the sofa, her eyes drooping, seemingly indifferent and disdainful of everything. But those who knew her well were aware that she was just tired. This was just her resting bitch face. Zane went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Isabella, the Moon's family has agreed to annul the engagement, and your sister is going to marry into the Alpha family and become a beta of the Moon Pact. Today is your sister's birthday. Give her the company your mother left behind as a dowry and a birthday present. Barbara couldn't wait to speak up and added, "You got pregnant before marriage, lost the reputation of Haitian of Hunter's family, and even caused the Alpha family to be ridiculed for so many years. Giving me the company as a dowry is a form of compensation." Zane directly threw the prepared contract over and ordered, "Here's a company transfer contract, just signs it." A cold light flickered in the protagonist's eyes. What a group of shameless idiots, she thought. They had every right to break the engagement while she was abroad, but didn't, and tried to climb up the social ladder, and it was the Alpha family who inexplicably disagreed with the annulment. Now it all became her fault. Moreover, everything that was left with the Hunter's family was from her biological mother. Roseanne had been from the noble Jacques Amélie that had been hesitant for a long time. She was the only daughter of her family. When her father died, she was given everything. Now that Roseanne died, she gave everything to her husband. Not only occupied the house, but also didn't spare the company. Isabella wished her mother was alive to see the type of man she got married to. She wondered if her father ever loved her mother. Their insatiable greed was disgusting. She raised her almond eyes and coolly said, "No." Barbara, who looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shrieked sharply, "Isabelle, what do you mean?" Isabella glanced outside, seeing that it was getting late. She still had to go back and accompany her daughter to bed, even though her aunt was there. She didn't feel at rest living just Arya sleeping alone, so she simply said, "I can agree to the annulment, but not the dowry." With that, she stood up and walked straight out. "Isabella, stop right there." Zane roared in anger, but Isabella ignored him. She wasn't ready for that man's unsteady temper. Reaching the courtyard, Barbara chased after her and blocked her way. "Isabelle, tell me, are you still attached to Caleb and don't want to break the engagement at all? Is that it? Is that why you are acting this way?" Isabella found that Barbara looked like a housefly, bugging her continuously. "Get out of my way. If you think that way, you are shameless." Barbara reached out her hand, arrogantly and aggressively trying to slap her face. Of course, Isabella would not let this happen. The next moment, she grabbed Barbara's wrist. Her hand was held so tightly within Isabella's fist that couldn't break free and furiously cursed, "Let me tell you, don't think that just because you've become prettier, Caleb will change his mind. No matter what, he will never marry a ruined woman like you with an illegitimate child. Oh right, why didn't you bring back that little bastard whose father is unknown?" Smack. Isabella exerted all her strength and fiercely slapped her back. Her eyes were very dark, like a demon that had crawled out of hell. "My daughter is not a bastard." The only bastard here is you. You are nothing but an insecure child that's looking for validation because she is that depressed, Isabella laughed. If I hear you talking nonsense again, don't blame me if you are left with no tooth in your mouth. Leaving these words behind, she turned around and left. Barbara's cheek burned painfully, her eyes widened in shock, and she seemed to forget even to cry. The warm evening air was soft against her skin, the neon lights flickered in the night of L.A. Isabella sat in the taxi with her eyes closed, the changing light on her face giving her a sense of loneliness. Unknown biological father. That phrase made her sigh with melancholy. How she had become pregnant 5 years ago remained a mystery. As for who was the father of Arya, she had no clue, no matter how far she searched. Her father had not disturbed her about the daughter with her, and when she asked about her son, he said he doesn't know where he is. As always, she expected everything. What he did to her and the family that she had formed. She expected it all. We're here, the taxi driver's words interrupted her thoughts. As she got out of the car and entered the hotel, a row of bodyguards suddenly rushed out and stopped her. Please step aside. Many of those who were stopped whispered among themselves, what is the Lycan Prince doing out so late? I heard the Lycan Prince's son wants a moose cake. Isabella stretched out her hand to yawn. She needed to get to bed as soon as possible. That's when she saw a tall, distinguished figure holding a boy about 5 or 6 years old, striding out of the elevator. The man walked straight ahead without looking sideways, his face hardened, his dark eyes strict with little to no emotions. He looked like a model walking down a runway. Though Isabella was expecting him to walk past when he suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on her, and he spoke in a deep voice, Miss. With her mouth half open in astonishment, Isabella looked at Ethan with confusion in her eyes. The man was very tall, about 7 feet, and he wore a tailored black suit with long, straight legs. The luxurious hotel lights shone on his expressionless face, highlighting his delicate, three-dimensional features and resolute contours, giving him an aloof demeanor. Yet the mole at the corner of his eye somehow combined charm and coldness, adding a touch of restraint. The little boy he held was also wearing a suit, leaning against the man's shoulder, burying his head in it to hide his appearance, preventing the media from taking sneaky photos and revealing information. Unfortunately, at this moment, she was not in the mood to appreciate this beauty. As her back tensed, she was so sure that she hid her identity very well, and no one would know who she was, since Roseanne was her mother's name and just an alias. Could it be that Ethan knew her identity as Roseanne? As she was thinking this, Ethan furrowed his brow and spoke in an imposing manner. Stay away from my son, and besides, you're not my type. His deep, pleasant voice was like a bass drum hitting her eardrums, tempting her to listen to him speak a few more words, yet the bone-chilling coldness in it dissuaded her. Isabella's eyes, which had been drooping due to exhaustion, widened at this moment, and a question mark slowly formed in her mind. As she stared blankly, the man turned and strode away. The people around her all looked at her and stepped back as if she were a virus. They whispered among themselves, over the years, countless people have tried to get close to the Ethan by pleasing his son, and he hates this tactic the most. The last woman who dared to target seemed to have ended up marrying a 60-year-old man. This woman has quite the guts. Only then did Isabella understand the meaning of his words. Was this man's brain kicked by a donkey? Ethan quickly left the lobby, and the bodyguards also withdrew, the hotel lobby returning to normal. Inside the stretched black Bentley, Noah pouted his little face, expressing his protest through silence. Ethan frowned. His son's unusual behavior tonight led him to check the corridor surveillance footage and saw that woman hugging and kissing his son. The problem was that Noah, who had always been repulsive to others and disliked physical contact, did not resist for the first time. Was it because the woman was too stunningly beautiful with her fair and beautiful appearance? Thinking of her outstanding beauty that couldn't be hidden even by her simple attire and the carelessness in her yawning gesture. Especially when facing him, those unique emerald eyes were filled with cold indifference and resistance. Unlike other women, she seemed to have some skills. Inside the house of Isabella's family home, Caleb finally arrived. Alas, the birthday party had already ended. He only saw that Barbara's face was swollen, with 5 distinct slap marks on it. She was holding an ice pack wrapped in a towel to her face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she complained. "Babe, why did you come so late?" Caleb looked slightly uneasy. On his way to her party, he took a detour to ask a private detective to help him inquire about the beautiful woman he had seen at the airport earlier that day. He coughed and feigned an anxious and concerned expression. "What happened? Did that fat woman hit you? Doesn't she want to cancel the engagement? Where is she? I'll go find her myself." To go find her himself. That meant he would have to see her face to face. For some reason, when Barbara thought of that beautiful face full of aggression, a sense of unease welled up in her heart. If Caleb were to see her again, he surely wouldn't be interested in her, right? Barbara gripped the towel tighter and immediately spoke up. Baby, you don't need to take matters into your own hands. She just can't let go of that company. Don't worry, I'll make her agree. Caleb didn't insist, as his mind was elsewhere. He nodded and emphasized, without the company, my grandfather won't agree to our engagement. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want to see her pig face anyway. By the way, did she get even fatter? Barbara became alert but didn't answer his question. She wasn't ready to believe that Caleb would leave her for Isabella. Instead, she said, if you don't want to see her, then don't. I'll find a way to handle the dowry issue. All right. He didn't waste much time in the house, gave Barbara her birthday gift, and drove absent-mindedly. He was lost in thought. He couldn't help but think about the woman he had seen at the airport. He didn't know who she was, but her aura and beauty were rare sights in his life. If only he could marry her. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but itch to see her again. Suddenly, he received a call from the private detective. Mr. Moon, I couldn't find out the identity of the beautiful woman, but I did find out the hotel she's temporarily staying at. Caleb's heart beat against his chest frantically. His eyes lit up. Send it to me quickly. Aria was already deeply sleeping in her aunt's arms when Isabella finally got to her hotel room. She went straight to study. Sitting on the sofa, she made a call. Cameron gave me all the information on Aris Pharmaceutical Company. The lively voice on the other end sounded somewhat weak. Oh God. Isabella, you can't be too demanding. I owe you a life, but does that mean I'm your subordinate? Don't I, the world's top hacker, deserve any respect? Do you want me to do this kind of trivial task? Either you name a price and we can settle this, all right? Isabella's lips curved slightly. Fine, how much is your life worth? Cameron, who she had known while studying at the university, was the only best friend that Isabella had. Cameron had helped her discover her problem with her fat hormones. She had also saved Cameron countless times from loan sharks and people that found out her real identity. Cameron Diaz was on the top list of a lot of people's death lists. Isabella was like her shining armor. Cameron fell silent before adding, fine, you win. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, all the information on Aris Pharmaceutical Company was sent to her email. The pharmaceutical company was the company her mother left her when she passed away. She was young at the time, so the company was handed over to a professional manager to run. She never took over the business herself. She carefully read the information until faint footsteps were heard in the well-intentioned hallway. The disturbed Isabella furrowed her eyebrows a little. She looked up to see the middle-aged nanny who was asleep not too long ago walking close to her with a happy glint in her eyes. Finally, you are back home, ma'am. Did they bother you much? The nanny asked, sitting next to her and handing her a cup of warm cocoa. The nanny had been working with her for a long time. She was a trusted person hired by her aunt to assist her whenever needed. Isabella's eyes softened a bit, and she took a sip. Nothing to worry yourself over, May. Oh, all right. Nanny May settled herself in the chair. Someone is staying in the presidential suite next door. I heard it's Ethan. At that moment, her phone rang, and it was a message from Cameron. I don't know why I am so excited. The Gray family is indeed powerful. Ethan Gray even offered me millions just to find out if you're a man or a woman. Dr. Roseanne, you're in trouble. Ethan Gray again. Isabella's almond eyes slightly droopy, and her slender fingers tapped on the keyboard, replying to the message. Help me convey a message to him. In the presidential suite next door, Ethan leaned back on the sofa with his tall and upright figure. Assistant Clint stood respectfully. Your Highness, we have a message from Dr. Roseanne. Ethan looked up coldly. What is it? Clint coughed and adjusted his glasses, then read the message word for word. Dr. Roseanne asks, Your Super Royal Highness, are you in such a hurry to find me because you need brain surgery? With these words, the temperature in the room seemed to drop to freezing point. After a while, Ethan managed to calm down his lichens and suppressed his anger and squeezed out 2 words, photo. Clint instantly understood his meaning and directly took out a photo of Dr. Roseanne that he had bought for a hefty sum and handed it to him. Ethan took it and ripped off the wrapper, covering the picture. He wanted to see who this person was. How dare they mock him? It was a photo taken 6 months ago, and it was just a candid shot of the doctor during surgery. Wearing a surgical cap and tightly wrapped, it was evident that she was a woman, slightly plump in build but had nice curves. She had her eyes lowered, her almond eyes slightly drooping, focused and serious. Those eyes seemed a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Almond-shaped eyes. Ethan quickly dismissed the thought in his mind. The woman next door had a different figure. It wasn't her. His wolf within grumbled a bit, whining and stretching. Ethan kicked it to the back of his mind, not wanting any interruptions. At this time, Isabella was being urged by her maid to go to bed. Miss, your health is not good. You should sleep more than others because of your health. No staying up late now. Isabella stretched lazily, her voice a bit hoarse. I know. Although her illness was cured, she was still weak and had low energy levels. She needed to sleep for 12 hours every day. When she was abroad, Her aunt even gave her the nickname Sleeping Goddess because, if there were no matters to attend to, she could sleep for 3 days and nights, straight. Though she had trained herself while abroad, skilled in various martial arts, she was still weak. Without her wolf, she was just a plain weak hormone human. The next day, she was woken up by a phone call. She groaned. Someone just had to be so dumb enough to disturb her morning beauty sleep. She answered the call with her eyes closed. The voice of her stepsister Barbara came through. "How are you considering the matter of the company?" Isabella kept quiet, not saying anything, her face completely neutral, eyes closed and lips pursed. Barbara spoke in a condescending tone. "All right, let's each take a step back. I'll give you $100,000 and you transfer the company to me. That should satisfy you, right?" Isabella turned over on her bed and found a comfortable position, still not opening her eyes. Aris Pharmaceuticals had a net annual income of about $1 million, which had been entrusted to her legal guardian, her father, all these years. Although the money wasn't much, she couldn't just hand over her mother's company. Barbara continued mockingly. "Your aunt has been working hard all these years. Does she even have $10,000 in savings?" "10,000? You've probably never seen that much money, have you?" Barbara scoffed. "You haven't seen that money before, but you act all high and mighty as if you are important. You are probably sleeping in the slumps right now." Isabella kept quiet, staring at the wall with a neutral face. The cost of this presidential suite is $10,000 a night, and before she found a proper house, she and her daughter had been living uncomfortably. So her aunt directly booked it for a month. She really hadn't seen such a small amount of money. Isabella's eyes had only seen a huge amount of money, not chicken change. Seeing that she still didn't speak, Barbara changed her strategy. "Isabelle, you probably don't know, that company isn't making money now. It's almost bankrupt. If you transfer the company to me, there might still be a chance to turn the losses around. It would be a win-win for both of us. You would go with $100,000 and I would revive the company. See, just as easy." A shuffle was heard in the background before Barbara continued. "The company is a pharmaceutical company, and you, a person who has never been to school, definitely wouldn't understand anything. You won't even know how a business works. I, on the other hand, am a top student in medical school. My professional knowledge has always been first class, and I'm even planning to pursue a master's degree under Professor Dr. Roseanne. You probably don't know her, but she is the most renowned international surgeon who can perform the most difficult surgeries, a legend in the industry. But they are very mysterious, and it took a lot of effort for Lincoln University to invite them to become a professor. Why am I telling you all this? An idiot who doesn't understand. Isabelle, I advise you to be content with what you have and not bite off more than you can chew," Barbara said mockingly. Isabella frowned, a little annoyed. Too noisy. Not only was her sleep disturbed, this girl's sharp voice sounded like a mosquito buzzing in her brain. "What do you mean?" Barbara threatened sternly. "Did you just call me noisy? Are you playing dumb, pretending not to understand? Don't you want to cancel the engagement? I'm telling you, Caleb only loves me, and what he values is my medical talent. Even without the company as a dowry, he would still marry me. He would never turn back to you because you are nothing. You don't even have a wolf. Don't think you can drink wine without suffering the consequences. You sound as if you are trying to convince yourself to believe he does." With that, Isabella decisively hung up the phone, threw it aside, hugged her pillow, and fell back to sleep. Such a stupid conversation was not worth her time. As for the threats from Barbara, it made no sense, as she was Roseanne. Just an idiotic, spoiled child. She wasn't going to let her words get to her. After her stepmother had injected her with hormones to ruin her and her wolf, she was going to get them back for it. Their time will come. Let whatever demons and monsters come to their doom. After sleeping for a full 12 hours, Isabella reluctantly got out of bed. She decided to find a few private investigators to look into her son's whereabouts. Isabella changed her clothes and went out. Standing at the door, after a perfunctory routine hug with her daughter Arya, she slowly instructed, "Don't play games all day. Be careful of your eyes." "Quadra kill! Quadra kill! Ah, so stupid!" Arya shouted. She was holding her phone, her little hand operating quickly. Hearing this, she nodded without looking up. "All right, Mommy. Don't worry. I'll take good care of Nanny May." She didn't even listen to a word she said. Isabella's eyes narrowed slightly, adding, "There's a difficult person living next door. Don't go out if you don't have to." This intrigued Arya. She looked up at her mother, her eyes wide. "Mommy, is he a monster?" Thinking of Ethan's arrogant appearance, the usually quiet Isabella slowly said, "Yes, this monster looks as beautiful as a woman, has a mole beside his eyes, but seems to have a weak mind." "Oh." Arya waved her hand. "Then I definitely won't go out. I don't want to play with fools." Isabella chuckled, closed the door, and prepared to head to the elevator. However, she suddenly froze when she turned around. Ethan somehow was standing right behind her. The tall man made the spacious corridor feel a bit cramped, and at this moment, His dark eyes were staring at her. The mole beside his eye seemed to emanate an icy chill. He was probably about to leave, followed by an assistant and a bodyguard. The three of them had an equally strong aura as they did yesterday. Isabella raised her eyebrows. Before returning to the country, her aunt had repeatedly warned her. At home, she could handle any trouble she got into. However, she should never provoke Ethan. Last night, she replied as Dr. Roseanne, only because it was through the internet. But now, Isabella's almond-shaped eyes drooped slightly, and she casually explained, "Your Highness, I was just joking with the child, and I absolutely didn't mean to imply anything about you." Assistant Kling twitched his lips. Could this woman's tone be any more perfunctory? Whose monster has a mole near their eye? That monster must be surnamed Gray, right? Ethan's face showed no emotion, making it impossible to read his thoughts. He just looked deeply at her and then walked ahead. Isabella deliberately lingered in place for a moment, waiting for the others to enter the elevator before coming out and letting out a sigh of relief. That man's casual glance just now made her feel a sharp, murderous intent. As expected, he was troublesome, and she should stay away. In the elevator, Ethan's eyes were slightly narrowed. Last night the lighting was poor, but today, being closer, he noticed that the woman's skin was astonishingly white. Her almond-shaped eyes were drooping casually, with her long, curled black eyelashes looking well-behaved. However, her vicious manner, without using dirty words, seemed somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, after confirming that the big demon had left, Noah directly called the neighboring room using the hotel's internal line. Upon connecting, a childish voice said, "Hello, how can I help you?" Noah hesitated for a moment. "I live next door. Can I come to your room to visit?" The little girl was surprised. "So you are the little fool next door?" As the youngest financial genius, this was the first time he had been called a fool. However, the little girl quickly asked again, "Can you play games with me?" Noah's dark eyes flickered a few times and replied, "Yes." The hotel had a luxurious lobby, with a clean marble floor reflecting light. The moment you step into the lobby of the luxurious hotel, one is enveloped in a world of glamour and opulence. The floors are made of polished marble that glimmers under the soft lighting, while the walls are adorned with intricate gold leaf designs that catch the eye. The reception desk is made of a rare, dark wood that exudes elegance and sophistication. In this lobby is where Caleb sat on a sofa, staring in the direction of the elevator. The hotel, managed by the royal Gray family, had strict policies, and the front desk refused to sell customer information, no matter how much you try to bribe them. Caleb could only arrive early in the morning to wait for his target. His patience eventually paid off. As elevator doors opened to reveal a plush interior, complete with plush velvet seating and a golden finish that gleams under the dim lighting, a graceful figure casually walked out, dressed in a short sunflower dress and sneakers, her hair falling over her face. She looked like an ethereal goddess. Caleb quickly stood up, holding a bouquet in his hand. He thought he looked quite suave as he blocked her path. "Wow, I didn't expect to see you again. What a coincidence, we met once again." Isabelle froze and stared at the figure who stood in front of her with a smile on his lips. Even after their engagement was called off, why did this man keep appearing in front of her? Caleb, completely oblivious to her annoyance, smiled and said, "Since we're so fated to meet, shouldn't you at least tell me your name?" Isabelle squinted her eyes. She didn't want to entertain him, but she remembered that he was in the delivery room when she gave birth. Maybe she could try to get some information from him. She thought for a while, before replying slowly, "Rose Jacques. Jacques is the last name of her mother." "Beautiful name for a beautiful lady," he smiled, then handed her the bouquet of roses. "Roses for the Lady Rose." Isabella raised an eyebrow. "This is one hell of a coincidence. You even had a bouquet of flowers," she said, accepting them. "Of course, always prepared." Caleb's eyes lit up, then he added, "Miss Rose, do you have any free time? Since we're fated to meet, why don't we go to the nearby cafe to chat?" Isabelle nodded indifferently. Caleb walked ahead of her courteously. "Miss Rose, this way. By the way, where's your sister?" Isabelle raised an eyebrow. "Sister?" "Yeah, the little girl who came out of the airport with you yesterday. Miss Rose looks only 20 years old, so it's impossible for her to have a daughter that big, right?" Caleb tried to make a humorous remark. Isabelle didn't bother to explain and replied, "She is upstairs." "She didn't come down? That's perfect, so she won't disturb us. The cafe over there has a few nice pastries. We can take some back for your sister later, that's if she would accept it. To woo a woman, you must please everyone around her." Caleb had a lot of experience in this area. Not far away, Ethan Gray, who had just checked on the hotel's affairs, stared coldly at their departing figures. Behind him, his assistant Clint sneered. "This woman is too much. It's one thing to deliberately get close to Noah to please you, but she's actually playing two-timing games? And then she lies to others. She even claims her daughter is her sister. She didn't even put this much effort into deceiving you. How dumb can she be?" The bodyguards behind them were confused and stared at each other. How could this be compared to their boss situation? Ethan Gray's face darkened and a sharp glint flashed through his narrow eyes, making the entire lobby seem a few degrees colder. He spoke coldly to his assistant. "Look up her information." "Yes, sir." Entering the cafe, Isabelle chose a seat by the window and quickly steered the conversation to the topic of their engagement. "From what I have seen at the airport, it seems like you are engaged." Caleb was eager to explain, but his tone was mocking and unpleasant. "Miss Rose, it's not that I'm a jerk, but you have no idea how ugly that fat woman is. Her eyes are squeezed by her flesh, and the ground shakes as she walks. She even made up excuses about her weight being due to hormone injections, as if she would be any prettier if she were thin. Besides, she's crazy. She dropped out of school since elementary school and stayed at home, sulking in her room every day. She wouldn't cry or make a fuss when beaten, let alone fight back. Marrying such an uneducated, illiterate, and silly fat woman would be a great injustice to me. Besides, I had broken the engagement, so I am a free man." Isabelle, with one hand propping her cheek, listened drowsily. She had known since childhood that making a fuss was useless in such a biased family. The reason she didn't fight back when beaten was because she always remembered her mother's dying words to be mediocre and not to show her intelligence and talents before adulthood. To be cunning, to be smart, just like the children of the Jocks family. Only when you are the green snake in the green grass could she survive. I truly detest the behavior of her family. If it weren't for their company, I wouldn't be dealing with Barbara right now. Caleb realized he had said too much and hurriedly changed the subject. Why am I talking about this? Miss Rose, where are you from?" Isabelle casually called a place. La Vida, France. When she called the name, it was as if a lightning had struck Caleb, as he recognized that's where another great family had set their foundation. The Jocks family. Caleb swallowed hard. That was a family comparable to the royal Grey family. Caleb tried to please her even more. "I didn't expect Miss Rose to come from such a prestigious family. No wonder your temperament is so extraordinary and imposing." Isabelle didn't care what he had imagined in his head, and continued to dig for information. She hadn't even stepped foot into the La Vida estate once. Seemingly casual, her fingers gripping the coffee cup applied a little force. "I heard that 5 years ago, your fiancé gave birth to a child and abandoned it. I'm really curious, where was the child thrown away?" Caleb hurriedly explained. "Miss Rose, that's just a rumor. That child was taken abroad by the fat woman." The hunter spread the rumor that Isabelle only gave birth to a girl. After all, abandoning a newborn child was something that would be criticized if made public. Isabelle sneered. "I'm just curious. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it." She slammed the coffee cup on the table and pretended to leave, flipping her hair behind her shoulder, perfectly portraying the demeanor of a spoiled young lady. Caleb, as expected, became anxious and reached out to grab her. "Miss Rose, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry, please." Isabelle skillfully dodged his pull and raised her eyes. "So will you tell me or not?" Caleb didn't become suspicious. After all, such family secrets were often topics of discussion during leisure time, just like celebrity gossip, which many people were interested in. He reluctantly spoke. "That incident back then was handled by her father, Zane Hunter. I really don't know much about what happened." Seeing that Caleb didn't seem to be pretending, Isabelle suddenly lost interest. What a waste of her sleep time. She got up and walked straight out, leaving the flowers on the table. Caleb hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. "Miss Rose, I'm telling the truth. Do you have something to do? Can you give me your SMS so we can contact each other later?" He seemed unsure on asking. Inconvenient. Isabelle threw down one word and left directly, getting into a taxi and driving away. Caleb was left standing there, puzzled and unable to help frowning. Were all girls from top-tier wealthy families so fickle? It's too difficult to pursue. Isabelle sought the help of several private investigators in finding Solution, a detective organization to look for clues. It wasn't until late at night that she returned to the hotel, exhausted. Ding. As soon as she opened the door, she heard Arya's conversation with another child inside. "Her ladyship has arrived. Everyone makes way. No, escort her," she heard Arya say. "Oh," she heard the other child say. "Hey, do you want to taste my cannon?" "No, help me take some damage from the defensive tower. Charge." "Out of blood," Noah replied. Why are you running? Help me take some damage and I'll get a pentakill." "I'll die." "Men bleed but don't cry. Are you a man or not? You're so timid just playing a game. What are you afraid of?" Her daughter was usually well-behaved and adorable, but she became quite irritable and foul-mouthed when playing games. Today she's still relatively restrained. But who is the child playing Honor of Kings with her? Isabelle walked into the living room and saw Arya in her pajamas, holding her phone. She was sitting cross-legged with the game's voice chat on, playing cheerfully. Hearing the door open, the little girl turned her head to look. Just as Isabelle was about to get angry, she smiled pleasingly, blinking her large, grape-like eyes. "Mommy, you're finally back. I was so bored, I missed you so much." Isabelle sighed quietly as her heart melted. Arya played games every day, But wasn't it because she was either busy or sleeping, with no time to accompany her? She suppressed the urge to immediately jump into bed and sleep, and said, "Get ready, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. Let's have fun tonight." May asked, "What should the young miss wear tonight?" Arya thought seriously. The gray suit from. Isabelle frowned. Wearing menswear again? Arya had a strange habit of dressing like a little boy when going out with her. Her eyes remained glued to the phone. My game is almost over, Mommy. What are we going to eat?" Isabelle snatched her phone, answered, "The buffet downstairs," and directly quit her game for her. "Hey, it was about to be a team fight, you." Arya was on the verge of exploding with anger, and the words to scold someone were about to come out of her mouth. But when she met Isabelle's icy gaze, the little girl pursed her lips and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. "Let's go, then." In the next room, Noah stared at his phone, as Candy Sweet had left the game and the voice call was disconnected. He felt a little disheartened deep down. He was actually enjoying this. He sighed to himself and dropped his headphones on the sofa, leaning against the sofa, his eyebrows furrowed. Ethan's younger brother Hardin, who was sitting on the sofa, sighed in relief. You finally finished playing. I felt so on edge because just imagine if your father had walked in. My tyrant brother is coming back soon. You'd better tidy up." Hardin mumbled to himself. "I don't get paid to do this." Noah kept a straight face and didn't say a word. Ethan's younger brother Hardin leaned in to look at his phone. "Who are you playing with that you're so reluctant to part with? If you want to play again, I'll accompany you next time. I'm really good at gaming, ranked in the top 10. The first ranked Candy Sweet is my boss, we're online friends. Next time, I'll ask him to play with you." Seeing him looking over, Noah immediately turned off the screen and stood up. "Uncle, I want to go to a buffet." Hardin immediately felt a headache coming on. This child is just like his brother. "Noah, please be obedient. My brother won't agree to it." As the sole grandson of the royal Grey family, Noah was highly valued, and every day of his life was scientifically customized, strictly adhering to a schedule. Although he didn't go to school, he was busier than an adult. Today, with Ethan away, Hardin felt sorry for his little nephew and risked his neck to let him play games for an entire afternoon. The kid needed the break. But going out to eat? This was definitely challenging Ethan's bottom line. Hardin tried to persuade him earnestly. "Yesterday, you forced him to take you for cake by refusing to take your medicine. That tactic definitely won't work today, so please don't make a fuss," he said, ruffling the child's hair. It seemed as if Noah hadn't heard him at all. He went straight back to his bedroom, opened the closet, and was about to randomly grab an outfit when he suddenly saw the gray limited edition suit from Nora Fashion Store. Noah was determined to look his best for any occasion, and he was taking his appearance very seriously. He stood in front of the mirror in his room, his little hands clutching a comb as he attempted to style his hair. He furrowed his brow in concentration, his tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth as he worked on combing his hair. After several minutes of careful combing and smoothing, Noah seemed satisfied with his efforts. He tried to give a big grin at his reflection, but that didn't look good. With that, he put on his suit. He struggled a bit with the buttons on his shirt, but eventually managed to fasten them all. He then carefully stepped into his pants and pulled them up to his waist, smoothing out any wrinkles. Finally, he put on his jacket, admiring himself in the mirror once again. As he stood there, looking incredibly dapper, Hardin stared in fear. He really couldn't control this child. After Noah was done, he turned to step out of the room. Hardin was startled and stopped him. "My brother is already downstairs." Noah looked at him coolly. "Oh, as long as he's not at the door, it's fine." Hardin watched him leave, feeling a chill down his spine, as if a storm was about to come. He was so dead. 1 minute later, the imposing Ethan opened the door and strode in. As he entered, Hardin lowered his head, looking terrified, and hesitantly called out, "Brother." Ethan paused while taking off his coat, his ink-like eyes sweeping the room, his expression turning cold. "Where is Noah?" There was dissatisfaction in his voice. Hardin became even more frightened. "He's at the buffet downstairs." Upon hearing this, the tyrant suddenly turned around, startling Hardin, who shouted, "Brother, it's my fault. Please go easy on me." "Huh?" Ethan had already walked past him and went straight out the door. Hardin thought he had narrowly escaped punishment, and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the man's deep voice. "I'll deal with you when I get back." If looks could kill, he would be dead. Grey Hotel's buffet, $288 per person. All kinds of seafood were available, and guests could take as much as they wanted. Isabelle held a plate, wandering around the food area. Arya followed beside her, dressed in a little suit. The daughter looked handsome and compelling, her lively eyes full of cunning. "Mommy, I'm gonna get some cake." Isabelle hummed in agreement, casually grabbed some food, and turned around, only to see her daughter standing behind her, staring at her with wide eyes. Noah had only come to try his luck, but he didn't expect to see this woman again. The usually reticent boy now had a touch of unprecedented joy in his eyes. Seeing him staring at her without speaking and his plate empty, Isabelle asked curiously, "Baby, didn't you get what you wanted to eat?" "Baby." Noah's face turned slightly red. Although his grandparents occasionally called him that, the woman's tone had a lazy, casual quality to it that made it particularly heartwarming. His eyes suddenly reddened, and he asked with a hint of grievance, "Are you my mommy?" Isabelle was confused. She felt that Arya's mood was very off. Could it be because she had forcibly quit the game just now? Although Arya was a little princess, her personality had always been lively and energetic. Surely it couldn't be that bad? Isabelle bent down and rubbed his head, chuckling softly. "All right, it's all Mom's fault. What do you want to eat? I'll help you get it. Be good." She picked up a spoon. "Do you want to eat this dish, cashew shrimp?" A real mommy. Noah's eyes widened. He wanted to ask his mommy why she had abandoned him and where she had been all these years. But all the words got stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them back down. Growing up with Ethan, he wasn't good at expressing his emotions, so he could only nod heavily. Yes. Isabelle had no idea how complex the child's emotions were at this moment. After serving him some food, she took his hand and led him to a quiet, inconspicuous corner. Arya, who was enthralled by the dessert section, glanced at the mousse cake and then at the Black Forest cake, unable to decide. In the end, she put both on her plate and happily went to find her mommy. But as soon as she turned around, she saw a very good-looking uncle striding towards her with an imposing presence. He then reached out his long arm, scooped her up, and forcefully carried her away. "Junk food is not allowed." Arya was stunned and then struggled fiercely. "Who are you? What right do you have to control me? Let me go. Someone's abducting a child." The commotion here attracted the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Ethan kept a straight face, and his good upbringing made him suppress his anger in public. "Because I am your father." Seeing this situation, Hardin couldn't help but hold his forehead in distress. This is not good at all. The two have clashed again. There could be war. He bites his fingers, fidgeting, agitated by the fact that father and son could be throwing punches right now. Noah is stubborn and headstrong, and his brother is very controlling. As long as Noah behaves, everything is fine. But once he disobeys, there will be chaos and turmoil at home. As he was thinking about calling Ethan's parents' house to ask them to come and rescue their little nephew, he saw the tyrant suddenly stop in his tracks, a look of surprise appearing on his face. The few drops of warmth on his neck left Ethan stunned in place. Could it be? His arm loosened slightly, and he looked directly at the tear-streaked little face. Arya was crying hard at this moment, her small body convulsing with sobs. Her little hand touched Ethan's face. "Daddy, you're my daddy." She could not form out the words as she wrapped her arms around his neck, completely lost in tears. After so long, she was so happy. Ethan, on the other hand, was speechless. His son's usually tense face was now much more animated, and large teardrops rolled down from his eyes like black grapes. It made him feel particularly at a loss. He couldn't think of what was going on. With his Lycan sense, he sniffed the child. It did smell like Noah. "But why is there a slight difference?" "Don't cry," Ethan said hoarsely, then clumsily reached out to wipe away her tears. But his fingers were caught by a soft little hand. "Daddy," Arya said. She finally had a daddy, no longer a child that popped out from a crack in the rocks. Although Arya was lively and outgoing, she couldn't help but feel envious when she saw other children being lifted high by their fathers. Seeing her father made her ecstatic. Her soft, tender voice made Ethan swallow back the words, "Boys don't cry easily." Noah was only 5 years old and still a child, so he needed to go a bit soft. He was his son after all. His heart, which had always been as hard as a steel plate, softened a little. Ethan kept a straight face and scolded, "Crying and making a fuss over food cravings, you're really disgraceful." Although he said that, he unexpectedly put Arya down. Arya held his big hand tightly, as if afraid that the duck she just caught, the father she just caught would fly away. She looked up at him. "Daddy, let's eat together," she suggested, smiling broadly at her father. Ethan pursed his lips and glanced at his wristwatch. "I only have 1 hour." Hardin, who had been dumbfounded, he knew on a normal basis that before Noah would rather go hungry or be beaten than submit. What happened to him today? What sorcery is this? Arya was extremely excited. She had picked up such a handsome father, whether true or false, she had gained. In the world of a face dog, things are just that simple. "Daddy, eat this. It's expensive." "Daddy, don't drink juice at the buffet. It fills up your stomach, and it's not worth it." Ethan stared seriously at his son, who seemed like a completely different person. Meanwhile, Hardin whispered, "Bro, has Noah been possessed by someone?" Ethan had no answer to that, as he watched the child busy herself with serving different meals for him. After choosing what to eat, Arya held Ethan's hand and walked towards the corner seat. "Daddy, Mommy is over there." Following her guidance, Ethan saw the woman in the corner again. She was lounging comfortably on the sofa, her eyelids drooping as if nothing happening around her concerned her. She seemed indifferent and detached from the world. She supported her cheek with one hand, while the other held a fork, eating absent-mindedly. Her movements had an indescribable charm. Her fingers were long, slender, and well-defined. Such fingers were very flexible and especially suited for playing the piano. They were exceptionally good-looking. Across from her, there was a child sitting with their back to them. Due to the child's short height, only the top of their head could be seen. It should be her daughter. Ethan looked away and gazed heavily at Arya. "She's not your mommy." "She is my mommy." Ethan coldly bent down. "Noah, remember, don't trust any woman, especially beautiful women." Arya's eyes widened. "A small matter? Not acknowledging mommy is a big deal." Her eyes turned red immediately. "If you don't acknowledge mommy, then you're not my daddy." Ethan's face darkened, and his gloomy gaze seemed to see right through people. All were filled with scrutinizing intentions. What kind of love potion did that woman give to his son? It even made Noah say such words. And he suddenly realized something and asked, "Did you go downstairs with her?" "Arya, of course." So it was her who brought this mess. He needed to deal with this woman. She is more persistent than he thought. He wondered how Noah would suddenly want to eat buffet. Ethan scoffed. This woman was flirting with other men downstairs in the afternoon, and now she tried to seduce him through his son. It seemed that the verbal warning he gave last night was not enough. He forcefully changed the direction. "You're not allowed to talk to her anymore." Arya was confused. She looked at mommy with grievance, then looked up at her tall daddy. In the end, she gritted her teeth and followed Ethan. She wanted to help mommy abduct daddy back home. "Daddy, isn't my mommy beautiful? She's even more beautiful than those celebrities. If you marry her, you'll look so good when you go out together." What on earth did that woman tell his son? Ethan wondered. Isabelle, who was eating slowly, was drowsy. Her daughter tonight was exceptionally sensible. She, who was always picky, didn't pick out the food. She ate everything, but it took a bit longer. She was a little worried. "Did you eat too much?" Noah rubbed his round belly. He knew that after going back, he would probably be punished by the tyrant. He had been stalling for over an hour because he couldn't bear to part with mommy. Hearing this, he pursed his lips and stood up. "I'm going to get another piece of cake." Isabella bit her lip in worry. She didn't want this child to have constipation later, nor did she want her to cry over not eating cake. So she sighed. "Fine. Go ahead, but only a little bit, okay?" Noah nodded before walking to the buffet table. Isabelle twitched the corner of her mouth and leaned there, closing her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Arya took advantage of the time to get something and sneaked back to see Isabelle. When she found her tired appearance, she felt a little heartache. Mommy had already spent a lot of time eating with her, delaying her sleep. And she was still accompanying Daddy, abandoning Mommy, which was absolutely wrong. Arya went over and sighed. "Mommy, are you tired? Let's go back quickly." The little one was finally full. Isabelle stretched lazily and hummed. She held her hand and left the buffet restaurant directly. A minute later, Noah returned with the cake, only to see an empty table. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed and his shoulders slumped. At this moment, a deep voice came from behind him. "Time's up." Noah's small body trembled, and he turned to see the impatient tyrant standing behind him. He knew he would definitely be scolded when he got back. But he didn't expect that in the next moment, Ethan would bend down to pick him up and even ask, "Are you full?" Noah cocked his head to the side. Did the tyrant change his attitude today? In the top suite. Ding. When the doorbell rang, Isabelle was about to lie down to sleep. She asked impatiently, "Who is it?" A strange male voice came. "Miss Isabella, my name is Mr. Gray." "Gray?" Isabelle got up and shouted. Arya opened the door. Arya, who was completely immersed in her game, shouted, "Mommy, I'm in an intense group battle. Watch out for the backstab. Spawn devil, how many times have you died? You're even better at feeding than takeout." Sitting on the sofa, Arya ranted without even looking up, her eyes fixed on the game, her hand tapping furiously into the phone. Her short hair in a messy bun, looking all relaxed but with a fierce look on her childish face. Isabelle sighed. She really needs to do something about this child's game addiction. She helplessly walked over and opened the door. The person standing outside was not Ethan, but a man in his early 20s. He was dressed in white casual clothes and leaned against the wall, playing games on his phone. His narrow eyes were similar to Ethan's, and the look on his face had a harmless and sunny disposition, which was characteristic of a well-bred young man from a wealthy family. His dark hair falling on his forehead and his lip pouted. Seeing the door open, Hardin first lowered his voice and said in the game, "Boss, since I'm dead anyway, this round depends on you." After closing the voice chat, he raised his head and looked up and down at Isabelle. The woman's skin was astonishingly white, and her originally well-behaved apricot eyes drooped slightly. There was a touch of wariness and fatigue on her expressionless cheeks, and her voice was very low. "What do you want?" No wonder she dared to seduce his brother. She indeed had impressive assets. Hardin spoke. "Miss Hunger, I'd like to discuss something with you." Would you consider moving to the suite downstairs and vacating this presidential suite? Isabelle raised an eyebrow. Why? Hardin handed over a card. Just a friendly reminder, this hotel belongs to the Gray family. According to the rules, if the hotel cancels a room without cause, double the breach of contract fee is required. There's $200,000 in this card. Isabelle looked at the card with a loss for words. Did she look poor? Why did everyone want to dismiss her with money? Seeing her not letting go, Hardin threatened, "If you don't agree, I'll have to ask security to kick you out. Miss Hunter wouldn't want to make a scene, right?" Daring to threaten her, using his power against her? Isabelle's eyes grew icy cold, only to hear Hardin continue, "Miss Hunter, you've tried to seduce my brother time and time again. I've been lenient because you have a child with you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as downgrading your room." Repeated seductions? Isabelle smirked, leaning on the door, and asked, "I'm curious. How did I seduce him?" Hardin angrily said, "You spent a fortune staying next door. Isn't it because you want to get close to him? Noah was fooled by you, but I'm not that stupid. I've investigated you, a woman who has been dumped, got pregnant before marriage, dropped out of school. You are shameless to think you could pursue my brother. So it was a mistake to live next door. Where did Ethan get that sense of superiority? Just because he is a Lycan Prince?" Isabella scoffed. Her face turned cold as ice. "So this room isn't worthy of anyone living in it? And just because I went through all that, I don't have the ability to sponsor myself?" Hardin was taken aback by her sudden burst of momentum, but still scoffed. "Of course not. My brother found out that Dr. Roseanne is in the hotel, and he will find her soon. He'll definitely invite her to stay. Only such an esteemed guest deserves to stay next to my brother." Isabelle was stunned. She had been found out. She wasn't afraid of Ethan, but if she were really entangled with such a man, it would be very troublesome. She didn't want something like that. Isabelle lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment, then took the bank card from Hardin's hand even though it meant soiling her name, and said indifferently, "Thank you. Have someone help us switch rooms." Being too close was indeed troublesome. Hardin sighed in relief. "You know what's good for you." The presidential suite downstairs was not as good as these two top-tier rooms, but it was more than enough for 3 people. Most importantly, the room card for the lower floor couldn't access this level. In this way, this woman would have no chance to approach Noah, let alone his brother. However, why did she say thank you? Hardin returned to his room puzzled and reported his accomplishment to Ethan. "Brother, you don't need to thank me. I'm just redeeming myself." Ethan sat behind a large desk, his hands typing rapidly on the computer. He didn't even raise his head, just scolded softly, "Meddlesome." Hardin gaped. He had just saved him from trouble, and he called him meddlesome? Why did he detect a hint of dissatisfaction in those 2 words? He quietly approached Ethan from behind and saw the black computer screen filled with intertwined lines of data, with a red dot slowly moving. This was Roseanne, the person Ethan had been searching for half an hour. His face was serious, and he was about to continue tracking when the red dot suddenly flickered a few times and disappeared in an instant. The temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. Hardin said innocently, "Brother, you lost her." Ethan slowly raised his head, his dark eyes making people feel uneasy. He said slowly, "I'm not blind." Hardin gulped, immediately shutting his mouth. Special Assistant Clint glanced at Hardin and sighed inwardly. The situation in the Royal Gray family was so complicated, and each person was extraordinary and unpredictable. How did they raise such a simple-minded one? He coughed and asked, "Ethan Gray, how could the other party suddenly go online at a critical moment? Was there a mole?" But this time, Ethan Gray took matters into his own hands, launching a surprise attack with only the 3 of them knowing if Roseanne hadn't received the news at the last minute, then it could only be a coincidence. The hotel service was very efficient. Half an hour later, Isabelle was already in the study of the new suite. After successfully blocking the external attack, she called Cameron Diaz, who spoke first. "I'm sorry. Ethan Gray found a top hacker and traced your information from my end, but so far they only know you're staying at the Gret Hotel. Your specific location hasn't been leaked." Isabelle responded with a and reminded her, "Be more careful next time." "Will do." After hanging up the phone, Isabelle got up and walked past the second bedroom, where she found that her daughter had already fallen asleep. She then went back to the master bedroom. After such a delay, she was already extremely tired. 2 minutes later, the door to the second bedroom suddenly opened. Arya poked her little head out of the room, and after making sure her mom was asleep, she gently closed the door, took out her phone, and logged into the game. Spawn Devil said, "Boss, you're finally back. Where did you go just now?" Arya pouted. "The idiot next door suddenly asked us to change rooms. Damn, who's that stupid? How dare they bully my boss? I cursed them to choke to death while drinking water." After cursing, Hardin didn't think much about it. After all, staying in a hotel would always lead to encounters with various strange neighbors. He asked, "Boss, you've been abroad all this time and you said you returned to LA yesterday, right? I came to LA to find you. Where are you staying now? The top suite next door to me just became vacant. I invite you to stay there. Anyway, since Roseanne hadn't been found, it was vacant either way. He picked up a glass of water and took a sip. Just then, he heard Candy Sweet scold him first. Move, spawn devil, even the wild monsters in the river have better positioning than you. After scolding him, she finally answered, I'm staying at the Grey Hotel. Oops. Hardin choked suddenly, coughing violently. He choked on his water. After recovering, he said urgently in a cracked voice, Awesome, I'm also at the Grey Hotel, I'll come find you. All right, I will be waiting for you. Arya and Hardin have known each other for more than half a year. With their compatible personalities, they have become good friends. They played games together and chatted about common things. Their online friendship was rare and unique. They had planned to meet up during this trip back to their home country, so when Hardin brought it up, she agreed right away. Hardin couldn't wait and asked, Which room are you in? Arya was about to give her room number when she suddenly thought of something and said, Not tonight, my mom is asleep. Let's meet tomorrow. Hardin suddenly laughed. Boss, everyone says you're going through a voice change and have a lowly voice, but you might actually be a creepy uncle. Can you tell me if you're a boy or a girl? Arya grinned. With her chubby cheeks, she looked cute. It's a secret. Los Angeles was in the south, with just the right amount of humidity in the air. The winters are warm and the summers are cool. With the curtains drawn in the hotel, the room was pitch black, perfect for sleeping. It was high noon when Isabella slowly opened her eyes. As the sun shone through the window, casting a warm glow over the room, she stirred from her slumber. Her eyes slowly opened, adjusting to the light as she let out a contented yawn. She stretched her arms and legs languidly, feeling her muscles loosen up from the long sleep. The rays of the sun highlighted her natural beauty, casting a soft halo around her face. Her hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders, framing her features perfectly. The way she looked in the sunlight was breathtaking. As she began to fully awaken, the maid entered the room and drew open the curtains, flooding the space with even more light. Isabella shielded her eyes for a moment, then smiled at the maid in gratitude. It was the start of a new day, and she was ready to take it on with renewed energy. She checked the time and saw it was already past 1 p.m. Her daughter and Nanny May had probably eaten lunch, so she decided to order some takeout. At that moment, outside the hotel entrance, Barbara had a complicated expression on her face as she watched Caleb hurriedly enter the lobby, clenching her fists tightly. These past few days, whenever she called Caleb, he was always very perfunctory, only asking about her mother and father, nothing romantic or sweet. A woman's intuition told her something was definitely going on. So, she followed Caleb early in the morning, not expecting to end up there. Grey Hotel is one of the most expensive and high-end places in Los Angeles. Barbara quietly followed him inside and saw Caleb turn into the bar on the first floor. He took out a wad of cash and handed it to several waiters, whispering, You all got it, right? Follow my lead tonight. Okay, Mr. Moon. After the group dispersed, Caleb took a deep, nervous breath and lowered his head to compose a message. Miss Jack, please excuse my boldness. It's me, Caleb. I would like to invite you to join me at the bar downstairs at 8 p.m. tonight. After sending the message, he looked up, satisfied with the arrangements he had made. He didn't know what he did wrong last time to offend the beauty, but she would surely be moved by him tonight. After all, any woman should be unable to resist such a romantic gesture. After sending the message and not receiving a reply for a while, Caleb thought for a moment and sent a group message to his friends. Tonight at 8 p.m., Grey Hotel Lobby Bar. Be there or be square. He had booked the entire venue and invited his friends to cheer him on, but he didn't realize that he had accidentally included Barbara in the group message. When he left, the waiters whispered amongst themselves. What is Mr. Caleb planning to do? With such a big surprise prepared, he must be planning to propose to his fiancée, right? Being his fiancée must be so wonderful. Listening to their quiet discussions, Barbara's cheeks flushed with excitement and a warm feeling surged in her heart. How could she have doubted Caleb's intentions? That was so wrong of her. Buzz. Her phone vibrated, and she looked down to see a message from Caleb. Tonight at 8 p.m., Grey Hotel Lobby Bar. Be there or be square. Barbara couldn't help but laugh. His tone was exactly the same as any other time he invited her out to have fun. If she hadn't secretly seen all this, she would never have guessed that Caleb had prepared a huge surprise for her. Feeling elated, Barbara leisurely walked out. As she looked up, she saw Isabella, wearing pajamas and slippers, coming out to pick up her takeout. Her eyes were downcast, her soft hair draped over her shoulders. Her skin was fair, and her features were so delicate they were beyond criticism. Her sleepy appearance made her seem leisurely and carefree. Even dressed like this, her aura was still captivating. Barbara's fingers tightened slightly, unable to suppress the jealousy welling up inside her. How could this woman afford to stay at the Grey Hotel? She must be spending beyond her means. Barbara quickly walked up to her and scolded. You can't even afford clothes, yet you stay at this hotel. Isabella, don't tell me you're planning to seduce some rich man here. Take a look at yourself. Do you really think you can freeload with just a pretty face? Isabella, who was holding her takeout in one hand and checking her messages on her phone in the other, was puzzled. She casually tapped on her phone a couple of times, deleting the spam message Caleb had sent, before speaking indifferently. Well, at least I have a face. Her eyes swept across Barbara's face briefly, her words heavily insulting. Barbara's anger surged. Was she calling her shameless, or implying she wasn't pretty? Or perhaps it was a double entendre. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly laughed. Isabella, do you want to know where the child you abandoned years ago is now? If you want to know, meet me at the bar tonight at 8 p.m. What did being beautiful matter? Caleb had still abandoned her. She is such a cheating scum. She wanted Isabella to witness Caleb proposing to her with her own eyes. Barbara left those words behind and turned away. Watching her retreating figure, Isabella's eyes grew colder. Again at 8 p.m. at the bar. Well, let's see what kind of surprise her dear sister and ex-fiancé have prepared for her. She averted her gaze, picked up her takeout, and headed upstairs. Although the presidential suite they were staying in wasn't the top of the line, it still had a kitchen. Aria was still growing, so she couldn't always eat takeout. The daily meals were prepared by Nanny May. For dinner, Nanny May prepared 3 dishes and a soup, a healthy mix of meat and vegetables. Isabella had been busy all afternoon and only realized her daughter's troubled expression when she sat down to eat. She rested her chin on her chubby hands and sighed heavily. Mommy, I'm so bored. Isabella lazily pinched her cheek, her voice a little hoarse. Baby, why didn't you play games? It's the weekend, Aria said disdainfully. Elementary school students are on vacation. She huffed, crossing her hand across her little chest. Isabella's lips twitched, thinking Aria might have forgotten that she was still a kindergarten kid. She put some food on Aria's plate and asked, So what do you want to do? Want me to accompany you? No need, Mommy is still busy. Aria looked very sensible, her round eyes rolling around. Can I ask Nanny May to accompany me for a stroll in the hotel at 8 p.m. tonight? Pretending not to see her little scheme, Isabella chuckled. All right, she said, patting her daughter's head lovingly. Her daughter was clever, cunning, and always sensible, never getting the short end of the stick. She felt at ease letting Nanny May accompany her. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them parted ways at the entrance. Isabella went to the first floor for her appointment, and after seeing her mother enter the elevator, Aria took out her phone and sent a voice message. Spawn Devil, I'm out of the zone. Where are you? Hardin replied quickly. Boss, I'm at table 28 in the first floor cafe waiting for you. Aria smiled. All right, I'm coming right away. On the first floor of the bar, it was bustling with noise at the moment. Caleb was quite popular in LA, being next alpha had its benefits. Under his call, friends brought friends filling up the place. The entire bar was dimly lit, with men and women dancing wildly on the dance floor. Barbara wore a long red dress, her face flushed, and sat in the corner with a drink in her hand. Next to her, her friends were complimenting her. Barbara, the price of the Grey Hotel is quite high. Mr. Moon must be planning something big, right? Could it be a marriage proposal? It must be a marriage proposal, absolutely. Didn't your sister come back? I heard the marriage contract has been torn apart and they're officially divorced. It's all because of that dead fat, that dead woman. If she hadn't been hiding abroad and refusing to come back for so many years, Barbara and Mr. Moon would have probably been married long ago. And I would have been Luna of the Pack, Barbara mumbled. Hey, why is that woman here? A friend said, pointing at the lady that just stepped into the bar. Accompanied by this sentence, Barbara also looked towards the entrance. Isabelle was still dressed casually today, wearing jeans and a black t-shirt, her neck skin so white it seemed to glow. The necklace around her neck glowed in the dark. Her face was expressionless, her eyes slightly drooping, exuding a sense of world-weariness. But her beautiful face was flamboyant, attracting the attention of everyone around her as soon as she entered. The moment she entered, a waiter rushed to the back. Mr. Moon, she's here. Caleb immediately stood up and walked forward. Get ready, he said to the waiter. The noisy music in the bar gave Isabelle a headache, and a feeling of irritation welled up in her heart. She looked up, her indifferent gaze finding Barbara, and walked towards her. Before getting close, she heard Barbara feign concern. Bella, why are you here? Caleb won't want to see you. As soon as these words came out, her friends chimed in. Isabelle, you couldn't possibly know that Mr. Moon is going to propose and come to ruin the scene, could you? Oh my God, what's that smell? It's probably coming from Isabella's jealousy. They laughed loudly. It was obviously your fault for being promiscuous, sleeping with a random man, and getting pregnant before marriage. Mr. Moon abandoned you because of that, and now you're still harassing him. Have you no shame? Even if you've become more attractive, it won't change the fact that you're burdened with a child. How could Mr. Moon possibly care about you? Is it interesting to be so persistent? The music was deafening. and the noise from their quarrel only spread within a small range. Isabella looked at the faces of the girls barking like wild dogs and didn't care what they said, looking at Barbara. "Tell me, where is the child?" Barbara leaned in closer, a mocking smile on her face, and pointed to the nearby sofa, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Isabella, sit down obediently, watch the wonderful performance tonight, and then give your blessings to me and Caleb, and I'll tell you." Isabelle understood. She wanted to humiliate her with the proposal scene, but the private investigators had no clues, and as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she was unwilling to give up. Isabelle sat down on the sofa, leaning back, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her face, and uttered two words: "How boring." Barbara stared at her intently. Even in this situation, her sister was still so calm, making her feel like she was just a little clown. This infuriated her more. She clenched her fists and suddenly mocked. "Isabelle, do you think that if you hadn't been fat and always this beautiful, would Caleb have divorced you?" Isabelle suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp light flashing in her almond-shaped eyes. "What do you mean?" Her weight gain was due to mistakenly taking hormones. Even though she had tried so hard to lose weight and suffered so much, it was useless, as her body needed time to recover. Her wolf was gone completely because of it. She can't even feel the warmth of a werewolf in her. She had to train and learn so she would be strong against her enemies. Was Barbara implying that? Seeing her finally change her expression, Barbara laughed arrogantly, her eyes filled with poison, and she spoke maliciously. "Both daughters of Isabelle's father's family, why should you be the one to marry into the Alpha family? But what if you were fat? Look now, Caleb really likes me," Barbara said, annoyed. "What does it matter if you're thin now? It's too late. What a pity for this face. If it weren't for being burdened with a child, you might have really found someone else. Now, well, you are just a lonely single mother." Anger surged in Isabelle's eyes. For the sake of a marriage contract, her stepmother was so malicious. She was only 5 years old when she was injected with hormones. They ruined her life. She was beaten continuously, hurt by them, and they dared to speak such words. Just as she was about to burst out, the lights in the bar suddenly went out and the music stopped abruptly. 2 seconds later, a white spotlight shone in the center of the dance floor. Caleb, dressed in a white suit, looked handsome and refined. Holding a guitar, his appearance elicited screams from the crowd. "Caleb! Caleb!" Men and women alike joined in the chanting. Caleb smiled, raising one finger in a silencing gesture, and the venue instantly fell quiet. He then strummed the guitar a few times and a smooth melody filled the air. He hummed a popular love song, and although his performance wasn't on a star level, it was enjoyable to listen to. Barbara stood up excitedly and moved to tears. She can't believe this is happening. Caleb was simply too handsome. After finishing the song, Caleb put down the guitar, took the microphone, and spoke. "Today, I rented this place and invited so many friends to tell a girl that from the moment I saw you, I thought you were extraordinary." "Wow! Caleb! Caleb!" The crowd started making noise again, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Caleb waved his hand, and with a few pop sounds, the balloons on the ceiling burst, showering the room with rose petals. It was so romantic. Barbara covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise. Excited, she turned to Isabelle and mocked. "Did you see that? How disdainful Caleb was towards you back then, but today, how attentive he is to me." She flipped her hair across her shoulder. 10 of you wouldn't even compare to one of my toes." Barbara felt incredibly exhilarated, especially when she saw the envious looks from the surrounding girls. Her happiness was about to bubble over. Then, she saw Caleb holding a bouquet of roses, slowly walking towards her one step at a time. The crowd around them instinctively cleared a path, as if building a bridge between them. Barbara straightened her back, unable to resist taking a few steps forward to meet him, feeling that today was the highlight of her life. She didn't notice that in Caleb's eyes there was only one person at this moment. Even in the dimly lit bar, the woman sitting on the sofa was stunning. His eyes didn't seem to register anyone else, including Barbara. All he could think about was whether this grand gesture, enough for a marriage proposal, would earn him a chance to continue dating the beauty. Barbara stopped after taking a few steps, watching Caleb getting closer and closer, unable to control the smile on her face. Next, Caleb would probably kneel on one knee in front of her, right? She would finally be an engaged woman. At that moment, everything took a different turn. Barbara watched in disbelief as Caleb walked past her and finally stopped in front of Isabelle. He bent down and gentlemanly handed her the roses in his hand. "My dearest Rose, your name alone is a symbol of beauty and grace, just like this lovely bouquet of roses. You possess a charm and allure that leaves me in awe, and my heart is filled with adoration whenever I think of you. I wonder if I have the honor of being friends with you." Barbara could hear her heart fall into 1,000 pieces, sliced like apple fruits. She stared wide-eyed, unbelieving at the scene before her. The dim lighting of the bar made her feel like she was dreaming. How did Caleb end up in front of the fat girl? What's going on? Isabelle didn't expect such a dramatic turn of events either. Having only met Caleb twice, he abandoned his fiancée and sought her love. Seeing Barbara's astonished, angry, and twisted face, Isabelle's previous frustration eased a bit. Good that she is hurt. She hooked the corner of her lips with interest and pulled out a mischievous smile. Her smile, as dazzling as the blooming snowdrop flowers on iceberg, caught Caleb's eye. As he was about to say something, Barbara couldn't control her shrill scream. "Caleb!" Hearing the sound, Caleb noticed Barbara standing nearby, his brow furrowing. "What are you doing here?" Barbara had just been fantasizing that maybe the lighting was too dark and Caleb had mistaken the person. But his question shattered her last hope. She glared at Isabelle angrily. "Shameless woman, have you no shame?" After yelling, she raised her hand to slap Isabelle. Caleb immediately blocked her, his face dark. "Barbara, what are you doing? What's gotten into you? Don't make a scene like a shrew here and embarrass me." Barbara's eyes turned red with anger. "You're actually defending her, do you know?" "Enough!" Caleb interrupted her. "Barbara, look at yourself. Can you learn from Miss Rose's demeanor and grace as a lady?" Barbara was dumbfounded. What did you call her? Don't you know who she is?" Caleb was baffled by her question. "Miss Rose." He turned back and saw Isabelle sitting leisurely on the sofa, her legs crossed, a smirk on her lips. "Rose is my name, but I have another name, Isabella Hunter." The entire bar fell silent for a moment, everyone feeling bewildered by the situation. The bar was as quiet as a graveyard, where one could hear a pin drop. Caleb stared at her in disbelief. You. He stumbled backwards. He was too shocked and stammered for a while, unable to say anything. Barbara, however, snapped back to reality. "Caleb, you were deceived by her. We all were. She did it on purpose, just to take revenge on us and mock us." Her proposal scene was ruined by this fat girl, and she hated Isabelle to the core. Barbara shouted to the people around, "What are you all waiting for? Hit her! Beat this woman to death!" The bar was full of Caleb and Barbara's friends, and upon hearing her words, they all crowded towards Isabelle. Seeing so many people coming for her, Isabelle stretched her wrists and warmed up. At this moment, at the entrance of the hall, Ethan Gray walked in, heading towards the elevator when he suddenly heard the commotion in the bar. Through the glass wall, he immediately spotted the woman sitting on the sofa, her usually aloof expression now tinged with coldness. The people around her had malicious expressions on their faces. It seemed like the woman was about to be mobbed. He might not like her, but he can't just let his guest get injured in his hotel. Seeing the group about to take action, Ethan Gray changed course and entered the bar. "Stop!" The deep and cold shout made Isabelle, who was about to lash out, pause. A group of well-trained bodyguards swarmed in and quickly surrounded the bar. The distinguished man at the entrance, wearing a luxurious custom-made suit, his tear mole emitting a cold aura, swept his icy gaze over the crowd and slowly said, "Fighting in groups is prohibited in my hotel." Isabelle's enthusiasm for fighting vanished instantly. Her arms dropped slowly back to her laps. Tsk! This man had too many rules, hindering her performance. She would have beaten these people to a pulp. The others stopped as well, intimidated by this aura. Caleb, who organized the event, asked with a forced smile, "And you are?" Clint, who was following Ethan Gray, spoke up. "This is Lycan Prince Ethan Gray." "The Lycan Prince of the Gray Hotel, Ethan Gray? The man at the top of the pyramid? The man who ruled above all other alphas?" People had heard that he came to LA on a business trip, and their families had repeatedly warned them not to provoke him. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Most people already bowed their heads. This was a king. They were nothing but peasants. Clint didn't understand why his boss suddenly decided to interfere, but since he had laid down the rules, they had to be enforced. He cleared his throat, raised his chin, and commanded, "Dare to fight and brawl in the Gray Hotel? You want to die? Get out." One by one, the people left as if fleeing for their lives. Seeing Barbara about to leave with the crowd, a fierce glint flashed in Isabelle's eyes. She grabbed Barbara's arm. "Barbara, it seems you still have something to say." Barbara was already panicking, and she glanced fearfully at Ethan Gray, just wanting to leave quickly. She lowered her voice. "Are you crazy? Let go." "Oh." Isabelle obediently released her grip. Barbara sighed in relief, but as she turned to leave, a sudden force from behind sent her flying. Bang! Barbara collided with a table and fell to the ground, feeling pain in every part of her body. After kicking her away, Isabelle walked over and grabbed her hair. Her tone was wild. She had enough patience to entertain them. "Now do you remember what you wanted to tell me?" Barbara's eyes widened, and she yelled with red eyes, "Mr. Gray, she attacked me." Ethan Gray frowned. The woman's kick just now was unexpectedly powerful, and she seemed quite skilled. It appeared he had meddled unnecessarily. He remained silent, but Clint scolded, "Miss Isabella, the Gray Hotel prohibits group fighting. Are you disregarding the orders of the prince?" Isabelle's almond eyes lifted slightly, her face appearing obedient and sensible. She whispered, "I'm alone, not in a group." Clint was speechless. Upon reflection, her statement was not incorrect. Barbara was dumbfounded and cried for help. Seeing someone approaching, Isabelle's cold gaze swept over them, asking, "Do you want to form a group?" Seeing that no one else dared to approach, she lowered her eyes to look at Barbara, who was pinned beneath her. Initially, considering their sisterly bond, she just wanted to know the whereabouts of the child and didn't intend to make such a scene. But giving hormones to a 5-year-old had obliterated her reservations. She raised her hand and landed a slap on Barbara's face. She didn't stop there. She viciously slapped Barbara the second time, watching her cheek visibly swell. Only then did she slowly say, "If you don't talk, do you believe I'll beat you into a pulp?" Barbara's body trembled, and she could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing, I'll talk, the child is. The child was handled by our father. He never told me, I don't know." Barbara spoke through her tears, her words indistinct, and others couldn't hear her clearly from a distance. It was only a conversation between the two. Isabella's brow furrowed slightly, frightening Barbara into speaking. "I really don't know. I swear if I did, let me grow a face full of freckles," she said, crying. The wound on her face is already healing up due to her werewolf gene. She had been fond of beauty since she was a child. Daring to make such a poisonous oath showed that she really didn't know. Isabella couldn't hide her disappointment. Not wanting to waste any more time, she stood up and walked slowly toward the exit. As she passed by Ethan Gray, Isabella remembered that she had acted after all, causing Ethan Gray to lose face. She wanted to explain a few words, so she looked at Ethan Gray. The man was also looking at her, his gaze deep and his thoughts inscrutable. Isabella thought for a moment, organized her words, and opened her mouth but couldn't help but yawn. Ethan Gray's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Clint, who was standing nearby, was furious. Not only did this woman hit someone, but now she arrogantly yawned in front of Mr. Gray. Was she trying to provoke him? Just as he thought this, the woman spoke expressionlessly. "Mr. Gray, I absolutely didn't mean to provoke you." Clint twitched his mouth. Only a fool would believe that. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, he heard his own boss reply coldly, "Oh." Clint looked at him with a shocked expression. "Oh? Did he just say oh?" After explaining, Isabella slowly walked past him. Ethan Gray stared at her retreating figure, squinting his eyes. The woman had acted swiftly and decisively when she made her move earlier, wild and unrestrained. However, it seemed that she didn't get what she wanted, and she appeared dispirited and listless, making him unexpectedly want to help her. Just as he thought this, he heard Clint grumble behind him. "Mr. Gray, it's fortunate that you forbid fighting, otherwise, with Miss Isabella's skills, I'm afraid this group of rich second-generation kids would all be beaten by her." Clint muttered to himself again, "But she won't misunderstand that you plan to save her, right? She's already trying to get close to you by cozying up to the young master. If she misunderstands, it'll be even harder to shake her off." Ethan Gray gave him a cold glance. "Stop talking." Meanwhile, at the cafe, Arya wore a cute t-shirt, work pants, a cowboy hat, and sunglasses, giving her a playful and hip-hop vibe. She had told Nanny Mae that she wanted to get something and would be right back. She bounced into the cafe and picked up her phone, noticing that her subordinate Spawn Devil had sent her several messages. "Boss, have you arrived yet? You're already 10 minutes late. You're not actually a rough girl pretending to be cute and running away, are you?" Arya was about to reply when Spawn Devil's voice call came in. She answered quickly, "Will you just chill? I'm here. Come to table 25, 26, 28. Hardin was sitting there bored with 3 empty cups of latte in front of him. "Yeah, I am sitting at table 28. Are you here? Where are you?" "Look down." He looked down and saw a cowboy hat. Following the hat down, he saw the very familiar face of his nephew, Noah. Huh? His boss was Noah? He rubbed his eyes and opened them again, and the person was still standing there. He was even more confused and subconsciously shouted into the phone, "Boss? Yes, I'm here." In his ear was his little nephew's childish voice. In the phone was that familiar lowly voice. The two voices overlapped, making Hardin feel as if he had seen a ghost and slumped back into his chair. He looked at Arya, unbelieving lyrics, stammering, Boss?" He stammered out. Arya blinked her big eyes. It's me." She didn't expect that he would turn out to be her uncle, and the two had even accompanied their father to a buffet. Arya hung up the phone, climbed onto the chair opposite, and spoke to the waitress. "Auntie, can I have a glass of milk, please? I'm still growing and can't drink coffee, thank you." The waitress's heart melted at her cuteness. "All right, sweetheart, please wait a moment." She then quickly went to get the milk. Hardin felt like the sky was falling. Was this really his reticent little nephew? All the things he usually did with his big brother were indeed pretenses. Moreover, the Grays already had an idle young master who spent all day playing games, and Noah was the legitimate eldest grandson, his brother's only son. If his brother found out that he was playing games with Noah, he swallowed, seemingly seeing his own grave growing grass. Hardin shivered, suddenly remembering something, and jumped up in a panic. "Crap! It's already 8:30. Big brother will be back soon. Noah, hurry up and go upstairs to do your homework. Otherwise, Big Brother will kill both of us. He threw down $30, picked up Arya, and sprinted out of the cafe at breakneck speed. But just as they were about to reach the entrance, they saw Ethan Gray with a group of bodyguards coming out of the bar, waiting for the elevator. Hardin's heart spiked. He put down Arya and said, "You take the stairs to the second floor. I'll hold back Big Brother, and then you hurry to the top floor. Don't get caught." Before Arya could speak, Hardin charged toward Ethan Gray like he was facing death. "Big Brother, I want to talk to you." Ethan Gray. "About what?" Facing those icy eyes, Hardin braced himself and said, About our feelings." "No time." Ethan Gray coldly spat out 2 words and entered the elevator. Hardin followed, and in order to buy time, he pressed all the floor buttons in a moment of desperation. Big Brother, I'll just waste a little of your time. I am your little brother after all." He grinned nervously. Ethan Gray narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You'd better have something important to talk about." "Big Brother, I think Hardin racked his brain but couldn't come up with any real concerns, so he blurted out, "I don't like women?" As soon as he said this, he was stunned. What the hell did he just say? Seeing Ethan Gray's playful gaze, he panicked. "Big Brother, I didn't mean that. Hardin babbled on and eventually managed to get through the ordeal. He opened the door to the top floor and saw Noah sitting obediently at his desk studying. He breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Ethan Gray entering the study, he snuck up to Noah and made faces. "Boss, I've been greatly misunderstood because of you." Hearing these bizarre words, Noah slowly formed a question mark in his mind. What was his uncle up to? Downstairs, Arya watched her uncle and father enter the elevator, not understanding what was going on, and followed them with her short little legs. Unfortunately, she still couldn't catch the elevator. Uncle just said to go to the top floor? Weren't there only 2 presidential suites on the top floor? So Dad was the fool Mommy mentioned living next door? She wanted to go to the top floor to find her dad and ask him why he drove Mommy and her to live downstairs. Did Dad not like her anymore? With that thought in mind, she entered the elevator and tiptoed to press the button for the highest floor. Unfortunately, Gray Hotel has strict management, and the elevator requires a card swipe. Arya's room wasn't on the top floor, so after swiping her card, she couldn't light up the elevator button at all. She pouted unhappily, thought for a moment, and decided to go back to her floor, the 38th, and then take the stairs up. But as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she ran into Isabelle. Arya immediately suppressed her mischievous thoughts when she saw the look of sadness on her mother's face. She could look for her dad tomorrow, but her mommy clearly needed her now, as she seemed a bit down. Isabelle had called several private detectives, but there was still no clue about what happened that year. After all, if even Barbara didn't know her son's whereabouts, perhaps only her father would know. But negotiating with her father was hard. He was not as simple-minded and physically strong as Barbara. He was a smart and sharp businessman. It would take a lot. As she thought about this, a small figure rushed over and hugged her thigh. "Mommy, I love you so much." Isabelle's thoughts were interrupted by the warm touch of her daughter. A smile appeared on her lips and she patted her daughter's hair, asking softly, "Where did you go with Nanny May?" Arya pointed to her finger, not daring to look into her mother's eyes as she lied. "We just wandered around the hotel and found out there was no fun place. Mommy, let me sleep with you tonight. I want to hug Mommy to bed." Isabelle nodded, opening the door. Looking back, she saw Arya leaning against the wall, striking a cool pose. "Mommy, if you miss Big Brother, just look at me. Big Brother should look like me because we are Dragon Phoenix twins." Isabelle chuckled. Dragon Phoenix twins are pronounced as dizygotic twins. They are just like ordinary siblings. It's hard for them to look exactly alike. Arya hung her head in disappointment. "I see. I thought Big Brother would be just like me. Shame." Isabelle laughed and led her inside. After taking a bath and lying in bed, Isabelle's phone rang. It was from her family. She contemplated for a moment, but decided not to. She won't let them ruin her mood tonight. So she turned off the phone and went to sleep with Arya in her arms. When she woke up the next day, Arya had already quietly gotten up and was playing outside with Nanny May. She checked her phone and saw dozens of missed calls from her and one from her aunt's family. Over the years, her aunt had treated her the best. Subtly, her aunt's daughter, Blair, had also developed a good relationship with her, always calling to check up on her and make sure she is fine. So she returned the call. The call was quickly picked up, and her father's voice came through. "Isabelle, I thought you were planning to leave this family." Isabelle lazily looked down and got out of bed to find something to eat. "What's the matter? What kind of attitude is that? I'm asking you, did you shamelessly go and ruin Caleb's proposal to your sister yesterday? Not only that, but you also hit people? And you've been talking about wanting to break off your engagement, and now that you got your wish, why are you seducing Caleb? He's your sister's fiancé." Isabella sighed. She was glad she didn't pick up the call last night. He was always defending Barbara. Everything Barbara did was right. Barbara was a saint. He always protected her too. It had always been like this since she was little. As long as she and Barbara had a disagreement, she would blame her without asking for the truth. She was the devil in his eyes. Isabella was used to it. She slowly said, "He's not her fiancé yet, right? He was about to be, but you messed it up just like the way you do things. Now you go home immediately and apologize to your sister. Otherwise, don't blame me for disowning you as my daughter. Whatever." After coldly responding with these words, Isabelle was about to hang up when she heard her father's roar. "You ungrateful person, if you don't listen to me, do you not care about your aunt's life and death?" This made Isabella sit up straight. She asked, "What happened to my aunt?" "What happened?" Zane scoffed. "She has a tumor in her brain. If you have any conscience, come to Greenville Hospital. Otherwise, you won't even get to see your aunt for the last time." Isabella closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm down the nervous and sad emotions that was about to flow into her veins. "I'll be right there." After hanging up, Isabelle quickly washed up, wore a dress, and left. The elevator arrived, and she entered to find two professionally dressed elite women inside. After Isabelle entered and closed the door, she closed her eyes on the way down and listened to the conversation between the two women behind her. "Is it really okay for us to do this to the young master? This is corporal punishment." "Don't talk nonsense. We were sent by Mrs. Audrey. Besides, didn't you see that the young master didn't cry or talk much after being hit? I heard he has autism." "Ah, no wonder he looks so dull. Let me tell you a secret. I felt a bit satisfied when I saw the young master being scolded. No matter how rich or prestigious, he still has to obey us. But what if Mr. Gray finds out? That's because he didn't finish his homework. Mr. Gray is very strict with the young master. Other children cry and make a fuss, but their fathers give in. Our young master just bears it. Let me tell you, I didn't feed him lunch. Watch, he won't say a word tonight." Ding. The elevator arrived, and the two family teachers walked out to have a meal at the hotel restaurant. Isabelle, who followed them out, frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Since they came from upstairs, they could only be from the presidential suite on the top floor, so the young master they mentioned was Ethan Gray's son. Isabelle lowered her eyes and decided not to meddle in other people's affairs. The car she called arrived, and she was about to get in when she heard a commotion behind her. It was Ethan Gray, accompanied by bodyguards, leaving the hotel. Isabelle looked away and got into the car. Before the car started, an image flashed in her mind of the child being held by Ethan Gray, burying his head in his shoulder. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, his size seemed to be similar to that of Arya. A wave of irritation welled up inside Isabelle. She suddenly pushed open the car door, got out, and walked straight towards Ethan Gray. Before she could get close, she was stopped by a bodyguard. Clint, who had just seen her wandering around the entrance, mocked her now. "Miss Isabella, I know you want to thank our boss for saving your life yesterday and get his contact information, but we've seen this trick 1,000 times. Can't you come up with a more original way to approach him?" Isabelle frowned in annoyance. In the distance, Ethan Gray, dressed in a black suit, entered the Bentley limousine without looking at her and with a cold expression on his face. As the car started, Isabelle narrowed her eyes in annoyance. She rarely meddled in other people's business, and now she was being so misunderstood. She turned to leave, took 2 steps, then couldn't help but come back to Clint. Suppressing her anger, she still couldn't hold it back. "Assistant Clint, tell your sir to visit the neurology outpatient clinic when he has time. Narcissism is a disease that needs treatment." Clint gasped. After scolding him, Isabelle casually got back into the taxi and headed straight for the downtown hospital. The hospital was not crowded. Isabelle went upstairs and entered the VIP ward. Before she could see her aunt, her father arrived, his face full of anger, walked towards her and threw a contract in front of her. "Isabella, enough is enough. Today you must sign the company transfer contract and apologize to your sister. Otherwise, don't even think about saving your aunt." Isabelle furrowed her brows, and before she could speak, a gentle yet anxious voice came. "Brother, are you trying to push me to my death?" On the hospital bed, a gentle middle-aged woman was wearing a patient's gown, struggling to get out of bed. The woman sat hunched over in her chair, her pale face gaunt and drawn, the skin stretched tight over her cheekbones. Dark circles ringed her sunken eyes, which seemed to have lost their sparkle, and her hair, once lustrous and full, had been shaved off. She had lost weight, and her clothes hung loosely on her frame, giving her a frail and fragile appearance. Despite the warm weather, she shivered and wrapped her arms tightly around herself, as if trying to hold herself together. Her movements were slow and deliberate, and she spoke in a whisper, as if any effort might be too much for her. It was clear that something was very wrong with her, and the people around her looked on with concern and pity, unsure of how to help her. Her cheeks were hollow, but it still couldn't erase her gentleness. Her smile was still there, and there was still a happy glow in her eyes. If only she was a werewolf, she would have healed herself, but being a product of a human and wolf, her recovery was very slow. The illness was eating her away. It was her aunt, Diana Hunter. Isabelle ignored her father and hurriedly took a few steps forward, sat down beside the bed and held her aunt's hand, calling out, "Auntie." Tears had filled her eyes in seconds. She hadn't seen her in years. She didn't know that her aunt's sickness had gotten worse. The woman was like a second mother to her. Isabelle wished she had spent more time with her. Diana Hunter looked at Isabelle and her eyes reddened. "Bella, you look so much like your mother when you've lost weight." Her voice trembled as she spoke, her hand shaking as she patted Isabella's head. "You've suffered so much out there all these years." During the 5 years abroad, Zane Hunter hadn't given her a single cent, but her aunt always transferred some living expenses to her. Isabelle had worked hard so much so she can provide for her auntie and her family. Isabelle doesn't know where she would be now if her aunt had not been with her. Although the money wasn't much, it represented her care for Isabelle. A warmth welled up in Isabelle's heart. At this moment, her stepmother Sarah spoke up. "Isabelle, your aunt has been good to you since you were young, right? Now she's ill, and only you can cure her. You can't just watch her die without help, can you?" Isabelle frowned. They are probably trying to use this situation to their benefit. Disgusting pairs of humans. A brain tumor. She ignored them and casually picked up the medical records and CT scans nearby and started examining them carefully. Sarah began to chatter. "Bella, here's the thing. Your aunt's surgery is extremely difficult. If not done carefully, it can damage the brain, so no one in the hospital is willing to perform it." The head of the neurology department, Dr. Carmen, was Barbara's teacher at the medical university. If she pleads with him, he might be willing to take the risk. At this point, Sarah sighed. "But now, Caleb said he won't get engaged to your sister unless she has company. Your sister is too distressed and her mood is bad, so she can't put on a bitter face to ask for help, right? So, as long as you give the company to your sister, let Barbara go and ask Dr. Carmen whether your aunt's surgery can be performed or not. Depends on you." After Sarah finished speaking, Zane roared angrily. "And you've also meddled with Barbara's proposal, harboring resentment and seducing Caleb, and even beating her up. Your junior sister. You must apologize to her the moment all this is done, because she has your good interest at heart." Sarah, whose heart was black as coal, tried to act like a good person, smiling nicely and looking sympathetic. "We're all family here. Why are you saying such things?" she chastised Zane. She turned to Isabella and continued. "Isabella, your aunt's illness can't be delayed any longer. You should sign the contract right away." As the two went back and forth, Isabelle finished reviewing her aunt's brain CT scans. She wondered if this family thought she was as blind and stupid as them, just because they share blood. The situation described in this scan is quite complex and troublesome. Her aunt is dealing with a tumor that is wrapping around the blood vessels and capillaries. This means that any misstep in the surgery could have disastrous consequences, potentially leading to Aunt Diana passing away on the operating table. The gravity of the situation is palpable and cannot be ignored. It requires a highly skilled and experienced medical team with great attention to detail and care to ensure that the surgery is performed successfully without any errors or complications. It highlights the need for extreme caution and precision in delicate medical procedures like this. With such a surgery, not even Dr. Carmen could not do this. Only a few doctors would dare to perform it. But she could do this very well. Upon hearing this, Diana Hunter, Isabelle's aunt, yelled angrily, "Brother, the company is the only thing my sister-in-law left for Bella. How can you be so shameless?" Diana coughed a bit as she exerted her strength. Sarah laughed. "Diana, what you said is wrong. What do you mean left for Bella? At that time, Bella's mother and your older brother were husband and wife. That was their joint property." "You're despicable." Diana Hunter looked at Isabelle. "Bella, don't listen to their nonsense. Your aunt's condition is incurable. Even if you sign the papers and have the surgery, there's a 90% chance of failure. I can't die while you have nothing." Isabella thought this was a perfect opportunity. "All right, I'll come to see you when I have time." Isabelle put down the medical records and turned to leave. Zane and Sarah were dumbfounded when she said this. She had just said she would abandon her aunt, or they did not hear well. Her aunt's condition was indeed serious and couldn't be delayed any longer. Now, the important thing was to contact the hospital and make use of their equipment and facilities. Neither Zane nor Sarah expected her to leave so abruptly, disappearing from the ward in the blink of an eye. Zane cursed. "She's an ungrateful wretch. It's a waste that you were so good to her." Sarah also sarcastically remarked, "Diana, you've given your life to treat her well, but in the end, she doesn't even want to stay and look at you for a second. She just wants you to die." Diana Hunter bit her lip, her eyes reddening. "Treating my illness has nothing to do with Bella in the first place." In the presidential suite on the top floor of Grey Hotel, Noah sat on a small wooden chair, his legs dangling off the ground, as he stared intently at the paper in front of him. His little brows were furrowed, and his mouth was twisted into a deep frown as he tried to make sense of the math problem on the page. He chewed on the end of his pencil, then scribbled something out with a frustrated sigh. This homework was so hard, and he just couldn't seem to get it right. His teacher had warned him that this was going to be a difficult assignment, but he had hoped it wouldn't be this bad. So he decided to rest a bit. "Noah, why didn't you finish your homework at noon? There's a whole blank area here. How are we supposed to teach in the afternoon? You need to finish your homework first." Noah looked coldly at the clock, which was not close to the afternoon, and the homework was beyond his scope. He didn't say anything, just staring at the home teacher. The home teacher pursed his lips. "Why are you looking at me? I heard that your father had already easily completed these courses when he was your age. Can't you even do this problem? If you can't, it must be your mother who lowered the intelligence gene." Noah only reacted when he heard the word mom. He clenched his jaw, picked up the pen, and silently began writing on the homework book with a newfound determination. He hated being compared to his father all the time. He needed a break. He get that his father was a perfectly working 5-year-old robot and he was just human. Annoying. He had learned these problems a long time ago. His mommy was not stupid at all. But just after finishing a problem, the home teacher spoke again. "Wrong, why didn't you write the solution process? I've explained it many times. Stretch out your hand." Such a simple problem, and he still needed to write the solution process. Noah didn't move. The home teacher immediately grabbed his hand and hit his palm hard with a ruler. Smack, smack, smack! Noah's eyes narrowed in pain, but he tightly closed his lips without saying a word. "This is a punishment for not listening carefully in class. Now stand up and listen to the lecture." After standing for 2 hours, Noah's calves were sore. The home teacher finally finished the afternoon class. When the two teachers left, they were whispering to each other. "Can he not speak? All right, let's not talk too much. Mrs. Audrey has instructed us to take good care of him, so we would do our best. Yes, we'll report to Mr. Gray in the evening. We must emphasize how naughty he is. A child who doesn't do homework is not good." When the two left, Noah looked at the homework assigned by the teacher on the table, knowing it was wrong. Even if he wrote it, it would still be considered unfinished homework. But he didn't want to speak because speaking would bring about some issues. They would hit him more and call him more names. Thinking of the consequences, he tightly closed his lips. His eyes reddened a bit, but he took a deep breath and gulped down the pain. Now he just wanted to talk to his mommy and the little sister next door who was good at playing games. Thinking of these, his eyes dimmed again. Unfortunately, the aunt next door was driven away and moved to the floor below. The floor below. It wasn't that far. Suddenly, Noah stood up, put on his clothes, quietly went out, and took the stairs, as it was impossible to take the elevator with the bodyguards watching. He slipped along the corner of the wall to the staircase, pushed the door open, and darted in. Meanwhile, downstairs, Arya, taking advantage of Nanny May preparing dinner, also quietly slipped out. She didn't make it yesterday, so today she was going upstairs to find her father. Arya, dressed in cool children's boy clothes, entered the stairwell with her small frame and climbed up with her short legs. As she walked, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from above. Arya looked up and saw Noah coming down. Their eyes met, and for a moment the air was incredibly quiet. 16, you look just like me! In the narrow stairwell, the light grew dim as the evening approached. The stairway was dimly lit, with only a flickering bulb casting an orange glow over the worn beige-carpeted steps. The walls were a faded shade of cream, with peeling paint and scuff marks from years of use. The air was musty and thick, smelling of old wood and dust. Standing at the foot of the stairs were Noah and Arya. They were both frozen in surprise, their eyes locked on each other. Arya had a look of shock on her face, her mouth slightly agape, while Noah looked confused and unsure. For a moment there was complete silence in the stairway, broken only by the creaking of the old wooden steps as the siblings shifted their weight. Then, the sister spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. They stood there for a few more seconds, neither one saying anything. The atmosphere was thick with surprise and uncertainty, as if they had stumbled upon a secret that they weren't supposed to know. Noah stared at Arya in astonishment. Her eyes were wide like 2-cup saucers, and her little mouth was slightly open. The two of them looked at each other for a while before Arya spoke first. "Why is there a mirror in the stairwell?" Noah raised an eyebrow. "I am not a mirror." Arya took a step back. "The mirror speaks." Noah crossed his chubby arms. "I am not a mirror." Arya, looking dazed and confused, asked, "Then why do you look like me?" The stairwell fell silent for a few seconds before Noah hesitantly responded. "Twins?" As if she had discovered a big secret, Arya suddenly realized what was happening and lunged forward excitedly, hugging Noah. "Wow, I found my brother." Noah, who never had physical contact with others, stiffened. "I can't believe it. I found you before Mummy did." Arya pulled him in closer. The feeling of kinship was truly strange, just like with their mother. Physical contact with a sibling felt warm. But had their mother been hugging him, eating with him, all because she had mistaken him for someone else? This realization made Noah's face turn pale, and his voice was tinged with hurt. "Why doesn't Mommy want me?" Arya let go of him and quickly explained, "Mommy did not want you. It was our bad grandfather who threw you away. We came back to this country to find you." "Really?" Noah was surprised to hear this. Arya, afraid her brother wouldn't believe her, nodded vigorously. "It's true, it's true, it's true." She took Noah's hand and led him downstairs. "Let's go find Mommy. She'll be so happy to see you, and then she'll take us home. We would love happily together." Noah paused. "What about our father?" Arya stopped in her tracks. "Right, Mommy probably won't want him." "Why?" "Mommy thinks he has too many problems and complicated relationships in his family. It's very troublesome." "Does Father like Mommy?" Noah spoke with a complicated expression. "It seems like Father hates the mother who gave birth to me." Arya opened her mouth surprised. "What should we do then?" A minute later, the two cute children sat side by side on the steps, both resting their chubby cheeks in their hands, thinking about a solution in the same pose. "By the way, brother, my name is Arya, and my full name is Arya Hunter. What's your name?" "Noah Gray." "Brother, I want our father, I want my brother, and I can't leave Mommy. Do you have any ideas?" Noah tapped his cheeks, then replied in his little childish voice, "Yes." Arya immediately jumped up excitedly. "What?" Noah said solemnly, "We'll get our father and mother to fall in love, so they won't dislike each other anymore." The two adorable children learned their heads together and discussed their plans. In the end, Arya suggested, "Brother, I want to play with our father. Can I pretend to be you tonight?" Noah, who also wanted to get closer to their mother, eagerly nodded. The two children, carrying the great mission of reconciling a broken family, quietly returned to each other's homes. After leaving the ward, Isabelle contacted the central hospital, the hospital her aunt is in, and the head of the hospital management agreed immediately. She was known as the world's top surgeon, and her few surgery videos had become classics for study in various hospitals and medical universities. Her performing surgery at Central Hospital would undoubtedly be an honor for the hospital. However, she requested a few insignificant things, like having a few selected assistants from the hospital to observe and learn well. Isabelle had no objections to these requests and agreed. Next was the issue of the surgical venue and equipment. The equipment at Central Hospital was outdated and could not meet the requirements for such a precise surgery, so she had to urgently borrow a few machines from another location. After completing the complicated paperwork and making arrangements over the phone, more than 2 hours had passed. She returned to the ward, intending to comfort her aunt. She initially thought Zane and Sarah would have left by now, but as soon as she arrived, she heard an argument coming from the ward. Zane spoke arrogantly. "If you want Barbara to talk with Dr. Carmen so they can perform your surgery, then let Isabelle give up her company. What's more important, that broken company or her aunt's life?" Diana gasped unevenly. "Barbara, I haven't treated you poorly since you were young. I want to ask you the same question. Which is more important, the company or my life?" Isabella frowned. It seems that Barbara had joined the meeting. Barbara sneered. "Aunt, how have you treated me well? You favored the fat one. You used to make clothes and made matching clothes for us. She got more fabric than me, right? If you cared about me, you shouldn't have made clothes for her. I hated that you even cared about that disgusting fat girl." The frail Diana on the bed was infuriated by these words. "Barbara, you." Barbara argued. "And during the holidays, even though you gave us the same amount of pocket money, I knew. You secretly gave the fat one extra. Humph, she must be your real niece, right? What am I to you?" Diana clenched her fists. That was on behalf of her mother. Barbara was about to say something suddenly. Bang! Her niece, Blair, knelt in front of Barbara, her eyes swollen from crying. "Sister Barbara, I beg you, please help speak to Dr. Carmen and save my mother." After saying this, she heavily bowed her head on the floor. "Sister Barbara, I beg you." Barbara dodged to the side. "I'll speak for you, but don't think this will soften my heart." Sarah chimed in. "Oh dear, Blair. What are you doing? If you want to ask for help, you should be asking Isabelle." These words woke up Zane, who seemed to have come up with a great idea and spoke directly. "Blair, listen to your aunt. Now go and kneel in front of the Grey Hotel and beg your sister Isabella to save your mother. She's staying at Grey Hotel just to find a good family, right? If she cares about her reputation, she'll agree to sign the contract." Outside the door, Isabelle's gaze was cold and emotionless. She squeezed her hands into tight fists. When she was a child, she naively thought her father favored her sister because he misunderstood her. But now, she suddenly understood that her father knew everything. His favoritism was baseless. Even such malicious words could be said so confidently, with or without favoritism. "Brother," Diana yelled sharply, "how can you treat Bella like this? She is your niece." She then looked at Blair and commanded, "You must not go. Whatever you do, do not dare try it. I would not accept that. Understood?" Blair's face gradually paled. sobbing helplessly on the floor. "Don't beg them, get up," Diana's husband said, patting his daughter's shoulder. He then suddenly shouted sternly, pointing at the shameless family and cursing. He had enough of their shamelessness. "You all get out! Get out! A bunch of ingrates! It's all in vain that Isabella has been so devoted to her nieces. But not one of you is worth a damn. Not one of you cared if my wife died or not. All you want is to satisfy your own greedy." He picked up the fruit basket beside him and threw it at Zane. As he drove the three of them out, he happened to see Isabelle and paused. Isabelle pursed her lips, wanting to talk about the surgery. "Uncle?" Diana's husband's eyes were red. "You're heartless too, you get out!" In the narrow stairwell, the light grew dim as the evening approached. The stairway was dimly lit, with only a flickering bulb casting an orange glow over the worn, beige-carpeted steps. The walls were a faded shade of cream, with peeling paint and scuff marks from years of use. The air was musty and thick, smelling of old wood and dust. Standing at the foot of the stairs were Noah and Arya. They were both frozen in surprise, their eyes locked on each other. Arya had a look of shock on her face, her mouth slightly agape, while Noah looked confused and unsure. For a moment, there was complete silence in the stairway, broken only by the creaking of the old wooden steps as the siblings shifted their weight. Then, the sister spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. They stood there for a few more seconds, neither one saying anything. The atmosphere was thick with surprise and uncertainty, as if they had stumbled upon a secret that they weren't supposed to know. Noah stared at Arya in astonishment. Her eyes were wide like two cup saucers, and her little mouth was slightly open. The two of them looked at each other for a while before Arya spoke first. "Why is there a mirror in the stairwell?" Noah raised an eyebrow. "I am not a mirror." Arya took a step back. "The mirror speaks." Noah crossed his chubby arms. "I am not a mirror." Arya, looking dazed and confused, asked, "Then why do you look like me?" The stairwell fell silent for a few seconds before Noah hesitantly responded. "Twins." As if she had discovered a big secret, Arya suddenly realized what was happening and lunged forward excitedly, hugging Noah. "Wow, I found my brother." Noah, who never had physical contact with others, stiffened. "I can't believe it. I found you before Mummy did." Arya pulled him in closer. The feeling of kinship was truly strange, just like with their mother. Physical contact with a sibling felt warm. But had their mother been hugging him, eating with him, all because she had mistaken him for someone else? This realization made Noah's face turn pale, and his voice was tinged with hurt. "Why doesn't Mommy want me?" Arya let go of him and quickly explained. "Mommy did not want you. It was our bad grandfather who threw you away. We came back to this country to find you." "Really?" Noah was surprised to hear this. Arya, afraid her brother wouldn't believe her, nodded vigorously. "It's true, it's true, it's true." She took Noah's hand and led him downstairs. "Let's go find Mommy. She'll be so happy to see you, and then she'll take us home. We would love happily together." Noah paused. "What about our father?" Arya stopped in her tracks. "Right, Mommy probably won't want him." "Why?" "Mommy thinks he has too many problems and complicated relationships in his family. It's very troublesome. Does Father like Mommy?" Noah spoke with a complicated expression. "It seems like Father hates the mother who gave birth to me." Arya opened her mouth surprised. "What should we do then?" A minute later, the two cute children sat side by side on the steps, both resting their chubby cheeks in their hands, thinking about a solution in the same pose. "By the way, brother, my name is Arya, and my full name is Arya Hunter. What's your name?" "Noah, Noah Gray." "Brother, I want our father, I want my brother, and I can't leave Mommy. Do you have any ideas?" Noah tapped his cheeks, then replied in his little childish voice, "Yes." Arya immediately jumped up excitedly. "What?" Noah said solemnly. "We'll get our father and mother to fall in love, so they won't dislike each other anymore." The two adorable children leaned their heads together and discussed their plans. In the end, Arya suggested, "Brother, I want to play with our father. Can I pretend to be you tonight?" Noah, who also wanted to get closer to their mother, eagerly nodded. The two children, carrying the great mission of reconciling a broken family, quietly returned to each other's homes. After leaving the ward, Isabelle contacted the central hospital, the hospital her aunt is in, and the head of the hospital management agreed immediately. She was known as the world's top surgeon, and her few surgery videos had become classics for study in various hospitals and medical universities. Her performing surgery at Central Hospital would undoubtedly be an honor for the hospital. However, she requested a few insignificant things, like having a few selected assistants from the hospital to observe and learn well. Isabelle had no objections to these requests and agreed. Next was the issue of the surgical venue and equipment. The equipment at Central Hospital was outdated and could not meet the requirements for such a precise surgery, so she had to urgently borrow a few machines from another location. After completing the complicated paperwork and making arrangements over the phone, more than 2 hours had passed. She returned to the ward, intending to comfort her aunt. She initially thought Zane and Sarah would have left by now, But as soon as she arrived, she heard an argument coming from the ward. Zane spoke arrogantly. If you want Barbara to talk with Dr. Carmen so they can perform your surgery, then let Isabelle give up her company. What's more important, that broken company or her aunt's life? Diana gasped unevenly. Barbara, I haven't treated you poorly since you were young. I want to ask you the same question. Which is more important, the company or my life? Isabella frowned. It seems that Barbara had joined the meeting. Barbara sneered. Aunt, how have you treated me well? You favored the fat one. You used to make clothes and made matching clothes for us. She got more fabric than me, right? If you cared about me, you shouldn't have made clothes for her. I hated that you even cared about that disgusting, fat girl. The frail Diana on the bed was infuriated by these words. Barbara, you. Barbara argued. And during the holidays, even though you gave us the same amount of pocket money, I knew. You secretly gave the fat one extra. Humph, she must be your real niece, right? What am I to you? Diana clenched her fists. That was on behalf of her mother. Barbara was about to say something suddenly. Bang! Her niece, Blair, knelt in front of Barbara, her eyes swollen from crying. Sister Barbara, I beg you, please help speak to Dr. Carmen and save my mother. After saying this, she heavily bowed her head on the floor. Sister Barbara, I beg you. Barbara dodged to the side. I'll speak for you, but don't think this will soften my heart. Sarah chimed in. Oh dear Blair, what are you doing? If you want to ask for help, you should be asking Isabelle. These words woke up Zane, who seemed to have come up with a great idea and spoke directly. Blair, listen to your aunt. Now go and kneel in front of the Grey Hotel and beg your sister Isabella to save your mother. She's staying at Grey Hotel just to find a good family, right? If she cares about her reputation, she'll agree to sign the contract. Outside the door, Isabelle's gaze was cold and emotionless. She squeezed her hands into tight fists. When she was a child, she naively thought her father favored her sister because he misunderstood her. But now, she suddenly understood that her father knew everything. His favoritism was baseless. Even such malicious words could be said so confidently with or without favoritism. Brother, Diana yelled sharply, how can you treat Bella like this? She is your niece. She then looked at Blair and commanded, you must not go. Whatever you do, do not dare try it. I would not accept that, understood? Blair's face gradually paled, sobbing helplessly on the floor. Don't beg them, get up. Diana's husband said, patting his daughter's shoulder. He then suddenly shouted sternly, pointing at the shameless family and cursing. He had enough of their shamelessness. You all get out, a bunch of ingrates. It's all in vain that Isabella has been so devoted to her nieces, but not one of you is worth a damn. Not one of you cared if my wife died or not. All you want is to satisfy your own greedy. He picked up the fruit basket beside him and threw it at Zane. As he drove the three of them out, he happened to see Isabelle and paused. Isabelle pursed her lips, wanting to talk about the surgery. Uncle. Diana's husband's eyes were red. You're heartless too, you get out. The door to the hospital room was closed, but the walls of the room were thin, and the conversation inside could still be faintly heard. Blair looked at her father, a bit aggrieved by the situation. Dad, sis Bella. Don't call her sister. Your mom treats her so well, just like her own daughter. But what's the difference between her and Zane Hunter now? She's clinging to the company and leaving us helpless. Your mother is going to die, and all she cares is about how she can stay with the company. Diana smacked her husband's arm. Don't talk about Bella like that. She's not helping because she knows that giving up the company won't do any good. Don't take your anger out on others. I know, but seeing her so indifferent makes me feel terrible. All our lives we supported her, but she doesn't care. She is such an ingrate. Diana's husband suddenly couldn't hold back his tears and sobbed. Isabella stood outside, and through the glass window, she could feel their helplessness and anger. Don't you care? Zane Hunter stood behind her, looking at her with a scornful gaze. For a company, are you really going to disregard your aunt's life? The quarrel was so loud that it attracted a crowd of onlookers. Isabella lowered her head and sent a message to Blair with her phone, telling her to get ready, as someone would come to perform surgery on her aunt in a few days. After sending the message, she ignored the curses from Zane Hunter and his companions and calmly walked away. Not far away. Ethan was there with Clint. They had come to visit an elder who happened to be hospitalized today, but they didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Clint complained, "The Hunters are really shameless, but Miss Hunter is a bit too cold-blooded. No wonder she looks so cold and aloof. She hardly cares about anything but herself. I wonder why she is this selfish." Ethan frowned and said to Clint, "Go and see if her aunt's illness can still be cured. It was easy to check on this matter, but I wonder why Ethan cares." In the car back to the hotel, they had already found out. This illness is indeed difficult to treat. Only 2 experts in our country can do it, but the success rate is only 50%. Coincidentally, both of these experts are in our hospitals. Seeing that Ethan was silent, Clint couldn't help but complain. If Miss Hunter is smart, she can approach you from this angle. As they arrived at the first hotel, Ethan saw Isabella getting out of a taxi, and when she saw their car, she stood still without entering the hotel. Was she waiting for them? Isabella indeed saw them. She didn't understand what was going on. Even though she had little to do with the 4 or 5-year-old child, the thought of him being abused by a home teacher made her feel uneasy. In the morning, she had been mistaken for pursuing him. Going over there now would make her look like a desperate person. Isabella's eyes slightly drooped and she saw Ethan, surrounded by bodyguards, walking past her from the corner of her eye. Isabella suddenly spoke. "Mr. Gray, there's something I want to say." As expected, Ethan stopped, his gaze heavy as he looked at her. His exquisite features exuded an aggressive aura, and a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye added a touch of interest. "Miss Hunter, what advice do you have?" He gave her a chance. Would this woman now beg pitifully for his help? Isabella's voice was a bit low. "Is your son's home teacher qualified?" She had only heard the home teacher's words in the elevator and hadn't seen it for herself. She couldn't determine if it was true, so she reminded him briefly. However, Ethan's brow furrowed. Not mentioning the doctor and talking about the home tutor instead, is this a way to indirectly bring up the topic? Ethan, who prefers being straightforward, directly broached the subject. "Miss Hunter, do you need me to introduce you to 2 doctors? Do you want to meet Dr. Liam or Dr. Wales?" Isabella raised a questionable eyebrow. Although these doctors are the most famous neurosurgeons in the country, their success rate for her aunt's surgery is only 50%. Why would she want to find them? Moreover, she was talking about the home tutor. Why bring up doctors? Isabella impatiently said, "No need. If you have that much time, I just advise you to pay more attention to your own son. It's not good leaving him to people like that." If the home tutor was really abusing the child, the responsibility would fall on Ethan. It must be because he wasn't paying enough attention to his child. She felt inexplicably angry, as if it was her own son being mistreated. Ethan is better off not having a son if he can't take care of him. Leaving these words behind, she left directly. Ethan stared at her retreating figure, his expression slightly puzzled. But soon, anger welled up in his heart and his face grew colder. Clint couldn't help but say, "I originally thought Miss Hunter was really desperate. That's why she was so cold to her aunt. I didn't expect her to really turn a blind eye. She's so heartless. She would rather want your attention than help her aunt." Clint shook his head. "She really is a terrible person. Not having surgery is waiting for death. Having surgery gives a 50% chance of survival. Anyone would know how to choose, but this woman was so ruthless that she directly rejected his goodwill. He had meddled too much and misjudged her. The wolf in him grumbled at the disrespect shown from the lesser creature. Still he maintained his composure and entered the elevator with a dark face. In the penthouse suite, Arya sneaked back into the room, about to head to the study, when she saw a stern-faced, fierce-looking woman holding a ruler, walking towards her. The woman spoke viciously. "Noah, you haven't finished your homework. How can you have the nerve to run around? I can see your foolishness. It must be inherited from your mother. Oh wait, you don't have a mother. You're just a little wild child. Hold out your hand. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Arya gasped in shock. How dare they insult her mommy? And hit her brother? Is this what her brother goes through every day? The soft and gentle little girl immediately transformed into an angry and fierce character from a game, with hands on her hips, preparing to retaliate. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Turning around, they saw the handsome father who could be both salty, wolf-like, cool, and tender, striding in. Arya instantly forgot what had just happened, her small body leaping forward as if it had grown wings. But at that moment, her arm was held back by the home tutor. After entering, Ethan took off his coat and, as usual, first asked about his son's condition. "How was Noah today?" The home tutor sighed. "Noah doesn't do his homework. I am always complaining about this same thing every day, and he doesn't seem to want to. It doesn't consolidate his knowledge and can't understand deeper explanations. He's very stubborn, deliberately not listening to us, and now his progress is already 2 semesters behind the rest of the students." Hearing this, Ethan frowned in a headache. Although his son was exceptionally intelligent, he had always been introverted and socially awkward, unable to communicate well. He walked to Arya, squatted down to be at eye level with her, and patiently asked, "Why aren't you doing your homework?" "Wow, Dad looks even more handsome up close. Look at that jawline. That face. So perfect. He is such an Adonis. Mummy was so lucky to find a man like him to be her daddy." Arya didn't have time to respond. Seeing that she remained silent, the home tutor smirked inwardly, thinking she was really a fool who wouldn't cry, make a scene, or tell on them. The tutor then began to fabricate lies confidently. "Mr. Gray, we are really out of options. We can't hit or scold Noah. You can only adopt some special education methods." Arya, who was indulging in her father's good looks, suddenly turned to look at the middle-aged woman. She wanted to rush and use her little teeth to bite the woman's ear. "Can't hit, can't scold? Excuse me, miss. You need to come up with better lies," Arya thought. In the exquisite hotel room, The fine furniture was not enough to dampen the tension that had to do with the room. Arya was just about to speak when Ethan frowned and asked, "What special methods?" The home tutor sighed. "Noah has innate autism, doesn't like to talk, and doesn't understand communication. If this continues, his development will be hindered. I think he could benefit from special treatment or being sent to a special school." After saying this, the tutor's eyes lit up in glee. As long as Noah went to a special school, it would be certain that he had mental issues, and his future would be ruined. She would even recommend her own school so that he would be dealt with properly. This teacher is too despicable, Arya thought. She looked at Ethan. If Dad agreed to this, she would no longer recognize him as her father, and would have Mommy take her brother away from this dangerous situation. Humph. Ethan's expression turned dark instantly, and he said sternly, "Noah is fine. He doesn't need a special school. If you can't teach him, I'll find someone else who can. Clint." "Here," Ethan ordered. "Settle her salary immediately. She doesn't need to come back starting tomorrow." The home tutor was shocked by his sudden outburst. Ethan was usually very polite to her, making her forget for a moment how overbearing he could be. That was a big mistake on her part. She shouldn't have said those words. She should have plotted slowly. Realizing that her job was now gone, the home tutor put on a caring appearance to try and salvage the situation. "Mr. Gray, I am one of the top home tutors in the country, and the suggestions I offer are definitely in the best interest of your son. If you don't want to listen to the truth, then let's pretend I didn't say anything. I enjoyed the time I spent with Noah. He is a good boy and has a great future. Farewell." She spoke with the dignity of a true educator. Ethan's anger subsided a little. Give her an additional half-year salary. The home tutor's heart was instantly filled with joy. Half a year's salary was a considerable amount of money. Plus, the money from that person. Wonderful. If she wasn't with them now, she would probably be jumping up and down. Arya, who had been listening to their conversation with her ears perked up, was very satisfied. Dad didn't give up on her brother. He was just deceived by the teacher. Daddy loves brother very much. Amazing Daddy. Such a superhero. As the wicked teacher walked out with a delighted expression, Arya's wide eyes flickered and she opened her mouth to say, "Daddy, am I a little wild child without a mommy?" Ethan was taken aback, looking down to see his son raising his head and gazing at him with admiration. The words spoken in a childish voice seemed particularly heart-wrenching. "Am I really stupid and dumb? Did Mommy's genes drag down yours, Daddy?" Ethan was dumbfounded, as his son rarely spoke so much, but the content shocked him even more. Suppressing the raging anger in his heart, he gently asked, "Noah, who told you these things?" Arya stretched out her chubby hand and pointed at the door. "The teacher told me. She said I am a bad boy, a very bad kid." The tutor at the door felt the murderous intent and anger emanating from Ethan, and her legs immediately went weak. She nervously started to speak. "Noah, don't talk nonsense. You know I care for you." She turned to go to Arya to kindly pat her head and give her a look that she should shut up. Arya quickly hid behind Ethan, holding onto his leg, sticking out her tongue at the teacher, but her words were, "Teacher, don't hit me anymore. I know I'm wrong. Just don't hit me. I am scared." The tutor was left dumbfounded. Is this the same little child who never speaks? He is such a great actor. Seeing his son's frightened expression, Ethan didn't give the teacher a chance to speak. "Clint, take her away." "Yes." Clint grabbed the tutor and pushed her out. Ethan first comforted Arya by patting her head. "Noah, you play for a while." The upcoming scene was too bloody and not suitable for children. Although Arya wanted to stay with her dad, she knew that he needed to deal with the wicked teacher, just like when her mommy fought overseas and would blindfold her and make her count. She nodded. "Daddy, okay." Seeing Arya pick up a toy without any emotional outburst, Ethan finally stepped out of the room. Clint was very efficient in handling things and had already found out the details. He lowered his head. It was Ethan's father's siblings' family who bribed them, wanting to make Noah appear as a hopeless, troubled child, so that their own child could take over the company. "The two teachers were sent by your grandma, so we were careless." Audrey, Ethan's grandma, adored Noah the most. Who could have thought that the teachers she sent were evil? Ethan clenched his fist and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "What have they done to Noah?" Hearing this, Clint lowered his head even further, making him stand as punishment, hitting his palms, scolding, and not teaching seriously. They didn't dare to physically abuse him more severely, as they were afraid of being discovered. Ethan looked at the woman kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, and kicked her in the chest, causing her to cough up blood. He didn't waste any time. He was upset, and his Lycan wanted to come out and deal with the enemy that dared to hit their pup. He controlled his change. Half of his body held his Lycan body and another human. The teacher was trembling. A pungent smell could be perceived from the air. They had peed on themselves. "Your Majesty, please." Oh, so now he was His Majesty to them, no longer Mr. Gray. They should have thought so before they dared to hurt his pup. Ethan didn't listen as he pounced on the woman. using his claws to tear open their skin. After he was done, his face was gloomy, like a fierce demon, and he ordered one word at a time. Take her away. Feeling Ethan's anger, Clint's heart trembled. But if he was so angry, how much more so for Ethan, who had always loved and pampered Noah but used the wrong methods. Ethan returned to the room and saw Arya squatting on the ground, a small child playing with a toy car, feeling guilt tightening in his chest. Noah had been with him since infancy, and he personally fed him, changed his diapers, but the child didn't speak until he was a year and a half old. After seeing a doctor, it was said that he had a mild congenital autism. Grandma said it was because the child had no mother, no sense of security, and he could no longer raise him alone as a man. So, they arranged for a nanny, a family doctor, and a tutor. As he grew up, he was able to have brief conversations, and Ethan thought his grandma was right. Noah was stubborn and often went against Ethan, frequently infuriating him to the point of wanting to hit him. But Ethan still thought that these were all stages that normal children would go through. He had never touched him. Spanked him, yes, but never did he hurt his child to the point that these teachers have done to his son. It was all his fault. Ethan slowly walked over, squatted down in front of Arya, and softened his voice. Noah, it's Daddy's fault. Arya, who just noticed her father, reached out and hugged her handsome dad. Daddy, it's okay as long as you can change after realizing your mistake. Ethan sighed and then said seriously, no more tutors. From now on I'll teach you personally. Arya, who had been happy, was suddenly petrified. What she hated the most was doing homework. She hated homework more than she hated losing in video games. Brother, save me, downstairs in the suite where Isabella lived. The suite was a bit calmer than what was happening in the penthouse. Everything was well arranged. The only sound being heard was the humming of the air conditioner. On top of the sofa sat Noah, obediently looking at the time as he waited for his mother to arrive. When Isabelle returned to her room, she found her daughter sitting on the sofa, obediently watching her, not playing video games like usual. She walked over and kissed Noah on the forehead. Baby, you're so well behaved today. The soft kiss on the forehead made Noah's body stiffen, but deep down there was anticipation. Mommy was so soft and gentle. He looked longingly at his mom, unconsciously standing up and following her. As they walked, he suddenly realized that she had stopped and was looking at him with a teasing smile. Arya, do you want to take a bath with Mommy? Only then did Noah realize that he had unwittingly followed her into the master bedroom's bathroom. He was about to back away when Isabelle bent down to pick him up. Never mind, I'll give you a bath first. Noah's eyes widened like two saucers. Wouldn't taking a bath expose his identity as a boy? Isabella called out to her son, Arya, it's bath time. Come on, let's go. Noah and his twin sister Arya had just pulled off a switcheroo. Noah knew that if his mom saw him naked, she would know that they had switched. He hesitated and said, Mom, can't I just take a shower later? I don't feel like taking a bath right now. Isabella raised an eyebrow. That's not like you, Arya. What's the matter? Nothing, I just don't feel like it, Noah said, trying to avoid eye contact. Isabella wasn't convinced. Arya, are you hiding something from me? No, I'm not hiding anything, Noah insisted. Noah's face turned red. No, Mommy. Isabelle chuckled softly. Arya has grown up. After being let go, Noah ran away. He let out a breath of relief. That was a close one, he said to himself. Luckily, Arya always wore boy clothes. If not, he would have been caught. He stood outside the bedroom door, listening to the sounds inside. The sound of water, the sound of bathing, and the sound of Mommy's footsteps and slippers after the bath. When he was sure Mommy had put on her clothes, he opened the door and saw Mommy lying on the bed. She closed her eyes and spoke. Arya, Mommy is going to have a very important surgery in a couple of days, and I need to catch up on sleep during this time, so I'm going to sleep first. Oh. All right, Mommy. His sister had told him that Mommy wasn't well, loved to sleep, and was either sleeping or getting rid of trouble in preparation for sleep. So, he couldn't disturb Mommy. After 2 minutes, when he heard steady breathing from the bed, Noah tiptoed to Mommy's side, climbed onto the bed with his small body, found a position in Isabelle's embrace, curled up there, and listened to his mother's heartbeat. In the soft glow of the evening, Noah and his Isabella lay on the bed together. The room was filled with a comforting silence, as the world outside seemed to fade away. Isabella sensed that he was close, and held Noah close, her arms wrapped securely around him. Noah's eyes twinkled with happiness, a content smile playing on his lips. He snuggled further into his mother's embrace, feeling the warmth and love that radiated from her. Isabella opened her eyes a bit and gazed down at her son. She marveled at the miracle of their bond. She gently brushed a stray lock of hair from Noah's forehead and whispered, I love you, my sweet girl. Noah's smile widened. He knew she thought he was Arya, but he couldn't help but whisper back, I love you too, Mommy. They stayed like that for a while, cherishing the simple joy of being together. Isabella softly hummed a lullaby, her voice soothing and tender. Noah closed his eyes, feeling the gentle rise and fall of his mother's breath. the rhythmic heartbeat that echoed in his own chest. In that quiet moment, Noah felt safe and loved once again. How wonderful. He was someone with a mommy too, just like all the other children. He didn't see the call for help message from Arya on his phone in his pocket. Brother, save me. Brother, let's switch back. Wah, I don't love Dad anymore. Brother, I am about to die. Don't ignore me. Come and take your spot back. Downstairs, Arya took advantage of Ethan getting a drink to send another message to her brother. Seeing that there was still no response, she resigned herself to starting her homework. She bit the end of her pen, staring at the content on the textbook, her little face wrinkled up into a frown. She was still learning to read, and she couldn't understand the questions on the paper at all. This was just too advanced. Her brother must have been so smart to even understand this. Ethan came back and sat down next to her. He hadn't tutored his son in homework for half a year, and he didn't know how far they had progressed. He pointed to the simplest question and asked, "Do you know how to do this one?" Arya's big eyes were filled with confusion. Ethan paused for a moment, flipped back to content from half a year ago. "How about this one?" Arya's head shook like a rattle drum. Ethan stared at her, wondering why she didn't know how to do questions from half a year ago, and why she shook her head without even looking at the problems. Arya sat down at the kitchen table with her father, Ethan, and pulled out her math homework. She looked at the problems and immediately felt overwhelmed. She had no idea how to solve them. "Daddy, I don't understand this," Arya whined. "That's okay, honey," Ethan said. "I'll help you. Let's start with the first problem. What's 2 plus 2? Arya looked at him with a blank expression. I don't know. It's okay," Ethan said patiently. "It's 4. Arya looked relieved. "Oh, okay. 4. Got it. What's the next one?" "The next one is 3 plus 3. Arya looked at the problem and frowned. I'm not sure." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Noah, we just did this. What's 2 plus 2? 4, Arya said quickly. "Okay, so what's 3 plus 3? Arya paused, trying to come up with an excuse. Can I go to the bathroom?" Ethan sighed. "Noah, we're not going to get anywhere if you keep avoiding the problems." "I'm not avoiding them," Arya protested. "I just really have to go to the bathroom." "Fine, go ahead," Ethan said, exasperated. Arya ran to the bathroom and quickly pulled out her phone. She searched for the answers to the math problems online and wrote them down on a scrap of paper. When she returned to the kitchen, she handed the paper to Ethan. "Okay, I figured it out," Arya said confidently. Ethan looked at the paper and raised an eyebrow. "These answers are all wrong." Arya's face fell. "Really? But I worked so hard on them." Ethan couldn't help but laugh. "Noah, did you just cheat?" Arya looked guilty. "Maybe a little." Ethan shook his head. "Well, we're going to have to work on this together, okay?" Arya nodded, feeling embarrassed but also relieved that she didn't have to keep making excuses. Arya quietly spoke. "Dad, how about we study poetry instead? I can recite a lot of them." "Oh, all right, let's do that." Ethan opened the poetry appreciation book. "What is the next line?" Arya's eyes lit up, raising her hand. "I know this one." Ethan sighed with relief, thinking it's fine if his son was only behind in math but still good at poetry appreciation. Just as he thought this, he heard her shout, "Handsome guy leaves and never returns." "What?" Ethan looked at her with a surprised gaze. Arya blinked her eyes. "Oh right, I remembered it wrong." "Dad, next question." Ethan flipped the page and read out. "The duck goes. Handsome man arrives at the roast duck restaurant." Arya responded quickly. Ethan took a deep breath, telling himself not to get angry. What's his son's problem with a handsome man? His son had just started talking more and he couldn't lose his temper. He decided to give it another try. A glass shoe. Arya was full of confidence, reciting poetry while shaking her head. The so-called fair maiden, on the internet she thrives, meeting her in high spirits, her face chubby and long. In good spirits, her waist is like a giant water tank. So pretty, so nice, so cute. Ethan looked at his son's face, which was usually serious, and today had more lively colors. He couldn't help but roar angrily. "Andrew Noah Gray!" Arya looked up, her face full of the desire for praise. "Oh wow, Daddy, you called my full name. That means I must be very good. Daddy, am I great? I can even memorize a lot more if you want." Ethan had a puzzled expression. Looking at his son's appearance, his anger suddenly dissipated. He looked cute and chubby looking at him with those eyes. It was all taught by the teacher. Why should he be angry with his child? He could just give a few more threats to the teachers. Because of those teachers, his son knows nothing. It's not his son's fault. Ethan replied flatly, "Let's learn again tomorrow." Okay. Arya breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing Clint peeking outside the door, she figured he had something to discuss with Daddy. She carefully climbed down from the chair and said, "I'm going to play with my toys." Watching her walk away, Ethan rubbed his temples. Clint came in with a complex expression and said, "Noah seems to be doing worse than what the teacher said. This way, he'll be in last place for the year-end assessment, right? Do you want to contact a few more teachers and make use of the remaining time?" Every year, the Gray family holds an assessment for their children at the end of the year to prove that they are strong enough to become heirs of the Gray family. both in intelligence and strength. Noah used to always be in first place, which is how he gained his reputation for high intelligence. But now, in just half a year, he's fallen back to this level. It's no wonder that they say children have good memories and forgetfulness. Once they stop studying, their education will suffer. Ethan's eyes glared with anger. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time before sighing. He can't force him to do what he doesn't want to. Forget it, I won't force him. In the past, he just valued education too much, which led to constant opposition with his son. Opposition led to lack of will, which made his son lack the motivation to study. But after seeing her smiles, and seeing that she cries and gets upset, he realized that his child's mental health is more important than anything else. Even if his son really doesn't learn anything and always comes in last place, he'll pave the way for his future. Facing the deceptions in the marketplace, Ethan, who is usually decisive, hesitated for a moment and said, "Did you notice that Noah was different today?" This has been happening for a long time, but his son has never said anything. But today, he not only spoke up, but his personality also seemed to become much more cheerful. For some reason, Ethan suddenly thought of what that woman said downstairs. How did she know there was an issue with the home tutor? Could it be that Noah and that woman have been in contact all along? Clint also pondered, could it be that Miss Hunter has guided Noah? After all, Miss Hunter is not simple. So many women have tried to get close to you by getting to Noah, but none have succeeded. Knowing this woman's persistence, she could have done something to Noah. Clint didn't even know how many troublesome affairs he had helped Ethan deal with, from enemies to troublesome women and annoying women that want to climb their way up the ladder. He may be Ethan's assistant, but sometimes he felt like Ethan's elder brother. He thought for a moment, "Ethan, if Miss Hunter has an influence on Noah's character, do you want to give her a chance to get close to you?" Ethan hesitated for a while and asked, "What is she doing now?" Clint revealed a difficult expression. "A maid just went to clean up, and according to their nanny, she is sleeping and doesn't want to be disturbed. Her aunt's life or death is uncertain, and she can actually sleep. Such a person is too cold-blooded." Ethan's face darkened. "Let her have less contact with Noah." "Understood." Clint wanted to say more, but Ethan suddenly saw that the little one had fallen asleep on the sofa. He made a gesture for silence and went over to pick up Arya, preparing to take her back to the bedroom. In a daze, Arya suddenly hugged his neck. "Mommy, I found my brother. He looks just like me and be us so cute." Ethan paused and couldn't help but furrow his eyebrow. Was this a dream? Ethan stared at the little child in his arms, listening to her murmur something, seemingly calling for her mommy. His eyes dimmed. Noah rarely asked about his mother. Ethan sat alone in the quiet living room, his thoughts drifting towards his young son, Noah. His heart ached as he contemplated the absence of Noah's mother in their lives. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, knowing that Noah didn't have his mother by his side to share in life's precious moments. As he glanced at the photographs on the mantel, memories flooded his mind. He remembered the laughter and warmth that radiated when Noah spent most of the time with his grandma as a baby, the way she effortlessly lit up a room with her presence. She had been Noah's pillar of strength, his source of comfort and unconditional love. Ethan couldn't help but wonder how Noah felt, growing up without the constant presence of his mother. He wished he could fill that void, be both the mother and father figure that Noah deserved. Yet he knew that he could never fully replace a mother's role in their son's life. With a heavy sigh, Ethan resolved to do everything in his power to make Noah feel loved and cherished. He vowed to create a nurturing environment, to be there for every milestone, every scraped knee, and every bedtime story. He would be Noah's rock, his unwavering support, even in the absence of his mother. Deep down, Ethan hoped that somehow Noah would always feel the love of his mother, even if she couldn't physically be there. He wanted Noah to carry her spirit within him, to know that she would always be watching over him, guiding him from a place beyond their reach. As Ethan's thoughts turned towards the future, he felt a renewed determination to be the best father he could be. He would be Noah's constant, his source of strength, and the guiding light that would help him navigate life's challenges. He lowered his gaze to hide the complex emotions in his eyes as he carried Arya into the bedroom, took off her shoes, and covered her with a blanket. He stared at his son's innocent sleeping face for a long time before quietly leaving the bedroom. The next day, Noah woke up with a sense of contentment spreading through him. The morning light gently filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow in the room. As he stretched, a smile danced across his face, filling him with a delightful anticipation for the day ahead. Without wasting a moment, Noah reached over to the nightstand and grabbed his phone. His fingers danced across the screen, navigating with ease as he opened the messaging app. Excitement twinkled in his eyes as he composed a message, eager to connect with his sister Arya. With a soft tap of his thumbs, Noah swiftly typed out a message, his face radiating joy as he thought about sharing his morning happiness with her. He wanted to let Arya know that he was thinking of her, that their bond remained unbreakable. Arya, I'm sorry, I fell asleep last night. Did Dad scold you? Arya lay on the bed, sending a voice message to her brother. Nope, because although I'm not great at math, I'm super good at reciting poems. Dad was so touched that he let me off the hook with homework. Noah believed her. All right, don't forget today's schedule. Arya was about to reply to the message when the door opened. Ethan walked in and saw his son on the bed with his butt up, holding the phone and messaging someone. Upon seeing his father, the boy nervously turned off the phone screen and blinked his adorable big eyes guiltily. Dad, you look even more handsome today. Being praised by the little one, Ethan couldn't help but smile. You're handsome too. No way. Arya seriously corrected me. Handsome is for describing boys. I want to be pretty in the future. Okay. Ethan did not understand this strange conversation with his son. Still, he kicked it to the back of his head. Arya lifted the blanket, agilely climbed down from the bed, and held his hand with her little hand. Dad, want to have breakfast? Arya, Noah's starving. Ethan hesitated and glanced at her again. The name Noah was chosen by his grandfather, who wanted him to be down-to-earth and pragmatic. But now he was called Arya? It sounded a bit girly. He took Arya to the dining area. The presidential suite had around 5,000 square feet, with 4 bedrooms, 2 study rooms, a living room, a recreation room, a gym, and a dining room. While sitting down for a meal, Ethan instructed, "Have the family doctor come see me." Arya ate slowly, so after Ethan finished eating, he asked the nanny to watch her and followed the family doctor who had just arrived into the study. The family doctor stood there and, seeing his boss's expression change several times, hesitantly asked, "Can a 5-year-old child's sexual orientation be determined?" Yesterday, when his son recited poems, it was either handsome guys or pretty men. This morning it was pretty and boys are not handsome, which made him a bit worried. Could it be that Hardin had led him astray? Seeing that he was asking very seriously, the family doctor solemnly replied, "This is usually innate. If you have concerns in this area, I can prepare a test for Noah to check." "All right, you prepare it." After giving instructions, Ethan walked out of the study and returned to the dining room. He saw Hardin with his arm around his son's shoulder, whispering something. His expression immediately darkened. "Boss, why didn't you come online for the game last night?" Hardin stuffed bread into his mouth, mumbling as he spoke, suddenly feeling a chill. He slowly turned his head and saw the tyrant standing behind him, his eyes as if he was about to devour him. Hardin jumped up from the chair in fright. "Bro, do you need something?" Ethan withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, walked over and stood between Hardin and Arya, then spoke. "The room opposite is vacant. You can move there." Hardin gulped. Why did he feel intense disdain from the tyrant's face? Arya, full and satisfied, walked over and hugged Ethan's leg, tilting her head back and said softly, "Dad, can you go with me to watch a movie today?" Ethan was about to refuse when he saw his son whining. "Dad, please, 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 I'm begging you." That tone was so girly. Ethan bent down and picked up Arya. "Noah, don't use the word beg lightly." Arya blinked her big eyes. "So are you going?" "Fine." To make it up to his son, he had already postponed today's work and all meetings. Since his son wanted to go, he would accompany him. The two chose an animated film for the afternoon session. Before leaving, Arya secretly sent a message to Noah. "Brother, mission accomplished. How about you?" Noah replied quickly, "On our way." There was no way Isabelle would refuse. She usually slept a lot and spent less time with her child compared to others, so she would agree to any reasonable request from Arya. With surgery scheduled for tomorrow, she slept until 2 p.m. and then took Noah to the cinema, yawning. At the entrance of the cinema, she looked at Noah and smirked. "Arya, it's just a movie. Is this necessary?" Noah put on a mask to prevent infectious diseases. Isabelle rubbed her forehead. "And the sunglasses?" Noah pushed them up and succinctly said, "Cool. Whatever you say." Isabelle bought popcorn and cola and led Noah into the cinema by his hand. After finding their seats according to the ticket numbers, Noah took out his phone and texted his sister. "Have you arrived?" At that moment, Arya was grumpily following Ethan into the cinema. She wanted to buy popcorn, but her dad said it was unhealthy and refused to let her eat any. It was so mean. Ethan despised this kind of large cinema, with many people and poor air quality. But since his son wanted to experience life, he couldn't rent a private room. With a cold face, he carried Arya into the cinema. According to the movie ticket his son had already purchased online, he found their seats and immediately saw that woman. The room was dimly lit, but the woman's skin was so white that it was dazzling. She had drooping eyelids, appearing extremely drowsy and comfortably hugging her arm, fast asleep. Ethan's face darkened. He knew it. His son suddenly wanted to watch a movie and even bought tickets. It turned out this woman was behind it all. He wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking about his son's mental health, he suppressed his impatience and directly placed Arya between him and the woman. He wouldn't give this woman a chance to get close to him again. But then again, whenever Ethan Lycan found himself in close proximity to Isabelle, A complex mix of emotions surged within him. As his human self, he held a deep-rooted resentment towards her, a feeling that had been nurtured over time. Their history was fraught with disagreements and clashes of interest, leaving an indelible mark on his perception of her. Yet, in the depths of his being, there was an undeniable primal response to her presence. Despite his conscious dislike, his senses seemed to awaken in her proximity. His heart would quicken its pace, his pulse throbbing with an intensity that betrayed his inner conflict. Ethan's nostrils would flare as he caught the scent of Isabelle's perfume, a fragrance that stirred long-dormant memories and a tangle of emotions. It was as if his primal instincts were at odds with his human reasoning, a battle between his instincts and his conscious mind. At times, he found himself involuntarily drawn to steal glances in her direction, his gaze captivated by her very presence. There was an undeniable allure in her features, an undeniable magnetism that tugged at his subconscious. Yet, a bitter taste of disdain lingered on his tongue, reminding him of their contentious past. He fought against the conflicting emotions that waged within him, his human self yearning to keep his distance, to maintain the walls he had built around his heart. Both adorable kids were wearing masks, glanced at each other and thought, if Dad and Mom don't sit together, how can they fall in love? At that moment, the movie started. The theme song from Frozen began to play, and Arya was instantly captivated by the movie, watching it with wide eyes. Half an hour later, Arya suddenly smelled the aroma of popcorn. Absorbed in the animated film, she subconsciously nudged Isabelle's arm. "Mommy, I want popcorn." Leaning against her seat and dozing, Isabelle sleepily responded with an "oh" and then picked up a piece of popcorn, casually removed Arya's mask, and stuffed it into her mouth. The cinema was dimly lit, shrouded in darkness, with the glow of the screen illuminating the room. The animated film Frozen played on the screen, its colorful characters dancing and singing. Yet, amidst the cheerful scenes, an icy tension emanated from Ethan, filling the air with an unsettling chill. Ethan, who was not interested in the movie, had his face turned dark instantly after seeing this action, ignoring her own daughter to feed his son personally. If this wasn't her trying to please him, pursuing him, then what else could explain her behavior? Isabella, radiating beauty, sat with her eyes closed, oblivious to the cartoon playing on the screen. Her arms were crossed, displaying an air of indifference. However, an uneasy sensation began to creep over her, as if an unseen gaze fixed upon her. Though unaware of its source, Isabella couldn't shake the discomfort that unsettled her. Feeling the continuous cold intent coming from beside her, Isabelle leisurely opened her eyes and looked over. When her gaze met Ethan's deep, yet somewhat stern eyes, she was slightly taken aback. Was she dreaming? Otherwise, why would she be seeing Ethan in the cinema? Her sleepiness disappeared instantly. She lazily lowered her gaze, thinking, was this a coincidence? Or did Ethan suspect her to be Roseanne and came to test her? This was troublesome. She wanted to pretend she didn't see this man, but her intuition told her that this man seemed to be still staring at her with a not-so-friendly gaze. Isabelle turned her head and greeted perfunctorily. What a coincidence. Coincidence? Ethan's face turned even darker. Miss Hunter, it's one thing to watch a movie together, but to even have tickets bought together, what a coincidence indeed. Isabelle. Why was this man speaking in such a strange tone? She frowned. What do you mean? Ethan coldly said, I've said before, I hate it when people try to get close to me through my son. Miss Hunter, have you forgotten my warning? Isabelle. Was he still not done with misunderstanding her time and again? Isabelle slowly withdrew her gaze, looking straight ahead seriously. You're indeed very beautiful, but don't be too narcissistic. Men who are prettier than women like you are not my type. Ethan scoffed. Miss Hunter, you're trying to cover up even though you're being so obvious. I can tell you clearly, I'm not interested in you. Instead of using this effort to flirt with me, you might as well think about how to treat your aunt's illness. Isabelle was quite angered by his words and thought this man was simply sick. She spoke coldly, You need not worry about my aunt's illness. Hearing her downplay the issue, Ethan was even angrier. He was about to speak when a parent sitting a row ahead suddenly turned around and scolded. We're watching a movie here. Can you two couples stop arguing? We are not couples, they both said fiercely. The movie theater was dark, and for some reason, being mistaken for a couple didn't initially cause Ethan to feel repulsed, but instead he felt a hint of unexpected stupefaction. The parent once again persuaded earnestly, Can't you two restrain yourselves in front of the child? The child is almost scared to death. Following the direction pointed by the person, Isabelle looked down and saw Arya sitting there, wearing a mask with only a pair of eyes exposed. Ethan bent down to pick up the child and said in a heavy voice, Miss Hunter, this is my final warning. If I see you approach my son again, don't blame me for being rude. Leaving these words, he walked away quickly. Isabelle angrily scoffed. Self-important bastard. She muttered to herself. She looked in the other direction and saw Noah, full of questions. It seemed like she was just feeding popcorn to Arya, who was on the other side, right? In her hesitation, Noah silently held her hand. "Mommy, let's go too." The first date, he declared a failure. When they returned to the hotel, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Isabelle continued to sleep. The surgery tomorrow would last 7 to 8 hours, and she wouldn't have the physical and mental strength to endure without enough sleep. Noah, on the other hand, was worriedly sending a message to Arya. "Arya, how are things on your end?" At this time on the top floor, Arya was confronting Ethan. Ethan ordered, "Don't contact that woman in the future." Arya's big eyes were full of grievance. Why? Ethan knew it wasn't good to speak ill of others in front of the child, so he remained silent for a moment. However, Clint on the side said, "Because her aunt is sick, but she is indifferent and doesn't care, even going to watch a movie. This woman is too cold-blooded." Arya was anxious, angrily saying, "My mommy is not cold-blooded. She is very emotional. She would definitely save my aunt." Ethan's face darkened. It was enough that his son was calling her mommy, but now, even her aunt is included? "Bad daddy, don't talk about her like that. I'm not talking to you anymore. Go away." Arya pouted with a grievance. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she ran straight into the bedroom. Ethan clenched his fists in anger. The relationship between father and son had been harmonious all day, and now because of that woman, his son was crying. At this point, Clint came over, excitedly saying, "We've received news that Roseanne is going to have surgery at the Caring Heights Hospital. There will be spots for visitors. I've secured one and plan to send someone to keep an eye out. We must catch her this time." Ethan thought for a while, then looked towards the bedroom and finally spoke, "I'll go myself." The next day, Isabelle entered the hospital. She didn't go to the operating room immediately, but first went to the ward to visit her aunt, planning to say a few comforting words. As soon as she entered, Blair, her aunt's daughter, came over with worry. "Isabelle, you sent me a message yesterday saying that the surgery is tomorrow. Is that true?" Isabelle nodded, "Yes." Barbara mocked from the side. "Isabelle, you're an uneducated waste. Do you know that Aunt's tumor is in a very dangerous place? A regular surgeon can't possibly perform the surgery." Isabelle looked at her. "I know." "You know, and you still found someone to do the surgery on our aunt? You're clearly playing with her life." Barbara looked at Diana's husband and said, "I showed my aunt's CT scans to Dr. Carmen a long time ago. Even though Dr. Carmen doesn't dare to operate, could she possibly find a better doctor than Dr. Carmen?" Diana's husband hesitated after hearing this. "Isabelle, tell me the truth. What are the chances of the surgery being successful?" Before Isabelle could speak, Barbara scoffed. "Tell the truth. This surgery, there are only 2 doctors in the country who can achieve a 50% success rate. Anyone else only has a 10% chance. Without surgery, my aunt can live for 2 more months. With surgery, there's a 90% chance she won't make it off the operating table today." Blair turned pale with fear. "Isn't there a better doctor?" "There is," Barbara spoke. "The world's top surgeon, Dr. Roseanne. Any surgery she performs is unbeatable. She can achieve a 100% success rate. Unfortunately, Dr. Roseanne is abroad. Many aristocrats have tried to hire her but couldn't find her, let alone common people like you." The ward fell into a deathly silence. Just as Barbara was gloating and Blair and her father were in despair, the 3 of them suddenly heard Isabelle's low voice. "Do you know who the doctor I hired is?" Barbara, her voice dripping with sarcasm and a condescending smirk on her face, cruelly belittled Isabelle's role in their beloved Aunt Diana's impending surgery. "Oh, Isabelle, I'm sure you're going to perform miracles in that operating room," she sneered. Isabelle, though hurt by Barbara's words, remained composed, determined to prove her capabilities to the doubting family. Despite the palpable tension, Diana, with a mixture of hope and trust in her eyes, firmly stood by Isabelle's side. She knew that Isabelle's skill and expertise were vital for the success of the operation. With a reassuring touch, Diana whispered, "Isabelle, I believe in you. You've got this." Isabelle's resolve was strengthened by Diana's faith in her abilities. As Diana was wheeled into the sterile, intimidating operating room, Barbara couldn't resist taking another jab at Isabelle. With a smug grin, she whispered, "Remember, Isabelle, it's your hands that hold our aunt's life in balance." Isabelle took a deep breath, refusing to let Barbara's provocation rattle her. She responded calmly, "Barbara, I am fully aware of the responsibility I bear. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure a successful surgery." Diana's husband, who had been observing the tense exchange between Barbara and Isabelle, couldn't hide his disappointment. He had hoped for unity and support during this critical time, but Barbara's remarks only served to sow seeds of doubt and discord among the family. With a pained expression, he quietly approached Barbara and said, "Your words are not helping anyone. We need to come together and trust in Isabelle's expertise. Our aunt's life depends on it." Just as emotions ran high, a compassionate nurse entered the room, carrying a waiver form that needed to be signed. The form emphasized that the doctors would not be held responsible if the surgery did not yield the desired outcome. Barbara saw this as an opportunity to further stoke fear and doubt among the family, particularly Blair, Diana's daughter, who was already on edge. With a calculating smile, Barbara took the waiver form and waved it around as she taunted. "Look, everyone, they want us to sign away any hope we have. Are we really willing to gamble with Aunt Diana's life?" Her words hung heavy in the air, sowing seeds of uncertainty and anxiety. Blair, who had been silently observing the escalating tensions, felt her anxiety intensify. She glanced at Isabelle, who exuded a quiet strength, and then at her mother, lying vulnerable on the hospital bed. Blair mustered her courage and approached Isabelle, her voice filled with both fear and hope. "Isabelle, can we really trust them? I'm so scared for my mom." Isabelle, understanding Blair's fears, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and spoke with unwavering conviction. "Blair, I understand your concerns, but we must trust the expertise of the medical team. They have dedicated their lives to saving others, and we have to believe in their abilities. Together, we will get through this." With Isabelle's reassurance, a glimmer of hope flickered in Blair's eyes. She took a deep breath, her determination to support her mother rekindled. It was a small victory against the doubts that Barbara had planted, but a victory nonetheless. In that moment, amidst the tension and uncertainty, the family realized that their strength lay in their unity and trust in Isabelle. They formed a circle, holding hands, drawing strength from one another. Together, they vowed to support Isabelle and remain steadfast in their belief that Aunt Diana would come out of the surgery. Isabelle believed that her aunt will come out stronger and healthier than ever before. Barbara intends to see who the chief surgeon is, expecting the surgery to fail. To her surprise, she finds out that the leading surgeon is Roseanne, an internationally acclaimed doctor. Isabelle explains that she emailed Roseanne with their aunt's condition, and Roseanne agreed to take up the case. This revelation softens the attitude of the family towards Isabelle. She leaves to prepare for the operation, leaving Barbara shocked and feeling as though she's been slapped in the face. Meanwhile, various doctors, including Dr. Carmen from the neurology outpatient clinic and Barbara's mentor, assemble to observe Roseanne's operation. Barbara manages to persuade Dr. Carmen to let her observe the surgery as well. Barbara, being the only undergraduate amidst the observers, feels proud and hopeful about her future. In the dressing room, Isabelle disguises herself as Roseanne with the help of her surgical assistant, Liana. Unaware of Isabelle's identity, Barbara approaches her, thanking her for agreeing to perform the surgery and expressing her desire to apply for Roseanne's graduate program. This leaves Isabelle, in disguise as Roseanne, in a somewhat ironic situation. Barbara started sarcastically. "Don't you understand my point? Apart from Dr. Roseanne, it doesn't matter who else you get." Scaring the patient before surgery, making her anxious and distrustful of the doctors, was not beneficial for the operation. Isabelle came this time to comfort her aunt. Seeing everyone looking pale, she was about to mention Roseanne when Diana suddenly said, "Bella, I trust you. Let's prepare for the operation." Isabelle paused her speech. Barbara screeched, "Fool, are you rushing to your death?" Blair became even more anxious. "Mom," Diana gave a bitter smile, "for this operation, how many doctors have you and your father sought? No one dares to do it. No one wants to take the responsibility. It's difficult no matter who performs it, so why care about who is the chief surgeon? Let's try. Let's see if fate also thinks she should not live." She looked at Blair and Diana's husband. "Both of you remember, whether the surgery is successful or not, it's my choice, and it has nothing to do with Bella." Isabelle lowered her eyes, but a warm current surged in her heart. The door to the ward was pushed open, and a nurse entered. "Patient, we are going to take you to the operating table now." Outside the operating room, after her aunt was wheeled in, Isabelle was about to prepare for the surgery. She turned around and heard Barbara's voice. "Isabelle, where are you going? I know it. You must be guilty and dare not face it, right? You're afraid that when your aunt's corpse is wheeled out later, the Kingsley family will blame you. You can't leave. You must stay here and take responsibility for your aunt's life." Isabelle stopped in her tracks and slowly said 3 words. "I have something." Barbara sneered. "What could be more important than your aunt's life? How can you be so cold-blooded?" Diana's husband, who was listening to their conversation, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of disappointment. Whether the surgery was successful or not, he would not blame Isabelle. But as the niece his wife loved the most, couldn't she even accompany her for the operation? At this moment, a nurse came over. "Please sign the waiver form." Looking at the surgery consent form and waiver she handed over, Diana's husband's hand trembled slightly. Blair's eyes reddened, and he asked with a trembling voice, "What does this mean?" Barbara stepped forward, her face still bearing that relaxed and joyful smile, clearly not caring about the life or death of the person inside the operating room. She said sarcastically, "It means that if the doctor kills the patient, they don't have to take responsibility. Your aunt's surgery is so difficult. The doctors are not fools. Of course they have to sign a waiver." Blair's face turned pale with fear. Barbara was extremely satisfied. Her eyes wandered, and she directly snatched the consent form from the nurse's hand, looking at the column for the chief surgeon below. "But I am curious to see which surgeon is so bold as to take on your aunt's surgery." The surgery was bound to fail, but if someone dared to perform her aunt's surgery and ruined her grand plan to seize the company, she would surely ruin them. Barbara looked sinister, but the next moment, when she saw the name of the chief surgeon, she froze. "How is this possible?" "Roseanne?" Blair exclaimed from the side. "Is this the international #1 hand you were talking about?" "What?" Diana's husband also exclaimed. "Let me see." The two people stared at the column for the chief surgeon, their eyes gleaming anew. Diana's husband looked at Isabelle in surprise. "Bella, how did you get Dr. Roseanne?" Isabelle lowered her gaze and casually fabricated a lie. "Roseanne likes to do challenging surgeries. I sent Aunt's brain CT to Roseanne's email to try, and I didn't expect her to agree." Diana's husband's eyes reddened. "Bella, I misunderstood you." "It's okay," Isabelle said indifferently, "but I really have something to do. I'm leaving now." After she left, Barbara still stood there in shock. She watched Blair and Diana's husband sign the surgery consent form. Diana's husband was so ecstatic that tears flowed down. She felt like she had been slapped in the face. "Hurry, doctor. Roseanne has arrived." Several doctors in the hospital walked briskly into the operating room. They were the representatives selected by the hospital director, personally observing Roseanne performing surgery, a rare opportunity. Dr. Carmen from the neurology outpatient clinic happened to be among this group. As she was about to enter the ward, she suddenly spotted Barbara and stopped. "Barbara?" Barbara snapped back to reality and called out, "Dr. Carmen?" Carmen was Barbara's mentor in the medical university. Dr. Carmen asked, "What are you doing here?" Barbara hastily replied, "The patient is my aunt." Dr. Carmen's eyes lit up, and he beckoned her over. The two walked aside, and he asked, "What's your relationship with Roseanne?" Barbara said, "Dr. Carmen, my aunt's condition is serious, and the surgery is very challenging. Almost no doctors can handle it, so I emailed Roseanne, and I didn't expect her to agree. Could you take me in to observe the surgery?" There was a calculating look in her eyes. The fatty sent the email, but how would Roseanne know who sent the email? Being able to observe Roseanne's surgery was absolutely an honor. Dr. Carmen suddenly realized, "So you were the one who invited her. You've done a great service to the hospital. Of course, I can take you in." Barbara quickly followed behind Dr. Carmen. The people who came to observe the surgery this time, besides the renowned experts in the hospital, were just a few promising doctoral students. She was the only undergraduate. If she could become a well-known doctor, then Caleb Moon would definitely not look down on her. Isabelle sneaked into the operating room through the side door. As soon as she entered, she saw her surgical assistant, Liana, who had flown back overnight the day before yesterday to help today. To keep her identity secret, there were only the two of them in this dressing room. Liana helped her put on her surgical gown. After sterilization, she entered the standby room of the second surgery channel. There, she met a few doctors who had come to observe. They changed clothes quickly, and at the moment were gathered around Barbara. "Barbara, you've managed to get Roseanne involved. I just heard from Dr. Carmen that they plan to prioritize your training at the hospital and medical university." "Wow, that's great. In a few years, you'll definitely become a well-known surgeon." It's such an honor for an undergraduate to observe Roseanne's surgery. Surrounded by everyone, Barbara felt somewhat proud at this moment. Seeing Roseanne coming out, she quickly walked over to Roseanne. "Dr. Roseanne, hello, I'm the one who emailed you. Thank you for performing surgery on my aunt. You're my idol. Could you give me a chance to apply for your graduate program?" Isabelle raised an eyebrow. "Are you Isabella?" Isabelle, fully clad in a sterile surgical attire, donning a mask, protective goggles, and a surgical cap, was enveloped in a shroud of anonymity, her entire form concealed. It was impossible for anyone to discern her true expression. Hidden beneath her mask, Isabelle wore a subtle, mocking smile that danced upon her lips, unseen by the watching eyes. She couldn't believe the audacity of her little sister Barbara to be so shamelessly belittling in such a critical moment. In the past, Isabelle might have been inclined to extend some measure of respect and dignity to her sister, but circumstances had changed. With an air of controlled authority, Isabelle's voice cut through the tension, her words dripping with a hint of incredulity. "Oh, so you're Isabelle?" The sarcasm in her tone was palpable, carrying a weight that conveyed her disappointment in Barbara's behavior. She deliberately lowered her voice, making her naturally low voice even deeper, as if she was hoarse. As soon as those words escaped Isabelle's lips, a heavy silence descended upon the operating room. Every set of eyes, including Dr. Carmen and several others, fixated on Barbara, their gazes laden with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Barbara's once confident smile froze in place, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Cold beads of sweat formed on her forehead, betraying her nervousness. In that split second, her mind raced, questioning if she had made an irreversible mistake. Did she unwittingly sign her name on that ill-fated email? "Dr. Carmen, The experienced and respected figure in the room wore a stern expression, his face darkening with concern. His authoritative voice cut through the silence, demanding an explanation. "Barbara, what is going on here?" Caught off guard but determined to maintain her composure, Barbara steeled herself and formulated a quick response. With a hint of desperation, she concocted a lie, hoping to salvage the situation. "Professor Roseanne, Dr. Carmen, I sincerely apologize. Fearful of potential rejection from Professor Roseanne, I regrettably opted not to use my real name. Instead, I used my sister's name in the email." Dr. Carmen's face softened slightly as he processed Barbara's explanation. The tension in the room began to dissipate, albeit slowly. Understanding the pressure of seeking approval from esteemed mentors, he nodded with a mixture of sympathy and relief. "So, that's the reason behind it." However, hidden behind the facade of understanding, there lingered a subtle disapproval. A barely perceptible tsk escaped Isabelle's lips, betraying his disappointment in Barbara's misguided actions. Though he chose not to address it explicitly in that moment, his slight disapproving sound conveyed his belief that such deceit was unnecessary and unworthy of their profession. Isabelle lowered her eyes and asked curiously, while walking towards the operating room, "How did you find out my email address?" Having just breathed a sigh of relief, Barbara's eyebrow involuntarily arched in surprise. She found herself questioning the necessity of such inquiries, deeming them unnecessary and bordering on the illogical. After all, considering the patient at hand was their own aunt, the contents of the email she had sent seemed entirely reasonable. The notion that such questions would arise seemed perplexing to her. As beads of sweat formed on her forehead, Barbara hastily wiped them away, a telltale sign of her growing unease. Her voice trembled as she attempted to provide an explanation, stumbling over her words in the process. Got it from a friend." Unfazed by Barbara's flustered response, Isabelle continued her line of questioning in a seemingly casual manner. "Well then, please enlighten me. What is my email address?" Suddenly Barbara froze in her tracks, the color draining from her cheeks. Her silence spoke volumes, revealing her inability to answer the simple question posed by her sister. The room fell into an uneasy hush as everyone present observed Barbara's conspicuous reaction, recognizing the weight of her guilt. Dr. Carmen, his face reddened with anger and disappointment, confronted Barbara sternly. His voice laced with frustration, he demanded answers. "Barbara, what exactly is going on here? Did you truly send that email?" Left with no choice but to face the consequences of her actions, Barbara mustered the courage to tell the truth, her voice filled with a mix of regret and resignation. "No, I didn't. I didn't send the email." A heavy silence descended upon the room, punctuated only by the distant hum of medical equipment. The revelation of Barbara's deception had created a rift in the trust that should have bound them together as a team. The weight of her confession hung in the air, casting a shadow of doubt over their collective mission. In that moment, the importance of transparency and integrity in the medical profession became glaringly apparent. Trust, a fragile but essential element in any medical setting, had been compromised, and the path to redemption would require significant effort to rebuild the shattered bond. Already at the door of the operating room, Isabelle opened the door, and before entering, she heard Dr. Carmen angrily yelling behind her. "To observe the surgery, you dared to lie. You, with such despicable character and low-quality student, do not deserve to observe Roseanne's surgery. Get out!" Inside the operating room, Diana was lying on the cold bed staring at the ceiling, her fists clenched in nervousness. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head. When her gentle gaze met the doctor's, she swallowed nervously. She knew that she was likely to die on the operating table today. A 10% chance was too low. As she was bitterly smiling, the doctor suddenly walked over to her and spoke softly. "Aunt, I am Roseanne. Sleep now. When you wake up, you'll be cured." Diana's eyes widened suddenly. Through the goggles, she saw those familiar almond-shaped eyes. Gray Hotel, top floor. "Daddy is a bad person, misunderstanding Mommy. I'm ignoring you." Inside the bedroom, Arya, holding the only plush toy in the toy pile, was sitting with her back to the doorway, squatting in the corner and doodling. Ethan, a towering figure, stood at the entrance. The little one had a big temper, and from yesterday to now, she still ignored him, always staring at him with those big eyes filled with tears, as if he had done something unforgivable. Clint was persuading inside. "Noah, don't squat here. Shall I take you to play with toys?" Arya looked up, pouting. "The toys are all cars and airplane models. They're not fun. Why are there no Barbie dolls?" Ethan's annoyance manifested in a firm clenching of his jaw, his frustration evident as he surveyed the scene before him. He turned his attention towards the family doctor, his voice dropping to a low, almost tense tone. "Is the test ready?" The doctor nodded affirmatively, a smile gracing his face as he entered the room, aiming to ease the growing tension. With a gentle coaxing tone, he added, "Noah, shall we take the test now? And once we're done, I'll reward you with a beautiful Barbie doll." Arya, blissfully unaware of the potential repercussions that lay in accepting such an offer, readily agreed with an enthusiastic nod. "Okay." Observing his son's innocent eagerness as she followed the doctor out of the room, Ethan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. He knew all too well that the consequences of their actions could have far-reaching effects, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Swiftly, the test was conducted, its completion taking less than half an hour. Soon after, Arya emerged from the study, bounding with excitement, clutching the Barbie doll graciously bestowed upon her by the family doctor. She sprinted past Ethan without sparing him even a fleeting glance, eagerly disappearing into her bedroom. Ethan stood frozen, his mind swirling with a mix of emotions, left speechless by the unexpected turn of events. His thoughts echoed in the silence that enveloped him, his face a tableau of contemplation and concern. In that pregnant pause, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. What were the implications of the test? What did the results signify? Would they bring solace or further anguish to their already delicate situation? The weight of uncertainty pressed upon his shoulders, a heavy burden to bear. As he stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on the closed bedroom door, Ethan found himself caught between hope and trepidation. Arya's innocent delight in receiving the Barbie doll was a stark contrast to the gravity of their circumstances, a reminder of the fragility of childhood innocence in the face of adversity. With a deep breath, Ethan pushed aside his worries and made a silent vow to face whatever lay beyond that closed door with courage and unwavering determination. For the sake of his family, he would remain steadfast and resolute, ready to confront any outcome the test may reveal. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, as if holding its breath alongside Ethan. The anticipation of what awaited him on the other side of that closed door hung palpably in the air, entwined with a glimmer of hope that the test results would bring clarity and pave the way for their path forward. Watching her back, Ethan entered the study with a loss for words and asked, "Is the result out?" The family doctor coughed. "Yes, Mr. Gray, you need to be prepared." Ethan clenched his fists and then heard the family doctor tactfully say, "He shows a clear preference for males over females. I detected that he perceives himself as a little princess." Bang! The sound of a forceful impact echoed through the room as Ethan slammed his fist down on the desk. A man who had navigated the intricate web of deception and cunning in the cutthroat world of business now found himself grappling with a sense of helplessness and confusion. His mind whirled with uncertainty. What steps should he take next? How could he navigate the treacherous path that lay before him? The weight of responsibility for his family's well-being bore down on him, intensifying his inner turmoil. Startled by the sudden outburst, the family doctor turned his gaze towards Ethan, recognizing the distress etched across his face. Clint, standing in the doorway, caught the doctor's attention, silently gesturing for him to leave the room. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the doctor complied, exiting the room with a sense of urgency, leaving Ethan alone to confront the overwhelming storm of emotions that threatened to consume him. Another half an hour passed, each minute feeling like an eternity in the depths of Ethan's restless mind. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, the significance of the upcoming surgery sinking in. He had discovered that Roseanne, the esteemed surgeon, anticipated the operation to last a grueling 7 hours. The moment had arrived. The time was ripe for action. With a heavy sigh, Ethan straightened his posture, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The lines etched upon his face betrayed a mix of determination and trepidation. He understood the magnitude of the journey they were about to embark upon, the life-altering decisions that awaited them on the other side. Clint's voice broke the silence, cutting through the stillness that had settled within the room. "Sir, it's time." Ethan's heart skipped a beat, the weight of the moment hanging in the air. The realization that the time had come to take action surged through his veins, sparking a renewed sense of purpose within him. He had meticulously gathered information, preparing himself for this very juncture. Rising to his feet, Ethan carried the burden of his family's fate upon his shoulders. With resolute determination, he spoke, his voice laced with a mix of weariness and unwavering resolve. "Let's go." As he left the room, he glanced at his son, who was combing the Barbie doll's hair. She was humming a tune, her little hands skillfully braiding a small braid, and was choosing a set of clothes to put on the Barbie doll. He held back again and again, and finally spoke. "Noah, Daddy will be out for a while. I'll play with planes with you when I get back." Arya ignored him. "Ethan, when I come back tonight, I'll buy you a Barbie doll." Arya's eyes lit up. She looked eagerly at him, but forcefully withdrew her gaze. "Noah doesn't want a Barbie doll. I want Mommy." Whimpering, she had been switching with her brother for 2 days. She missed Mommy. God damn it. Ethan felt as if his heart was pierced by tens of thousands of arrows, full of holes. He followed Clint out of the hotel and headed to the hospital. In order to accurately find Roseanne, Ethan decided to enter the operating room. As he was changing clothes to a surgical outfit, Clint suggested by his side, "Ethan, this is a psychological issue. Otherwise, why not invite Miss Hunter to counsel him?" Ethan cast his gaze downward, feeling increasingly irritable at the thought of Isabelle. Just as he entered to change his clothes, he saw her aunt performing surgery, but she was not waiting outside. Such a person does not need to be close to his son. He refused again. No need. Even if his son is abnormal, at least he is sensitive and righteous. Leaving these two icy words behind, he pushed the door into the operating room. In the operating room, all the light was cast on the operating table. His gaze was directly locked on the woman who was holding her breath and concentrating on the surgery. Upon seeing her, his expression slightly startled. Ethan's brows furrowed in puzzlement as he observed the figure of Roseanne performing the surgery. The woman in front of him appeared noticeably thinner than the photos he had seen prior to this moment. It was a subtle discrepancy that unsettled him, raising questions about the authenticity of those images. Yet, amidst the bustling crowd, he opted to remain silent, choosing to quietly stand at the periphery, mindful of the sanctity of the operating room. Respecting the strict protocols that govern such critical procedures, Ethan understood the importance of maintaining an undisturbed environment. Had it not been for the Gray family's prominent standing within the hospital, gaining access to this space would have proven exceedingly challenging. Grateful for the privilege granted to him, he was acutely aware of the responsibility it carried. With a deep sense of reverence, Ethan maintained his distance, deciding to wait patiently until the surgery concluded before seeking out Roseanne. Adhering to the unwritten code of conduct observed within the medical community, he recognized the significance of uninterrupted focus during such delicate procedures. Within the sterile confines of the operating room, a palpable hush enveloped the space. The silence was punctuated only by the intermittent authoritative voice of the surgeon. Heartbeat. Blood pressure. No. 10 scalpel. Hemostatic forceps. The cadence of her words echoed through the room, the gravity of each instruction underscoring the precision and expertise required for a successful operation. Each phrase carried with it a weight of responsibility, as Roseanne navigated the intricate dance of surgical instruments, her voice simultaneously commanding and weary. As the minutes turned into hours, Ethan found himself captivated by the rhythm of the operating room, a symphony of whispered instructions and synchronized movements. He marveled at the delicate balance between the fragility of life and the unwavering determination of those tasked with preserving it. In that hallowed space, he bore witness to the dedicated professionalism of the medical team, their unwavering commitment to their craft shining through in every action. The room, once filled with apprehension and doubt, now hummed with an air of unwavering focus, each individual playing their part in a synchronized ballet of expertise and collaboration. Ethan, an observer at the periphery, took in every detail, his gaze flitting from one instrument to another, each serving a crucial purpose in the pursuit of healing. The ethereal atmosphere enveloped him, a reminder of the profound impact these medical professionals had on the lives of countless individuals. With each passing moment, Ethan's admiration for the medical team grew. Their dedication, perseverance, and unwavering commitment to the well-being of others were on full display, transcending the physical boundaries of the operating room. And so, he waited in patient anticipation, a silent sentinel bearing witness to the sacred dance unfolding before his eyes. He knew that soon, the crescendo of this performance would reach its peak, marking a pivotal moment in the lives of all involved. She must have been performing surgery for 6.5 hours straight. The assistant behind her had been wiping her sweat, but her hands were still very steady, without a trace of trembling. Her gaze fixed on the operating table was very focused and serious. Although her face couldn't be seen, there was an indescribable charm about her. Ethan initially thought he had arrived early, having to wait here for 20 minutes, feeling a bit irritable. But just watching her perform the monotonous surgery, time unknowingly passed. Until the end, she spoke, "Suture." The assistant who had been behind her responded, "Yes." The chief surgeon performs the surgery, and the simple final suturing is completed by the assistant. Until now, all the procedures of the surgery had gone smoothly. But just then, it seemed like the tray in a junior assistant's hand was bumped into, causing the surgical knife on it to suddenly fall to the floor. The scene instantly became a bit chaotic. The light on the operating table was very strong, which visually made the surrounding area appear slightly dim. Amidst the overlapping figures of several assistants, Roseanne was hidden among them. Roseanne, among the few, scolded, "How can you be so careless? Luckily, we only have the final stitching left. You all, come with me to clean up first." Okay. The assistants, mixed with Roseanne, all dressed in the same color surgical gowns, walked directly towards the sterile area. Ethan quickly followed them. After entering the sterile area, they removed their goggles, masks, and gloves, washing their hands with running water. Ethan felt that the woman looked like Isabelle, but, aside from one, the rest all surprisingly had blonde hair. As the intrigue surrounding Roseanne's true identity deepened, Ethan contemplated his next move. With a mind filled with uncertainty, he found himself seeking unconventional means to uncover the truth. Harnessing the unique abilities bestowed upon him as a Lycan, he attempted to employ his keen sense of smell to discern Roseanne's whereabouts. His eyes scanned the room, taking note of the various individuals present, their features and actions unfolding before him like a tapestry of possibilities. In a daring move, he followed his instincts, striding purposefully towards the person with brown hair, convinced that he had finally discovered Roseanne's hidden identity. With determined steps, Ethan approached the figure, reaching out to lightly grasp her shoulder. He called out, "Roseanne, I've heard so much about you." The person turned around, revealing a rather plain appearance. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she responded, her voice tinged with confusion. "Dr. Roseanne has already left. I am Liana, her assistant. May I ask who you are?" Ethan's brow furrowed, a mix of frustration and realization washing over him. He had fallen victim to a clever ruse, manipulated by Roseanne's cunning deception. The realization dawned upon him that she had intentionally orchestrated her disappearance, leaving behind a web of confusion and uncertainty in her wake. Determined not to let Roseanne's evasion go unpunished, Ethan took a step back, his eyes hardening with resolve. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, a cold and calculated expression settling upon his face. He dialed Clint's number, his voice devoid of any warmth as he issued a decisive command. "Seal all the exits of the operating room and thoroughly vet every individual who entered." In that moment, the gears of action were set in motion. Ethan refused to allow Roseanne to slip away, her audacious escape attempt serving as a catalyst for his unwavering pursuit of truth. With Clint on his side, he knew that no stone would be left unturned, no avenue of escape unchecked. The operating room, once a sanctuary of healing, transformed into a battleground of determination and resolve. The air crackled with a palpable tension as the medical team and security personnel sprung into action, methodically securing every possible exit. A sense of urgency permeated the space, the pursuit of justice blending seamlessly with the pursuit of healing. As the room brimmed with focused energy, Ethan stood at the center, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. He knew that the path ahead would be arduous, filled with unexpected twists and turns. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken, his determination unyielding. He decided to use his Lycan sense of smell to perceive her out, but he couldn't, as everything smelled of antiseptic. Inside the operating room, catching a glimpse of Ethan rushing out of the ward from the corner of her eye, Isabelle, standing in front of the operating table, let out a sigh of relief. Before performing the surgery under Roseanne's identity, she knew that it would leak information, attracting the attention of this favored one, so she had made preparations early. It's common knowledge that the chief surgeon wouldn't do minor things like stitching, but performing surgery for her aunt, Isabelle strived for perfection and would definitely do it herself. In everyone's eyes, Roseanne had already left with the assistant. Who could have imagined that amidst the chaos just now, she merely turned around and remained here? Her hands moved swiftly, and in less than 10 minutes, she had completed the stitching. After a final check of her aunt's various data indicators, she announced, the surgery was successful. Post-operative care was handed over to professional nurses, and she and the 2 remaining assistants followed the visiting doctors towards the sterile area. Isabelle yawned sleepily. The continuous 7-hour surgery was unimaginably draining, which was particularly unfriendly to her, who was naturally not physically strong. After getting home today, she would probably have to sleep for another 14 or 15 hours. Thinking this, she suddenly noticed Liana from the sterile area giving her a signal. Isabelle paused in her steps, a bad premonition suddenly emerging in her heart. The next moment, she saw a line of black-clothed bodyguards standing at the entrance of the operating room, checking their identities one by one. Liana was furious. "Mr. Gray, what is the meaning of this? We were invited to perform a surgery. Do we also have to accept your unwarranted questioning?" Liana didn't know Ethan was Lycan. She was a human girl and didn't know the paranormal world. She only knew Ethan was the young master of the Gray Group, a wealthy conglomerate in the city. Ethan stood at the entrance like a plague god, his tall figure emanating an oppressive aura. Clint, standing beside him, spoke emotionlessly. "Ladies, I'm sorry, but after all, you are not doctors from our hospital. If the patient has any accidents, we are responsible for her. Therefore, we ask you to leave your records." Isabelle's almond eyes drooped slightly, and she sighed inwardly. This tyrant is really hard to deal with. Should she leave now? Her aching fingers and weak legs were telling her that she didn't have the strength. She didn't notice that Ethan was watching her all the time. Even in her surgical gown, her figure was very similar to Roseanne's. Everyone ahead was cooperating with Clint's investigation, but she stood at the end, seeming a bit guilty. Ethan strode up to her, his thin lips slightly parted. "Your deception is indeed good, almost fooled me too." Everyone turned their gaze, making Isabelle the focus of the sterile area. Ethan spoke heavily. "Dr. Roseanne, aren't you going to take off your mask?" The man's figure was tall, and there was an intimidating pressure when he stood in front of her. Isabelle suddenly chuckled. She reached out to remove her mask and goggles. The goggles hooked onto the hood and her hair fell down accordingly. Upon seeing that familiar delicate face, Ethan's eyes narrowed. How could it be her? The woman's eyes were as usual, her tone languid and low. Since you've caught me, I have nothing more to say. Ethan's heart skipped a beat as he heard her continue. It was my fault for sneaking into the surgery room to see my aunt. If the hospital wants to hold me accountable, I accept. She looked up, coldly saying, however, as a family member of the patient, I think the hospital can understand my actions, right? Her voice was cool and clear, like striking, giving a sense of stability. Ethan's first reaction at this moment was, so she isn't indifferent to her aunt. Isabelle looked at the man in front of her. His eyes were deep, unpredictable, and exuding an elusive sense of mystery. She didn't know if he believed her words. While in deep thought, the man suddenly spoke. If Miss Hunter agrees to one condition, I can represent the hospital and not hold you accountable. What? Ethan cleared his throat. Come back to the hotel with me now and play with my son for 2 hours. If she could recall correctly, their first encounter was marked by a stern warning from him to stay away from his son. It was a chilling reminder that still lingered in her mind. But fate had a peculiar way of intertwining their paths once again, as she found herself being cautioned about him once more, while watching a movie just yesterday. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Has this man lost his sanity? Why would he go to such lengths to deter her from getting close to his son? The enigma surrounding his behavior only deepened as she tried to make sense of it all. Observing her perplexed expression, Ethan, the man in question, displayed a peculiar mix of discomfort and apprehension on his face. It was evident that there was more to this story than met the eye. What secrets were hidden behind his guarded demeanor? Unbeknownst to him, this determined woman was driven by an unwavering desire to establish a connection with Noah, his son. She had spared no effort in her pursuit, utilizing every means at her disposal to gain the young boy's approval. Now, faced with this unexpected encounter, she refused to let this opportunity slip away. With a cool composure, Isabelle directed her gaze downward, masking her true intentions. She addressed Ethan, her voice laced with a hint of detachment. Mr. Gray, I believe you've misunderstood. I am not a nanny, and I have no romantic interest in you. Ethan's expression wavered, caught off guard by her bold assertion. The air crackled with tension as the truth hung between them, waiting to be unraveled. With unwavering determination, Isabelle took a confident step forward, her resolve unyielding. Her momentum remained unbroken as she fearlessly addressed the situation at hand, her words dripping with self-assurance. Furthermore, if the hospital truly wishes to hold me accountable, I suggest they contact my lawyer, she declared, her voice carrying a subtle undertone of defiance. A brief moment of silence hung in the air as her statement sank in. Isabelle, however, seemed unfazed by the potential consequences of her audacious challenge. She casually raised a hand, delicately covering her mouth as a yawn escaped her lips. It was as if she dismissed the weight of the situation, strolling past Ethan with an air of nonchalance, exiting the operating room with grace and poise. The exhaustion that had settled in her bones was undeniable. Isabelle's wariness had reached its peak, leaving no room for games or distractions. The pursuit of rest became her primary concern, overriding any desire to engage with an unruly child. Time was of the essence, and reclaiming precious moments of sleep took precedence over all else. Ethan, despite his authority and position, had no grounds to detain individuals at his whim. The absence of Roseanne, a key figure in this unfolding drama, left them with no alternative but to let Isabelle go on her way. The constraints of the situation dictated that their hands were tied, rendering them powerless to take any immediate action. Frustration simmered within Clint as they made their way back to the hotel. His discontent found a voice in his grumbling tones, venting his bewilderment to the air. That Roseanne must be as slippery as an eel, don't you think? He lamented, his frustration palpable. How did she manage to slip away unnoticed? I was stationed outside, keeping a vigilant watch. How on earth did she elude us? In the back seat, Ethan opened his mouth. 3 possibilities. 1. The information was incorrect. Roseanne may be blonde. 2. Roseanne is very skilled and escaped, but the probability is low. Right, we had her surrounded very tightly, unless there was an underground passage in the hospital, or she can fly. Clint picked up the conversation. What's the 3rd possibility? Ethan fell silent, turned his head to look out of the car, and slowly said, Isabelle is Roseanne. Clint's mouth twitched in response to Ethan's statement, contemplating the possibilities presented before them. Rather than that, he began, his voice laced with a hint of skepticism, I am inclined to believe in the 2nd possibility. Miss Hunter's background has been meticulously investigated, and it is highly unlikely that someone who has never attended school could be Roseanne. He paused briefly, the weight of his words hanging in the air. However, he continued, when it comes to Miss Hunter, it seems she played a pivotal role in summoning Roseanne. She was the one who sent the email, setting this chain of events into motion. No wonder she seemed so composed and unruffled while discussing her aunt's surgery. It appears she had a calculated plan all along. Ethan's lips pursed, his brows furrowing as he deepened his contemplation. Suddenly, he broke the silence, his words ringing with a sense of determination. "Find a place to buy a Barbie doll," he instructed, his voice carrying an air of urgency. Meanwhile, on the rooftop stairwell of the hotel, two young souls engaged in a clandestine meeting. Arya, with a hint of grievance in her voice, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Brother," she lamented, "I haven't been able to play games for 2 whole days. Daddy is being too strict and won't let me use the phone." Noah, ever the thoughtful older brother, considered her plea before offering a solution. "Then let's switch back," he proposed, his voice filled with a touch of mischief. Arya's eyes lit up with excitement, her agreement pouring forth in a flurry of words. Okay, I'll play games for a whole day, and then we'll switch back," she exclaimed, her eagerness evident. Arya let out a heartfelt sigh, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "Brother," she mused, "it seems like Daddy really dislikes Mommy. What should we do?" Noah's brow furrowed as he pondered the predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a sense of determination. "If gentle methods don't work, then we'll have to employ a stronger approach." Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eagerly seeking more details. "What kind of stronger approach?" she inquired, her voice filled with anticipation. The two siblings huddled together, their heads almost touching, engrossed in a lengthy whispering session. Their secret conversation lasted for what seemed like an eternity, before they reluctantly parted ways. Just as Arya was about to leave, a mischievous glint danced in her eyes. She blinked her big innocent orbs and proclaimed with pride, "Oh, by the way, today the kind doctor uncle made me take an IQ test. And guess what? My IQ is off the charts. The doctor uncle was so amazed by my intelligence that he even rewarded me with a special prize." Daddy was left utterly speechless. Her youthful exuberance radiated as she shared this newfound achievement. Arya couldn't help but reminisce about how her mommy had given her a similar test in the past, praising her as a little genius. Today, she made her brother proud with her exceptional intellect. Noah couldn't hide his admiration for his younger sister's accomplishment. "Great job," he praised sincerely, his voice filled with genuine pride. In the midst of their parents' complicated dynamics, the innocent minds of Arya and Noah found solace in their bond as siblings. Noah had just settled into the hotel room, intending to engage in some much-needed studying within the confines of the study. However, his peaceful sanctuary was abruptly interrupted as the door swung open and Ethan, his father, made a grand entrance. Ethan, in his usual fashion, swiftly removed his coat and approached Noah with a determined stride. "Noah, my dear, let's put the past behind us and not be angry anymore," he said, a note of sincerity in his voice. "Look what Daddy has brought for you." Noah's eyes widened with surprise. The tyrant who made him study tirelessly day in and day out was actually presenting him with a toy? It was a rare and unexpected gesture. His anticipation peaked as he watched Ethan approach, only to witness his father place a large, unmistakably pink Barbie doll on his desk. Confusion washed over Noah as a question mark materialized in his mind, hovering above his head like a thought bubble. Ethan, observing his son's lackluster response, believed that Noah was still harboring ill feelings. He tried to salvage the situation with a gentle tone, hoping to bridge the gap between them. "Will you play with Daddy?" he asked, his voice filled with hopeful anticipation. Noah's gaze shifted from the garish pink Barbie doll to his father, a mixture of incredulity and amusement adorning his face. He mustered a response, his words laced with an indescribable expression. At that moment, the room filled with an awkward silence. The absurdity of the situation hung in the air, leaving father and son to navigate the comical miscommunication that had unfolded before them. Seeing his reaction, Ethan braced himself and said, "Let's comb the Barbie doll's hair and change her clothes." He opened the Barbie doll's packaging, took out the doll, and then, after picking up a strand of hair, his fingers, which were incredibly agile when playing the piano, froze at this moment. Ethan looked at his son with a stern face. "Noah, do you know how to braid hair?" Noah frowned, his eyes glazing over. After a long stare, Noah slowly spat out a word. "Stupid." Ethan's face instantly darkened. For some reason, his son's unimpressed expression stirred up his anger. His Lycan growled at the pup. "I'm doing all this for you." Noah lowered his head and opened his book, completely ignoring him. Ethan's eyes twitched in annoyance. He stared at the advanced problems his son was looking at, and spoke. "You haven't even mastered the basics. Do you understand such complex knowledge?" Noah looked up at him again. "How is this simple stuff complex?" The tyrant was simply absurd today. He coolly said, "Don't disturb my study." Seeing that his son obviously didn't understand, but put on an air of knowing everything, Ethan was speechless. "Fine, do as you please." He wanted to see just how long his son could keep up this pretense. After dinner, Ethan sat in the study, questioning life. His son was obviously capable of being cute, so why did he suddenly revert back to his silent demeanor? Although his son now seemed more normal, he inexplicably missed his former lively, expressive, and cunning self. He directly picked up his phone and called the family doctor. Why does Noah's personality keep changing? The family doctor thought for a moment and then said, the young master might have been triggered by something before, causing his personality to change. Triggered. What could have triggered him? Could it have been that woman? Downstairs, Isabelle went to bed and fell asleep immediately after taking a shower. Arya sat on the sofa, playing a game on her phone with Hardin. Hardin was still very talkative in the game. Boss, did you argue with your brother again? He doesn't fall for your tricks. You should act cute. Besides, he couldn't find Dr. Roseanne today. He's in a bad mood. Aren't you just hitting the gun's muzzle? Looking for Dr. Roseanne? Arya was stunned. She glanced at the bed in the bedroom and asked, Hardin, why does Daddy want to find Roseanne? Hardin, isn't it for you? Before he could finish, the doorbell rang. Nanny May was busy in the kitchen, so Arya hopped off the sofa and walked to the door. She didn't think much and just opened the door. Ethan was standing outside the door, ready to ask Isabelle to come upstairs to take care of his son. As the door opened, he was about to speak when he saw Arya, a tall figure and a short one. After staring at each other for 2 to 3 seconds, Arya was startled and instinctively tried to close the door. Her brother had told her that they couldn't acknowledge each other until their dad and mom fell in love, or else it would spark a custody battle. But the man stretched out his hand and stopped the door, puzzled. Noah, how come you're here? Arya's eyes widened in fear. Ethan's face was shrouded in gloom. He bent down, directly picked up Arya, and commanded, come upstairs with me. If she went upstairs and saw her brother, her dad would find out. Struggling, Arya shouted, let me go, Mommy, help. When Nanny May heard the noise and rushed out of the kitchen, all she saw was Ethan, holding the child and striding into the elevator. She was startled and hurriedly went to the bedroom, waking up the deeply sleeping Isabelle. Miss, wake up, something's happened. Arya has been taken away by Mr. Gray. Isabelle, who had been sleeping deeply, was instantly awakened when she was shaken. She got up, didn't have time to change clothes, put on her slippers, and went straight out the door. By this time, Arya had already been taken upstairs. After entering the presidential suite, seeing the handsome, angry dad taking her to the study, she thought, it's over, it's over, it's over. Being tightly held by her dad all the way, she couldn't even send a message to her brother. Arya's heart raced as she anticipated the inevitable exposure of her secret rendezvous in the study. The sound of a barely audible squeak filled the room as the study door creaked open, causing Ethan to halt in his tracks. His eyes fell upon the unexpected sight of Arya standing near the door, her demeanor betraying her guilt. Fearing the impending scolding, Arya swiftly devised a cunning plan to diffuse the tension. She took a deep breath and began her apology, her voice trembling. Daddy, I'm sorry, Arya. However, before she could complete her sentence and confess, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Confusion overtook her as she realized that the study was empty. There was no sign of Noah. Her bewildered expression reflected her inner turmoil as she blurted out, Noah didn't do it on purpose. In her large, innocent eyes, a swirl of perplexity danced. Where had her brother disappeared to? Where could he have gone? Ethan's initial surge of anger dissipated as he observed the genuine confusion in his daughter's eyes. He found himself unable to chastise her further. Gently setting her down, he placed his hands firmly on her shoulders, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Noah, regardless of the circumstances, you must never leave the top floor without permission, he cautioned, his concern for his son evident in his words. The gravity of the situation hung in the air as the realization dawned on Ethan that his son had ventured off on his own. Uncertainty gnawed at his heart, prompting a mixture of worry and determination to surface within him. He knew he had to find Noah and ensure his safety, but the question remained, where had his elusive son disappeared to? His body was trembling slightly. As the firstborn heir of the illustrious Gray family, Noah's every move was under the watchful eyes of many. The history of his kidnapping as a child and his miraculous survival had left an indelible mark on Ethan's psyche. Ever since that harrowing incident, Ethan had devoted himself to shielding his son from the prying eyes of the public, fearing for his safety and well-being. The fact that Noah had only encountered Miss Hunter on a handful of occasions added to Ethan's unease. It seemed unfathomable that his son had managed to venture downstairs without his knowledge. Ethan's mind raced with a multitude of distressing scenarios. What if Miss Hunter wasn't the person she claimed to be? What if, during his unsupervised excursion, Noah had fallen into the clutches of a nefarious individual? The mere thought sent shivers down Ethan's spine, and he couldn't bear to dwell on the potential consequences. Sensing her father's inexplicable fear and distress, Arya, driven by a wellspring of compassion, wrapped her small arms around him in a comforting embrace. Her tiny hand gently patted his shoulder as she sought to alleviate his worries. Daddy, I promise I won't do it again, she reassured him in a tender voice, her words laced with sincerity. The unexpected display of affection from his daughter touched Ethan's heart, causing a mixture of emotions to flood his senses. he found himself momentarily frozen, his arms involuntarily wrapping around her small frame, drawing her closer to him. The weight of her presence, her unwavering love and trust, reminded him of the profound responsibility he carried as a father. In that tender embrace, Ethan realized that the path of parenthood was fraught with uncertainties and unforeseen challenges. Despite his best efforts to shield his child from harm, he couldn't control every aspect of his life. The realization that they would inevitably make their own choices, sometimes venturing into unknown territories, brought forth a profound sense of vulnerability. As Ethan held Arya, he silently vowed to be a pillar of strength and protection for his children. He would strive to strike a delicate balance between granting them the freedom to grow and explore, while ensuring their safety and well-being remained paramount. The soft warmth of his son's embrace provided a renewed sense of purpose and determination, fueling his resolve to create a nurturing environment where Noah could flourish. The rare closeness between father and son in that moment sent a wave of emotions surging through Ethan. The faint scent of milk that clung to Arya's presence acted as a soothing balm, gradually quelling his anger and frustration. He released a deep, heartfelt sigh, realizing that he needed to find a middle ground between his overprotectiveness and Noah's yearning for independence. With a newfound sense of compromise, he relented. "If you truly enjoy Miss Hunter's company, you may invite her to join us upstairs." Arya was taken aback by her father's unexpected concession. The words hung in the air, momentarily silencing her. Her mind raced with a mix of surprise and curiosity. She contemplated the unfinished test booklet on the desk, her thoughts now consumed by the enigma surrounding her missing brother. Where had he gone during their father's absence? The mystery gnawed at her, compelling her to search for answers. Meanwhile, as the ignored onlooker in the room, Hardin found himself seated on the living room sofa, questioning the meaning of his existence. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in a game with his boss, fully immersed in their virtual adventures. However, the sudden eruption of his brother's scolding and his nephew's cries for help had interrupted his gaming bliss. Hardin couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment as he contemplated the chaotic dynamics of the household. Caught in the crossfire of familial conflicts and unexpected turns of events, he found himself questioning the purpose of his role as a virtual companion. Was he merely an escape from reality or a source of amusement in the lives of those around him? Lost in introspection, Hardin's thoughts wandered as he pondered his significance in the grand tapestry of their lives. Little did he know that the events unfolding within the Grey family would soon take an unforeseen turn, pulling him further into the intricate web of their relationships and challenges. The stage was set for a series of encounters, revelations, and unexpected alliances that would test the bonds between family members and redefine their perceptions of one another. As a little brother in the game, he absolutely couldn't ignore this, so despite his fear of the tyrant, he rushed over, intending to save the boss from danger. This way, the boss might scold him less in the game, right? But what he saw was that Noah was calmly doing his homework. He doubted himself for a moment, even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. However, upon looking again, he still saw his nephew sitting there. He picked up his phone again. The voice chat in the game was still connected, clearly transmitting the boss's plea. "Bad daddy, let me go. I want to find mommy. I don't want to go upstairs." Then, he saw his nephew put down the pen and run out without a word. About 20 seconds later, the door was pushed open, and his brother walked in holding his nephew, and the two of them entered the study again. Hardin rubbed his eyes again. The child held by his brother indeed had his nephew's face, and her voice talking to his brother was still being transmitted to his phone through the game voice chat. But if the person who has been playing the game with him is his nephew, who was doing homework here just now? Moreover, did his nephew change clothes in 20 seconds? He stood up dumbfoundedly, holding his phone and walking out. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into the family doctor. He grabbed the doctor's hand and lamented, "Doctor, please help me. I'm still young. Why am I having hallucinations? Do I have some kind of mental illness? I don't want to die." The family doctor ignored him and continued on his way. He suddenly got very busy. At this moment, in the stairwell, Noah was heading downstairs. Through the glass on the stairwell door, he saw his father carrying Arya into the room, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his uncle arrived in time, otherwise their secret would have been revealed. He waited there for a while. Arya sent him a voice message. After the two little ones exchanged some information, Arya asked in confusion, "Uncle saw you and he saw me. Will he know?" "Noah, why not?" Noah pursed his lips. "He's a single-celled organism. He won't think it's so complicated." They both didn't know that he also had a twin sister. If he hadn't met Arya, he wouldn't have understood why Mommy was so familiar with him. Even the tyrant had never thought of this, let alone the most simple-minded uncle. Noah put down his phone and headed downstairs. He had just stepped down one step when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Then Isabelle rushed up. Her face was full of anger, and she seemed to be ready for a fight. After seeing him, she obviously breathed a sigh of relief. "Arya, are you going back?" Noah nodded. "Yes." Isabelle hesitated for a moment, but didn't say much and turned around to go downstairs. "Let's go home first." She led Noah down the stairs. Along the way, she felt that her daughter seemed to be much quieter than usual. When they got back to the room, Isabelle scanned Noah from top to bottom. Her eyes stared at him, and she slowly asked, "Arya, are you sure Ethan didn't do anything to you?" Seeing Mommy so nervous, Noah nodded. At this moment, Nanny May came over. She directly furrowed her brows and asked, "Miss, why have you changed into a new set of pajamas?" Upon hearing Nanny May's remark, Isabelle's tired eyes instantly sharpened with curiosity. The mere mention of a girl going out and returning in different clothes piqued her interest, signaling that something significant might be unfolding before her. As a mother, Isabelle's instincts kicked in, and she couldn't help but become suspicious of the situation. Noticing his mother's sudden change in demeanor, Noah, ever composed and quick-witted, turned his gaze towards Nanny May and calmly addressed her. "No, didn't you remember wrong?" Nanny May found herself caught between Noah's confidence and Isabelle's growing skepticism. She hesitated for a moment before responding, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Are you absolutely sure, Noah?" Without skipping a beat, Noah reaffirmed his earlier statement, maintaining his composure and mimicking his sister Arya's tone. "Yes, Nanny May, you must have mistaken something. Everything is perfectly fine." As the conversation continued, Isabelle couldn't help but feel a tinge of unease. Her normally familiar and predictable household dynamics were suddenly thrown into disarray by this perplexing turn of events. The daughter standing before her now appeared slightly unfamiliar. Her behavior seemed different. When she woke up, she would settle accounts with Ethan. Taking her daughter away from her house without even a greeting, this was absolutely intolerable. She slept straight until noon the next day. After waking up, she saw a message from Blair saying that her aunt had woken up and wanted her to bring the children to visit when she had time. Isabelle freshened up first, but when she came out, she saw Nanny May confronting her daughter again. Nanny May was holding a beautiful princess dress, coaxing her. "Miss, wear this. We're going to see the elders. Don't dress inappropriately." Looking at the pink fluffy dress, Noah was expressionless. He thought that if he put on this dress, he would feel so awkward that he could dig a hole in the ground with his toes. Isabelle frowned and asked softly, "Baby, tell Mommy, why don't you want to wear the princess dress today?" Although Arya had boys' clothes, deep down she was a little princess. When seeing elders, her favorite thing was to dress up beautifully. Seeing Isabelle starting to get suspicious, Noah could only grit his teeth and took the dress from Nanny May's hand. Because it was autumn, a pair of white tights were paired underneath. Noah cannot wear that. Never. He went into the bedroom, struggled to put on the dress, and came out. Seeing Isabelle's satisfied expression, he sighed silently. He had made too many sacrifices for the reunion of the family. Seeing that her daughter seemed to have forgotten how to walk in a princess dress as she hadn't worn one for a long time, Isabelle simply picked her up and walked straight out. When they entered the hallway, she subconsciously shielded her daughter's face. Her mother had passed away a year after she was born, leaving only a last wish, asking her not to show off, to be low-key, to be mediocre until she had the power to protect herself. Otherwise, there would be danger. She didn't know what the danger was, but she had always followed it, which had formed her habit of being cautious and low-key. The two of them went downstairs, took a taxi to the hospital, and directly entered the VIP ward. Diana, with bandages around her head, had already regained consciousness. After the hospital's examination, it was found that her brain was not damaged at all. The surgery was simply perfect. The worry that had been on Blair and Kelvin, Diana's husband, faces for the past few days was gone. They were very happy to see her. Blair even rushed up to hug Noah. "Are you Arya? You're so cute and absolutely beautiful." Noah could not help but irk. At the moment when the ward was filled with joy, an unfriendly voice came in. "Tsk, not present during the surgery for fear of responsibility. Then when the surgery is successful, you rush back to play the good person. Isabelle, you really know how to scheme." Along with this voice, Barbara walked in with red eyes. She had severe dark circles, and there was nothing but hatred in her eyes. After being exposed by Dr. Roseanne yesterday, the school had given her a warning. This caused her to miss out on the title of the most outstanding graduate of the medical school this year. She spitefully tried to sow discord among the Carlisle family, which is her aunt's family. She just lifted a finger, sent an email to Roseanne, and you're so grateful to her? If she truly cared about her aunt, she wouldn't have left during the surgery. As the person involved, wouldn't the aunt feel bad? Just as Barbara thought of this, Diana spoke. "Bella, you had a hard time yesterday." Isabelle chuckled lowly. "It's fine." The two shared a glance as if they had some kind of understanding, ignoring Barbara's words. This made her feel a burning sensation on her face, as if her previous instigation was a joke. She was about to say something else in anger when Sarah spoke up. "Bella, is this your daughter?" She's really cute. Isabelle furrowed her brows, feeling annoyed. Diana also spoke. Why are you all here? When she was sick and hospitalized, the Hunter family never cared, but these days they kept coming over, disrupting her and Bella's reminiscing time and again. A trace of disdain flashed in Sarah's eyes. When would she willingly come to a gloomy place like a hospital? Wasn't it because Isabelle wouldn't answer her calls, and she had no choice but to corner her at the hospital? The last one to enter, Zane, spoke with a furrowed brow. Of course, we came to see you. After saying that, he followed Sarah's gaze towards Noah, said with a fake smile, Is this Arya? Although the father might be a small-time punk, she's quite cute. Noah retorted, My dad is not a punk. Barbara sneered, You're right. Your mom doesn't even know who your dad is. Maybe he's not a punk. Maybe he's an even more miserable beggar? Or perhaps a murderer? Anyway, with your mom's situation back then, any decent man wouldn't have wanted her. Isabelle immediately stepped in front of Noah, rolled up her sleeves and said coldly, Wasn't the beating last time enough? She didn't care about these mocking words, but she was afraid that Arya might feel upset. Thinking of the slap last time, Barbara took a step back and hid behind Zane. Dad, look at her. She wants to hit me right in front of you. She's too arrogant. Zane raged. Isabelle, try to lay a hand on her. You're really pushing it. Sarah came out to mediate. Don't get physical in front of the child. Isabelle, seeing Arya makes me think that if that little boy from back then was still alive, he would probably be good looking too. At these words, Isabelle suddenly looked at her. Over the years, she had asked Zane several times about the whereabouts of the child, but Zane remained silent. Why would he bring it up today? Sure enough, the next moment Zane pulled out that contract again. You're looking for your son, aren't you? Sign the company transfer agreement, and I'll tell you where I dumped that little bastard. Isabelle clenched her fists, a serious look in her almond eyes. As Zane's forceful words hung in the air, Isabelle felt a surge of mixed emotions coursing through her veins. It had been an agonizing week since her son had gone missing, filled with restless nights and desperate attempts to locate him. Despite hiring private investigators, their efforts had yielded no fruitful results thus far. Zane's claim of being the sole possessor of knowledge about her child's whereabouts struck a nerve within her, stirring a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. Unable to resist the allure of finding her precious son, Isabelle's exhaustion and desperation pushed her to the brink. Without a moment's hesitation, she firmly grasped the pen, her trembling hand poised to sign the contract that Zane had presented. In that fleeting moment, it seemed like the answer to all her prayers lay within that simple act. However, in the midst of this tense exchange, Noah, ever observant and fiercely protective of his family, couldn't remain silent. His eyes widened with concern as he stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. Mommy, don't. Noah's interruption momentarily snapped Isabelle out of her single-minded determination. She turned her head, her gaze shifting to meet Noah's worried eyes. A wave of realization washed over her, reminding her of the love and bond she shared with both her children. Arya's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her that the family's unity and well-being were paramount. Softening her expression, Isabelle addressed Arya, her voice laced with a mixture of affection and determination. Arya, my dear, please stop fussing. If there's a chance we can find your brother, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, even if it means giving up the company we've built or facing the prospect of financial hardship. In that moment, Isabelle's unwavering devotion to her children became apparent. Her love transcended material possessions, and her priority was clear: reuniting her family, no matter the cost. Noah's heart swelled with gratitude, realizing the depth of his mother's love and commitment. Noah's eyes reddened, and he quickly grabbed Isabelle's hand. Noah wanted to tell the truth desperately, burdened by the weight of the secret he carried. But if Isabelle were to know the truth now, he knew deep down that it would shatter their family even further. He feared that Isabelle would take him and their sister away, leaving their father alone and isolated, away from the plan that he and Arya had come to make. It was a complicated situation for Noah. Despite the constant clashes and disagreements with their father, he couldn't deny that, underneath the hardened exterior, his father possessed the qualities of a qualified parent. Noah reminisced about his childhood, when his father used to take him to his workplace and important meetings, instilling in him a sense of responsibility and work ethic. The memory that stood out vividly in Noah's mind was one fateful day when his mother was about to sign an important contract. Just as Isabelle was about to place her signature on the document, Noah, driven by a sudden impulse, grabbed the milk carton sitting nearby and spilled its contents all over the contract. The milk seeped into the paper, blurring Isabelle's signature, effectively rendering the contract void. The room was engulfed in stunned silence as the milk dripped off the ruined contract, leaving a tangible symbol of Noah's impulsive act. Zane, his grandfather, erupted in anger, his voice laced with frustration and confusion. "You little bastard, what are you doing?" he shouted, his emotions taking control in that heated moment. Noah felt a mix of guilt and rebellion coursing through his veins. He knew he had acted on a sudden impulse, but there was a part of him that couldn't bear the thought of their family falling apart. His eyes met his grandfather's gaze, witnessing a remarkable transformation of emotions within him. Anger faded, replaced by gratitude, relief, and a tinge of concern. As memories flooded Noah's mind, he was transported back to his childhood, a time when his father would take him under his wing, sharing the intricacies of his work and involving him in important meetings. These experiences had forged a bond between them, a bond that had withstood the test of time and the strains of their tumultuous relationship. Noah's gaze softened as he turned his attention towards Isabelle. He understood her reasons for wanting to find him, seeking a different path away from the chaos and discord that had plagued their family. Noah held the cup of milk with an innocent face. My hand slipped. Hearing these words, Barbara took a step forward in anger and directly started to move. Little bastard, you did it on purpose, didn't you? I'll kill you. Isabelle bent down to pick him up, carefully cradling him in her arms. Her expression was a mix of frustration and disappointment as she looked at the young boy before her. With a gloomy face, she uttered sternly, "You wouldn't dare!" Blair, sensing the tension in the air, bravely stepped in between Isabelle and Barbara, trying to defuse the situation. With a calm but determined voice, he spoke up. "Barbara, please understand that Isabelle didn't do it on purpose." Diana, witnessing the escalating conflict, hurriedly extended her arm, gesturing for peace. She addressed Blair as her brother, her tone laced with concern. "Brother, why are you arguing with a 5-year-old child? It's just a contract, right? Can't we simply print another one? It's not the end of the world." Zane, seething with anger, struggled to contain his frustration. He had been on the cusp of obtaining the crucial contract, only to have it ruined by a seemingly innocent 5-year-old child. His face flushed with annoyance as he grumbled under his breath. Sarah, known for her cunningness and amazing tolerance, clenched her teeth, attempting to remain composed amidst the mounting tension. In a rational and composed manner, she proposed a solution. "Let's not waste any more time here. We should return to the Hunter's house immediately and reprint the contract. We can resolve this setback quickly." With a collective nod, the group reluctantly agreed to Sarah's suggestion. As they turned to leave the scene, each person carried a different emotion within them. Isabelle carried a sense of disappointment. Blair remained hopeful for understanding. Diana felt the need to protect her niece. Zane seethed with frustration, and Sarah sought a practical resolution to the predicament. Isabelle squinted, her gaze fixed on her precious daughter cradled in her arms. She made up her mind, determined to prioritize Arya's safety above all else. With a resolute tone, she declared, "I'll take Arya back to the hotel first." Knowing the dangers they faced and the urgency of finding her son, Isabelle couldn't bear the thought of exposing her daughter to any harm. Zane, ever the skeptic, let out a scoff, his voice tinged with cynicism. "Huh, a little girl who is not worth much money, and yet you're protecting her so tightly. We'll wait for you at the Hunter's house then." Undeterred by Zane's dismissive attitude, Isabelle clutched Noah a little closer, finding strength in her role as a protective mother. With a determined stride, she began making her way out of the room, resolute in her decision. Sensing the tension and division among the group, Sarah took it upon herself to mediate and find a solution that would accommodate everyone's needs. She gently nudged Barbara, urging her to support her sister. Sarah suggested, "Barbara, why don't you go with Isabelle to the hotel? We can arrange for the car from the Hunter's house to make an additional trip. Your dad and I will take a taxi back to the Hunter's house." Sarah's thoughtful proposal seems as if she aimed to ensure the safety of both Isabelle's children while maintaining a sense of unity among the group. By splitting up the transportation arrangements, they could attend to their individual tasks while remaining connected. But Isabella knew it was a lie. She just wanted Barbara to watch her. Unfortunately, not all human beings are as smart as Isabelle. Barbara stomps her foot. "Mom, why?" Sarah, with a worried expression on her face, leaned in closer to Barbara and spoke in a hushed tone. "Barbara, what if she doesn't come home after going to the hotel? We can't just sit here and do nothing. You need to go and keep an eye on her." Barbara, sensing the urgency in Sarah's voice, immediately reacted and hurriedly rushed after their mutual acquaintance. As they embarked on their way to the hotel, Noah sat in the back seat of the car, his mind filled with thoughts and contemplation. He had just managed to temporarily interrupt his mother's signature, but if he truly wanted to thwart the villain's nefarious plans, he knew he would have to devise another strategy. Silently, Noah reached for his phone and began typing a message to his trusted confidant, Arya. The words he typed were laden with urgency. "Arya, are you there? It's urgent." Arya, who always seemed to be available when Noah needed her, responded promptly. "I'm here. What's going on?" Noah's fingers danced across the phone's screen as he continued to relay his message. "You need to use Daddy's phone to send an anonymous email to Mommy's mailbox, and you have to do it quickly. The content of the email should be..." Meanwhile, Isabelle maintained a calm facade, concealing the turmoil and deep disturbance that ravaged her inner being. Although her face betrayed no hint of worry, her thoughts raced, filled with a sense of unease and apprehension. Would Zane really tell her where her son is after the contract is signed? As she was thinking, her phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up casually, glanced at it, and suddenly froze. Isabelle's heart skipped a beat as she opened her inbox to find an anonymous email nestled quietly among her other messages. The subject line offered no clues, and the body of the email contained only a few ominous words that sent shivers down her spine. "I know where your son is. Don't sign." Her eyes narrowed, their warmth replaced by an icy coolness as she pondered the identity of the sender. Who could have sent such a chilling message, and how did they know about her son? Questions swirled in her mind, but she knew she couldn't afford to waste time speculating. There was a sense of urgency that demanded her immediate attention. Determined to uncover the truth, Isabelle gently placed her phone horizontally on her lap, her slender fingers poised and ready to swiftly navigate through the digital realm. With deft movements, she began tapping the screen, utilizing her skills to track the location from which the email had originated. As she delved into the digital labyrinth, her pupils contracted, betraying a mixture of surprise and alarm. Something unexpected had caught her attention, causing her to abruptly retract her hands and lean back in her seat. It was a close call, a near miss that momentarily startled her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Isabelle realized that she had almost fallen into a trap set by Zane. Whoever had sent the email was cunning and elusive, was probably watching her every move, and she needed to proceed with caution. The stakes were high, and the safety of her son hung in the balance. She couldn't afford any missteps in this perilous journey to uncover the truth and protect her family. Who on earth is the person who sent the email? They even managed to hire the internationally renowned hacker Harley to write firewall software for them. The authenticity of this email is worth considering, but it has instantly made her alert. Isabelle's slender fingers tapped on the car seat, her mind spinning with the events of the week since she returned to the country. Moon family, Hunter family, Caleb's family, they all seem to care a lot about the small company her mother left behind. There's definitely a secret in the company that she's not aware of. The vehicle soon arrived at the hotel. "What? You're not signing?" Barbara shrieked. "Don't you want to find your son?" Isabelle raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "I'm not stupid. If I sign the contract, how can I tell if my father gives me a fake news?" Barbara stomped her foot in anger. "Isabelle, how could you go back on your word?" Isabelle held Noah's hand, her eyes cold, and said, "If you want me to give you the company, fine, then let him find my son and bring him to me." Leaving these words behind, she took Noah's hand and walked straight into the hotel. Just 2 steps in, she suddenly heard a cry. "Wake up! Wake up!" Her keen intuition as a doctor made her suddenly turn around. She saw a middle-aged man lying on the ground next to her. His face was white, and he was obviously not breathing anymore. Isabelle said to Noah, "Arya, you go upstairs first. I'll go see." At the hotel's top floor, Arya was combing the hair of her newly purchased Barbie doll. Ethan found himself seated on the couch, his attention fixated on his phone screen, his brows furrowed as he contemplated the implications of the recent event. Jenny, an infamous international hacker, had just made an attempt to breach the formidable firewall protecting his phone. Uncertainty hung in the air as he pondered the purpose behind her actions. What could she be after, and how did she manage to target him specifically? Lost in his thoughts, Ethan's concentration was momentarily interrupted when Noah, his young son, approached him holding a pink fluffy dress from her collection of princess dresses for Barbie dolls. Looking up from his phone, he responded absent-mindedly, It's okay." Unsatisfied with his vague response, Arya persisted, holding up another dress, adorned with an array of shimmering pearls. "What about this one, Daddy? It has so many pearls, and it's so shiny." Caught off guard, Ethan glanced at the dress and replied half-heartedly, It's passable." A mischievous twinkle sparkled in Arya's eyes as she playfully scolded her father, hands planted firmly on her hips. "Daddy, you're so perfunctory. You didn't even take a proper look." Startled by his son's adorable display, Ethan looked up, meeting her gaze. The sight of his son standing there, hands on hips, puffed up with an air of cuteness, reminiscent of a little princess, struck him with disbelief. It was a moment that captured the essence of parenthood's surprises and unexpected joys. Ethan liked his son to be lively, but this sight was still too spicy for his eyes. He simply stood up to go to the study. "I have something to do." He needed some peace. After a long mental preparation, he finally comforted himself. As long as his son didn't wear the princess dress, it was fine. At this time, Clint walked in and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, we have rechecked Miss Hunter's identity." Ethan sat up straight and said coldly, "Speak." "Isabelle has been overweight since she was a child and didn't go to school much due to poor health. 5 years ago, she couldn't stand the loneliness in her boudoir and got pregnant before marriage with a wild man, then gave birth to a daughter. Reportedly, the Moon family was very dissatisfied, and the Hunter family had no choice but to send them abroad to avoid people's attention. She didn't have her werewolf. She didn't bloom. No mate either. After finishing the basic information, Clint frowned. One thing is very strange. In those 5 years Miss Hunter was abroad, there was no information about her at all, as if her traces were wiped out. Roseanne became famous 3 years ago, and in 2 years, it's hard for someone to learn medical skills, especially with such a steady hand. She must have undergone a lot of practice. Clint continued, but we can confirm that Isabelle has not been exposed to medical practices, so the possibility of her being Roseanne can almost be ruled out. Ethan was slightly disappointed. At this moment, a voice came from Clint's earpiece. After listening, his expression changed slightly. There's been an incident in the hotel lobby. Meanwhile, in the opulent hotel lobby, adorned with elegant chandeliers and plush furnishings, medical student Isabelle found herself thrust into a life-or-death situation. The atmosphere was filled with panic and urgency as a man had suddenly collapsed, his face drained of color and his breathing absent. Isabelle, driven by her medical training and the innate desire to help, sprang into action without hesitation. As she knelt beside the unconscious man, her mind raced to identify the cause of his sudden collapse. Drawing upon her knowledge, she quickly recognized the signs of tension pneumothorax, a potentially fatal condition in which air accumulates in the chest cavity, exerting dangerous pressure on the lungs. Isabelle knew that immediate surgical intervention was necessary to save his life. In the chaotic scene, Isabelle's focus sharpened as she ignored the criticisms and doubts that arose from Barbara, a well-intentioned but uninformed bystander attempting to perform CPR on the fallen man. Determined to follow the appropriate medical protocol, Isabelle made a courageous decision. With trembling hands and a surge of adrenaline, she reached for her pocket knife and made a swift incision on the man's chest, aiming to release the built-up pressure that was compromising his breathing. Barbara, taken aback by Isabelle's audacious action, cried out in shock and disbelief. She accused Isabelle of recklessness and even suggested that her intervention may have caused more harm than good. In her heightened emotional state, Barbara fervently demanded that Isabelle be held accountable for her actions, calling for her immediate arrest. Within the walls of Grey Hotel, where opulence and exclusivity reigned supreme, the management understood their immense responsibility. Aware that any untoward incident could tarnish the hotel's reputation and compromise the safety of their esteemed guests, Ethan swiftly made a decision. Realizing the urgency of the matter and the need for a swift resolution, he turned to Clint and instructed him with unwavering authority. "You go check it out," Ethan commanded, his voice resonating with a sense of urgency and authority. Clint, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded solemnly and quickly scurried toward the epicenter of the unfolding drama, determined to provide assistance and gather more information. As the events continued to unfold within the grand lobby of Grey Hotel, the guests watched with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Yes, sir." After Clint left the room, Ethan came out of his study and didn't see his son in the living room. He asked, "Where is Noah?" The nanny answered, "Noah went next door." Ethan was confused. A bad feeling started to form in the bottom of his heart. Next door, Hardin pointed at the pile of clothes on the couch and began to speak. "Boss, all these are for you." Arya was amazed. "So many?" "Yes, I went to a few children's brand stores and had them pack all the clothes in your size." Hardin circled around him a few times. "Could you go easier on me when we play games in the future?" Arya looked at her pitiful little uncle, blinked her big eyes. "I'll try my best." Her temper always got out of control when she was gaming, turning into a grumpy little girl. But it wasn't her fault. Her little uncle was just too weak at gaming. Arya sighed and randomly flipped through the clothes. Suddenly she found a pink princess puff skirt. "Wrong one?" Hardin immediately reached out, intending to move the skirt aside, but saw his little nephew's eyes light up. "So beautiful." "Goodness, his nephew is obsessed with girl clothes." Arya spoke. "I want to try it on." To play the part of her brother, she had to dress up like a tomboy every day, which seriously affected her looks. Arya went into the bedroom, put on the skirt, and looked at herself in the mirror from left to right. Just then, her phone rang. She answered. "Brother." "Noah." "Arya, change back quickly. I sent an email using Dad's phone. I need to clear the trace now, or Dad will find out." All right. Arya slipped out of the bedroom and was about to go out when she saw Ethan coming out of his room. She panicked. "I'm with little uncle. Dad is coming." Noah, who was hiding in the stairwell, peeked out. If Arya was taken away by Dad, it would take more time to change back, and the probability of the phone being discovered would increase. Noah suddenly rushed out of the stairwell. "Dad!" Ethan, who was about to knock on the door, paused and followed the voice. He looked forward and saw Noah in a princess dress standing not far away. "Ethan." He silently took Noah back to their room, not knowing what to say. After the two went inside, Arya quietly opened the door, took the princess dress, and sneaked into the stairwell, going downstairs. Hardin was stunned. His little nephew was actually wearing a princess dress. What's going on? After a moment, he suddenly realized something and rushed to the next room in a panic. Brother, although I bought the dress, let me explain. It's not what you think. Bam! Ethan slammed the door shut, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Stay away from my son. He couldn't imagine his brother was changing his son's identity. Hardin cried from within. But I am innocent. Ethan shut the culprit outside and turned around to take a close look at his son. Noah was wearing a princess dress, with a pink hairpin in his naturally curly short hair. His delicate features, coupled with the skilled movements he used when combing the hair of his Barbie doll earlier today. He began to doubt. Are you really my son? Noah nodded seriously. Ethan suddenly asked, what was the birthday present I bought for you when you were 3? Noah was silent for a moment. English, an introduction to programming. How much pocket money did Grandma give you for Christmas this year? $68 million. Ethan gave him a skeptical gaze. He knew the answers. Seeing his life-questioning expression, Noah felt a bit uncomfortable, too. He tugged at his dress. I'm going to change my clothes. Watching his son enter the bedroom, Ethan thought about it and felt something was off. He suddenly went over and pushed the door open directly. There was no one in the bedroom, but there was the sound of water from the bathroom. His son was probably urinating. After Noah turned 5, he no longer let him help with baths. Ethan strode over. The head of the prestigious Gray family, standing at 6'13" feet, he stealthily stood at the door, took a look at what Noah was doing. It really was his son. No one had been switched. He breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt somewhat disappointed. How wonderful it would be if the one accompanying him before was really a daughter. After Noah finished his personal business, he turned his head and saw Ethan looking at him. Their eyes met, and both were silent for a long time. In the end, Noah frowned. Dad pervert. He walked out with disdain. Dad, you should see a psychologist. In the lobby downstairs, Isabelle looked at the man lying on the ground. He was motionless and seemed to have stopped breathing. I'm a medical student. Move aside, I'll perform artificial respiration on him. Barbara also rushed over, took out a piece of paper and covered it on the man's mouth, and then began professional cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The man on the ground was clearly either rich or noble. If she could save him, there would definitely be a big reward. But after pressing for 2 minutes, the man still did not respond. Isabelle pushed her aside. Let me have a look. Barbara was pushed aside, and she yelled angrily, Look at what? Isabelle, you're not a doctor. Don't waste my time saving lives. Isabelle quickly pressed a few times on the man's chest. It was tension pneumothorax. This was an acute condition with fluid accumulated in the chest. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation would not work, and by the time the ambulance arrived, it might be too late. Immediate thoracic drainage surgery was needed. Barbara, seeing that she was ignoring everyone, yelled even angrier. I see now, you must have noticed his special status and are trying to curry favor, aren't you? Get her out of here quickly. Don't delay me saving lives. If she is here, there's no way I can continue artificial respiration. The middle-aged woman kneeling next to the man turned to Isabelle after hearing this. You are not a doctor? Then you better move. Ignoring their words, Isabelle stood up and rushed to the front desk to get the first aid kit and quickly returned. She pulled out gloves and disinfectant alcohol, then yanked a fruit knife from her waist, sterilizing all the tools first. She ripped open the man's clothes, pressing down on the midline of his second intercostal space on the collarbone, and without hesitation, she made the incision. With a squelch, blood spurted out, scaring the surrounding people into stepping back, but the man lying on the ground still didn't react. She's killed him! She's killed him! Barbara screamed, her eyes shining. Call the police! Get her arrested! She had tried every method to get rid of this fat man, but she never thought that he would actually seek his own death. Just as Barbara was feeling triumphant, the expression on her face suddenly froze. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of gasps and murmurs, their collective astonishment reverberating through the air. The sudden turn of events had caught everyone off guard, and they found themselves frozen in a mixture of disbelief and awe. Amidst the commotion, the man's wife, panic-stricken and filled with worry, found her voice amidst the chaos. Shouting out to the onlookers, she desperately sought answers, her concern palpable in her trembling words. What are you doing? Can someone please tell me what's happening? But as if in response to her anguished plea, the seemingly lifeless man lying on the ground unexpectedly resumed breathing. A collective hush swept through the crowd, their voices silenced by the sheer astonishment of witnessing a miracle unfold before their eyes. In the midst of the growing silence, a figure emerged from the periphery. Isabelle, a calm and composed presence in the midst of chaos, stepped forward with purpose. She knew time was of the essence, and with the ambulance still minutes away, she took swift action. From the first aid box clutched tightly in her hands, Isabelle retrieved an infusion tube, its sterile packaging glinting in the sunlight. With practiced precision, she delicately inserted the tube into the patient's chest cavity, her trained hands moving deftly to secure it in place. The other end of the tube disappeared into a rubber fingertip cover, forming an improvised mechanism. With a surgeon's skill and resourcefulness, Isabelle carefully fashioned a 1-centimeter opening on the rigid end of the glove. This humble incision acted as a check valve, allowing the accumulated gas within the chest cavity to be expelled while effectively preventing the intrusion of outside air. As the minutes ticked by, the man lying on the ground began to show signs of stabilization. His breathing, once ragged and erratic, gradually found its rhythm. Isabelle's intervention had provided a lifeline, a temporary reprieve until professional medical help arrived. The tension in the air lifted, replaced by a surge of hope and relief. Whispers of amazement filled the surroundings as witnesses realized the remarkable truth unfolding before them. The previously lifeless man had been granted a second chance at life, defying the odds that moments ago had seemed insurmountable. "He's alive!" The triumphant exclamation burst forth from the lips of a bystander, resonating with sheer jubilation. The news spread like wildfire through the crowd, igniting a chorus of cheers and applause. The collective celebration of this newfound life created an atmosphere charged with gratitude and the belief in the extraordinary resilience of the human spirit. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, as the crowd absorbed the magnitude of the events that had just unfolded. The man's survival had transcended the boundaries of mere chance, becoming a testament to the will to live and the unwavering dedication of those who refused to let hope fade away. The people did their best by not disturbing Isabelle and trusting her skill, giving the man a second chance at life. And so, amidst the jubilant clamor and the echoes of a newfound faith in miracles, the man's journey to recovery had begun. The surrounding people erupted into a unified chorus of applause, their hands coming together in a rhythmic way of appreciation. The tension that had gripped the air moments ago was now replaced with a collective sigh of relief. The man's wife, her face a picture of sheer gratitude and exhaustion, sank to the ground as if escaping from the clutches of death itself. Her trembling voice carried an undercurrent of profound thankfulness as she whispered, "Thank you, thank you." Isabelle, the stoic figure at the center of the life-saving drama, maintained her composure despite the wave of appreciation directed towards her. Her eyes held a mix of professional detachment and a quiet sense of fulfillment, knowing that she had made a difference in this critical moment. With the patient now stable, awaiting the arrival of the ambulance that would transport him to the safety of the hospital, Isabelle contemplated her next move. She prepared to depart, her duty seemingly fulfilled. However, before she could make her exit, Barbara, a voice of dissent amidst the prevailing celebration, spoke up in a sharp, disapproving tone. "Thank her for what?" Barbara's voice sliced through the jubilant atmosphere like a surgeon's scalpel. Seated in the midst of the crowd, her disapproval was evident as she continued, her words tinged with skepticism and criticism. A simple CPR would have sufficed to save the man, but instead, she insisted on performing an invasive procedure. A collective gasp reverberated through the onlookers, their previously exultant expressions transforming into ones of confusion and disbelief. The sudden contrast between the joyous atmosphere and Barbara's accusation left them stunned and eager for an explanation. "What?" The word hung in the air, a chorus of questioning voices seeking clarity and understanding. The weight of Barbara's accusation had cast a shadow over the miraculous turn of events, stirring doubts and questions in the minds of those present. Undeterred by the collective disbelief, Barbara boldly produced her student ID, a tangible testament to her medical training and imminent journey into the realm of medical practice. Her voice now carried the weight of authority as she continued her critique, her words aimed directly at Isabelle. "I'm a senior at the medical school, just on the cusp of embarking on my internship. This gentleman was clearly experiencing a temporary fainting spell, a shock. Basic artificial respiration would have sufficed. Isabelle, how could you perform surgery in such a chaotic and unpredictable situation?" The crowd stood frozen, caught between their faith in the life-saving intervention they had witnessed and the doubts raised by Barbara's medical expertise. A cloud of uncertainty settled over the scene, as each person grappled with the clash between the extraordinary actions of Isabelle and the dissenting voice of Barbara. In the midst of this tension, Isabelle faced the accusations with a steady resolve. Her gaze met Barbara's, the fire of conviction burning within her eyes. In measured tones, she began to explain, her words carrying a blend of calmness and professional authority. "While your concern is appreciated, Barbara, the situation was far from ordinary. The patient's condition demanded immediate and decisive action. It was not a mere fainting spell, but rather a complex set of symptoms that necessitated the intervention I performed. Time was of the essence, and I made a calculated judgment based on the information available." As Isabelle spoke, the crowd gradually absorbed her explanation, their doubt gradually yielding to a renewed sense of trust in her expertise. The distinction between the extraordinary circumstances of the incident and the conventional protocols of medical practice became clearer with each word she uttered. The murmurs of uncertainty subsided, replaced by a quiet understanding that sometimes, in the face of an unpredictable crisis, unconventional measures must be taken. With accusations hanging in the air like a thick fog of uncertainty, Barbara continued to challenge Isabelle's actions, her voice laced with a mix of disdain and concern. She pointed an accusatory finger, emphasizing the importance of performing surgery under sterile conditions. "Do you even realize the number of bacteria present in this chaotic environment?" Barbara exclaimed, her words laden with apprehension. "What if the wound becomes infected? Have you considered the potential consequences?" The man's wife, caught in the crossfire of conflicting perspectives, found herself torn between gratitude for Isabelle's intervention and the doubts cast upon her actions. She spoke up, her voice wavering with a hint of hesitation, unable to fully dismiss the concerns raised by Barbara. But you, Barbara, you performed artificial respiration for a significant amount of time, and it didn't yield any positive results. It was this young girl who helped my husband breathe again." Unimpressed by the wife's plea, Barbara scoffed, a flicker of frustration evident in her eyes. She retorted, her words tinged with a mix of condescension and frustration. "Artificial respiration, CPR, requires continuous efforts over an extended period. How would recovery be possible in just a matter of minutes? If she hadn't intervened, your husband would have been fine by now, and he wouldn't have suffered such significant blood loss." The wife's brow furrowed, her emotions a swirl of confusion and doubt. She was shaken by the opposing viewpoints presented before her, unsure of whom to trust or what course of action to believe in. Silence enveloped her as she grappled with the weight of the situation, her mind searching for answers amid the conflicting narratives. Barbara, determined to make her point heard, resumed her verbal assault. Her words dripped with skepticism and a hint of disdain. "Moreover, she's not even a doctor," Barbara declared with an air of superiority, her gaze fixed squarely on Isabelle. "She's probably watched a few episodes of some medical drama and had the audacity to act recklessly in a situation as critical as this." The wife's gaze shifted, her eyes falling upon her husband, who lay on the ground, breathing steadily. The evidence of his newfound stability was undeniable, and yet uncertainty lingered in her heart. She turned her attention back to Isabelle, searching for reassurance amidst the doubts cast upon her. The wife's voice trembled slightly as she posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. "Are you really not a doctor?" she asked, her tone a delicate blend of hope and trepidation. Isabelle felt the conversation was boring, said coldly, "Does it matter if I'm a doctor or not? The point is, he's still alive." Barbara was aggressive. "Of course it matters. He didn't need surgery in the first place. You're playing smart, messing around here." Isabelle yawned. "The ambulance is here. Everything will be clear. Unless she exposes her identity, these people won't believe anything at this moment." Barbara sneered. "Then don't leave. Wait here to prove your innocence. Madam, I suggest you call the police now. This is assault." Just as she was being noisy, the ambulance arrived belatedly. The medical staff hurriedly came down with the stretcher, and the doctor who came along rushed to the patient, first gave him a full body check, then asked sternly, "Who did this first aid?" Barbara looked pleased and pointed at Isabelle. "Her, a fool who has never been to school. She even dares to use a knife on others." Having said that, the doctor's face was suddenly hesitant. "Never been to school? How did you learn medicine then?" Isabelle hadn't even opened her mouth when Barbara spoke again. She must have blindly followed some TV shows. "Doctor, isn't it illegal to treat people randomly?" Just as she finished speaking, the doctor's face showed astonishment. "Without systematic medical education, you were still able to perform such a perfect thoracic drainage surgery? You're so young, but so talented." Barbara's smug look suddenly froze. "What? Talented? Isabelle is considered talented?" Isabelle twitched the corner of her mouth. "This kind of first aid knowledge, any doctor would have. It's not what you'd call talent." The wife, who was standing by, suddenly understood after listening to the conversation. "Doctor, you mean my husband's condition." The doctor started speaking. "Even if he was sent to the hospital, we would have treated him the same way, just with more professional equipment. We don't have a water-sealed bottle here, so she had to make do with what she had. Moreover, luckily, she performed the surgery in time. If he couldn't breathe, suffocation would damage his organs." After the doctor finished explaining, he signaled the others to lift the patient onto the ambulance. After the wife got in the ambulance, she suddenly realized that she hadn't thanked the lifesaver. But when she turned her head, Isabelle was already gone from the crowd. As Clint arrived at the scene, a sense of urgency filled the air, exacerbated by the sight of the departing ambulance. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation unfolding before him. Turning to the waiter who had witnessed the events, Clint inquired with a mix of concern and curiosity, "Do you know who the sick person was?" The waiter, still caught in the aftermath of the commotion, responded promptly. It was Mr. Jocks, the resident from the penultimate floor. Mr. Jocks. The mention of the name sparked a realization in Clint's mind, his eyes narrowing in a moment of revelation. With a heightened sense of urgency, he swiftly retrieved his phone, his fingers racing across the screen as he dialed Ethan's number. Ethan. Clint spoke urgently, his voice tinged with worry. It's bad news. The person who fell ill is Mr. Jocks. The connection between the Jocks family, which included Roseanne Jocks, and the Gray family stretched back through generations. They had been close friends, bound by a shared history of camaraderie and support. It was only natural that when one family faced adversity, the other would rally to their aid. With the weight of responsibility pressing upon him, Ethan, as a member of the younger generation, understood the significance of the situation. He knew that it was his duty to extend the support and care that had been ingrained in their families for generations. Without hesitation, Ethan's voice resolute, he replied, "I'm on my way down. I will be there as soon as possible." In those few words, a silent understanding passed between Clint and Ethan, a testament to the unspoken bond that existed between their families. The legacy of friendship and loyalty forged over time drove them to act swiftly in times of need, transcending the barriers of distance and circumstance. And so, with a shared determination, Clint and Ethan set forth, united by their shared history and a mutual commitment to offer aid and support to the Jocks family in their time of distress. The legacy of friendship that had spanned generations was about to be reaffirmed. Illuminating, he visited Noah in the study, seeing that he was already reading. His temperament seemed to have returned to his previous silence. After greeting Noah, Ethan left the room. Before leaving, he silently picked up the skirt that was next to his son and threw it into the trash can after he left the room. Hospital. When Ethan arrived, Mr. Jocks was still in surgery, and Mrs. Jocks was sitting on a bench outside, her well-maintained face full of worry. Ethan walked over and called out, "Mrs. Jocks." Seeing him, Mrs. Jocks's eyes immediately turned red. "When he heard news of my sister, he rushed over. But today, when he heard that my sister may have died 23 years ago, leaving behind a daughter, he suddenly fell ill from the shock, nearly losing his life. Over 20 years ago, the Jocks family's daughter ran away from home and has since disappeared without a trace. Over the years, the Jocks family has been looking for her everywhere." Ethan consoled her. "Uncle Jocks is a lucky man. I just consulted the doctor, who said that since he was treated in time, he is now out of danger." Hearing this, Mrs. Jocks immediately said, "Ethan, today that young lady saved your uncle. This is a great favor. Could you help me find out who saved him? Once your uncle's condition stabilizes, I will visit to express my gratitude." Ethan nodded. After Uncle Jocks was taken out of the surgery room and his condition stabilized, Ethan and Clint returned to the hotel. Upon getting out of the car, Clint said, "Ethan, shall we go to the surveillance room now and try to find that kind person?" Ethan remembered the emergency medical genius praised by the doctor in the hospital, his mind filled with admiration and curiosity. He couldn't help but nod with genuine interest, his thoughts racing with possibilities and questions. He murmured, his voice barely audible amidst the hustle and bustle of the hospital. Unfortunately, before Ethan could delve deeper into his thoughts, a sudden interruption shattered the moment. An assistant, his demeanor urgent, swiftly approached Ethan and lowered his voice, conveying news that sent a shiver down his spine. "Your Highness, someone from the Gray's mansion has arrived," the assistant whispered, the gravity of the situation evident in his tone, "and is now heading to the top floor." As those words hung in the air, Ethan's face transformed, contorted with a mixture of concern and apprehension. He clenched his fists, his determination palpable. Without wasting another moment, he strode purposefully towards the elevator, his steps resolute, as if preparing himself for a battle that lay ahead. The dark glint in his eyes reflected the weight of the impending confrontation. "When did they arrive?" he demanded, his voice laced with a sense of urgency. "They just went up 5 minutes ago," the assistant replied, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. "After all, this place is a property of the Gray Group. The reception and lobby manager couldn't stop them." Ethan's frustration boiled over, and he muttered a curse under his breath, his disappointment and anger intermingling. "Useless," he exclaimed, his voice laden with frustration and discontent coming out with a growl. His Lycan at the edge, but Ethan keeping him down. Determined not to let this opportunity slip through his fingers, he swiftly stepped into the waiting elevator, the doors closing behind him with a resolute thud. Meanwhile, Clint silently observed the unfolding drama. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his role was limited in the situation that awaited Ethan upstairs. Accepting the reality, he made a decision to contribute in his own way. With a heavy heart, he made his way towards the surveillance room, his footsteps echoing softly in the empty hallway. Alone in the dimly lit room, he took a seat in front of the bank of monitors, his eyes scanning the various camera feeds. The flickering screens revealed a multitude of activities and movements within the building. each frame telling a different story. As Clint's gaze fixed upon the screens, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He knew that his vigilance and dedication in monitoring the surveillance footage could provide Ethan with valuable information, perhaps even offering a glimpse into the mysterious events unfolding on the top floor. With a sense of purpose, he adjusted the angles of the cameras, ensuring that no blind spots remained, determined to aid his friend in whatever way he could. The hours ticked by, and the atmosphere in the surveillance room grew increasingly tense. Clint's eyes remained glued to the screens, his focus unyielding, as he meticulously analyzed every minute detail. Each passing moment only heightened his awareness of the imminent confrontation upstairs, the stakes growing higher with every passing second. In the midst of his intense observation, a flicker of movement caught Clint's attention. His gaze fixated on the screen displaying the corridor leading to the top floor. A figure emerged from the shadows, moving with an air of authority. It was Ethan, resolute and determined, his face a reflection of his unwavering resolve. Clint's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the crucial moment had arrived. He took a deep breath, steadying himself for the unknown challenges that awaited Ethan. With unwavering loyalty, he continued his surveillance, his eyes darting between the screens, ready to provide Ethan with any vital information that could tip the scales in his favor. In the presidential suite on the top floor, Noah felt a surge of emotions welling up inside him, his frustration and anger reaching a boiling point. His hands involuntarily clenched into tight fists, his knuckles turning white as he directed his reddening gaze towards the individuals standing before him. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the dozen or so bodyguards, donned in somber black attire, stared each other down with unwavering intensity. Their collective standoff painted a vivid picture of the animosity and hostility that existed between the opposing sides. Standing protectively in front of Noah, his expression grim and resolute, was Hardin. His voice resonated with determination as he confronted the figure before them, Andrew, his face etched with gloom and his prominent hooked nose casting an intimidating shadow. "What are you trying to do, Andrew?" "Ethan would not let you off for what you were trying to do," Hardin said with a frown on his face. Andrew, the unwelcome half-brother, was a constant reminder of a painful family dynamic. Born to a mistress, he forever remained at the bottom of the family order, while Hardin and Ethan reigned supreme as the cherished sons of the main legitimate wife. Andrew's sinister smile sent shivers down Noah's spine, a chilling testament to his wicked intentions. "Brother," he sneered, his voice dripping with malice, "this matter has nothing to do with you. Step aside. I am here on our second grandfather's orders to take this unfilial and illegitimate child back to the Gray's mansion." Hardin refused to back down, his voice filled with defiance. "Whatever the case may be, let's await my brother's arrival before we proceed with any discussions. Right now, you have no right to take him away. Our second grandfather holds no authority over the fate of this child or Ethan. He is merely your mother's father." Andrew's demeanor turned cold, his features hardening with determination. "Hardin, don't overestimate yourself," he retorted icily. "You, who have shown no interest in family affairs, dare to speak here. Step aside and get out of the way." The anger within Hardin reached its crescendo, his face turning a shade of crimson as fury surged through his veins. His eyes blazed with a mix of indignation and resolve, refusing to yield to Andrew's demands. Hardin's growl reverberated through the tense atmosphere, his transformation into a Lycan unveiling his true nature. His teeth elongated into menacing fangs and his eyes underwent a mesmerizing shift in color. Though his furs began to sprout from his skin, they hadn't fully emerged, hinting at the immense power simmering beneath the surface. Andrew, taken aback by the unexpected change, found himself momentarily shocked. Unlike Hardin, he had never been born with the innate Lycan or werewolf traits, but his unwavering determination to take Hardin's nephew Noah away remained steadfast. The supernatural display before him did little to dampen his resolve. As the clash of wills between the two half-brothers intensified, their confrontation teetered precariously on the edge of chaos. The air crackled with tension and anticipation, creating an electric charge that seemed ready to ignite at any moment. Hardin stood firm, caught between his Lycan instincts and his deep-rooted familial loyalty, while Andrew remained resolute in his pursuit of his goals. Hardin's transformation cast a daunting shadow over the standoff, his feral appearance reflecting the deep-rooted strength that resided within him. He bellowed with an anger that could not be contained, his voice echoing with defiance. "I won't let you." Andrew, undeterred by the intimidating display before him, flexed his wrist, displaying an air of readiness for combat. His features exuded confidence as he retorted with a cold edge to his voice. "Then don't blame me for not being polite." The tension in the air reached its peak, the clash between their opposing forces poised to erupt into a battle of wills. At the end of these words, a cold voice came. "Who are you going to be rude to?" Like a cello resonating with a deep, haunting melody, Andrew could feel the absence of any trace of emotion in the air, causing a chill to run down his spine. His body involuntarily stiffened as he slowly retracted his clenched fist, allowing his lichen form to recede and be replaced by a facade of charm, complete with a flattering smile directed at the approaching figure. "Brother, you have returned." Ethan, towering like a mighty mountain before Hardin and Noah, fixed his gaze upon Andrew with his piercing, deep-set eyes. The teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of his eye seemed to radiate a palpable sense of danger, as if emitting a silent warning. "Who granted you permission to set foot in this place?" A flicker of fear flashed through Andrew's eyes, his hand instinctively reaching up to touch his hooked nose as he forced a laugh. "Brother, I would never dare to provoke you without cause. However, it is the order of our esteemed second grandfather himself. He has instructed that since you have brought back this disobedient son, we should return to the Gray's mansion and convene to discuss the appropriate measures to deal with Noah." Ethan's brows furrowed as he took a decisive step forward, closing the distance between them. "Deal with what, precisely?" Andrew, now visibly trembling, involuntarily took a step back. "Brother, how can you feign ignorance? Noah's mind is plagued by issues. Our grandmother showered him with love and care, yet he repaid her kindness by pushing her down the stairs after a few heated arguments. As a result, she suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is currently fighting for her life in the hospital. We demand an explanation for this heinous incident." The formidable strength of the Gray clan was an undeniable force within the werewolf world. It was this unwavering power that enabled them to maintain their position as the unrivaled leaders and kings. Their supremacy was not merely a result of their dominance in physical prowess alone, but also because of the abundance of exceptional talents across various fields that resided within their illustrious family. While Ethan had chosen to establish his current residence in LA, the heart and soul of the Gray family remained firmly rooted in Romania, where the ancestral Gray's mansion stood as a testament to their lineage and heritage. Each passing New Year and festive occasion saw the Gray family making a solemn pilgrimage back to Romania, gathering at the hallowed grounds of the Gray's mansion to pay homage to their ancestors. It was within these ancestral halls that crucial family matters and the management of their far-reaching empire were meticulously handled. Throughout his life, Ethan had always held a profound reverence for the second grandfather, the steadfast guardian of the Gray's mansion. It was a position of great honor and responsibility, and Andrew, as the legitimate grandson of the second grandfather, was destined to inherit this weighty mantle, ensuring the continued safeguarding of the Gray's mansion for generations to come. Ethan squinted his cold eyes. "I've said, it wasn't Noah who pushed her." In response to Ethan's cold, narrowed gaze, Andrew nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, a hint of skepticism playing upon his features. "Do you have any concrete evidence to support your claim? There are witnesses from the second branch of our family who affirm that Noah was indeed upstairs at the time of the incident, and there were unmistakable signs of a heated argument between them." Ethan clenched his jaw. "I am looking for Dr. Roseanne to treat my grandmother." Andrew sneered. "Roseanne is not easy to find." Ethan snorted coldly. "Even if I have to catch her, I will bring her back." "Brother, you live here with Noah, but people from the second branch are instigating everyone, which has caused a lot of dissatisfaction." Andrew glanced at Noah disdainfully. "Besides, this child has an unknown background, his mother is unknown, and he has mental illness. Having him as your successor, not just the second branch, we wouldn't accept it either." "Bro, Grandpa asked me to persuade you. You are young and strong, why not have another child? As for him, let it go." "Shut up." Ethan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, warning, "Noah is my son, and I will only have this one son." Andrew was silenced by him. As the guardians of the Gray's mansion ancestral hall, Ethan and his family held a high status within the Gray family, comparable to the main lineage. Past leaders always showed respect towards them. But the second grandpa said that Ethan, as the leader, was different. He had other identities and should not be provoked. Andrew was very respectful of Ethan, but the more he respected him, the less adequate he thought Noah, Ethan's son, was. Andrew stayed silent, took a step back, and bowed his head. "The second house is causing too much trouble. By the end of next weekend at the latest, the second grandpa must call an ancestral hall meeting. If by then you can't prove his innocence, Noah will be expelled from the Gray family." After saying this, he turned and left. Hardin was anxious. "Bro, what can we do now?" Ethan's face was grim, and he said nothing. The best solution would be to find Roseanne and clear his son's name. But if they couldn't find her... His eyes slightly fell, showing nothing but coldness. If it wasn't for his father insisting on him taking care of the family, he wouldn't even care about the Gray family. Now, they dared to expel his son? Then it's time for a change in the royal Gray family. A sharp glint flashed in Ethan's eyes. He turned back and looked at Noah, his voice gentle and warm. "Son, don't be afraid." Noah bowed his head and entered the study. He wasn't afraid, but great-grandma was really good to him, and because of this, even though there was a problem with the family tutor she sent, he didn't say anything. He didn't want to damage great-grandma's reputation, especially as her life or death was unknown, and she couldn't defend herself. He didn't want his great-grandma to die either. Looking at his nephew's downcast figure, Hardin went back to the next room. He sighed and logged into a game, thinking Ethan was upset, only to find Candy Sweet in the game. He paused for a moment, then decided to connect the other's voice channel. "Old man, I thought you were sad. I didn't expect you to still have the heart to play games." Downstairs, Arya sat on the sofa, blinked her big eyes when she heard this. "Why should I be sad? What happened to my brother?" Hardin opened his mouth. "Don't worry, your dad will definitely find Roseanne and clear your name." What is this man talking about? No wonder Mom said those big families were troublesome and asked not to tell others that she was Dr. Roseanne. The weight of those words hung heavy in Arya's mind as she hastily ended the phone call with her mother. The revelation left her feeling a mix of curiosity, confusion, and a hint of excitement. She knew she had stumbled upon a secret that held the potential to unravel the carefully woven fabric of her family's history. Feeling a sense of urgency, Arya quickly grabbed her phone and composed a message to her older brother Noah, who was absorbed in his studies in the dimly lit study room. The text read, "Brother, I have a big secret to tell you." As Noah's gaze fell upon his phone, he blinked in surprise at the unexpected message from his sister. It was a stark contrast to the monotonous world of textbooks and academic pursuits that had consumed him. He swiftly replied, his curiosity piqued. "What?" Arya's fingers flew across the screen, her heart racing as she spilled out her newfound knowledge. "Uncle said that Dad has always been looking for Roseanne. Do you know who Roseanne is?" Noah's mind raced, connecting the dots and piecing together the fragments of information he had gathered over the years. He paused for a moment, his brows furrowing, and then replied, his words laced with a mixture of surprise and realization. "Roseanne is Mom!" The weight of those 3 words struck Noah like a bolt of lightning. It was as if the world around him momentarily froze, allowing the gravity of the revelation to sink in. His thoughts raced, recalling the moments of secrecy, the whispers in the night, and the unspoken questions that had lingered in their home for years. Noah's eyes stared intently at the message on his phone screen, his mind spinning with a whirlwind of emotions. He couldn't help but feel a profound sense of bewilderment, tinged with a touch of betrayal. The image of his mother, Dr. Roseanne, was ingrained in his memory, a pillar of strength and unwavering support. Yet she had hidden this truth from them all, creating a web of deception that was now slowly unraveling. Arya, on the other end of the conversation, anxiously awaited her brother's response. The seconds felt like an eternity as she wondered how he would react. Would he be angry? Hurt? Confused? It was impossible to predict. He suddenly realized, as he stepped through the threshold of his home that evening, a sense of unease gripping his heart. The sight of his mother waiting downstairs greeted him, but there was something peculiar about her demeanor. She urged him to go upstairs first, explaining that she needed to attend to a patient who had collapsed, her words carrying an air of urgency. Confusion danced in his mind as he climbed the stairs, replaying the scene in his head. Why would his mother, a dedicated and compassionate physician, ask him to retreat to his room while she tended to a patient? It felt unusual, almost as if she was hiding something from him. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts and send a message to his sister Arya, a notification flashed across his phone screen. It was a voice message from Arya, but the hushed and secretive tone in her voice sent a shiver down his spine. It was as if she was whispering from the confines of the bathroom, shielding herself from prying ears. "Brother," Arya's voice crackled through the phone, filled with a mix of concern and anxiety. "Mom always says Dad is troublesome. She doesn't want to treat Grandma, afraid it would involve the disputes of your family. What can we do?" Little Arya, her small frame perched on the toilet seat, sighed in frustration. The weight of the situation pressed upon her shoulders, leaving her pondering how to convince her mother to extend her medical expertise to their ailing grandmother. It was a complex predicament that required delicacy and persuasion. Just as the thoughts swirled in Arya's mind, her phone vibrated with a reassuring response from Noah. The anticipation filled her with a glimmer of hope as she unlocked her phone to read his words. "This is simple." In the study, Isabelle in her pajamas, lazily leaning on her chair in the most comfortable position, looked very unprofessional. Her pale fingers lightly tapped a few times on the keyboard, destroying today's emergency treatment surveillance downstairs. One must keep a low profile. She must not let anyone find out she has medical skills, especially the one upstairs. Last time in the operating room, he might have become suspicious. Stretching lazily, she was about to think about the anonymous email that was sent to her today, when a ding sound indicated a new email in her inbox. Isabelle squinted her eyes, and sure enough, it was another anonymous email. "Help me with something. I will bring my son to you. Help Mrs. Gray and the Gray family to operate and cure the disease." She stared at this email for a long time, trying to figure out who the mastermind behind it was. The email was anonymous. She couldn't see the other party. She couldn't even talk to them. She could only choose to believe or not to believe. If this email was sent by Ethan, then this deal would make sense. Besides, she initially didn't want to perform the surgery because she didn't want to get into trouble. But if she could really find her son, a little trouble wouldn't matter. It would only waste some sleep time. Having thought through these, she stood up. To treat Mrs. Gray, she definitely needs to go through Ethan. But how can she let him know that her medical skills are also reliable without revealing Roseanne's identity? She suddenly looked at the computer. Is it still possible to restore the surveillance system now? Upstairs, in the study, Clint bowed his head, stuttering. The surveillance system was broken. There are signs of an intrusion. Ethan, are you busy? He had tried several hackers to fix the system, but it had not been successful, so he wanted to request Ethan's personal assistance. Ethan's face was stern. You are bothering me for such a trivial matter? Clint's head sank even lower. He felt useless, but since the myriad of hackers from the Gray Group couldn't fix it, he grinned sheepishly. Well? No time. Ethan uttered 2 cold words, stood up, walked out of the room, and arrived at the neighboring bedroom door. Noah, I'm coming in. After being insulted by the people of the Gray's mansion today, Noah must be in a bad mood. He gave his son time to calm down, but he couldn't let him stay in his room all the time, so he intended to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Before pushing the door, he looked back at Clint and commanded, "Don't see anyone who comes." Clint walked out with a gloomy face. It was understandable that Ethan wanted to accompany Noah when people from Gray's mansion came, but what about the Jocks family who were looking for the information of the lifesaver? What could he do? As he was hesitating, he heard a dispute at the entrance. He went out and saw Isabelle standing at the staircase entrance, arguing with the bodyguard. "Miss Hunter, you can't enter without an appointment." Isabelle raised her eyes, a slight threat in her apricot eyes. "Then please convey a message for me, just say. Roseanne is looking for him." She had realized that if she could really find her son, self-disclosing her identity was the fastest way to arrange surgery, avoiding unnecessary troubles. But before she could say this, Clint walked over, interrupting her words with a somewhat mocking tone. "Miss Hunter, have you decided to come and play with Noah for a couple of hours?" "Isabelle?" Clint continued. "It's a pity. Ethan is busy now. He just ordered, no visitors. Unless Roseanne appeared out of thin air, it seemed unlikely that anyone could solve Ethan's urgent problem." Isabelle paused, then straightforwardly said, "Then I'll come again tomorrow. By the way, tell him that I can cure his grandmother's illness." After saying this, she returned to the staircase and went downstairs. Watching her receding figure, Clint sighed and told the bodyguard beside him, "Modern girls are too proactive. You see, in order to get close to Ethan, they can even say such things." The bodyguard asked, "What if she really can cure the illness?" "I've investigated her. She's had no contact with medicine since childhood. How can she cure diseases?" Isabelle originally thought that after hearing her words, Ethan would come downstairs to find her. But unexpectedly, there was no news from him until the next day. It seemed that his grandmother's illness was not urgent. So in the afternoon, Isabelle went to the hospital first. Her aunt had a re-examination today, so she went directly to the VIP floor. At this moment, in the corridor, Clint was apologizing. "Mrs. Jocks, I'm really sorry. The surveillance was destroyed, so we couldn't find anyone. I will help you find." Mrs. Jocks was about to say something with a frown, but suddenly saw a familiar figure walking out of the elevator. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. That languid yet determined figure, and that face, radiant to the point of arrogance. Anyone who saw it once would likely find it hard to forget. Who else could it be if not their benefactor? She hurriedly pushed Clint aside, took a few steps forward, and grabbed Isabelle's hand. "Benefactor, so you work at this hospital?" Clint's eyes widened. "Benefactor?" Isabelle hadn't expected to encounter a patient's family member here. Seeing the look of gratitude on the other's kind face, she slowly said, "I am here to visit a relative." Clint took a hesitant step forward, uncertainty, asking, "Mrs. Jock, this is?" Mrs. Jock smiled and introduced, "No need for your help, Clint. Let me tell you, this is the benefactor who saved my husband in an emergency yesterday." Clint looked at Isabelle in surprise and asked, "You're a doctor?" Isabelle raised an eyebrow. It seemed Clint didn't take her words seriously yesterday. As the three of them were engrossed in conversation, Ethan, who had keenly picked up on the voices emanating from the patient's room, emerged from within. His eyes widened with surprise as he laid eyes on Isabelle, the realization dawning on him. "It was you who saved Uncle Jack?" he uttered, his voice tinged with astonishment. Caught off guard by Ethan's sudden reaction, Isabelle found herself facing his intense gaze. His eyes seemed to hold a depth that was unfathomable, as if he could peer into the very soul of those he looked upon. The intensity of his gaze made others feel as if their innermost thoughts were being laid bare. Unsure of what exactly was going through Ethan's mind, Isabelle seized the opportunity to address the matter at hand. Since fate had brought them together at this moment, she decided to inquire, "Ethan, have you considered my proposal from yesterday?" Confusion etched across Ethan's face as he furrowed his brow. "What proposal?" he questioned, clearly puzzled by Isabelle's words. Realizing that Clint had failed to relay her message to Ethan, Isabelle couldn't help but shoot a pointed glance in Clint's direction. There was a hint of sarcasm in her voice as she addressed him. "Clint, didn't you pass on my words to Ethan?" Upon hearing Isabelle's accusation, Ethan's gaze shifted heavily towards Clint, a mix of curiosity and apprehension etched on his face. The weight of the moment hung palpably in the air, as the unspoken tension between the three individuals became almost tangible. Clint wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead, feeling the tension in the room rise with every passing moment. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Ethan, desperately trying to convey his concerns. "Miss Hunter said yesterday that she could help treat the matriarch's illness," Clint began, his voice tinged with both hope and skepticism. The weight of the situation hung heavily in the air, making it difficult for him to find the right words to express his doubts. After finishing his statement, Clint couldn't resist the urge to delve into a deeper analysis. The uncertainty gnawed at him, and he felt compelled to voice his thoughts aloud. If Miss Hunter truly possesses medical skills, it stands to reason that she must have acquired them during those 5 years she spent abroad. She hasn't been studying medicine for long, and from what I understand of Mr. Jocks' situation, it falls within the realm of a routine surgical procedure. But the question remains, do you have any knowledge of the specific illness the matriarch is afflicted with? Isabelle, who had been silently observing the conversation until now, raised an eyebrow in a display of intrigue. Her voice dripped with a chilly confidence as she spoke, her words cutting through the room like an icy breeze. "How do we truly know if we don't at least give it a try?" Clint's immediate response was a defensive retort, his concern for the matriarch's well-being driving his words. "The matriarch's operation is currently something only Dr. Roseanne can handle. You, on the other hand, are a young doctor who has only just begun to immerse yourself in the field of medicine." But before Clint could finish his sentence, Ethan's sharp interruption cut him off abruptly, her tone commanding and final. "Shut up." The room fell into an uneasy silence, tension hanging thick in the air as the weight of their decisions loomed over them. Clint and Isabelle locked eyes, their conflicting perspectives creating a palpable divide. The fate of the matriarch's health hung delicately in the balance, and the decision they would make in the following moments would undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences. Ethan's sharp rebuke sent a shiver down Clint's spine, causing him to momentarily freeze in his place. He watched as Ethan confidently stepped forward, his gaze locked on Isabelle, and spoke with determination. "When can Miss Hunter find the time? The patient is not suitable for transportation. We need to make arrangements to go to Romania." The mention of Romania seemed to bring a sense of inconvenience to the forefront of Isabelle's mind. The thought of traveling to another country was undoubtedly a hassle, but he couldn't help but acknowledge Ethan's willingness to cooperate, even if it stemmed from his own self-importance. Clint silently pondered the situation, his mind racing with thoughts. He marveled at how Ethan had agreed to Isabelle's proposal before even knowing her true identity. It was clear that Ethan possessed a certain level of narcissism, but his willingness to work together was a somewhat redeeming quality. Isabelle, observing the exchange between Clint and Ethan, cast a slightly more favorable gaze in Ethan's direction. She took a moment to contemplate the matter and then responded, her voice carrying a touch of intrigue. 2 days from now." The mention of the 2-day observation period for her aunt's condition seemed to hang in the air, adding an element of urgency to their plans. Ethan nodded, his voice resonating with a deep and mellifluous tone. "I will make the necessary travel arrangements. Miss Hunter, do you have any specific requirements?" The mere thought of the journey from Los Angeles to Romania, a flight lasting approximately 2 hours, crossed Isabelle's mind. She contemplated for a brief moment before casually voicing her request, her tone lazily indifferent. "I would like to sleep during the flight. Please ensure a quiet environment." After she finished speaking, she turned to leave, but Ethan suddenly stopped her again. "Miss Hunter, why did you agree to help again?" Isabelle paused. He had indeed guessed her identity. After careful thought, even if she didn't blow her own cover, it would probably be extremely difficult to deceive this person. She lowered her gaze and suddenly spoke. "I have my conditions as well. Please go ahead. If I cure the matriarch, please help me find someone." "Find who?" "I'll tell you after the matriarch is cured." The anonymous email, it's not to be disbelieved, but also not to be completely trusted. If the matriarch gets better, it would be best if her son could appear in front of her, but if he doesn't, if Ethan could find her out, then with his influence, it shouldn't be hard to help find her son, right? After Isabelle gracefully entered Diana's hospital room, Ethan finally tore his gaze away from her and directed his attention towards Clint. The weight of their conversation hung heavily in the air, causing Clint to slowly realize the gravity of his mistake. He couldn't help but lower his head in acknowledgement. "Ethan, I was wrong," Clint admitted, his voice filled with remorse. Ethan's response was cold and cutting, his words slicing through the tension in the room. "Where exactly did you go wrong?" Clint's gaze met Ethan's, and he couldn't hide the guilt that etched itself onto his face. "I was foolish, too blind to recognize Miss Hunter's true identity." Ethan emitted a derisive snort, his disapproval palpable. "Being foolish is not the issue here. What concerns me is that you had the audacity to intercept her message intended for me." Clint's brow furrowed, his expression betraying a mix of confusion and concern. The gravity of his actions began to sink in, and he understood the severity of his transgression. The trust between him and Ethan may have been momentarily shattered, might have left a rift between them that would need mending. He still remembered when he first started the job, because he didn't dare to make the decisions on behalf of the CEO, so when a young lady from another company came to him with a message, he passed it on, and at that time the CEO scolded him for being a messaging machine, dumping all information on him without any filtering. So over the years, Clint has taken it upon himself to block a lot of unwanted romantic advances for him. But why was it different when it came to Miss Hunter? Woohoo! Ethan stared at him, his tone icy. "It seems like you have too much free time. There's a deal at DNY, you can go negotiate it." DNY is a place that's globally known for being poor and desolate, but he knew he was wrong, and he didn't even dare to beg for mercy. Ethan turned his head and saw Mrs. Jocks staring blankly at Isabelle's retreating figure. He asked, "Mrs. Jocks, what's wrong?" Mrs. Jocks snapped back to reality. Nothing. I just feel like I've seen Miss Hunter somewhere before. I must be overthinking, right?" She shook her head and followed them into the patient's room. The man lying on the hospital bed had bandages wrapped around his chest and was currently out of danger. Seeing them enter, ASMX, Mr. Jock, Roseanne's brother, gave a refined smile. "Ethan, you're so busy, you don't need to visit me, I'm already fine." Ethan politely responded, "If Uncle Jocks needs anything, you can ask me." ASMX, Roseanne's brother, sighed. "I came here also to look for my sister. After more than 20 years, I finally have some leads." He expressed a look of sorrow. "I found out that my sister married into the Hunter family and died of an illness a year after giving birth to a daughter." When talking about his sister, his voice choked up. In the past, his sister protected him in every way, and the Jocks family didn't fall into decline thanks to her decisions. But how could she have? Back then, his sister protected him in every way, and it was due to her decisions that the Jocks family did not fall into decline. How could his sister have passed away more than 20 years ago? Mrs. Jocks walked over and held his hand. "You must take care of your health. Even though your sister is no longer here, she left a daughter behind." ASMX, Mr. Jock, Roseanne's brother, immediately lifted his head, his eyes reddening as he nodded. "That's right. The Hunter family is just a modest household. My sister was so outstanding back then. We need to bring her daughter back, nurture her well so she isn't wasted in the Hunter family." He was eager to stand up. "Let's go to the Hunter family right now." Mrs. Jocks held his arm. "You're so impulsive, acting out immediately. Your niece isn't going anywhere." "All right, I'll go on your behalf, okay?" Mr. Jock, Roseanne's brother, coughed twice. He took out his wallet and handed a picture to Mrs. Jocks. "This is a photo of my sister. When you're there, please check if her daughter looks like her." Mrs. Jocks took the photo and glanced at it, suddenly stunned. She just mentioned that Miss Hunter looked familiar. Turns out her face was remarkably similar to the one in the picture. Miss Hunter also has the surname Hunter. Could it be? As Mrs. Jocks contemplated the situation, her eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. She turned to Ethan, her voice filled with a mixture of vulnerability and anticipation. "Ethan, I may need your assistance. Could you please look into Miss Hunter for me?" Kennedy, feeling bewildered by the sudden request, interjected with confusion. "What do you mean?" Mrs. Jocks's face lit up with a radiant smile, a glimmer of excitement dancing in her eyes. "If my intuition is correct, I believe that it was your own niece who saved you." Silence hung in the air as Ethan absorbed the weight of Mrs. Jocks' words. His mind began working quickly, assessing the situation and formulating a plan. He swiftly instructed Clint, who stood faithfully behind him, send a copy of Miss Hunter's information to Uncle Jake's and Mrs. Jocks. Without hesitation, Clint carried out Ethan's command, ensuring that the investigation results reached the concerned parties promptly. As both Ethan and Mrs. Jocks meticulously reviewed the provided information, a sense of elation overcame Mrs. Jocks. Her joy was palpable as she exclaimed, "It's truly her." The revelation filled the room with a renewed sense of hope as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The prospect of Miss Hunter being the savior they sought brought a glimmer of optimism to their hearts. Now, armed with this knowledge, they could move forward with renewed determination, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Kennedy's eyes were rimmed with a touch of red, his voice filled with a mixture of longing and curiosity. "Isabelle, what a beautiful name. Please call her over, I want to see her." The desire to meet Isabelle was evident in Kennedy's words, but his physical condition restrained him from acting on his impulse. Bound to his bed after the surgery, he couldn't rush to her side as he would have liked. Clint, understanding Kennedy's yearning, immediately made his way to the adjacent VIP room to fetch Isabelle. However, to his disappointment, he discovered that Isabelle had already departed after ensuring Diana's well-being. Yet, in her brief encounter with Diana, Isabelle had managed to obtain Harris's phone number. A flicker of hope sparked within Kennedy's heart as he realized that there might still be a way to connect with Isabelle. Recognizing that the situation could now be handled without Ethan's direct involvement, Ethan made the decision to return to the hotel and spend time with his son. Knowing that the rest could be managed independently allowed him to prioritize his familial responsibilities while the search for answers continued elsewhere. At the top floor of Grey Hotel, Noah found himself secluded in the study, engrossed in a phone conversation with his sister, Aria. The sound of her voice was as sweet as honey, lifting his spirits. "Big brother, you're so clever. Now that Mom has intervened, your reputation will be restored," she exclaimed, her admiration evident in her tone. Her praise, though unexpected, caused Noah's stoic facade to crack ever so slightly. A faint blush graced his cheeks as he responded, "You're doing great too." Aria's laughter tinkled through the phone, its adorable quality warming Noah's heart. "Brother, you took my little pink yesterday. Remember to return it next time," she playfully reminded him. Noah paused for a moment, his hand gripping the book in his other hand. "Little pink?" he questioned, trying to recall the item in question. Aria confirmed cheerfully. "That pink princess dress." Noah couldn't help but smile at the innocent request from his little sister. His sister even gave names to her clothes, truly an adorable little princess. Just as Noah's mind wandered, he was abruptly interrupted by Aria's adorable voice, calling out to him. "Brother, wait a moment. I need to say something to my teammates." Noah nodded in understanding. "Okay," he replied, patiently waiting for Aria to finish her conversation. He listened as Aria suddenly seemed to unleash a passionate tirade, her voice filled with determination. "Do you even know how to play support? Have you successfully utilized your ultimate ability even once? And as a jungler, do you hold a personal grudge against monsters? You seem fixated on that patch of grass. Do you even understand the true meaning of providing support? Do you know how to do anything at all?" Noah was taken aback by the sudden outburst, his eyebrows furrowing in surprise. "That was quite unexpected," he mused quietly, processing the intensity of Aria's words. After venting her frustrations for a solid 2 minutes, Aria finally concluded the game voice chat, her tone shifting back to its usual sweetness. "Brother, don't forget to get me the small fan. It's my absolute favorite." Noah couldn't help but chuckle softly at the stark contrast in Aria's requests. Even in the midst of her gaming passion, she still managed to maintain her adorable and innocent charm. After hanging up the phone, Noah immediately put down his books and went to his bedroom to look for the princess dress. He remembered taking it off yesterday and leaving it on the couch, so why couldn't he find it? While searching, the door opened, and Ethan walked in with large strides, his tall figure stopping in front of Noah. "Noah, what are you looking for?" Noah casually replied, "The princess dress." Ethan's movement of taking off his coat stiffened, and he had mixed feelings. "Oh, don't bother looking for it. I might have thrown it away." "Throw it away?" Noah thought of the power of his sister's verbal attacks and became anxious. "How could you throw it away without my consent?" Ethan furrowed his brow. Determination flashed in his long, narrow eyes, and he spoke in a deep voice. "You're a boy, and you're not allowed to wear dresses in the future." As Noah reached his breaking point, his young face contorted with anger. He couldn't contain his frustration any longer and blurted out, "Dictator! Tyrant! No wonder Mommy dislikes you." Ethan, calm and composed, handed his coat to the nanny before gracefully approaching his son. Squatting down, he ensured that his eyes met Noah's, a gesture of respect he always made during their conversations. Observing the intense glare in his son's round eyes, Ethan couldn't resist asking, "Miss Hunter said she dislikes me?" Noah hesitated for a moment before reluctantly confirming, "Yes." Ethan's lips curled into a soft, amused smile, enhancing the charm of the beauty mark at the corner of his eye. "Women can be quite contradictory with their words," he mused, his tone tinged with gentle amusement. If Isabelle truly disliked him, why would she repeatedly seek interactions with his son? Noah, his curiosity piqued, was left puzzled by his father's statement, his expression reflecting his confusion. Taken aback by his father's silence, Noah took a step back, his concern evident in his voice. "Dad, have you ever considered seeing a therapist?" Ethan's response remained shrouded in silence, leaving Noah uncertain of his father's thoughts. However, without missing a beat, Ethan rose to his feet and addressed his son, his voice firm yet inviting. "Tonight, I have plans to have dinner with an elder. Let's go together." Noah remained silent, contemplating his father's proposition. Meanwhile, Hardin, who had been immersed in playing games on the couch as if he were invisible, suddenly chimed in, breaking the silence. "Sure," he agreed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Isabelle's almond-shaped eyes widened as she received a phone call from Hunter father. Her surprise was palpable as she spoke into the phone. "Uncle, are you absolutely certain?" Harris's voice dripped with disdain as he responded. "He mentioned your mother's name and described her appearance in detail. Can there be any doubt? They've scheduled a meeting for 3 p.m., and it will be your responsibility to receive them when you return." After hanging up the call with Harris, Isabelle frowned. The word mother felt distant to her. From the time she had memories, the only impression she had was a voice message her mother left behind, a gentle voice instructing her to keep a low profile. But their family never had any contact with the maternal side of the family, not even with her aunt, who was only recognized by her mother as a distant sister. The sudden mention of an uncle today made her curious. What kind of person was that mysterious mother of hers? She took a taxi back to the Hunter house. Upon entering, she heard Sarah's questioning voice. "Harris, did Bella's mother never mention her family?" Harris sneered. "I asked her before, and she said her family is in a remote mountain area and very poor. She escaped from there, so she never kept in touch." Sarah hesitated upon hearing this. "Ah? If Bella's uncle comes looking for her, will he bother us?" Harris shared the same concern. "They just mentioned that her uncle is hospitalized, and her aunt came alone. I hope they won't ask for medical expenses as soon as they walk in the door." Sarah pursed her lips. "Should we give them?" Harris chuckled dismissively. "He's Isabelle's uncle. What does that have to do with our Hunter family? If anyone is going to give, it should be her." Outside the door, Isabelle, who had been listening to their conversation, lowered her gaze. She loosened her tightly clenched fingers and let out a sarcastic laugh. Then she took a step forward and entered the house. Barbara was leaning on Harris's shoulder, displaying affection as a family of 3. When she saw Isabelle, Barbara sneered and proudly said, "Tsk, tsk, no wonder you never mentioned anything about your maternal side before. Turns out your family is so uncouth. But Isabelle, you shouldn't forget your roots. After all, they are your mother's family. You can't deny these poor relatives, right?" Isabelle kept her gaze down, as if she hadn't heard Barbara's words at all. She walked over to a single sofa and casually sat down, completely ignoring them. Barbara, feeling superior, spoke again. "Just recently, my uncle bought me a designer bag. Isabelle, what do you think your uncle will buy for you? Oh wait, I forgot, he's hospitalized now and probably can't even afford medical expenses. Mom, Dad, I think we should show them some pity and give them a few tens of dollars." After speaking, she frowned and called out, "Hunter family's nanny, prepare some alcohol and air purifiers. I heard that people from rural areas have a certain odor." At that moment, the Hunter family's nanny called out, "Here." Isabelle, determined to extend her warm welcome to the visitor, rose from her seat with purpose. As she took a few steps towards the door, her gaze caught Zane and his companions seated arrogantly nearby. Their chins held high, they exuded an air of superiority, dismissing the visitor as unworthy of their attention. Isabelle, however, chose to ignore their dismissive attitudes and continued her stride towards the door, undeterred. As she stepped outside, Isabelle's eyes fell upon an impeccably poised middle-aged woman, standing before her with grace and elegance. The woman's well-maintained appearance, adorned in a long-sleeved dress, seemed to radiate a timeless beauty reminiscent of a figure straight out of a painted masterpiece. Her demeanor exuded a reserved charm, hinting at a refined upbringing within scholarly circles. The nanny of the Hunter family, who had been prepared with an alcohol spray bottle, initially anticipating a meek and disheveled visitor, found herself hesitating as she beheld the regal figure standing before her. The appearance of the woman contradicted the initial assumptions, causing the nanny to question the necessity of using the alcohol spray. With a graceful smile adorning her face, Mrs. Jocks Wendy, the visitor, spoke in a melodic tone. "Bella, we meet again." Her words carried an air of familiarity and warmth, creating an immediate connection between them. Isabelle, momentarily taken aback by the elegant presence of her aunt, felt a sense of intrigue and anticipation. It was as if a long-lost chapter of her life was about to be unveiled, and she was eager to delve into the depths of their shared history. Isabelle's encounter with Wendy took her completely by surprise, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her voice trailed off, barely able to form a coherent sentence. "You?" Not wasting a moment, Wendy swiftly closed the distance between them, reaching out to grasp Isabelle's hand with affection. "My dear child, it is fate that you saved your uncle." Her words carried a mix of gratitude and undeniable connection. Barbara, who had been ready to unleash her mocking remarks within the room, caught sight of the warm exchange between Isabelle and Wendy at the entrance. Curiosity piqued, she strode purposefully towards the door, her voice laced with a touch of authority. "Nanny of the Hunter family, have you thoroughly disinfected? We cannot allow just anyone into the house." Her words abruptly halted as her eyes landed on Wendy. For a brief pause of 3 seconds, Barbara's voice seemingly rose an octave as she shrilly exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment, "You are Isabelle's aunt?" Her words carried a mix of disbelief and intrigue, as the realization of Wendy's identity washed over her in waves. Sarah and Zane, upon hearing Barbara's surprised reaction, were compelled to join the unfolding scene outside. They emerged from the room and approached the entrance, their curiosity piqued by the commotion. Sarah, unable to resist the urge to comment, leaned closer to Zane and whispered, her voice dripping with condescension, "Barbara is simply too naive, having never encountered a woman from rural origins. That's why she's reacting this way, sigh." She straightened her posture, a smug expression playing across her face, as if reveling in her perceived superiority. Ever since her marriage to Zane years ago, Sarah had endured whispers and comparisons to his deceased wife, with many considering her less beautiful in comparison. Over time, she had nurtured a deep-seated resentment, yearning for an opportunity to showcase her elevated family status and prove her worth. Determined to assert her dominance and deliver a taste of humiliation to Isabelle's less affluent relatives, Sarah relished the moment. However, her triumphant thoughts were abruptly interrupted as her gaze fell upon Wendy, standing before them. The sight of Wendy, elegant and refined, caused a sudden shift in Sarah's demeanor. Her confidence wavered as she realized that her assumptions and preconceived notions were about to be shattered. Wendy's presence seemed to command attention effortlessly, radiating a sense of dignity and grace that Sarah had not anticipated. In that moment, Sarah's satisfaction turned into a mixture of surprise, uncertainty, and perhaps a touch of insecurity. The unexpected encounter with Wendy challenged her perception of social status and beauty, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Sarah came from a modest family, and marrying Zane was a step up for her. Over the years, she had tried to mimic the grace of the wealthy ladies she now mingled with. She thought she had done well, but seeing Wendy just standing there, the aura and presence she emitted was completely overwhelming. For a moment, everyone was silent. Wendy, who grew up in a wealthy family, had initially been excited to see Isabelle, but now she sensed something was amiss. She smiled without responding to Sarah, instead turning to Zane and said, "You must be my brother-in-law, right?" Zane had recovered from his surprise by now, all traces of arrogance gone from his face, replaced by a pleasing smile. "You are." Wendy lowered her gaze. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm an artist." Having casually stated this, she spoke again. "Bella, it seems inconvenient at your place. Why don't we find a place outside to chat?" Isabelle nodded. "All right." She walked ahead, her voice slightly lower. "Take your time." After the two had got into the car and left, Barbara finally dared to speak. "Mom, Dad, who was that person?" Back at the Gray Hotel, when the rescue was underway, Wendy had been crying with worry, so Barbara did not recognize her. Sarah gritted her teeth and then clung to Zane's arm. "An artist, no wonder she has such a good temperament, but I heard that not many artists are making money these days. More are taking advantage of the title to deceive." Barbara snorted. "So that's it. With her pretense, I thought she was a rich lady. But it makes sense. If Isabelle's maternal grandfather was wealthy, her mother wouldn't have been reduced to such a state." However, Zane was staring at the doorway, lost in thought. To outsiders, everyone thought Isabelle's mother was destitute and only achieved a basic living after marrying him, but in fact she once had a company. As he was lost in his thoughts, Sarah spoke. "I remember Isabelle's mother's last name is Jocks, right? The surname Jocks is rare. Apart from France's Jocks family, Isabelle's mother's family, I haven't heard of any other major families." This brought Zane back to reality. Yes, aside from France's Jocks family, Isabelle's mother's family, other businessmen named Jacques were not noteworthy. He snorted, "Probably trying to put on a show. I'm just afraid that Isabelle, being naive, might get fooled." Sarah laughed. "All right, didn't we agree to have dinner with the Moon family tonight? Let's get ready, we don't want to be late." Zane nodded. "Right, this is the important matter." But Barbara grumbled. "Someone booked the Diamond private room at the Gray Hotel. Otherwise, it would have been great to have our dinner there, sigh." Outside the door, Isabelle saw a low-key black Cayenne parked there. This car was the high-end version, priced around $700,000. Could her aunt, who could afford such a car, really just be a painter? She didn't ask more and followed Wendy into the car. Wendy instructed the driver, "Go to the Gray Hotel." After the car started, Wendy noticed the girl with drooping apricot eyes and long eyelashes. And her face was charming, but her skin was unnaturally pale. She sighed. "Bella, you must have suffered a lot over these years." Isabelle, "Actually, it wasn't that bad. After all, it's the same wherever you sleep." Seeing her silence, Wendy knew she didn't want to talk about her time at the Hunter's house. The report Ethan gave was even more detailed than what they saw. Feeling sympathetic for her niece, she changed the subject. "By the way, your uncle still can't be discharged from the hospital, but finding you is a big help. So your uncle asked me to invite someone to dinner with you tonight. What do you think?" Isabelle didn't really mind this. She nodded. Wendy breathed a sigh of relief. After they arrived at the Gray Hotel, Wendy spoke again. "Bella, do you have a daughter? Call her over. Let me meet her." feeling the goodwill that Wendy was emitting. Isabelle agreed and called May to have Arya brought to the restaurant on the third floor. The two of them went to the restaurant first, planning to chat more after entering the private room. After half an hour had passed, the Zane family finally arrived at their destination. As they entered the venue, their attention was immediately drawn to Caleb Moon, who seemed preoccupied. Sensing their presence, he approached them and spoke with a sense of urgency, his words capturing their attention. In the diamond private room, there is someone from the Francis Jocks family, Roseanne Jocks family. Perhaps there is an opportunity to speak with them later. The mention of the Francis Jocks family and their connection to Roseanne Jocks stirred something within Zane. A peculiar sensation washed over him, leaving him with an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if he had just narrowly missed an important revelation. His mind raced with thoughts and questions, desperately seeking to understand the significance of this unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, on the third floor near the elevator, another scene unfolded. The presidential suite, located on the top floor, had its own dedicated elevator reserved for the utmost privacy and exclusivity. In contrast, the remaining floors relied on the public elevator, where guests mingled and shared the journey to their respective destinations. Ding, ding. Two elevators opened simultaneously. At the exclusive elevator for the presidential suite, Ethan, Noah, and Hardin walked out. The other elevator door slowly opened, revealing Arya inside. The executive exclusive elevator and the regular elevator were meticulously constructed side by side, their sleek frames standing in perfect symmetry. Positioned slightly more inward, the exclusive elevator demanded the attention of all who passed by, including Ethan and his companions, as they made their way towards the restaurant. Ethan, a man of unwavering determination, moved with a resolute purpose that radiated from every fiber of his being. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead, never straying to the periphery, while his posture stood tall and unwavering like a sturdy pole. Every step he took exuded an air of sternness, accentuating his composed demeanor. A layer of frost seemed to veil his countenance, adding a touch of enigmatic allure to his visage. His face bore the unmistakable presence of a distinctive teardrop mole, further enhancing the impression of an aloof nobility that surrounded him. Walking beside Ethan was a miniature version of himself, none other than Noah. Despite his tender age, Noah mirrored his father's expression flawlessly. The same sense of purpose and determination shone through his youthful features, though softened by a few extra points of endearing cuteness. Under the two's radiance, the slightly inferior Hardin was in high spirits walking by their side. Coming to mooch off a meal with the boss made him really happy. With an outgoing personality, he possessed a perpetual curiosity that led his gaze to wander in every direction. As he cast a fleeting glance at the occupant inside the elevator, his entire body abruptly froze in place. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he looked once more, only to be confronted with a face that was an exact replica of Noah's. In that moment, his throat tightened, and a gulp betrayed his nervousness. Slowly lowering his head, his eyes widened with trepidation, only to discover his little nephew standing right beside him, causing a sudden jolt of surprise to escape his lips in a boisterous exclamation. "Bro! Bro!" Ethan, ever composed, turned his head unhurriedly, his deep-set eyes brimming with a tinge of discontent as he directed his gaze towards the source of the commotion. Following Hardin's pointing finger, he shifted his attention to the regular elevator, where a realization dawned upon him. "Two Noahs," he muttered, his voice carrying a mix of intrigue and curiosity. After Hardin finished shouting, he looked back at the elevator, only to see a few adults standing inside, without the kid from before. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and still saw no child in the elevator. He voiced his confusion. "I clearly saw Noah in the elevator just now. Why is he gone?" He looked worried. "Oh no, has my condition worsened? Maybe I need to get my eyes checked." He was actually having hallucinations. Ethan's voice rang out with a coldness that left no room for interpretation. "You should get your brain checked," he uttered, his words carrying a sharp edge of disdain. Hardin's reaction was one of perplexity, his face contorted into a puzzled expression. Although the comment didn't inflict significant emotional pain, it struck him deeply as profoundly insulting. As the trio moved past the corridor and entered the confines of the restaurant, Arya, who had been concealing herself behind a cluster of hotel guests, finally allowed her petite head to emerge, her hand gently patting her chest in a visible display of relief. She had narrowly evaded detection, her presence undetected. Seizing the opportunity, she stealthily scurried towards the corner, her footsteps hushed and furtive. By a stroke of luck, she found herself within earshot of a conversation between a waiter and a distinguished figure. The waiter, brimming with deference, respectfully addressed the individual. "Mr. Gray, your diamond room is this way." Diamond room? That was exactly what her mom mentioned on the phone. If her brother went in, wouldn't they be exposed? Upon witnessing Ethan and Noah standing at the threshold of the diamond room, on the brink of entering, a sinking feeling enveloped Arya's heart. It dawned upon her that it was too late to summon her brother's attention. In a frenzy, Arya's voice rang out urgently. Noah! Noah, on the verge of stepping into the room alongside Ethan, to meet an esteemed elder, caught wind of the familiar call and swiftly turned his head. A flicker of amusement danced across his lips as he spotted the little figure sprinting towards him. Cloaked in a scarf that veiled her entire head and sporting a pair of sunglasses, Arya's appearance was undeniably comical, evoking a sense of whimsy. Unfazed by her unconventional attire, Arya grasped Noah's hand tightly. "Brother, upstairs! Dad came to have dinner with Mom. Shall we go to the amusement park?" she exclaimed, her words brimming with excitement and anticipation. Understanding her sudden appearance, Noah was relieved he hadn't entered the room yet, otherwise they would have been exposed. Reacting quickly, he nodded. "All right." Ethan, who was about to open the door, looked down and saw the child whose head was tightly wrapped. He squinted his eyes. "This is that woman's daughter?" "Sure enough, she's as quirky as her mother." After catching his son's questioning gaze, Ethan, who generally disliked Noah interacting with strangers, hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Go ahead." For some reason, he felt subconsciously that it was good for the two kids to play together. There was a small children's playground in the restaurant for dining children, with dedicated staff looking after it. The service at the Grey Hotel and Jocks was absolutely reliable, which was why Isabelle dared to let Arya go downstairs alone. After the two children ran off, Ethan finally opened the room door and strode in, leaving Hardin standing in place, staring at the children's backs. Just now, the child he saw in the regular elevator, who looked just like Noah, seemed to be wearing this Spider-Man costume, right? With that in mind, Hardin said, "Brother, you go in, I'll watch our nephew." Leaving this behind, he quickly headed towards the children's playground. Inside the private room, although separated by a door, the sounds outside were still audible. The childish voice calling for her brother must have been Arya, right? As Isabelle stood up to check, the door opened and Ethan stood outside. The man's delicate features were flawless. His narrow eyes squinted slightly upon seeing her, his thin, cool lips curved slightly, and the icy aura around him was slowly melting. "Miss Hunter, we meet again." Isabelle glanced indifferently. The guest uncle had invited was him, so the brother Arya just invited to play outside was his son. Thinking of his repeated warnings, it was clear that he was very protective of his son. Arya, with her mischievous personality and relentless mouth, better not upset the other child and cause unnecessary trouble. Isabelle's voice was slightly low. "Mr. Grey, I'll go check on Arya and give her some instructions." Having said this, she passed by him and walked straight out the door. As Ethan's gaze descended, his smile broadened, a revelation dawning upon him. The girl's name was Arya. The connection between her and his daughter brought a sense of warmth to his heart. Meanwhile, in the bustling corridor, Caleb Moon paced restlessly, consumed by thoughts of how he could coincidentally encounter and acquaint himself with the Jocks family. While the Jocks family remained out of sight, his eyes fell upon a familiar figure. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, the girl sauntered lazily, her steps dragging with a hint of drowsiness. Despite her slightly disheveled appearance, her beauty remained unmistakable, radiating from her enchanting countenance. It was Isabelle. Caleb Moon's fists clenched instinctively. In recent days, her image had persisted in his mind, occupying his thoughts incessantly. Now, beholding her once more, his gaze involuntarily fixated on her, unable to resist the allure she exuded. Caleb Moon realized that he truly had fallen for her. He took a step forward, blocking Isabelle's path. "Isabelle, why are you here?" Suddenly blocked, Isabelle furrowed her brows, her gaze somewhat cold, looking at Caleb Moon. "I don't have to report my whereabouts to you, do I?" Seeing her aloof manner, Caleb Moon suddenly lifted his chin and spoke arrogantly. "Isabelle, do you know why I'm here?" She really didn't want to know. Caleb Moon didn't wait for her to answer. He continued, "Today, the family of Francis Jocks are here for dinner, and I'm here to negotiate business with them. Once the Moon family forms connections with the Jocks, we can definitely elevate ourselves further. Become the most prominent family in LA. If you behave yourself, I might choose to forgive you." Isabelle's attention had drifted during Caleb Moon's rambling, her mind preoccupied with her own thoughts. However, his final words caught her off guard, causing her to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "What?" she exclaimed, her tone conveying a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Caleb Moon's embarrassment was evident on his face as he stumbled over his words. I can choose to forgive you," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of hesitation. "But considering your tarnished reputation, it would bring shame to the Moon family if I were to marry you. However, I can offer you a grand villa, a luxurious abode where you can live comfortably for the rest of your life." Isabelle couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Her response was laced with a light tone, tinged with a touch of mockery. "You want to keep me?" she retorted, a hint of amusement in her voice. "I'm afraid you can't afford it." Caleb Moon's immediate retort came in an attempt to salvage the situation. His voice carried a hint of desperation. "I have money. I can give you $10,000 a month for living expenses, allowing you to spend as you please. The offer was intended to showcase his wealth and ability to provide for her, hoping to sway her decision in his favor. Isabelle couldn't help but scoff inwardly at Caleb Moon's persistence. The mere mention of $10,000 as a monthly allowance was laughable to her, considering it wouldn't even cover the cost of clothes for her daughter, Arya. Dismissing his proposition, she gracefully sidestepped him to the left, making her intentions clear. I have no interest in becoming someone else's mistress, she stated firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Not one to easily give up, Caleb Moon swiftly moved to block her path once again, this time positioned on the left. Determination gleamed in his eyes as he continued his attempts to sway her. "So, are you willing to marry me then?" he asked, his voice laced with a mix of desperation and frustration. "I can make the necessary arrangements if you're willing." He gritted his teeth, clearly frustrated by the turn of events. "In any case, my grandfather has always wanted me to marry you," he confessed through clenched teeth, the strain evident in his voice. "And since your child is a girl, as long as she behaves appropriately and doesn't compete with her siblings, our Moon family can tolerate her presence." Isabelle's expression turned incredulous at his words. She couldn't help but find the notion absurd and insulting. A fire ignited within her, fueling her determination to protect her daughter's dignity and well-being. Caleb Moon, confident in his own perceived generosity, believed that the conditions he offered were more than enough for any woman to be grateful for. After all, he thought, who wouldn't jump at the chance to become a part of the prestigious Moon family? However, to his surprise, Isabelle's previously warm demeanor turned icy in an instant. Her eyes hardened, reflecting a resolve that Caleb hadn't expected. With a chilling tone, she made her stance clear. "I will not allow my daughter to suffer any grievances," she asserted firmly, her words carrying a weight that made Caleb take a step back. Frustrated by Isabelle's defiance, Caleb's frown deepened, his patience wearing thin. "Isabelle, don't push your luck," he snapped, his voice tinged with a mix of anger and desperation. "Do you honestly think your daughter can take the Moon name and enjoy the same privileges as our children? Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible." Before Caleb could continue, a sharp voice cut through the tension, interrupting their conversation abruptly. "How dare you, Isabelle, seducing Caleb Moon once again?" the voice exclaimed, laced with disdain and accusation. Both Isabelle and Caleb turned their heads towards the source of the voice, their attention captured by the sudden interruption. As Barbara rushed forward, her hand poised to strike, a look of pure vengeance on her face, Caleb Moon instinctively stepped in, blocking her path and shouting angrily, "What do you think you're doing?" The sudden altercation had attracted the attention of those inside the private room, prompting Zane, Sarah, and Caleb Moon's father to emerge. Their expressions ranged from surprise to disapproval as they surveyed the scene unfolding before them. Zane's voice boomed, his anger palpable. "Isabelle, are you bullying your sister again? Apologize to her this instant." Sarah, too, chimed in, her tone filled with superiority. "Bella, today is the day your sister and Caleb discuss their engagement. I understand that you might not be comfortable with it, but you cannot come here and stir up trouble. Remember, it is you who owes the Moon family. You became pregnant before marriage, tarnishing the reputation of both our families." Isabelle's eyes flashed with a mixture of frustration and defiance as she absorbed their words. The accusation struck a nerve within her, reminding her of the deep-rooted biases and prejudices that had plagued her ever since she became pregnant with Arya. However, she refused to cower under the weight of their judgment. As Caleb Moon stepped forward, a determined look on his face, he addressed Zane and Sarah. "Uncle, Aunt, please listen to me. This situation is not Bella's fault. We truly love each other, and I am willing to accept her and the responsibilities that come with it." Barbara's pupils contracted as she took a step back, pain and grief etched on her face. She had harbored resentment towards Isabelle for years, but seeing Caleb's unwavering support for her stirred conflicting emotions within her. Zane, still grappling with the shock of the situation, tried to regain control of the conversation. "Caleb, my daughter has always been rebellious, even from a young age. Do not let her deceive you. Her tarnished reputation due to her premarital pregnancy will only bring shame upon our family if you marry her." Sarah nodded in agreement, her voice laced with disdain. Furthermore, her uncle's family is of low status, hailing from the countryside. They even had the audacity to come to us today, begging for support. Having such relatives would undoubtedly bring about numerous troubles and complications. Caleb's expression remained resolute, his love for Isabelle evident in his unwavering stance. "Uncle, Aunt, I understand your concerns, but love knows no boundaries. Isabelle is not defined solely by her past or her family's background. She is a remarkable woman, and I believe in her. Together, we can overcome any challenges that may come our way." His words hung in the air, a momentary pause engulfing the gathering. The tension was palpable as the room seemed to hold its breath, awaiting Zane and Sarah's response to Caleb's heartfelt plea. After saying that, noticing the adoration in Caleb Moon's eyes when looking at Isabelle, Sarah turned to Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon, please be cautious. We, the Hunter family, don't want to cause trouble for your Moon family. Mr. Moon, hearing these words, looked at Isabelle. She was leaning against the wall, casual, with her eyes slightly drooped, a half smile on her lips, showing a detached amusement. The feeling of being aloof, as if the arguments here had nothing to do with her. Mr. Moon, a veteran in business, Caleb's father, had his deep eyes darken. He suddenly spoke up. Marriage is about a lifetime. Let's leave it to the children's own choice. Miss Hunter, do you really want to marry Caleb? These words drew everyone's attention to Isabelle. The room descended into an eerie silence as Isabelle's blunt rejection echoed in the air. The once palpable tension was replaced by a perplexing mix of astonishment and confusion. All eyes remained fixed on Isabelle, their gazes conveying a mixture of shock, curiosity, and a hint of disbelief. Caleb Moon, taken aback by Isabelle's unexpected response, felt his face flush with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. He struggled to find words, his voice trembling with a mix of hurt and confusion. Isabelle, what do you mean? He managed to utter, his tone laced with a tinge of desperation. Isabelle maintained her composed stance, meeting Caleb's gaze without flinching. Her smirk had faded, replaced by a resolute expression that spoke volumes of her unwavering decision. She took a step forward, closing the gap between them, and spoke with a firm yet compassionate voice. What I mean, Caleb, is that my heart does not belong to you. I cannot force myself to feel something that simply isn't there. I have come to realize that love cannot be manufactured or coerced, and it would be unfair to both of us to pursue a relationship that lacks genuine affection. The shock in Caleb's eyes slowly gave way to a mixture of hurt and realization. The weight of Isabelle's words settled upon him, and he struggled to process the truth she had just revealed. The room remained silent, the once prominent adoration in Caleb's eyes now replaced by a glimmer of hurt and wounded pride. Isabelle's rejection reverberated through the gathering, and the onlookers began to exchange glances, their curiosity turning into whispered discussions. Some wore expressions of sympathy, understanding the difficulty of such a confession, while others couldn't hide their astonishment at the boldness of Isabelle's honesty. Isabelle, unmoved by the collective shock, looked at her fingers in boredom. Barbara, however, shouted, Isabelle, why aren't you interested in Caleb Moon? It's as if you think you're too good for him. You, a woman burdened with a child, having given birth out of wedlock, do you think you're in a position to pick and choose? Caleb Moon finally came to his senses, and in his frustration, his words were especially vicious. Isabelle, if you're not interested in me, then who are you interested in? The whole world knows about your premarital pregnancy, with your tarnished reputation and promiscuous private life. Who else would want to marry you but me? Sarah sighed. Bella, how could you say such things? One mustn't aim too high. Do you still think you can follow in your mother's footsteps? Your mother, a woman from a remote and backward area, was fortunate to marry your father. It was her good karma from her past life. You may be pretty, but no decent family will want to marry you. Sarah shifted the topic. By the way, are you dining here with your aunt? Where is she? Does your uncle need money for his hospitalization? Is it not enough? These words made Mr. Moon frown. Just then, a gentle voice came over. Who says we can't afford the medical treatment? They all turned to look and saw Wendy coming over, the smile on her face not reaching her eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Hunter, we can afford the cost of hospitalization, so there's no need for you to worry. Also, regarding Bella's marriage, you don't need to worry about that either. Our Jocks family will handle it. Mr. Moon was taken aback. Jake's family? Which Jocks family? Wendy smiled, her voice gentle, but her words shocking. France's Jocks family, the one and only Jocks' family. Mr. Moon's pupils contracted. Even Zane and Sarah were stunned and speechless. France's Jocks family. Was it the one they were thinking of? As they were hesitating, Wendy looked at Caleb Moon, sized him up with a glance, and shook her head. Bella, let's go back to the private room. Don't keep your blind date waiting. She emphasized the words, blind date. Isabelle knew that her aunt was helping her hold the line, and nodded in agreement. Okay. The two turned around, only to see Ethan standing behind them. His narrow eyes were lifted, and the mole at the corner of his eye seemed to be smiling as he repeated, blind date? While they were engaged in a war of words, Arya was sneaking into the stairwell with Noah. She took off her scarf, revealing a delicate and adorable little face, breathing deeply. I was suffocating. Brother, thankfully we weren't discovered. Then Noah froze, slowly lifting his head. Arya turned back and followed his gaze, only to see Hardin standing there, his eyes wide in disbelief. The corridor outside was alive with a symphony of voices, echoing off the walls and filling the air with a bustling energy. Students hurried past, their footsteps blending into a steady rhythm of urgency. But as fate would have it, the harmonious chaos came to an abrupt halt, as three individuals found themselves in the quiet solitude of the stairwell. Hardin, Arya, and Noah stood there, enveloped in an eerie silence that seemed to stretch for an eternity. Their eyes met, and a sense of anticipation hung heavily in the air. Hardin, usually known for his composed demeanor, suddenly appeared stricken with disbelief, his finger trembling as he pointed at Arya as if he had just encountered a ghost. You. Hardin's voice trailed off, his words unable to fully capture the astonishment that washed over him. Noah, recognizing the profound impact of what had just transpired, pursed his lips and let out a heavy sigh. He knew that the time for secrecy had come to an end, and he had to reveal the truth. "Since you've seen it," Noah began, his voice laced with a mixture of resignation and determination, "I won't hide it anymore." The words hung in the air, and each syllable carried the weight of a confession. Arya and Hardin exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued by Noah's cryptic statement. Noah continued, his gaze unwavering as he addressed his bewildered companions. "Actually, I possess a unique and extraordinary power. I have the ability to create illusions of myself, as if conjuring duplicates from the depths of my being. It may sound unbelievable, but if you're willing to suspend disbelief for just a moment, I invite you to close your eyes. When you open them again, my duplicate will be no more." Hardin's brows furrowed in confusion, his mind grappling with the unfathomable nature of Noah's revelation. Arya, on the other hand, felt a flicker of excitement ignite within her. The prospect of witnessing such a phenomenon was both unnerving and captivating, and she couldn't help but entertain the possibility. His lips twitched in a mixture of annoyance and disbelief, forming a sarcastic smile. "Little nephew, do you honestly believe that my brain is so simple? How could I possibly entertain the notion of trusting your words?" Arya, unable to resist the opportunity to challenge her uncle's remark, brought both hands close to her mouth, mimicking a loudspeaker gesture. Her intentions were to create an atmosphere of secrecy, but her voice carried far beyond the intended volume. "So, Uncle does have a brain, huh?" Noah, caught between amusement and confusion, couldn't help but join in the banter. "Well, once I return, I'll make sure to investigate if single-celled organisms are capable of cognitive thought as well. Maybe we'll uncover a whole new level of complexity." Hardin, meanwhile, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had hoped to assert his intellect and prove his point, but instead he found himself in a situation where his pride was wounded. The sting of humiliation settled within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Then he said with a smug look, "Your superpower has too many flaws. You can duplicate yourself, but you can also duplicate a little girl? Are you a hermaphrodite?" This little kid dressed in Spider-Man clothes, looking like a little boy, was Isabelle's daughter downstairs. Arya opened her mouth in shock. Noah raised an eyebrow. The way single-celled organisms think is indeed different from the rest. The two adorable kids looked at each other. Arya tilted her head. "Bro, what should we do now? Kill him to silence him?" Noah hesitated for a moment. "It's not quite right to kill our own uncle, is it?" "Oh," Arya was a bit disappointed. Hardin twitched his mouth again. "I'm going to tell my brother that in addition to having a son, he also has a daughter." Having said that, he ran out. Noah quickly called him, "Uncle." Hardin did not stop. Arya was anxious, put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, "Spawn devil, stop right there!" The instinct to obey orders when playing games made Hardin freeze as if he were stuck in a running position. "Come back!" Hardin obediently returned to the stairwell, squatted down, looking like a husky. "So you're my boss?" Arya, with her hands cupping her little face, tilted her head. "Right, I'm Candy Sweet." So the boss turned out to be not only a 5-year-old child, but also a girl. Hardin felt deeply deceived. Noah spoke up. "Uncle, you can't tell Dad about what happened today." Hardin's mind spun in confusion, trying to grasp the unexpected revelation. "Why?" he stammered, his voice filled with bewilderment and curiosity. Noah, his gaze fixed on a distant point, remained silent for a moment, his thoughts racing. Finally he spoke, his voice tinged with uncertainty and vulnerability. "Just imagine, if Dad knew Arya's mommy is the one who gave birth to me, what would he do?" Hardin's eyes widened as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The realization hit him like a sudden gust of wind, leaving him momentarily breathless. "Mommy," he uttered, his words barely escaping his lips. "The person who gave birth to you." "Holy crap, you mean Isabelle is your damned biological mother?" The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken emotions. It seemed as if time itself stood still, allowing the weight of the revelation to sink in. Hardin struggled to reconcile this newfound knowledge with his existing perceptions of family and identity. Noah, his face a canvas of mixed emotions, met Hardin's gaze. It was a complex blend of sadness, longing, and a yearning for understanding. The truth had been spoken, and now they both grappled with the ramifications of this newfound revelation. Hardin finally understood why the two children did not want the truth to be revealed. 5 years ago, his brother suddenly brought home a baby and said it was his son. When everyone asked who the child's mother was, his brother lost his temper at home and strictly ordered the family not to mention the child's birth mother. At that time, they had privately speculated about what the woman who gave birth to Noah had done. Looking at his brother, it seemed as if he wanted to tear that woman apart. Arya softly spoke up. "Spawn devil, I want to have a dad and a brother, And I also want a mom, so I want them to start dating first, and then recognize each other, so that our family of 4 can be together. Can you help us keep this a secret?" Hardin shook his head. "No, I can't hide this from my brother." The room suddenly filled with tension as Arya's demeanor shifted drastically. In an instant, the sweet and innocent child transformed into a fiery-tempered little girl, her eyes blazing with determination. "If you dare to tell Dad, I will never help you boost your score again," she exclaimed, her voice carrying a mix of anger and defiance. Hardin's eyebrows furrowed, caught off guard by the intensity of the threat. He realized the weight behind Arya's words, understanding that her assistance in boosting his score was crucial to his success in the game. At this moment, in the Diamond private room, the 3 people who had returned were sitting there awkwardly. Wendy looked a bit embarrassed, explaining, "Ethan, I didn't mean anything by it. It was just one thing leading to another. Please don't misunderstand." Although the Grey family and the Jocks family have been old friends, Ethan is not just the head of the Grey family. He hates being involved with women. That comment just now could have offended him. Ethan was looking at Isabelle. The woman was gazing downwards, idly stirring the cup in her hand. Her beautiful face and icy demeanor made her impossible to dislike. Not only was he not angry, but he even smiled, his expression filled with understanding and reassurance. "No worries," he calmly replied, his voice carrying a hint of warmth and compassion. As Wendy and Ethan engaged in friendly conversation, the atmosphere lightened and laughter filled the air. When Ethan discovered that Isabelle was going to accompany him back to Beijing in just 2 days' time, his eyes twinkled with delight. Wendy, sharing his excitement, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Bella, your uncle and I had actually planned to bring you back to Paris to live with us," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with affection and affectionate banter. Upon hearing this unexpected proposition, Isabelle felt her eyes welling up with tears. Emotions overwhelmed her as she spoke, her voice quivering with both vulnerability and love. "Your grandmother," she trailed off, her voice barely above a whisper. "She has been crying ever since your mother disappeared. Her tears have flowed ceaselessly, as if she could cry her eyes blind. All these years she has been consumed by thoughts of your mother, longing for her presence. Isabelle, my dear, seeing you again would undeniably bring her immense happiness." Initially, Isabelle had firmly decided to decline the offer. After all, she considered herself an independent adult who didn't require assistance or the need to be taken back. However, as those heartfelt words reached her ears, a moment of hesitation washed over her. She paused, contemplating the genuine concern and love behind the proposal, and eventually she found herself uttering a somewhat reluctant but ultimately accepting response. "Okay." As the conversation shifted, the arrival of their ordered dishes marked the commencement of their shared meal. The aroma of delectable flavors filled the air, enticing their senses and awakening their appetites. With anticipation gleaming in their eyes, the 3 companions delved into the feast set before them, relishing each bite and engaging in light-hearted chatter. Throughout the meal, Ethan's observant gaze was fixed upon Isabelle, noting her distinct and intriguing eating habits. He couldn't help but notice how she would scoop up generous spoonfuls of food and savor it in her mouth. Her manner of eating possessed a certain charm, as her casual movements exuded a sense of ease and comfort, devoid of any semblance of rudeness. The girls Ethan had seen mostly ate slowly and carefully, but she finished her meal quickly, with high efficiency. Little did he know, Isabelle didn't want to waste time on anything other than sleeping or being with Arya. As Wendy piled another helping of food onto her plate for the 4th time, Isabelle, who had finished her own meal, gently placed her utensils down on the table. She spoke up, addressing her aunt with a polite but resolute tone. "Aunt, I have something to attend to later, so I'll take my leave now." Wendy's expression froze momentarily, a mixture of surprise and confusion evident on her face. She struggled to find words, stunned by Isabelle's unexpected departure. The silence hung in the air as Wendy attempted to process the sudden turn of events. Without waiting for a response, Isabelle swiftly excused herself from the private room, her departure leaving Wendy momentarily speechless. Glancing at her phone, Isabelle noticed a message from May, informing her that Arya had already returned home. Deciding to forgo going upstairs, Isabelle hailed a taxi and embarked on her way, the anticipation of her impending meeting urging her forward. Even though she knew it was impolite to leave halfway through, she really had things to do. 2 days ago, she had made an appointment with the exclusive manager of Aris Pharmaceutical Company, Michael. Her mother had handed over the company to him for management over 20 years ago. When she arrived at the appointed cafe, Michael was already there. He stood up excitedly. "Miss, so you've returned to the country. Counting the time, you must be 24 years old now, right? If your mother saw you now, all grown up, she would certainly be comforted." Michael had managed the company with diligence and dedication, and even after all these years, he hadn't developed any other intentions. Isabelle nodded slightly. After sitting down, she asked, Michael, I asked you out because I want to know if my mother left me anything else besides the company. Or is there anything she left for me in the company? She had already done some investigation. Eris Pharmaceutical Company was really just a small company with an annual income of $700,000. It had moved its company address and relocated several times over the years. She didn't understand why the Moon family and the Hunter family had been fighting over such a small company. Michael nodded solemnly. Yes, there is. Isabelle looked up at him. What? Does the company really have a secret? As Isabelle contemplated Michael's words, he began to speak, emphasizing the importance of love and companionship. His voice filled the room, urging Isabelle to respond. Isabelle, taking a moment to gather her thoughts, remained silent, allowing Michael to continue. He spoke passionately about her late mother, acknowledging the profound impact she had on Isabelle's life. Despite her physical absence, Michael assured Isabelle that her mother's love would forever be present in her heart. Still absorbed in her own reflections, Isabelle offered no immediate response, prompting Michael to persist in his discourse. He rambled on, delving into the depths of maternal love, recounting anecdotes and tales for over an hour. However, Isabelle, having recently satisfied her hunger, found herself succumbing to the weariness that accompanied a full stomach. She couldn't help but stifle a yawn, her eyelids growing heavy. Observing Isabelle's fatigue, Michael suddenly realized that his verbosity had exceeded its bounds. Adjusting his approach, he addressed her as an adult, recognizing her position of responsibility within the company. Miss, as an adult, it is only natural for you to consider your future plans and aspirations. When do you envision taking the reins of the company? He inquired, his tone now more concise and direct. Although he had developed feelings and a sense of belonging to the company belonged to the young lady and must be returned to her in its entirety. Despite the circumstances, Isabelle maintained her composure and calmly expressed her thoughts, assuring Michael of his capable management skills. You're doing a commendable job, Michael. Please continue managing it, she stated with a sense of confidence. Isabelle recognized that the company's structure lacked proper departments, resulting in the need for personal involvement in all matters. This reality would inevitably encroach upon her precious sleeping hours. Curious about the future of the company, Isabelle decided to probe further. Addressing Michael, she posed a question that had been lingering in her mind. Are the Moon family planning to acquire our company? Considering the potential for the company's growth, Isabelle reasoned that if the Moon family truly saw its value, they would not resort to leveraging Caleb Moon's happiness as a bargaining tool. Instead, they could simply opt for a high-priced acquisition, as they were undoubtedly affluent. However, Michael disappointingly shook his head, signaling a negative response. No, they don't, he replied, implying that the Moon family had no intentions of acquiring the company. Isabelle's brow furrowed as she processed Michael's offer, but she chose not to dwell on it for too long. Setting aside her concerns, she addressed Michael with a measured tone. Michael, if there are any messages or wishes from my mother that she wanted you to pass on to me, please don't hesitate to give me a call. Okay, Michael responded, acknowledging Isabelle's request. Continuing the conversation, Michael proposed a practical arrangement for the distribution of dividends. He suggested that Isabelle provide him with her bank account details so that, going forward, he could directly transfer the dividends to her. In the past, when Isabelle was young and later living abroad, Michael had delivered the dividends to her guardian. Isabelle contemplated the proposal, considering the significance of the dividends. Although $700,000 may not have been a substantial sum for her, she questioned why she should allow the Hunter family to benefit from it. She pondered her response before finally speaking her mind. Michael, I appreciate your offer to handle the dividends directly. However, I would prefer to have control over my own finances and make independent decisions regarding the use of those funds. I will handle it myself from now on. Isabelle's firm tone conveyed her determination to assert her financial autonomy, ensuring that she could personally oversee the allocation of the company's dividends. She left her account number and departed. At the top floor of the Gray Hotel, Andrew was sprawling on the sofa, looking disdainfully at Noah in the study. In this generation of the Gray family, only the eldest and second branches remain in Romania. As the eldest grandson, Ethan inherited the position of patriarch, but his second uncle, from the second branch, did not accept this, causing a lot of problems. This branch in Romania does not participate in the Gray family's business disputes and only presides over matters of injustice in the family. Andrew is obsessed with wrestling. He disapproved of the second branch's actions, deeply admired Ethan, but disliked this child of unknown origin who tarnished his brother's glorious life. Moreover, this child had mental problems and a frail physique. How could such a child be worthy of succeeding his brother? Andrew snorted through his nose and disdainfully withdrew his gaze. As the door swung open, Ethan returned, filling the room with his presence. Instantly, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped the space, prompting Andrew to swiftly adjust himself and respectfully address his older brother. "Brother," Andrew called out, his voice displaying deference and formality. Responding with a nonchalant hum, Ethan inquired, "What brings you here?" Andrew nervously touched his distinctive hooked nose, his apprehension evident. "Grandpa heard that you're planning to travel to Romania to seek treatment for Grandma, and he requested that I accompany you as a witness. Additionally, I thought it might be an opportunity for me to study under Master Harold and learn the ancient art of wrestling." Andrew's words conveyed his dual purpose for being present to fulfill his own wishes and to seize the chance to train with Master Harold in the ancient wrestling techniques. With the advancement of the times, wrestling seemed to have declined, but there are still mysterious masters among the people. Gan School and Gideon School are the top in ancient wrestling, and Andrew's dream is to become a disciple. Ethan glanced at him, knowing that this guy was true about wanting to become a disciple and fake about being a witness. However, entering Gan School to learn wrestling, his narrow eyes glanced towards the study, a glimmer of darkness in his eyes. "Let Noah go with you at that time. But Master Harold is strict about accepting disciples. You might not meet his conditions. Noah has some chances. He had checked his bones when he was a child. He was a good seedling for learning wrestling. But at that time, he couldn't bear to let his son suffer, so he didn't teach him. Now his son is quite special. Sending him to learn Q School wrestling is more appropriate, and bring him back." Andrew sneered. "Him?" The words that followed, however, were silenced by Ethan's fierce gaze. He still scoffed in his heart with his weak body. Why would Master Harold make a fancy to him? At this time, Isabelle had just returned to the hotel. Her phone rang. She changed into her slippers, leaned on the sofa, and lazily answered. A roar came from the other side. "You little brat, have you been slacking off lately? Not practicing your skills properly?" Isabelle fished out her aching ear. "Master Harold, I need to sleep. I don't have time." "Then send Arya to me. She's your daughter. Her physique is definitely better. I want to accept her as my disciple and carry on my mantle. Have you found your son yet? In comparison, our lineage is more suitable for boys. If you've found him, bring him along." Isabelle lazily replied, "Has Gan School fallen to this extent? Do you need a 5-year-old child to revive its prestige?" Master Harold roared, "Whose fault is it that my school is in such a state? Isn't it because I was blind and accepted such a lazy disciple like you? Old June flaunts his disciple in front of me all day. My disciple can't fall behind. Come to Romania when you're free and compare with his disciple." Master Harold and Master June had been competing for a lifetime. Isabelle said unhurriedly, "I'm not free." Before Master Harold could lose his temper, she added, "However, I am indeed coming to LA, bringing Arya to see me. When are you coming? I'll send someone to pick you up." Unable to contain his eagerness, Master Harold finished his sentence, only to hear Isabelle's soft chuckle. He awkwardly said, "I just miss Arya, not you." Isabelle chuckled, reported the time, and hung up the phone. She picked up a cup of water from the coffee table, took a couple of sips, then went to take a shower. Outside the door, Arya held her phone, peeked through the crack in the door, and spoke into the voice recorder. "Spawn Devil, Mommy's back." Noah said, "Arya, retreat. Daddy's going downstairs to find Mommy." Arya scampered to the stairwell, indeed saw the handsome dad coming out of the elevator, and when he reached their room, seeing the door open, he walked straight in. As soon as he entered the door, Hardin ran over like a rabbit and directly put a big iron lock on the outside. Then Hardin sneaked to the stairwell and asked, "Did they drink the thing you gave them?" "They did. I put it in the water." Noah, "Tyrant also drank it." "Perfect. Arya, your task now is to make sure May doesn't come back. Tonight will surely be a night of warming up for your dad and Mom." Arya asked in confusion, "What kind of medicine did you put in Mom's drink?" Hardin grinned, "This is not suitable for children." Of course, it was that kind of drug. And knowing that her brother has strong self-control, what they were given to drink was the luxury upgraded version. Inside the room, Isabelle was taking a shower when she suddenly heard a noise outside. She wrapped herself in a towel and came out, lazily saying, "Arya, May, are you back?" With those words, she saw a man sitting on the sofa. It was Ethan. As the sound of the door being locked reached his ears, Ethan's senses heightened, alerting him that something was amiss. It didn't take long for a discomfort to surge through his body, a telltale sign that he had been drugged. Throughout the years, Ethan had encountered numerous women in different cities who had attempted to ensnare him using various tactics. Despite their unpredictable strategies, Ethan's heightened awareness allowed him to anticipate and navigate many of these situations. Half a year ago, however, a momentary lapse in his vigilance had led him to encounter one of the most potent substances in the world. Fortunately, due to his rigorous training in wrestling and physical conditioning from childhood, Ethan possessed a level of resilience and strength beyond that of most individuals. Through sheer willpower, he had managed to suppress the effects of the potent drug on that occasion. Drawing from his previous experience, Ethan remained confident that he would be able to overcome the effects of the current situation as well. His unwavering determination and the years of training had bolstered his physical and mental fortitude, allowing him to face such challenges with confidence. As the door remained locked and the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom, Ethan chose to settle himself on the sofa, intrigued by the woman's mysterious actions. There was a sense of perplexity that lingered within him as he tried to understand her motives. What puzzled Ethan was the woman's behavior. Despite their complicated circumstances, she had developed a close bond with Noah, their son, encouraging him to address her as mommy. Logically speaking, one might assume she would utilize their son as a means to achieve her own ambitions. However, whenever she faced Ethan directly, her demeanor exuded a carefree and nonchalant attitude. This stark contrast left him questioning his initial perceptions and wondering if he had misjudged her intentions. Sitting there, observing the locked door and pondering the enigmatic woman's actions, Ethan couldn't help but feel a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and an underlying desire to uncover the truth behind her seemingly contradictory behavior. But then, she suddenly collaborated with his son tonight, drugged him, sent herself a message to go downstairs, and now they were locked in here together. Was she planning to turn their raw rice into cooked rice, ready to finally show her hand? Surprisingly, he found himself somewhat anticipating it. Just as he thought of this, the bathroom door opened and the woman emerged, accompanied by the fog and damp air. Through the door curtain, the first thing he saw was a pair of delicate feet. She was barefoot, her 10 toes round and fair, exuding an adorable aura. Ethan felt his mouth dry and the suppressed lust started to flare up. Then he saw her slim ankles, straight and white legs. The door curtain was pushed aside, and the woman stood there, wrapped in a white towel. Perhaps because she had just taken a hot shower, her cheeks were flushed, her hair damp and clinging to her pale, slender shoulders, with droplets of water sliding down her face to her collarbone, seeping into the towel. In that moment, a sudden surge of heat coursed through Ethan's lower abdomen, causing his brows to furrow in confusion. It felt as if a powerful rush of blood was converging in that particular area, leaving him feeling somewhat out of control. As Isabelle's gaze fell upon Ethan, she couldn't help but notice his abnormal behavior. Seated on the sofa, Ethan's face had taken on an unusually flushed complexion, his narrow eyes carrying a hint of desire. The typical air of coldness that often surrounded him seemed less pronounced, and the tear mole at the corner of his eyes added a captivating allure that was rarely witnessed. Even his posture on the sofa seemed to exude a seductive languidness. Isabelle found herself taken aback, observing this unfamiliar side of Ethan. The sudden shift in his demeanor, accompanied by a surge of intense emotions, left her wondering about the hidden depths within him. Uncertain of how to respond, she remained cautious, maintaining a distance as she tried to make sense of this unexpected revelation. Isabelle furrowed her brow. "What are you doing here?" Just as she finished speaking, the man on the sofa suddenly pounced on her. With great force, he pushed her against the wall behind. Following that, he said in a suppressed tone, "Miss Hunter, you finished your shower and made such a proactive stance, so I—" Before he could finish, the man lowered his head to her neck. His hot breath sent shivers down Isabelle's spine. The man's domineering masculine scent invaded her nostrils. He was pressed up against her, tall and lean. As he bent over, his back was slightly arched. An indescribable sense of heat spread throughout her body, leaving her feeling dry and thirsty. As a doctor, she understood instantly what was happening. She tried to push the man away forcefully, but found his strength to be overpowering. He continued to kiss her neck haphazardly. Suddenly, Isabelle lifted her right knee, aiming directly at the man's weakest spot. The next moment, her ankle was seized by the man's burning hand. His voice was hoarse and confused. "What do you mean by this?" Isabelle snorted coldly, made a light leap, and fiercely kicked towards him with her left leg. Bang! Ethan stretched out his arm to block the kick. Isabelle launched another punch at him. Sensing the ferocious punch, Ethan tilted his head. Another punch from the woman whistled past his ear. Such speed! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a few blows and both retreated, creating a distance. Isabelle's brows furrowed in frustration, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting her anger. Just as she was poised to express her discontent, a sudden mishap occurred. The towel she had been wearing slipped from her grasp, leaving her body chilled and vulnerable. A momentary silence hung in the air as Isabelle's brain struggled to process the unexpected turn of events. Without wasting a second, she swiftly squatted down, intending to retrieve the fallen towel. However, to her dismay, she discovered that it had become bundled up, rendering it impossible to quickly unfold and wrap around herself again. Isabelle's frustration grew as she grappled with the unruly towel, a symbol of her disrupted composure. She desperately sought a solution, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance at the situation. Determined to regain control, she focused her efforts on unraveling the stubborn fabric, determined not to be held captive by this unexpected inconvenience. Seeing the man looking over in astonishment, in a split second, Isabelle picked up the towel and flung it directly at Ethan's face. As Ethan was about to remove the towel, he heard her icily shout, "Dare to remove it, and I'll ensure you can't leave this room today." Caught off guard by Isabelle's icy and assertive shout, Ethan's hand froze in mid-motion, his eyes widening with surprise and a tinge of apprehension. The threat in her words echoed in the room, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Never before had he been confronted with such a direct and serious warning. As the weight of her words settled upon him, Ethan's mind raced to process the implications. The mixture of anger and coyness in Isabelle's tone sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Was it possible that she did not desire an intimate relationship with him? Confusion and uncertainty clouded Ethan's thoughts as he grappled with this sudden revelation. His usual self-assurance wavered, and he found himself questioning the nature of their connection. The unexpected twist in their dynamic made him reconsider his assumptions and the boundaries that may exist between them. Ethan's hesitation grew, his hands still suspended in midair as he tried to decipher Isabelle's true intentions. The swirling emotions within him left him torn between proceeding with his desires and respecting the boundaries she seemed to be drawing. In that moment, he found himself at a crossroads, contemplating the implications of his actions and the potential consequences of disregarding Isabelle's warning. Taking advantage of this pause, Isabelle quickly grabbed a robe from nearby and wrapped it around herself while facing away from him. As she did so, she began to say, "I was drugged too." Ethan sensed something, and judging from the sound of it, it seemed that she had also dressed. He removed the towel from his face and looked at her with furrowed brows. "Are you implying it wasn't you?" "Mr. Gray, don't be too confident." As Isabelle smirked, her eyes lingering provocatively over a particular part of Ethan, her words dripping with a hint of amusement, Ethan's reaction was immediate. He fell into an uncharacteristic silence, his face betraying a mix of surprise and curiosity. Sensing his uncertainty, Isabelle's playful expression persisted. It was as if she was challenging his confidence, daring him to prove himself. Ethan's grip on the towel tightened as he contemplated his next move, his hesitation evident. With a hint of vulnerability in his voice, Ethan spoke, his words laced with a touch of insecurity. "If not you, then who?" The question hung in the air, a testament to his genuine curiosity and a longing for clarification. It was as if Ethan sought reassurance, a glimpse into Isabelle's desires and intentions. In that moment, he found himself yearning for a response that would shed light on the complexities of their relationship, hoping to understand the possibilities that lay before him. Seeing that he was no longer impulsive, Isabelle turned and headed to the study. Wait a moment. She found a set of clothes in the study and put them on, then picked up her laptop and headed towards the living room. When she saw him again, he was back on the sofa. Aside from his slightly flushed cheeks, he seemed normal. If it weren't for the conspicuous bulge in the towel at his waist, he would have seemed completely as usual. Isabelle inwardly sighed, such strong self-control. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been medicated since childhood, resulting in her body being immune to most drugs, she might have lost her sanity by now. Yet, he managed to suppress his desires in just 2 minutes. Ethan caught her gaze, a dull gleam flickering in his narrow eyes. "Miss Hunter, if you regret it now, there's still time." "Isabelle." This man was indeed overly confident. She said sarcastically, "Ethan, I really have no interest in you. Even if both of us were set up and you were standing naked in front of me, I wouldn't feel anything." It really wasn't her? Ethan felt a twinge of regret in his heart, but he did not let up. "It seems you were the one who was naked just now." Her face tightened instantly. She walked straight over, opened her laptop, and pushed it in front of him. Ethan was taken aback. "What?" Isabelle slowly said, "Of course, enter your account password to check the surveillance. Even if we don't know who drugged us, we should at least know who just locked the door, right?" Seeing her confident demeanor, Ethan felt increasingly displeased. He casually typed a few strokes, hit the enter key, and the real-time surveillance footage instantly appeared on the computer screen. At the doorway, 3 figures were standing there. Their faces were almost pressed against the door, seemingly listening to the sounds inside. The 3 of them were standing in front of the camera, their faces partially obscured by the masks they had been wearing in the corridor to avoid being identified. The dim lighting and low resolution of the camera made it difficult to distinguish their features, causing a momentary confusion. Ethan, uncertain about which child was which, hesitated before finally pointing towards one of them. "I think this one is Noah," he said, attempting to make an educated guess based on subtle cues. Isabelle, Noah's mother, scoffed at Ethan's suggestion. "No, you're mistaken. This is my daughter," she asserted confidently, her voice laced with a mixture of frustration and certainty. Despite the difficulty in discerning their identities, it was not just their height but also their body shapes that appeared remarkably similar. This resemblance further complicated the task of correctly identifying the children. However, Isabelle managed to recognize her own daughter, primarily due to the distinctive Spider-Man shirt the girl was wearing. Ethan, now even more perplexed, voiced his doubts. "Are you sure about that? They look so alike." Unable to tell himself, he simply focused his gaze on Hardin. As soon as he saw him, a sharp, murderous intent rose in him. Isabelle's voice dripped with sarcasm as she taunted Ethan. Well, Mr. Gray, it appears this must be your long-lost brother." Ethan's silence spoke volumes as he processed Isabelle's biting remark, unsure of how to respond or what to make of the situation. Meanwhile, just outside the room, 3 heads lined up in a row. Arya, Noah, and Hardin tilted their heads, pressing their ears against the door, straining to catch any sounds emanating from within. Their curiosity piqued, they listened intently, hoping to glean some understanding of the commotion taking place on the other side. Inside the room, a cacophony of crashing, banging, and thumping sounds reverberated, causing all 3 children to flinch in surprise and bewilderment. The noise was so unexpected and chaotic that it left them momentarily stunned, their minds racing with questions. Arya, her brows furrowed, turned to her cousin Noah, seeking answers. "Noah, uncle, what on earth are Mom and Dad doing in there? Are they tearing down the entire house?" she asked, a mixture of confusion and concern evident in her voice. Hardin was full of smugness. "They are fighting. Little kids don't need to understand. Anyway, after this fight, their relationship will definitely improve." Arya was a bit worried. "Is the fight so intense?" Hardin raised his eyebrows. "Of course, there might even be a casualty. You two are the result of their fights." Arya frowned. "What if Mommy hurts Daddy?" Noah was even more upset with a stern face. "Daddy is actually hitting a woman, so ungentlemanly. No wonder he can't catch up with Mommy." Hardin raised an eyebrow. The room fell into an uneasy silence as Hardin's words hung in the air, his statement hitting Arya and Noah with a jolt of realization. Arya's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as she struggled to process the weight of his words. Hardin listened with relish for a while, and sighed in his heart. His brother deserved to be his brother, making such a big noise. However, it stopped after a while. He put his ear closer and asked quietly, "I always feel guilty about keeping this from my brother. When are you planning to tell him?" Although Arya was quick-witted, she had no opinion on this matter, so she looked at her brother. Noah pursed his lips. "After Mommy cures Grandma's illness, I will confess." Noah had thought it through clearly. Concealing the truth was a disrespect to both his father and mother. Especially since his mother was searching for him all over the world, he didn't know what kind of torment she was going through. If they hadn't started dating after these few days, then don't force them. Just as Hardin was about to say something, there was suddenly a shake inside the door and someone inside slapped the door. Immediately, a gnashing voice came out from the room. "Hardin, open the door for me immediately." "Holy Christ!" 1 minute later, the lock was opened. Ethan, full of anger, took Noah and Hardin upstairs. As for how he would punish Hardin, Isabelle didn't care. At this moment, she sat on the sofa, staring at Arya, her voice stern. "Arya, why did you do this?" Arya lowered her head to play with her fingers, intimidated by her and not daring to speak. Isabelle's voice softened. "Do you want me to be with Ethan?" Arya nodded. "Mommy, Dad, if you trick Ethan into being your husband, it will be so impressive to take him out. He's handsome and rich. Don't you want that?" Isabelle watched her daughter in surprise. She rubbed her temples. Who came up with this bad idea? This time, Arya unceremoniously sold out her little uncle. Spawn devil. Upstairs, Hardin looked at his brother, who was sitting on the sofa with a stern face with trepidation. He swallowed. "Brother, I'm also doing this for your own good. You've been avoiding women for so many years. What if you get frustrated?" His legs were trembling. He was scared stiff. He clenched his legs and heard his brother's deep voice. "Half a year's living expenses as punishment." Hardin was stunned and blurted out, "That's it?" He thought that he had calculated his brother, and according to the tyrant's style, he would be castrated and rendered impotent. Ethan's narrow eyes lifted. "What, you think it's not enough?" Hardin immediately reacted and jumped back in panic. "It's heavy, of course it's heavy. Half a year's living expenses. How am I supposed to recharge my game account? It's too terrible." After he ran away, Ethan leaned back on the sofa, but the scene of him pressing that woman's shoulder downstairs and kissing her flashed in his mind. He touched his lips, where there seemed to be a lingering smooth feeling. He couldn't help but remember when the towel suddenly fell. Well, he didn't see anything. The next day, Isabelle had May pack her luggage early in the morning and headed to the airport at noon. Knowing she was going to Romania, Ethan, her uncle, and Wendy had booked a flight with them. Her uncle was about to be transferred to the Kelling Hospital in Romania, where the medical level was much better than here. Upon arriving at the airport, Isabelle discovered that they were actually traveling on a private jet this time. Wendy exclaimed, "Private jets require pre-arranged flight routes, and people have to make reservations in advance. The Grey family, being a royal family, is truly impressive for being able to arrange this so quickly. Hearing him mention the Grey family, Isabelle's eyes flickered unnaturally. Following that, Isabelle witnessed Ethan's attentiveness. Ethan directly arranged a room for her, which not only had a comfortable bed, but also a shower room, meeting the needs for sleep. She slept all the way. 2 hours later, they arrived at Romania. Wendy took his luggage and Arya back to the Jocks' house at Romania first, while Isabelle and the medical staff who came to pick them up accompanied Mr. Jock and Ethan to the first hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Isabelle settled Mr. Jock in the VIP ward before heading to the intensive care unit. In LA, when she agreed to treat Mrs. Grey, Ethan had sent her the medical records. Isabelle didn't want to waste time. The day she saves the old lady is the day her son comes back. So, she wanted to take a look and arrange the earliest possible time for surgery. However, as soon as she walked towards the intensive care unit, she heard the urgent beeping sound from the heartbeat monitor inside. At the door, a few people from the second house were confronting Ethan and Noah. Noah looked anxiously at the ward, wearing a mask and a hat. Ethan's second uncle was pointing at Noah and shouting angrily, "You unfilial son! As soon as you came back, your great-grandmother became critical. Given her current condition, even if Roseanne is found, she won't be able to undergo surgery. It's too late." Noah clenched his little fists and his eyes reddened. "Great-grandma, you must hold on." Ethan furrowed his brow, his face filled with confusion. Grandma had been in good health. How could her condition have declined so rapidly? Beep. Suddenly a sharp sound rang out. "The patient is not doing well." The doctor's alarmed shout echoed through the room. The scene was engulfed in chaos as the urgent sounds of doctors and nurses filled the room, their voices blending with the beeping of medical equipment. Each attempt to revive the patient echoed through the sterile walls. "Mom! Grandma! Great-grandma!" The members of the second family, their faces stained with tears, stood huddled together, their grief palpable in their expressions and trembling bodies. "Silence!" Ethan's voice thundered, commanding attention amidst the sorrow. The room fell into an uneasy stillness as the sobbing gradually subsided. Uncle Jonah, his voice filled with frustration, couldn't help but voice his grievances. "Ethan, I understand if you find it difficult to shed tears, but why can't we?" Ethan's stern gaze softened, revealing the anguish buried beneath his stoic demeanor. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling with emotion as he responded to his uncle. "Jonah, it's not about being cold-hearted. It's about holding on to hope and strength in times like these." Ethan shot a stern glance at him. "Grandma is not dead yet." Startled, Jonah's words were stuck in his throat, and the other people from the second family gradually stopped crying. Ethan bit his lip, his gaze firmly fixed on the room. Noah's small body began to shake. Usually a bold and smart little boy, he was now losing his composure. Sensing his unease, Ethan's warm hand rested on his shoulder. His emotions gradually calmed down, and he turned to see Ethan looking down at him with a deep, reassuring voice. "Noah, don't be scared." Noah's eyes reddened again, and he nodded. Isabelle had already walked to the front of the room, her gaze sweeping over Noah. On the plane, because she needed to sleep, she had Arya in the room and didn't interact with Ethan and his son. Observing at such a close distance now, this boy really did look very similar to Arya. Just as she wanted to take a closer look, she was distracted by the noises coming from the room. Ethan saw her approaching but didn't enter the room immediately. Instead, he turned to look at her, his heart sinking. Could it be that even Roseanne believed his grandmother was beyond help? His voice was low, the first time filled with confusion and pleading. "Miss Hunter, please." Before he could finish, Isabelle had already shifted her gaze and was heading into the ward. Kelling Hospital indeed lived up to its reputation as a nationally renowned hospital. It boasted the most advanced medical conditions, from equipment to doctors, and even the nurses were extremely professional. At this moment, everyone was working methodically, doing their best to save a life. "Prepare for defibrillation. 200 joules. Clear. Beep, 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 beep." Finally, the heart started to beat again, allowing the doctors and nurses to breathe a sigh of relief. But Isabelle furrowed her brows as she studied the patient's various readings. "Miss Grey, the lady's body has reached its limit. This sudden cardiac arrest has caused multiple organ failure. If she doesn't wake up soon, I fear her life may be in danger." The doctor, who had just been involved in the emergency treatment, removed her mask, revealing a bright and youthful face. She calmly and steadily explained the lady's condition. Ethan furrowed his brow. "Dr. Yolanda, my grandmother, has always been healthy. How could this suddenly happen?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Yolanda frowned and sighed. "After all, the lady is already 80 years old. Her body is not as robust as before." Ethan turned to Isabelle. "Then perform the surgery immediately?" "No." Before Isabelle could answer, Dr. Yolanda shook her head. Her voice was gentle and gave a sense of reliability. "The lady's body is too weak. She was just rescued from the brink of death. Performing surgery at this time would be even more harmful to her." Isabelle remained silent. She was closely observing the patient. The old Mrs. Gray lay there, eyes closed, her face covered in wrinkles, her frame frail. There was not a sound to be heard from her. Her body was indeed in a state of extreme weakness. But without surgery, the prolonged obstruction of blood flow to the brain may render it hard for her to wake up. As she contemplated, an argument broke out again outside the door. The people from the second branch of the family had heard Dr. Yolanda's words. Jonah was already stomping his feet in frustration. Does this mean my mother is beyond help? Oh, Mom, why is your life so difficult? We all said Ethan brought back a little white-eyed wolf. You didn't believe us and insisted on keeping him by your side. But in the end, he was so ruthless, pushing you down the stairs. He's trying to take your life. Jonah, 55 this year, looked lean and energetic. His eyes, polished by the years, showed nothing but shrewdness. His son, Andrew, had the distinctive narrow eyes of the Gray family, but unlike Ethan's inscrutable depths, his were always smiling, hinting at ill intentions. He sighed, choking up. Dad, don't say that. Noah isn't just any child. He has a mental illness. When he has an episode, he doesn't do it on purpose. He doesn't want to harm his great-grandmother. The boy from the second branch, who was of the same generation as Noah, had a nickname, Giddy, due to his chubbiness. His cheeks were so chubby that his eyes were barely visible. He rushed towards Noah, his chubby hand aiming a harsh hit at Noah's face. You're a little monster, a murderer. Ethan had heard Dr. Yolanda's voice and was about to ask Isabelle for her opinion. However, in this critical moment, the people from the second branch of the family seemed indifferent to their grandmother's fate, and instead started to target Noah again. Seeing Giddy raise his hand to hit Noah's face, Ethan's eyes darkened, and the pent-up anger could no longer be contained. He kicked Giddy over with the quickest speed. Giddy was kicked so hard that he slid a meter away on the floor. Due to his chubby figure and the cushioning effect of his fat, coupled with Ethan's deliberate control of his strength, he suffered no internal injuries. But the pain in his flesh made him cry out loudly. He rolled and crawled to hide behind Jonah. Grandpa, save me. Uncle is trying to kill someone. Jonah glared angrily. Ethan, what are you doing? Ethan's narrow eyes were filled with anger, and the teardrop-shaped mole was even more icy. If my second uncle can't discipline his grandson, then I'll help you do it. Jonah roared. You should teach your own son first. He harmed his own great-grandmother. It's absolutely unforgivable. Ethan stepped forward, an imposing aura surrounding him. Noah didn't kill anyone. I believe in him. Andrew stood in front of Giddy and his father, still sighing gently. Brother, your belief doesn't matter. The surveillance video in the living room clearly shows Noah pushing our grandmother. We've given the footage to our second grandfather. They've already decided to disown Noah from the family this weekend. Noah was slandered for pushing someone. Besides the testimony of the household servants that he had argued with the dowager, the key piece of evidence was that surveillance footage. The camera was pointed from behind. In the video, the dowager was falling and Noah was seen extending his hand. It seemed quite clear that Noah was the one who pushed her, with both testimonial and physical evidence present. So now there's only one solution, which is to awaken the dowager. Only she can prove Noah's innocence. Even though his son had never defended himself, Ethan believed in him from beginning to end. Noah was staring intently at the ward, oblivious to other people's accusations. He was only concerned about his great-grandmother. Seeing the old woman motionless, his eyes welled up, and he suddenly rushed into the ward, hugging Isabelle's leg. Mommy, save great-grandma! Isabelle's composure shattered in an instant. As her hands meticulously assessed the elderly lady's vital signs, a sudden jolt ran through her body, causing her to freeze in her tracks. Slowly, her gaze descended, only to find herself locking eyes with the young boy who had always evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Hidden behind a mask and adorned with a hat, his visage remained concealed, yet his eyes conveyed a potent mixture of admiration and desperation, silently beseeching her for something she couldn't quite grasp. A flicker of recognition flickered on the periphery of Isabelle's consciousness, teasing her with an imminent revelation. But before she could fully grasp the elusive idea, the urgent blaring of another machine's alarm rudely interrupted the moment. Resolute in her commitment to save lives, Isabelle banished the fleeting thoughts to the recesses of her mind. With laser-like focus, she redirected her attention to the task at hand, honing in on the relentless clamor of the alarm. And there it was, a slight elevation in the grandma's blood pressure, a telltale sign that demanded immediate action. Dr. Yolanda, in a state of haste, rushed into the room, her gaze scanning the scene until it fell upon Isabelle. Hastily donning her mask, her brows knitted together in a frown as she demanded, "And who might you be? This is the ICU, and I must insist that you leave immediately." Before Isabelle could respond, Ethan swiftly entered the room, asserting himself with unwavering authority. "Miss Hunter has been invited by me," he declared, his voice carrying an air of conviction. Dr. Yolanda's stern expression wavered for a moment, a flicker of resistance evident in her eyes. However, as if a recollection surfaced within her, She relented and nodded, her tone softened. Very well, then. With the matter resolved, the ward once again became a flurry of activity as medical professionals resumed their crucial work. Taking charge of the situation, Ethan guided Noah out of the room, ensuring his safety and providing a respite from the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Isabelle, perceiving the wisdom in staying on the sidelines, positioned herself to the side, observing the chaos unfolding before her, with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Dr. Yolanda's gaze fixed upon Isabelle, her voice laced with a mocking and disdainful tone as she taunted. "Injecting nitroprusside, aren't we, Dr. Hunter? Quite basic for an antihypertensive medication, wouldn't you say?" Maintaining her composure, Isabelle met Dr. Yolanda's derisive stare with a steady gaze, her affirmation silent yet resolute. Without missing a beat, Dr. Yolanda swiftly administered the medication, skillfully stabilizing the patient's condition once again. Having accomplished the immediate task at hand, Isabelle, armed with a comprehensive understanding of the patient's medical records and the insights gained from reviewing the latest CT scans, accompanied Dr. Yolanda as they made their way out of the room. As Dr. Yolanda led the way, Isabelle and she stepped out of the room, prepared for a serious conversation. However, their exchange was abruptly halted as Ethan swiftly approached, his anxious expression mirroring his urgent question. Isabelle braced herself, ready to respond, but before she could utter a word, Ethan brushed past Dr. Yolanda and addressed Isabelle directly, desperation etched across his face. "Can we proceed with the surgery?" Dr. Yolanda, determined to provide a comprehensive assessment, interjected before Ethan could continue, her tone somber and matter-of-fact. "Ethan, the patient's condition is exceedingly complex. She is grappling with high blood pressure, a burdensome cardiac load, and multiple organ failure. Even with Roseanne, our brilliant surgical expert at the helm, proceeding with the surgery now offers no guarantees that her heart won't fail. The chances of success hover around a mere 30%. Dr. Yolanda's words hung heavily in the air, their weight punctuated by a stark reality. "In fact," she continued, her voice laden with grave implications, 70% of patients undergoing this procedure are likely to perish on the operating table. Moreover, even if the patient were to defy the odds and survive, the trauma inflicted on her heart would drastically reduce her remaining lifespan to approximately 6 months. Isn't that correct, Dr. Hunter?" Isabelle's gaze shifted between Ethan and Dr. Yolanda, the weight of the decision bearing down upon her. Her next words would carry immense consequences, and the burden of delivering such news weighed heavily upon her shoulders. The analysis seemed reasonable, and Isabelle nodded. As Isabelle's compliance registered, Dr. Yolanda, momentarily dismissing her presence, shifted her focus to the figures standing nearby. Lowering her voice, she sought to draw Ethan's attention, her words laden with intrigue. "Ethan, I do have a safer alternative at hand." Ethan, finally diverting his gaze towards Dr. Yolanda, locked his eyes onto her, intrigued by her proposition. With a slight upward tilt of her head, Dr. Yolanda deliberately spoke in a measured tone, revealing morsels of her past. "As you are aware, I was once a student at the esteemed McCarlson University. During my time there, I delved into the practice of acupuncture, honing a unique skill set that could potentially awaken the elderly woman temporarily." "Temporarily?" Ethan interjected, his curiosity piqued. Dr. Yolanda inserted her hands into the pockets of her pristine white coat, her straight hair neatly tied back. Though nearing 30, she exuded an aura of maturity and feminine poise. Her calm voice resonated with persuasive authority as she continued, carefully choosing her words. Dr. Yolanda's voice dipped, tinged with a mix of caution and compassion. "Yes, by employing a silver needle, I could forcefully penetrate the cerebral hematoma, inducing a temporary awakening in the patient, an occurrence often referred to as the return of light. However, it is crucial to understand that her regained consciousness would only endure for a single day." Ethan's widened eyes mirrored his growing apprehension, his lips sealed shut in a tense silence. Recognizing his comprehension, Dr. Yolanda pressed on, her voice softening further. "In the case of this particular ailment, immediate surgical intervention could potentially result in mortality on the operating table, or at best, a mere 6 months of extended life, heavily reliant on top-grade medications. On the other hand, if left untreated, the patient may not awaken at all and would likely only hold on for approximately 2 more months in her current condition." A weighty decision hung in the air, the contrasting paths of potential outcomes starkly presented before them. It was a delicate balancing act between risk and limited options, with each choice carrying profound implications for the patient's fate. Dr. Yolanda, driven by her proposal's potential benefits, continued to advocate her approach. "By utilizing my method, we can not only restore her consciousness immediately, but also clear Noah's name from the cloud of suspicion hanging over him. Surely, you wouldn't want Noah to live his life under such an unjust shadow?" Isabelle, observing the unfolding discussion, felt a wave of shock wash over her. She couldn't fathom how a doctor could entertain such a morally dubious plan. The principles of compassion and ethical conduct should guide medical professionals, but Dr. Yolanda's method seemed alarmingly close to an act of deliberate harm. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed subtly, betraying a glimmer of disdain hidden beneath her composed exterior. Ethan, known for his cold and domineering demeanor as the influential figurehead of the royal Grey family, found himself at a crossroads. Dr. Yolanda's plan appeared enticing, offering a solution that aligned with his priorities for his son. The weight of his decision rested on his shoulders. However, before Ethan could delve deeper into his thoughts, a cold warning sliced through the air. "Dr. Yolanda," he rebuked, his voice cutting like icy steel, "your duty is to prioritize the well-being of the patient above all else." Dr. Yolanda, overwhelmed by Ethan's commanding presence, immediately lowered her head in deference. "I apologize, Ethan. My emotional connection to Noah has clouded my judgment." Ethan, unmoved by her apology, swiftly turned his attention to Isabelle, seeking a definitive answer. "Miss Hunter, can the surgery proceed or not?" Isabelle, well accustomed to such inquiries from patients and their families, found herself captivated by the resonant timbre of Ethan's voice, akin to the deep tones of a cello. There was an undeniable magnetism and uplifting quality in his words. The corners of Isabelle's lips curled ever so slightly, and she responded deliberately with a single word: "Yes." With confidence permeating her voice, she added an assurance for this self-absorbed man. "The success rate stands at an impressive 99%. In that moment, Isabelle recognized the need to instill faith and confidence in Ethan, even if his demeanor seemed domineering. The gravity of the situation demanded not only medical expertise, but also adept interpersonal skills to navigate the complex dynamics at play. Isabelle recognized that the remaining 1% of uncertainty in the success rate was due to external factors beyond her control. Unforeseen circumstances, such as an earthquake, could potentially impact the outcome, despite the high success rate. Dr. Yolanda, unwilling to let Isabelle's confident statement go unchallenged, interjected once more. "Isn't Dr. Hunter indulging in boastful claims?" she questioned, her voice laced with skepticism. "Ethan, as the chief doctor overseeing the care of the patient, I must emphasize that even if Roseanne were present, the chances of success would only be 30%. You must not be deceived by her." Despite Dr. Yolanda's attempts to sow doubt, Ethan appeared unwavering in his trust and conviction. He issued a direct order, bypassing her objections entirely. "Prepare the operating room," he commanded. Observing Ethan's resolute decision, Dr. Yolanda struggled to maintain her composure, her emotions tightly controlled. Inwardly, she sneered at the perceived overconfidence of Isabelle, convinced that the doctor was blindly courting disaster. Unbeknownst to them, the stage was set for a high-stakes gamble, where lives hung in the balance, and the clash between professional expertise and personal emotions would shape the outcome of this delicate dance with fate. Let's see, if the lady dies on the operating table, how Ethan will lash out at her. Probably bite her head off and feed her body to the lower caste wolves. When the operating room was ready, Liana and other assistants had already arrived. For such a difficult operation, she wouldn't entrust it to anyone else. In the sterile room, Isabelle put on her suit and entered the ward. Liana was murmuring softly, "Roseanne, this elderly woman is very old. Her biggest problem is not her head, but her heart. She is indeed not suitable for surgery. How dare you take it? I'll take responsibility for the heart problem." Isabelle took out a few silver needles and swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly stuck them at the old lady's heart area, sealing her heart meridian. Her almond eyes were shimmering with light. 5 hours later, an exhausted Isabelle removed her surgical gown and walked out of the operating room. She had been drugged last night, which left her somewhat lethargic today. She decided to rest on the sofa in the sterile area with her eyes closed. In her half-dazed state, that familiar voice echoed in her mind. "Mommy, save great-grandma." Those eyes, that voice, they were all too familiar. Startled from her reverie, Isabelle's gaze shifted towards the doorway, where she found Ethan standing vigilantly, as if he had been waiting for her. Leaning casually against the wall, his eyes followed her approach with a hint of rare emotion flickering across his face. The corners of his lips curved ever so slightly, and the teardrop-shaped mole beneath his eyes seemed to radiate with an air of amusement. Isabelle couldn't help but marvel at the contradictory feelings surging within her. She had adamantly claimed not to harbor any fondness for him, yet the fiery intensity in her eyes at that moment betrayed a deep-seated passion that she couldn't deny. Lost in her thoughts, she closed the distance between them in a rush, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. "Where is your son?" she inquired eagerly. Ethan's brows furrowed, his expression growing guarded. "Why do you ask?" he responded. Ethan's narrow eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion upon hearing Isabelle's inquiry about his son. Why was she suddenly asking about him as soon as she emerged from the room? Maintaining his composed facade, he responded casually, "He has already gone home. Is there a particular reason you're asking?" The extensive 6-hour surgery had taken its toll, and it was now well past 1 in the morning. Although Noah had initially intended to stay by his mother's side, his young age and the strain of the situation proved to be overwhelming. Ethan had made the decision to send him home in advance. Upon hearing that his son was no longer present, Isabelle's interest waned almost instantly. She averted her gaze, her previous enthusiasm fading into a distant air of detachment. "Never mind," she replied nonchalantly, her tone devoid of curiosity. "Why haven't you left yet?" Ethan slowly straightened his posture, his gaze fixed upon Isabelle. The teardrop-shaped mole beneath his eyes seemed to exude an even more captivating charm under the illumination, and his deep voice carried an entrancing quality. "I was waiting for you," he admitted, his words hanging in the air. Silence enveloped them, and the late-night hour added a touch of mystique to the quiet corridor, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. Ethan stood a little closer to Isabelle, creating an ambiance that was tinged with a hint of ambiguity. In that moment, Isabelle couldn't help but wonder if the man before her was subtly flirting with her. The notion danced at the periphery of her thoughts, causing a fleeting sense of confusion. Shaking her head lightly to dispel the distracting musings, she let out a soft chuckle. "It's understandable for a family member to be concerned about the patient," she replied, her tone light and reassuring. "Rest assured, the lady will be fine under our care." Isabelle swiftly retrieved her phone, glancing at a new message that had arrived. "The car from the Jocks family has arrived to pick me up. I'll leave first," she read aloud, her tone brisk and decisive. Without missing a beat, she turned on her heel and began walking away, albeit with a seemingly lackadaisical gait and a somewhat unrefined posture. Despite this, her steps remained steady, and her departing figure held an intriguing allure. Ethan followed closely, maintaining a discreet distance. He placed his trust in those he employed, as well as in the surgery Isabelle had conducted. Additionally, he had intended to personally accompany her to the Jocks' residence. However, just as they rounded a corner, he caught sight of Isabelle engrossed in a phone call. Her voice was slightly lowered as she murmured, "Help me look up Ethan." Curiosity piqued, Ethan's gaze sharpened, his attention firmly fixed on her. The enigmatic circumstances surrounding their encounter, and her seemingly innocuous request, filled the air with an air of intrigue. Ethan came to a sudden halt, his typically composed and stern countenance now clouded with genuine confusion. As someone who had spent countless years navigating the complexities of the business world, he possessed a keen ability to read others' thoughts and intentions. However, this woman before him seemed to be wrapped in an enigmatic aura, a captivating enigma that eluded his understanding. One of the intriguing aspects was her unpredictable temperament. Just moments ago she had been distant and indifferent towards him, yet now she was turning around to delve into his background. Unbeknownst to Isabelle, Ethan remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure fade into the distance. As she rounded yet another corner, she finally spoke her second sentence in a hushed tone. "I want all the information on his son." His brows furrowed deeper, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. What could possibly be the reason behind her sudden interest in his son, and what kind of information was she seeking? The mystery surrounding Isabelle only deepened, leaving Ethan even more intrigued and determined to unravel the enigma that she embodied. Cameron on the other end of the phone was puzzled. "Why are you investigating his son?" "Oh, I see. You want to be his stepmother, right?" "Ha, I knew Ethan was a top-notch handsome man, as expected. You can't resist him, can you? Tell me, isn't he especially handsome?" A flash flickered in Isabelle's eyes. Handsome? Last night on the sofa he had clearly been drugged, but his firm restraint was quite seductive. She replied casually, "He's decent." Cameron whistled. "Geez, in all the years I've known you, it's rare to hear you say someone's decent. I think you two have a chance. Are you planning to?" Isabelle interrupted her. "I hope the information will be in my mailbox when I wake up." Cameron, fine. After hanging up the phone, she reluctantly stepped into the sleek car sent by the enigmatic Jocks family. The night view of Romania held no allure for her weary eyes, so she surrendered to the heaviness of her lids, drifting into a much-needed slumber. "Miss Hunter, Miss Hunter?" Isabelle stirred, her consciousness reluctantly resurfacing as the car's engine came to a halt. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, she found herself standing outside the imposing Jocks residence. The opulent three-story villa glowed with a cascade of lights, mocking the darkness of the night. Evidently, sleep was a foreign concept to the inhabitants within. Suppressing a yawn, Isabelle checked the time upon exiting the vehicle, only to be greeted by the unwelcome sight of 2 a.m. The late hour was an unwelcome reminder of the sacrifices she had made in her pursuit of the truth. The Jocks' house was decorated in a simple European style, and a fresh scent greeted her as she walked in. 4 people were seated on the plush sofa, their anticipation palpable in the air. At the center, an elderly woman, approaching her 80th year, occupied the prime spot. Time had etched its lines on her weathered face, and her gaze appeared distant, as if lost in the labyrinth of her memories. Her frail voice muttered, "Have they arrived? I thought I heard the faint rumble of a car." Sitting gracefully beside her, Mrs. Jake, the epitome of poise, adorned the room with her warm smile. "They're here," she declared, her eyes glimmering with excitement. The grandma, affectionately known as Kennedy's mother, sprang up from her seat in a burst of enthusiasm. Her trembling hand reached out, eagerly seeking connection. "Bella, is that your name?" she inquired with hopeful anticipation. "Do you bear a striking resemblance to your mother?" Seated on the opposite side, a young girl in her early 20s exuded a charm reminiscent of Mrs. Jocks. Her enchanting double eyelids held a delicate allure, casting an aura of innocence. Supporting Grandma's arm, she affectionately chimed in, "Grandma, our sister looks just like Auntie. They share an uncanny resemblance." The room was now filled with a mix of nostalgia and curiosity, as the threads of family bonds intertwined with anticipation, painting a picture of interconnected lives awaiting a reunion. Mrs. Jocks chuckled, her laughter filling the room like a melodic symphony. "Oh, you speak as if you've already acquainted yourself with your long-lost aunt," she teased, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Roseanne Jakes, who had once disappeared from the family fold, had departed before Mrs. Jakes entered the picture. All that remained were faded photographs, barely capturing the essence of the woman who had become a mysterious enigma. Xandra, Wendy's spirited daughter, playfully stuck out her tongue, undeterred by the lack of personal encounters. "But you know, blood is thicker than water," she retorted with conviction. "When I laid eyes on Isabelle, I felt an inexplicable closeness. It's like an unspoken connection." The handsome, rebellious young man sitting across from the trio interjected with a smirk. He was the sister to Xandra. "Kiss ass," he scoffed, clearly unimpressed by the sentimental musings. Xandra brushed off his comment, choosing to ignore the boy's cynicism. Stepping forward with determination, she took Isabelle by the hand and led her towards Mrs. Jock. Placing Isabelle's hand gently into the outstretched palm of her grandmother's waiting grasp, Xandra orchestrated the long-awaited reunion. As Isabelle stood amidst the loving embrace, her mind struggled to catch up with the whirlwind of emotions and unexpected events. The room seemed to blur, leaving her slightly dazed and overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. Isabelle had grown up within the confines of the Hunter family, a life overshadowed by the cruel taunts directed at her because of her weight. The constant mockery and ridicule left deep scars on her fragile soul. Weakened by her fragile health, she found solace within the four walls of her own room, seldom venturing beyond its comforting confines. Initially, she would make her way downstairs to join the family for meals, despite the whispers and snickers that followed her every step. However, as time went on, Sarah, perhaps out of misguided concern, decided to have meals delivered directly to Isabelle's room. This arrangement meant she no longer had to face the judgmental stares or endure the piercing comments that awaited her in the outside world. As a child, Isabelle had yearned for the warm embrace of a loving family, envying the joyous dynamic of those around her. Observing Barbara's playful antics and her close bond with Zane Hunter only intensified Isabelle's longing for the affection that seemed to elude her grasp. Yet, each time Zane Hunter cast his disgusted gaze in her direction, the flickering flame of hope within Isabelle's heart dimmed. The disdainful glances extinguished any remnants of yearning, leaving behind a hollow emptiness that echoed within her. The weight of rejection became an impenetrable barrier, shielding her from the desire for familial love she had once cherished. In an effort to divert her attention from the yearning for familial love, Isabelle immersed herself in a myriad of pursuits. Hacking, medical studies, and even wrestling became her outlets, providing solace and a sense of accomplishment. These pursuits absorbed her focus, leaving little room for close interactions with others, further perpetuating her isolated existence. However, as Isabelle stood before Mrs. Jake, expecting discomfort and distance, she found herself caught off guard by the unexpected warmth emanating from the elderly woman's touch. The softness of the loose skin on Mrs. Jocks's hand belied the underlying strength within, as the dry warmth seemed to penetrate Isabelle's layers of aloof disguise. "Bella," Mrs. Jocks whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of joy and compassion. "You've endured so much over the years." The weight of those words hung in the air, their impact reverberating through Isabelle's being. For a moment she was rendered speechless, her guarded silence unable to mask the emotions welling up within her. When Isabelle didn't know how to respond, Wendy spoke. "Mom, Bella is back, and it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. I think we should go to sleep now. We can talk tomorrow." All right. Mrs. Jock wiped her tears. "Bella, you must be tired too. Go to sleep." Wendy asked Xandra to take Mrs. Jocks back to her room, and Isabelle followed her upstairs. "Your sister's room has been kept all these years. Bella, you can stay in your mother's room now that you're back. Arya is already asleep." "Okay. By the way, Bella, I didn't tell anyone about the Lycan King was asking you to operate on his grandma at the hospital. I didn't want them to worry." Isabelle also did not want to reveal her identity and just wanted to stay quietly here for a few days. Once Ethan's grandma woke up, she planned to return to LA to find her son. She nodded. "Thank you." Too tired, she didn't look around the room closely and went straight to sleep. The next day, as soon as she woke up, she saw Wendy anxiously pacing outside the room door. Bella, something happened at the hospital. When Isabelle opened her eyes, Arya was no longer by her side, probably playing downstairs. The sun cast a soft glow through the curtains, illuminating the opulent suite that now enveloped her. It was twice the size of her modest bedroom in the Hunter's house, adorned with lavish furnishings and intricate tapestries. The decoration style was a combination of white and gray, exuding an air of elegance and power that hinted at her mother's commanding presence. After washing up, Isabelle decided to explore the suite further, her eyes drawn to the adjoining study. As she entered, her breath caught in her throat. The room had been meticulously cleaned and organized, each item in its designated place, reflecting the Jocks family's attention to detail. The scent of aged books and polished wood filled the air, igniting her curiosity. Amongst the impressive collection of tomes, Isabelle's gaze fell upon a particular book that piqued her interest. She reached out and picked it up, feeling the weight of knowledge in her hands. Its worn pages revealed a world of biological science intertwined with the pharmaceutical industry, a realm that her mother, the formidable matriarch, had mastered through the creation of Aris Pharmaceutical Company. It was a revelation that deepened Isabelle's admiration for her mother's intellect and ambition. Just as she began to immerse herself in the intricacies of the book, a soft, urgent knock disrupted her concentration. Startled, Isabelle placed the book back on the shelf and swiftly made her way to the door. She opened it, revealing Wendy, standing on the other side, anxiety etched across her face. "Bella, something happened at the hospital," Wendy blurted out, her voice quivering with unease, as if she had just stumbled upon a juicy secret. Isabelle's eyes widened in alarm, her heart pounding like a jackhammer against her chest. "What happened?" she asked, her voice laced with equal parts anticipation and a dash of trepidation, fully aware that the mundane world she had grown accustomed to was about to be doused with a generous sprinkle of uncertainty and chaos. "Ethan just called and said that his grandmother hasn't woken up yet. He asked you to call him back when you wake up." Her mind raced, conjuring up a multitude of worst-case scenarios. She could feel the weight of the unknown pressing against her, threatening to topple the delicate balance of her life. With trembling hands, she dialed Ethan's number, her pulse echoing in her ears like the beat of an intense drum solo. As soon as the call connected, the rich timbre of Ethan's voice caressed her eardrums, resonating like a finely tuned musical instrument, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. "Miss Hunter, my grandma hasn't woken up yet," he uttered, his words carrying a mixture of desperation and hope. "I'm sorry." Isabelle cleared her throat, injecting a hint of guilt into her words. "I completely forgot to tell you yesterday, the patient is weak. But fear not, my dear Ethan, for she shall awaken from her slumber this weekend, like a dormant phoenix rising from the ashes." Indeed, it was her careless oversight that had left the patient's family in the dark about the critical situation. Ethan fell silent, his voice stifled by a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Recalling the heated argument that had taken place in the bustling hospital corridor just yesterday, Isabelle felt a pang of guilt gnaw at her conscience. "Will this delay your work?" she asked, her tone laced with genuine concern. "These are minor matters." Ethan's voice held a hint of resignation, as if he had accepted the unpredictable nature of their profession. Then his words resurfaced, filled with a flicker of curiosity. "Miss Hunter, don't you need to come over and check today?" Isabelle's mind whirled with possibilities. Was there something she had missed during her examination? Could there be complications that demanded her immediate attention? Without missing a beat, she asked directly, cutting through the uncertainty. "Is your son in the hospital?" "He's not." Ethan's response was tinged with a hint of hesitancy, leaving the conversation hanging in a cloud of intrigue. "Oh, well then, I suppose there's no point in me going," Isabella scoffed, her voice laced with a tinge of frustration. "If everything looks normal in the patient's data, why bother? I mean, who am I compared to the esteemed doctors at Giveon Hospital? They're practically the epitome of professionalism when it comes to caregiving." "Let me tell you something about Giveon Hospital, darling. It's not your run-of-the-mill medical facility. It's a jewel in the crown of the royal Grey family, who wield unimaginable power and wealth. And boy, do they know how to make those dollar bills rain. The salaries they offer to their staff would make your head spin. Seriously, it's like winning the lottery just by working there. But wait, there's more. You know what makes Giveon Hospital truly special? It's the fact that a whopping 40% of the country's most renowned experts have made it their professional abode. These doctors are like rock stars in the medical world, with reputations that precede them. When you step foot inside those hallowed halls, you're entering a realm of unparalleled expertise and talent. Ethan's gaze fixated on the elderly patient in the ICU, his eyes narrowing with a hint of confusion. Why did that woman inquire about her son first? It was almost as if she would only come if Noah was around. The thought lingered in Ethan's mind as he ended the call, his face clouded with a mix of emotions. Seeing the expression on Ethan's face, Andrew couldn't help but hesitate before asking, "Bro, is grandmother okay?" Ethan let out a gruff grunt, his voice filled with an air of indifference. She's fine. Andrew nodded, his thoughts wandering. Despite his own reservations about Noah and his suitability as his brother's son, deep down, Andrew also harbored a glimmer of hope for his grandmother's recovery. Just then, Andrew noticed Ethan furrowing his brows, seemingly lost in deep contemplation, as if he were grappling with the weightiest problem in the world. After a while, Andrew turned to him, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. What on earth could be the reason if a woman shows such great interest in Noah? A mischievous grin spread across Andrew's face as he playfully suggested, "She must be head over heels for you, bro. She wants to marry you and become Noah's stepmother." Ethan hesitated, a mixture of amusement and uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "But what if she's actually quite cold towards me? I mean, it could be a whole different story." Scratching his head, Andrew, a simple-minded yet physically robust man, wore a perplexed expression. He grimaced as he pondered aloud. "Well, could it be that she actually wants to be your daughter-in-law? I mean, let's face it, Noah may not be the strongest of men, but he did inherit your handsome looks. He won't have trouble finding someone to take care of him, even if he's just seen as a pretty boy." Silence hung in the air, accompanied by Ethan's piercing and icy stare, capable of freezing people in their tracks. Andrew instinctively touched his nose, a nervous gesture, and carefully ventured, "Bro, if you happen to have some free time today, would you consider taking me to visit Master Harold?" Ethan turned abruptly and began walking away, leaving Andrew to hastily follow. "Bro, where are you going?" "We're going to pick up Noah, and then we'll head to Master Harold," Ethan replied curtly, his tone leaving no room for further questions. At the Jock home. After ending the call, Isabelle immediately accessed her mailbox, where she discovered an investigation file and a message sent by Cameron. "Roseanne, I've dug into Ethan's information, and it was surprisingly easy. When I hacked into his computer, it felt like walking into an uninhabited territory. The attachment I'm sending you contains his complete background, from his childhood to the present day. It even details his whereabouts on a daily basis. But here's the strange part. Apart from his son's name, Noah, the rest of his information is tightly concealed and impossible to find." Isabelle's eyes widened in surprise as she read Cameron's message. Her mind raced with thoughts and questions. What could Ethan be hiding? Why was he so secretive about everything else? She couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Without wasting another moment, Isabelle clicked on the file attachment, eager to uncover the truth. As she skimmed through the document, her gaze fixated on the entries from 5 years ago, the month she mysteriously became pregnant. To her disappointment, Ethan's records revealed that he hadn't visited the general hospital where she had discovered her pregnancy. A tinge of sadness and confusion washed over Isabelle as she absorbed the information. She couldn't help but wonder why Ethan seemed to have no connection to that crucial period of her life. With a sigh of resignation, she closed her mailbox. Was it really just her illusion yesterday? No, she still needed to find a way to meet Ethan's son. She knew this seemed like madness, but after searching for 5 years, she didn't want to miss any possibility. "Mommy, didn't you say you were going to take me to see Grandpa Harold today?" Arya, wearing a princess dress, ran into the room. Seeing several early messages from Harold on her phone, Isabelle knew the old man was probably anxious waiting but didn't dare to call her, fearing to disturb her. That's just the kind of person Harold was, seemingly a playful old man, chiding her for being lazy and sleeping all day, yet fearing to interrupt her rest. With a slight smile, Isabelle took her phone and made a video call to Harold. Harold answered almost instantly, scolding her loudly. "Are you a pig? Can you sleep till now? It's afternoon already." "If I had known you'd be like this, I would have sent someone to pick up Arya early in the morning." Isabelle ignored him and pointed the phone camera at Arya. When they were abroad, they often video called. Arya waved, saying sweetly, "Grandpa Harold, Mommy and I will come to see you soon." All right. Harold stroked his white beard. "Then don't waste time video chatting. Hurry up and come over. We must test her werewolf skills and her fighting skills as well."
"Yes!"
Arya said, giggling. Isabelle just shook her head. Even though Isabelle was not blessed with a werewolf, her daughter was, and Harold is one of the best people she knows that can teach her to control it. Arya could only change halfly for now. Isabelle, accompanied by Arya, went downstairs, greeted Wendy, chatted briefly with Madame Jacques, and learned that Kennedy would be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Then she drove Jacques' car to visit Masted Harold's home. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Harold's residence, Ethan stood there, hands behind his back, looking at the old gate. The plaque above read, "The Harold Marshall Hall." Andrew stood behind him, looking at Noah with disdain. He had a stern little face, mimicking his brother's pose rather well. But no matter how much he mimicked, he was just a little wastrel. He heard that not only did Noah have mental problems, but his grades in the Gray family tests were also constantly dropping. You should know that in their generation, Ethan had always been far ahead. Could such a person be favored by the master? He sneered and straightened up when he heard footsteps. Harold came out, hands behind his back. Seeing Ethan, he looked displeased and snorted, "What are you here for? Hasn't that June guy died yet?" Ethan respectfully saluted, performing the etiquette of greeting an elder in the martial arts world. "Mr. Harold, I am not here on the teacher's instructions this time, but I wish for my son to be accepted as your disciple." Harold snorted, "Your son I don't want." He was just about to finish his sentence when he saw Noah. He was immediately stunned and exclaimed, "Arya?" Harold's gaze remained fixed on Noah, his eyes narrowing as he rubbed them in disbelief. The wrinkles on his face failed to conceal his astonishment. Over the past 5 years, although Harold hadn't seen Arya in person, they had frequently connected through video chats. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that people often appeared slightly larger and heavier in videos compared to real life. As a result, the child standing before him now seemed somewhat smaller and thinner than Arya. Yet, what truly struck Harold was the undeniable similarity in their facial features. Noah's resemblance to Arya was uncanny, as if they shared the same genetic blueprint. Noah, sensing the weight of the moment, heard Harold call out the name Arya, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. He took a bold step forward, deliberately turning his back to Ethan, and looked up at Harold with an impish smile playing on his lips. "Grandpa, did you perhaps mistake me for someone else?" Noah's voice held a mischievous undertone. "You know, little kids often tend to look alike, especially when they share family ties." As he spoke, Noah subtly winked at Harold, a playful gesture meant to convey a secret understanding between them. Harold's eyes widened as he caught Noah's glance and quickly realized the truth. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and cleared his throat, attempting to regain composure. "Ahem, it appears my eyes deceived me for a moment." However, deep within Harold's heart, questions and doubts began to surface. He had just recently video chatted with Arya, so how could she suddenly transform into the son of June's disciple? The word son echoed in Harold's mind, and he instinctively looked down at Noah, pointing a finger towards him. His voice trembled slightly as he turned to Ethan and asked, seeking confirmation, "Is this your son?" Ethan, still trying to piece together the puzzling conversation, nodded in response. "Yes, he is." Master Harold's heart skipped a beat, struggling to process this revelation. He couldn't believe his own eyes or the incredible resemblance between Noah and Arya. A wave of uncertainty washed over him, prompting him to question the unimaginable possibility that had begun to take shape in his mind. He looked so much like Arya. Could it be? Master Harold's thoughts raced, his mind teetering on the edge of an astonishing realization. As Master Harold's hesitation lingered, Ethan took the initiative to provide an explanation, hoping to shed light on the situation. He spoke with a calm and measured tone, addressing Harold directly. "Harold, Noah is indeed my son. According to tradition, he should rightfully succeed Mr. June as his disciple. However, I've given this matter considerable thought. Mr. June's wrestling style, as the name suggests, is more focused on, well, let's say it involves certain strategies and tactics that can be quite unpredictable and cunning." Ethan paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. He continued, "On the other hand, your wrestling style, Harold, is more dignified. It emphasizes strength, speed, and the fruits of genuine hard work. Most of your disciples are male, and your teachings have instilled a sense of discipline and honor in them." Ethan's voice took on a note of concern as he explained further. "Noah, as you already know, is quite different from other children. If he were to adopt a more unconventional path, there's a real risk of him becoming even more abnormal. I worry that his development could take a twisted turn as he grows older. By embracing your style of wrestling and following the path of discipline, it might serve as a means to temper his nature and guide him back onto a more balanced and promising path." Ethan's words hung in the air, his genuine concern for Noah's well-being evident in his explanation. He hoped that Harold would understand his intentions and the reasoning behind his request. As Ethan finished speaking, he observed Master Harold's inscrutable expression, making it difficult to gauge his thoughts as he continued to stare at Noah. Ethan's brows furrowed in concern, sensing the intensity of determination and resolve that flickered in Harold's narrowed eyes. Harold's response took Ethan by surprise as he spoke with a resolute tone. "Harold, if you still disagree with my proposal, then I'm willing to challenge your school. You can set the rules, and if, by chance, I happen to emerge victorious, I ask that you take Noah as your apprentice." Ethan's words hung in the air, carrying the weight of a challenge. In Harold's circle, there existed an unwritten rule that if someone were to successfully challenge his school, Harold would grant one morally acceptable request from the challenger. It was a testament to Harold's esteemed status in the wrestling world that no one had been able to claim victory against his school in the past century. Andrew, standing by the side, was utterly flabbergasted by his brother's audacity. He blurted out in disbelief, "Brother, do you even realize where we are? The magnitude of what you're suggesting?" Ethan, his gaze unwavering, turned to Andrew with a determined expression. "I know exactly where we are, Andrew. Sometimes, you have to take risks and seize opportunities, no matter how daunting they may seem. Noah's future is at stake, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to ensure he receives the guidance he needs. With his decision made, Ethan awaited Harold's response, aware that the path ahead would be filled with uncertainty and challenges, but determined to forge ahead for his son's sake. Andrew gasped, realizing the potential challenges that lay ahead. He blurted out in disbelief, "Harold is getting older, Ethan. Even if he were to engage in a war of attrition, he could still become exhausted. His werewolf form isn't as strong as your Lycan form." Andrew couldn't help but marvel at the lengths his brother was willing to go for Noah's sake. It seemed like Ethan was truly racking his brains to find the best solution. Yet, as he observed Noah's small stature, he couldn't help but question how Harold could possibly take him as a disciple. Just as these thoughts raced through Andrew's mind, he witnessed a surprising turn of events. Master Harold seemed to ignore the previous remarks, instead emphasizing a rather odd question. "Are you certain it's a boy? Does he have a daughter?" Ethan's confusion mirrored Andrew's as he replied, puzzled by the unexpected query. He couldn't comprehend the relevance of such a strange question in this context. Noah's face darkened, sensing the confusion and misunderstanding. He stepped forward, determined to clarify the matter. "Grandpa Master Harold, my name is Knowlton, but you can call me Noah. I am a boy, male gender." He emphasized his words, making it clear that there was no ambiguity about his gender. Noah's response left Ethan, Andrew, and even Master Harold momentarily taken aback, but it also showcased Noah's resilience and determination to assert his identity. As soon as these words fell, Master Harold burst into laughter, his eyes shining as if he'd found a treasure when looking at Noah. He didn't expect to find the son Isabelle had been looking for 5 years. As Master Harold observed Noah, he couldn't help but notice the boy's excellent physique. It was evident that he possessed a constitution well suited for training, making him a promising candidate for becoming a skilled disciple. Master Harold's decision was resolute as he turned to address Ethan directly. "I will take your son under my wing. His training begins today, and you may leave." Ethan, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stared at Master Harold with a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. His narrow eyes glinted with hesitation, unsure of what to make of the situation. Sensing Ethan's hesitation, Master Harold's frown deepened, his voice rough and bold. "What's the matter? Don't you trust me?" Ethan's response was respectful yet filled with trepidation. "I dare not, Master Harold." He took a step back, a gesture that conveyed his hesitation and wariness over the change of situations. Master Harold was an esteemed figure in the werewolf realm. He wouldn't possibly quarrel with a child. If he said he would take an apprentice, then he meant it. Master Harold grabbed Noah's clothes and with the boy in tow, was eager to enter the house. Andrew stepped forward. "Harold, my name is Andrew, and I've long admired your name. I also came to be your disciple." Master Harold glanced back at him, took a sweeping look up and down, and showed a trace of disdain. "On what grounds do you seek to become my apprentice?" Andrew was taken aback. Seeing that he couldn't come up with a reason, Master Harold turned and walked towards the house. As Harold's disciples were about to close the front door, Andrew suddenly shouted out, "Harold, why would you rather take this little weakling, and not me?" Harold's disciples sneered and slammed the door shut. Humph, did they think it was so easy to enter Harold's house? He touched his hooked nose, his ferocious-looking face filled with confusion. Brother, how could Harold possibly take a fancy to Noah? And he even asked if he was a girl. Could it be that Harold has mental problems? Ethan glanced at him with contempt. "I think the one with the problem is you." Andrew humbly sought advice. "Brother, even if I'm not the brightest, I can't possibly be dumber than Hardin, but I just can't fathom Harold's actions. Could you tell me why?" Ethan turned and walked ahead, leaving behind the cryptic words, "Figure it out yourself." In fact, he didn't know either. Inside Harold's residence. In the spacious martial hall, at its very center, Master Harold's eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at Noah. He eagerly urged, "Little Isabelle's son, hurry, kneel down and kowtow to your master, and you shall become my disciple." Master Harold's anxiety was palpable, fearing that this opportunity to acquire the talented young disciple would slip through his fingers. Noah, however, calmly stared back at him, his expression composed. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and responded, "But can you keep it a secret from Mommy for now? Arya and I had planned to surprise her." Only 2 more days remained until Noah's grandmother would wake up from her slumber. Noah held on to the hope that his mother could have some interactions with the formidable Master Harold. Who knew what hidden talents or qualities she might discover in the process? Noah wished to create a shining moment that would bring joy and excitement to his mother, all the while maintaining the element of surprise. Master Harold stroked his beard, his expression resolute. "No, you misunderstand. I won't keep it a secret from your mother." Noah maintained his calm composure and replied, "Oh, in that case, I won't become your disciple." Master Harold's frown deepened, his tone stern. "Humph, do you think you can threaten me with this? Let me make it clear, even if you refuse to be my disciple, simply because I discovered your potential, that brat will be grateful, and I'm sure she will agree to have Arya become my disciple." Noah's confusion grew as he asked, "Who do you mean by brat?" "Your mother." After about 10 minutes of stalemate, footsteps sounded again at the entrance, and Arya's voice rang out, "Grandpa Master Harold, I'm here." Master Harold immediately dashed out, and seeing Isabelle, he excitedly shouted, "Disciple, as long as you let Arya become my disciple, I'll tell you a secret." As Isabelle stepped into the majestic martial hall, her eyes swept across the surroundings, brimming with a captivating curiosity. The vast courtyard, serving as Master Harold's training sanctuary, emanated an aura of ancient wisdom and untold power, a testament to his unparalleled mastery in this realm. The hall reverberated with the electrifying energy of Master Harold's devoted disciples and fiery grand-disciples, shattering any doubts of the decaying facade Harold had attempted to paint. Yet, Isabelle was no fool. She arched an eyebrow, her expression a subtle challenge, and swiftly cleared her ear, a gesture that demanded Master Harold's secret to be unveiled before she would even consider his proposition. Caught off guard by Isabelle's defiance, Master Harold stood there, momentarily silenced. Frustration coursed through his veins, a potent mix of exasperation and desperation. Countless individuals had yearned to be his disciples, but finding a worthy successor had proven to be an elusive quest. And now, fate had led him to Isabelle's daughter, a prodigy with unparalleled talent, who seemed to have a peculiar affinity for sleeping rather than unleashing her latent powers. Deep within Harold's heart, the simmering frustration transformed into a steely resolve. He knew he had to offer something truly extraordinary, something that would ignite the flames of Isabelle's interest and leave her breathless with anticipation. It was time to reveal a secret so enticing, so unimaginable, that it would intertwine their destinies in a way neither of them could ever fathom. Unbeknownst to Isabelle, both of her children had inherited not only her remarkable physical constitution, but also a dormant power that had been passed down through generations of martial masters. The potential they possessed was a force waiting to be unleashed, a cosmic dance of strength and grace that would surpass the boundaries of the mortal realm. Harold's gaze wandered over Arya, the fiery determination in her eyes, and then shifted back to Noah, his raw strength evident even in his youthful frame. In that moment, a realization dawned upon Master Harold. Perhaps his preconceived notions about gender were limiting his own perspective. Wrestling, traditionally seen as a pursuit more suitable for boys, held an undeniable allure for Noah, and deep down, Harold understood that talent knew no boundaries, no gender-based constraints. After all, who was he to underestimate the potential that lay within the young Isabelle? As the possibilities danced in Harold's mind, a mischievous smile played at the corners of his lips. He couldn't deny the truth any longer. Taking Noah as his disciple would not only be a path towards profitability, but it would also provide stability and a chance to challenge societal norms that had held them all captive for far too long. Just as the words began to form on his tongue, Harold suddenly coughed, a deliberate interruption to his train of thought. "Forget it," he said, his voice filled with hidden meaning. "I won't say it." With a welcoming nod, Harold took Isabella's arm and led her towards the serene backyard living area, a place where secrets were shared and destinies intertwined, where thousands of people had trained. The air was heavy with anticipation as they settled into a comfortable spot, away from prying eyes. Isabelle's presence offered solace, a reminder that they were kindred spirits on a journey to defy expectations and reshape the martial world. She knew that the path ahead would be challenging, but with Harold as their guide, they were bound to overcome any obstacle that stood in their way. Harold, clad in a dazzling white martial arts uniform, defied his old age with a slim and spirited presence. His voice, rough yet captivating, bore the subtle nuances that had elevated him to the esteemed rank of Grandmaster. As they ventured into the backyard, Harold cast a keen gaze upon her, his hand gesturing with a mix of anticipation and challenge. "Come now, let's witness the fruits of your recent endeavors," he beckoned. Without a moment's hesitation, Harold launched into action. Isabelle swiftly evaded his strike, taking a step back with graceful agility, and seamlessly transformed her defense into a fierce counterattack. The clash between their forces unleashed a tempestuous storm of power and precision. Each movement they made carried with it the weight of a relentless gust of boxing wind. The exhilarating dance of their sparring ignited a fire within both combatants, leaving Isabelle drenched in a light sheen of sweat, her entire being pulsating with renewed vigor. Following their intense bout, Harold loosened his wrist with a satisfied grin playing upon his lips. "You daredevil, reaching such heights with a mere casual practice routine. With proper training, there's no doubt you could surpass even your master." Isabelle's simple "oh" carried a hint of confidence as she casually responded, "By the time I reach your age, I should effortlessly surpass your accomplishments." The silence that followed her statement left Harold momentarily dumbfounded. Reluctantly, he found his voice and inquired, Are you truly adamant about not allowing Arya to train? Isabelle shook her head dismissively, her conviction unwavering. There's no need for her to endure such rigors. She had embarked on her own training journey to maintain her physical well-being. But Arya, blessed with innate vitality since her early years, resembled a playful calf frolicking in the fields. Besides, Arya was a cherished little princess, lavished with care by her doting aunt and unaccustomed to hardship. If she were to undertake rigorous training, she would likely burst into tears. Why bother subjecting her to such hardships? Confronted with Isabelle's resolute stubbornness, Harold reluctantly surrendered, grumbling, "You possess the same obstinacy as your mother." Isabelle's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Do you know my mother? Can you share some details about her?" she inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed on Harold. With a gentle stroke of his white beard, Harold chuckled and responded, "Ah, your mother was a true legend in the martial arts realm. Her skills were nothing short of majestic." Isabelle's surprise was palpable, her heart racing with anticipation. Harold gestured towards a comfortable lounge chair nestled within the courtyard. Without hesitation, Isabelle followed his lead and took a seat. Although she maintained her casual demeanor, a sense of reverence permeated her actions as she respectfully poured a cup of tea. The air was pregnant with anticipation as Harold prepared to weave a tale of her mother's remarkable journey. Relaxing further into the plush lounge chair, Harold savored a sip of tea before recounting the tale of Isabelle's extraordinary mother. "Your mother possessed an unparalleled talent during her youth, surpassing all others with her remarkable skills. She was hailed as the most gifted woman in all of Romania. Many suitors sought her hand in marriage, including the prestigious Jocks family, known for their immense wealth and power in the werewolf community. Even the esteemed Grey family held pride in the prospect of joining their lineage with hers. However, your mother, proud as she was, rejected the royal werewolf Grey family. Haha, she had a fierce pride, just like her master. I never cared much for the Greys, especially that June and her disciples." A smirk tugged at Harold's lips as he reminisced about the countless arguments he and June would engage in whenever they crossed paths. Isabelle hung on to every word, her interest deepening. Observing that Harold's tea had been depleted, she promptly refilled his cup and implored, "And then, what happened next?" With an exasperated huff, Harold continued, "During that time, I had established a reputation in the martial arts world. I had intended to take on a disciple, and your mother was my chosen candidate. However, she adamantly refused. After that, she simply vanished, disappearing without a trace." Harold stroked his beard as he continued, "I don't know why she suddenly ran away from home. Some say she was captured because of her beauty and imprisoned, but that's all nonsense. With her fierce personality, who could capture her?" Harold's expression turned somber as he shared the rest of the story. "After 2 years had passed, she sought me out again. She requested that I take you as my disciple once you reached the age of 5 or 6, with the purpose of strengthening your physique. At that time, she confided in me, saying that her time was drawing near." A hint of sadness laced Harold's voice as he continued, "By the time I managed to locate you based on the information she had provided, she had already departed from this world. But there's no need for sorrow. Though your mother's life may have been brief, it was filled with vivid hues and purpose. She did not live in vain. However, if we delve into the tapestry of her life, there is someone she may have wronged." Intrigued, Isabelle leaned forward, her curiosity getting the best of her. "Who is it?" she inquired eagerly, eager to uncover the hidden chapters of her mother's life. Harold put down his teacup. "The Kensington werewolves Hunter family. Do you know their history?" Isabelle shook her head. She spent her days sleeping and didn't know much about these powerful families. Harold began to explain. The Hunter family was as powerful as the Grey family. They were both competing for the title of the first powerful family of Lycan. In the previous generation, the head of the Grey family was actually inferior to the young man from the Hunter family. Your mother was eventually engaged to the Hunter family. So when I heard that your surname was Hunter, I thought she had a child with that young man from the Hunter family, but it was not. Speaking of your father, he was a typical man who rose from humble beginnings. I mean, your mother, she had so many options. Why did she marry such a scumbag?" Isabelle's puzzlement deepened as she absorbed the information unfolding before her. "I see," she muttered softly, her mind grappling with the revelations. Harold continued, his voice tinged with a sense of remorse. "In that generation, the head of the Hunter family harbored great ambitions and nearly surpassed the Grey family with their assistance. However, when your mother vanished, it dealt a devastating blow to his aspirations. He managed to keep the family afloat, maintaining their status on par with the Greys. But in time, Ethan emerged and took control of the Grey family, leading them to surpass the Hunters completely, reclaiming their position as the foremost power in both name and reality." Shaking his head in resignation, Harold added, "That young man from the Hunter family, technically your elder, stepped back and relinquished his position, allowing a younger generation to assume leadership, and to this day, he remains unmarried. Isabelle's eyes widened in shock, connecting the dots within her mind. "It was my mother who wronged him," she whispered, the weight of realization settling upon her. Harold nodded solemnly, his agreement carrying the weight of understanding. Isabelle suddenly asked, "Do you know what this Uncle Hunter is called?" Harold laughed. "Eris? Eris Hunter?" He was a distant relative of her family. While the Aris may be a Lycan, her family was just a noble werewolf family. She suddenly thought of the company her mother left behind, named Aris Pharmaceutical Company. Harold spoke again. "By the way, I heard he's been seriously ill recently. It seems like he might not make it through this year. It's a pity, he was a hero in his day." After Harold finished speaking, he stood up. "All right, you rest here for a bit. I'm going to see what those two kids are up to." He had just seen Arya and Noah huddled together. He was itching to take in his new disciple right away. After Harold left, Isabelle lay there reflecting on her mother's past, but suddenly froze. Two kids? Besides Arya, who was the other one? She abruptly got up and walked towards the training hall. As Isabelle approached the room, the sound of Harold's voice reached her ears, urging someone to persevere. "Stand firm. Hang in there. Mastering the basics is what sets us apart from June. Wrestling is not something you learn overnight. You must take it slow and lay a solid foundation." Pushing the door open, Isabelle's gaze fell upon a surprising sight. Arya, dressed in men's sportswear, had transformed into a dedicated student, diligently practicing the horse stance. Harold, his back turned to the door, continued his lecture, unaware of Isabelle's presence. "Once you become my disciple, you must follow my instructions. Every morning, you must dedicate half an hour to the horse stance. Your mother was too lazy, rebellious since childhood. You mustn't follow in her footsteps." Noah, facing the door, caught sight of Isabelle's entrance. Startled, he abruptly ceased his practice, his body stiffening. Harold, taken aback by Noah's sudden change in posture, turned around, only to be greeted by Isabelle's presence. His expression reflected a mix of surprise and concern. "Why did you stop standing? Can't handle it anymore? You." Harold's words hung in the air, but before he could finish his response, Noah's voice interjected with a heartfelt plea. "Mommy?" A wave of tension rippled through Harold's body as he slowly turned to face Isabelle. His gaze met her composed figure, leaning against the wall with her arms casually crossed over her chest. Her almond-shaped eyes, slightly raised, observed the scene before her with a hint of authority. Caught off guard by her commanding presence, Harold attempted to regain his composure. "Well, little Isabelle, this is—" Isabelle's lazy voice cut him off. "Old man, did you coerce her?" Harold's eyes widened in surprise, his voice carrying a mix of indignation and defense. "No." Taking a moment to assess the situation, Isabelle shifted her attention to Noah, her voice filled with gentle uncertainty. "Arya, do you genuinely want to learn wrestling?" Noah's response was resolute as he nodded firmly. Deep within his young heart, the desire to learn wrestling burned brightly, an ambition fueled by the determination to protect his mother and his sister from any future tyranny. He nodded, knowing that by mastering wrestling, he could become a formidable shield for his family. Isabelle stood there, utterly stunned by Arya's unexpected interest in wrestling. It seemed unfathomable that her usually laid-back and free-spirited child would choose such a disciplined and physically demanding path. Nevertheless, Isabelle had always respected her children's individual choices. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced, her voice carrying a touch of agreement. "All right." Then, her gaze shifted back to Harold. "Tomorrow morning at 7, I will bring her here on time. Old man, I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave." With that, Isabelle extended her hand towards Noah, silently beckoning him to follow. Noah, understanding her silent gesture, stepped forward and firmly grasped her hand. Together, they exited the martial arts hall, leaving Harold still in a state of bewilderment. As they disappeared from view, a realization suddenly struck Harold like a bolt of lightning. He blurted out in shock, his voice echoing through the empty hall. "Wait a minute, little Isabelle, the child you just took. She's not your daughter." But Isabelle was already gone. While Harold was still reeling from the shock, Arya, dressed in her princess attire, hurriedly approached, her curiosity evident. "Huh? Where's my brother?" she inquired, casting a perplexed gaze at Harold. Harold remained speechless, his mind still grappling with the sudden turn of events. Just as Arya finished speaking, her phone chimed, signaling a new message. She quickly retrieved it, her eyes scanning the screen. It was a message from her brother, detailing their plans. "Arya, I'm going home with Mommy. Dad will pick you up tonight. We'll switch tomorrow." The excitement radiated from Arya's face as she realized she would soon be reunited with her handsome dad. Jumping with glee, she reached out and grabbed Harold's hand, seeking answers. "Grandpa Harold, what time is Dad coming to pick me up?" Harold, still caught off guard, managed to respond, 5 p.m. Arya's enthusiasm persisted, despite the wait. "Ah, there are still 2 hours left. What should we do? Do you have any Barbie dolls here?" Harold shook his head, his expression solemn. "No, we don't." Undeterred, Arya pressed on with her suggestions. Can we play games then? Harold's response was firm, emphasizing the importance of health. No, it's not good for your eyes. Their time together would have to be filled with other activities. Arya's disappointment was evident as she pouted at Harold. Grandpa Harold, don't you have any special activities? Harold paused for a moment, then a mischievous spark glimmered in his eyes. Ah, yes, I do have something special. Fast forward to 5 p.m. Ethan personally arrived to pick up his son, his handsome face exuding a sense of calm confidence. He imagined seeing his son drenched in sweat, exuding a youthful vigor from his wrestling practice under the tutelage of Master Harold. With these thoughts in mind, Ethan entered the martial arts hall, only to be greeted by a row of disciples clad in white training attire, diligently practicing in the courtyard. Off to the side, his son stood out in his white princess dress, eyes sparkling with excitement as he pointed at one of the disciples. Grandpa Harold, brother number 5 is the most handsome, but brother number 9 is so cool too, I can't decide. I'm torn. Ethan's face contorted with a mix of confusion and disbelief. He was left utterly speechless by the unexpected scene unfolding before him. He was flabbergasted. As Isabelle and Noah ventured through the streets of Romania, they made their way to a local drugstore named Cerebus. Inside, Isabelle meticulously selected various medicinal ingredients, carefully measuring them on a scale. Once satisfied with the proportions, she handed the ingredients to the pharmacist. Please help me transform these into oral pills and prepare the remainder as a topical ointment. I'll return tomorrow to pick them up, Isabelle instructed, her voice carrying a sense of certainty. The pharmacist beamed with delight. No problem at all. Consider it done, he replied, grateful for the customer's generous payment. Such small tasks were well within his capabilities. With the arrangements made, Isabelle and Noah finally made their way back home. The previous day, Isabelle had been too exhausted to notice the peculiar gaze of Jacqueline, Kennedy's mother. However, upon waking up that day, she observed the old lady more closely, examining her pulse. Through her careful analysis, Isabelle deduced that Jocks' blindness was a result of a severe shock in the past, leading to neurogenic blindness. No surgery is needed, just some conditioning would suffice. Driving with the navigation on, Isabelle returned to Jocks' house. Before she could enter, she saw Wendy standing at the entrance. Wearing a woolen dress, Wendy looked elegant and dignified. Upon seeing their car, she furrowed her brows in worry. When the car stopped in the villa, Isabelle noticed a luxurious Lincoln parked there, indicating the presence of a VIP guest. As she got out of the car, Wendy quickly approached. Bella, your aunt heard you were coming, so she came to see you. Granny Jakes had 2 daughters and a son. Her mother, Roseanne, was the eldest, Kennedy was the youngest, and Jennifer was in the middle. Isabelle nodded, preparing to take Noah inside when Wendy grabbed her wrist. Her face showing remorse, she said, "She can be quite harsh, don't take it to heart." Isabelle paused momentarily. From inside the house, a haughty voice faintly drifted out. In the end, Sis married such a man, and their daughter grew up in such a small place, without receiving higher education. Mom, you always say I'm not as good as Sis, but look now, doesn't the Jocks family still rely on me? Granny Jocks scolded. How can you speak like this? Whether Bella is brilliant or foolish, she's your sister's daughter. She's part of the Jocks' bloodline. Enough. The reputation of the Jocks family has gradually risen after all these years. You better watch her and make sure she doesn't do anything disgraceful that could shame the Jocks family. Wendy gave a soft cough, as if to remind the people inside. Mom, Jennifer, Bella's back. Only then did Isabelle enter, seeing a woman who resembled Kennedy sitting arrogantly on the couch. Jennifer was 46 years old this year but looked like she was in her 30s. Dressed in professional attire, she had a mature and charismatic demeanor that was more dominant compared to Wendy's demure elegance. When Isabelle walked in, Jennifer's gaze fell on Noah. She said disdainfully, "Is this your daughter? She's 5 this year, right? Can she play the piano? Can she dance? Can she do calligraphy? Does she take Olympiad math classes? What kind of hobby classes is she enrolled in?" Noah, who received elite education since childhood, looked at the woman with disdain. Who's looking down on whom? Jennifer, filled with arrogance and a sense of superiority, bombarded Isabelle with a relentless stream of questions, attempting to intimidate her young niece from a small town. Isabelle's gaze shifted downward, her expression turning slightly cold as she maintained her silence, refusing to engage in Jennifer's tactics. Recognizing the tension escalating, Wendy, eager to defuse the situation, intervened hastily. "Jennifer, please." Undeterred, Jennifer reclined on the sofa, adopting a condescending tone as she spoke, exerting her perceived authority over her niece and those around her. "What do you know of quality education? It's all a sham. True nobility and wealthy families begin strict education of their children from a tender age." Her eyes glinted with a torch-like intensity as she fixed her gaze upon Isabelle. "Your name is Isabelle, isn't it? Already grown up, yet you've missed out on the best opportunities for learning. But fret not, since you've allied yourself with the Jocks family, out of respect for my sister, I won't let you become homeless. I've heard rumors that you got pregnant before marriage and were abandoned by your fiancé, correct? Don't worry, I will help you find a suitable family, ensuring you'll be worry-free for the rest of your life. As for your daughter, Jennifer's eyes scanned Noah, assessing the child as she spoke condescendingly, almost as if offering charity. Even though she's starting late at 5 years old compared to others, there may still be some hope. Isabelle's apricot eyes lowered, her gaze turning cold, and a sardonic smile graced her lips. Don't trouble yourself. I will handle my own child's education. Indeed, Arya's education posed its challenges. Despite her high IQ, she showed little interest in anything besides video games, resulting in lackluster performance in school. However, that didn't grant Jennifer the right to pass judgment on Arya. What about your own child's education? Jennifer retorted, her voice tinged with sarcasm. Are you teaching her to play on her phone all day, indulge in games, and eventually lead a chaotic personal life, getting pregnant before marriage just like you? The room fell into a tense silence as Isabelle's biting words hung in the air, confronting Jennifer's hypocritical accusations. Enough! Grandma Jocks scolded sternly, causing Jennifer to recoil in discomfort. Wendy's frown deepened as she addressed Jennifer. Jennifer, I understand your intentions, but please refrain from using such hurtful words. Jennifer let out a dismissive scoff. I'm merely trying to show her the reality. Do you honestly believe that children from affluent families effortlessly achieve success? Her gaze shifted towards the resolute figure of Isabelle, and she continued, Not convinced, are you? Fine, I'll demonstrate Fiona's academic progress to make the disparity clear to you. Fiona, come forward and show your cousin what you've accomplished. Fiona, Jennifer's daughter born in her 40s, was now 6 years old. She appeared adorable in her skirt. Upon hearing her mother's request, she raised her chin proudly and declared, I have learned 2 foreign languages, Spanish and French, and can communicate proficiently. With confidence, Fiona fluently recited 2 passages in the foreign languages, displaying an impressive command of both. After she finished, she looked at Noah smugly. Jennifer wore a self-satisfied expression, tilting her chin confidently as she turned her attention back to Isabelle. I wonder what your daughter is capable of. Just as Isabelle was about to respond, Noah, wearing a serious expression, unexpectedly chimed in, uttering a sentence in Arabic. Fiona's astonishment was palpable as she questioned, What did you say? Noah maintained his composure as he calmly replied, That was Arabic, a minority language. It's understandable if you don't comprehend it. My mom has taught me 8 languages. Fiona's confidence wavered as she felt like she had been bested. Unwilling to admit defeat, she added hastily, I have also participated in numerous competitions and won 2nd place in the Children's Hosting Contest and the Youth Robot Contest. Noah furrowed his brow, appearing puzzled. Only 2nd place? That's quite disappointing. Fiona's expression froze, confusion evident on her face as she grappled with Noah's unexpected response. Frustration filled Fiona as she continued to defend herself, listing her achievements. I can recite 300 poems, write 1,500 words, and I have also delved into programming and Olympiad-level mathematics. Noah sighed, her lips pursed in disappointment. Do you really need to memorize poems and learn programming? Aren't these things that you can grasp with ease? Confusion clouded Fiona's face as she struggled to comprehend Noah's words. Sensing the tension, Noah took Isabelle's hand and spoke with a hint of wisdom beyond her years. Mommy, let's go upstairs. I think Auntie, Granny, and Uncle still have things to discuss with Grandma. We shouldn't interrupt them. Leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals, Isabelle and Noah made their way upstairs. Once they reached the privacy of their room, Isabelle closed the door and turned to face Noah. Picking her up and placing her on the sofa, Isabelle carefully studied her daughter. Something wasn't right. Arya had always struggled with learning languages, so when and how had she managed to learn Arabic? There was definitely more to this situation than met the eye. Just as Isabelle was about to inquire further about Noah's sudden language proficiency, her phone rang, interrupting her train of thought. She swiftly picked up the phone and answered the call, only to be greeted by the voice of Zane Hunter on the other end. Isabelle, you've truly grown bold. How dare you allow the company to transfer the dividends to your account? Return the money to me immediately. How am I supposed to sustain myself? Isabelle's response was icy and resolute. Your livelihood is not my concern. You! Zane Hunter's fury flared, and he spat out maliciously. Fine, you think you're superior now, no longer acknowledging your poor father? But if you want to sever ties with me, forget it. Let me tell you, give me $7 million, and I will cut off all contact with you from then on. How about it? Isabelle's eyes darkened at the audacious request. He had brazenly demanded $7 million right from the start. His appetite for wealth was astonishing. As Isabelle remained silent, Zane Hunter's laughter echoed through the phone. I know you don't have the money, but the Jocks family does. I doubt the Jocks family would appreciate me showing up in France and tarnishing their reputation, right? Isabelle's expression remained unreadable, but a small smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Very well, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. However, I have a condition. I want you to tell me where you abandoned my son all those years ago. Zane Hunter hesitated momentarily, but eventually agreed. Fine, once the money is in my account, I'll disclose the information. After ending the call, Isabelle casually tapped away on her phone, creating a Trojan virus program. She then sent it to Zane Hunter. Unbeknownst to Zane, the program was a clever deception, a fake bank account receipt. However, once he opened the message, his phone would be hacked, granting Isabelle access to monitor his activities. Isabella smirked at her smartness. Rather than receiving money, he would be seeing his account being hacked. Hello hacking, buy money. As she operated her phone, intercepting the conversation on the other side, a chilling revelation unfolded before her. Sarah's voice trembled with anticipation. Has the money arrived? Has it arrived? It has, came the sinister reply. But it was the following words that struck Isabelle's heart like a dagger. Sarah's voice wavered with a mixture of curiosity and anguish. Zane, all these years you've never disclosed where her son is. Where did you truly abandon him? Zane Hunter's response was laced with a malicious laugh that sent shivers down Isabelle's spine. Son, he's long dead. I witnessed his last breath with my own eyes, and then I buried him in the suburbs. She wants to know the location? Fine, I'll tell her. But by now, it's nothing but a heap of bones, isn't it? Silence enveloped Isabelle's senses, her mind reeling from the devastating revelation. It felt as if her brain had been consumed by an overwhelming buzz of anguish and disbelief. Her fingers, weakened by the weight of the truth, involuntarily loosened their grip, causing the phone to slip from her hand and crash to the ground. He's dead. No wonder Zane Hunter wouldn't reveal any information. No wonder so many detectives couldn't find any news of her son. As everything before her blurred into a haze, large tears streamed down Isabelle's cheeks uncontrollably. Her son. Her precious son was gone, forever lost. Guilt consumed her, blaming herself for failing to protect him. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. A dull ache penetrated her chest, as if a blunt knife had mercilessly sliced through her heart. The pain was suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Bent over in anguish, she seemed deaf to the world around her. In that moment of despair, a pair of small hands reached out and grasped hers. Isabelle looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting a tiny face marked with tear stains of fear. Noah's mouth moved, uttering a repetitive sentence. Straining to hear, Isabelle finally understood his words. Noah said, "Mommy, please don't cry, I'm not dead." Isabelle's complexion turned ashen, resembling a sheet of paper drained of life. Her mind raced back to the fateful day of her premature labor 5 years ago. The memory was vivid, etched into her consciousness. It had been a private clinic, its once white walls peeling and the delivery room dimly lit. In that room, there was only one doctor and one nurse, both appearing inexperienced and unprofessional. Lying on the cold delivery bed, Isabelle felt stripped of her dignity. The intensity of the pain she endured during childbirth faded from her recollection, replaced by the haunting image of her son being swiftly taken away by Zane Hunter. She could still see his tiny, restless hand reaching out from the swaddling cloth, seeking comfort and connection. He was so small, barely the size of one of her own fingers. In that moment, an overwhelming urge surged within her to rise and reclaim her child. But her abdomen convulsed with pain once again, rendering her powerless to act upon her maternal instincts. The amniotic fluid had nearly depleted, leaving Isabelle with no choice but to continue with the birthing process. If she didn't deliver soon, the child within her would suffocate. Isabelle's chest felt constricted, the air seemingly sucked out of her lungs. Suffocating waves of guilt washed over her. She had made a choice that day, choosing her daughter and relinquishing her son. Throughout the years, Isabelle had made countless desperate pleas to Zane Hunter, begging him to reveal their son's whereabouts. Yet, he remained unyielding. Deep down, she had harbored suspicions, a nagging intuition that her son might no longer be alive. Why else would he persistently refuse to disclose the child's location, even after the Moon family had agreed to a divorce? It was also the reason why she had refrained from immediately monitoring Zane Hunter's actions upon her return to the country. She had been afraid to confront the painful truth she desperately didn't want to hear. In the midst of her anguish, Isabelle clung to a glimmer of hope. She began to realize that Arya's recent penchant for buying men's clothing and occasionally assuming a boyish persona was a deliberate effort to uplift her spirits and alleviate the pain of her lost son. Arya had been trying to bring a semblance of joy into Isabelle's life, even though her own heart ached as well. Isabelle stared blankly at her tear-streaked daughter, her expression filled with both gratitude and sorrow. Overwhelmed by emotions, she forced a smile, though her voice quivered as she spoke, her throat constricted with grief. "Arya, you don't have to comfort me." Noah, witnessing his mother's fragile state, felt fear grip his heart. The typically composed and silent boy now had tears streaming down his face. His mother's once serene face had turned pallid, her eyes that exuded calmness now brimmed with despair and emptiness. The sight of her sorrowful smile shattered his sense of stability. She appeared so fragile, as if on the verge of collapse, teetering on the brink of fainting. Panic surged through Noah's veins, overwhelming him completely. Noah's desperation drove him to firmly grasp Isabelle's hand, his voice filled with urgency and remorse. "Mommy, I'm not lying to you. I'm Noah. Noah, I'm not Arya. I'm not Arya. Hunter." Tears streamed down his face as he continued to plead. "Mommy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Please, look at me. I'm Noah. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Tears flowed down the boy's cheeks in anguish and pain. Noah's heartfelt cries cut through Isabelle's haze of despair, gradually restoring her focus. She gazed at her son, his tear-streaked face and genuine distress breaking through the fog of her anguish. She strained to comprehend his words. "What did you say?" Her voice trembled with a mixture of disbelief and hope. In that moment, a surge of incredulity washed over Isabelle as she pieced together the peculiarities she had observed in Arya's recent behavior. Arya's sudden shift from gaming to reading books, her decreased speech and withdrawn nature, and even her fluency in speaking Arabic downstairs, all these puzzle pieces suddenly clicked into place. Everything in front of her became hazy, making Isabelle unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or reality for a moment. Her apricot eyes were full of confusion. "Really? Mommy, it's true." Noah hugged her waist, looking up with his small face. "My sister and I look exactly the same, but I grew up in Romania and mostly travel with Daddy. I am Noah. My father is Ethan." Intently staring at Noah, Isabelle's eyes searched for the truth. "Then where is Arya?" Noah, fearing that Isabelle wouldn't believe him, braced himself and made a firm decision. He clenched his teeth and spoke resolutely. "Mommy, come with me." Taking hold of Isabelle's hand with his small one, Noah led her downstairs. Jennifer's furious voice filled the air as they descended. "So young, and yet so arrogant. 8 languages? I bet you're just showing off, aren't you? Do you think you're better than us with your second-place win? Let's see if you can even compete for 3rd place." "Enough!" Granny Jake struck the floor forcefully with her guide stick, the impact resonating in the room. "She's your sister's only daughter. She's already endured so much hardship." The room fell silent, the weight of Granny Jake's words hanging heavily in the air. Jennifer's voice reverberated through the room as she unleashed her frustration. "Yes, she's pitiful. My sister is pitiful. But what about me? If my sister hadn't run away from home and brought shame upon our Jocks family by eloping with someone, our reputation wouldn't have been tarnished. I wouldn't have been abandoned by my fiancé. Because of her, we've endured endless mockery." Wendy sighed deeply, feeling torn between the love she held for her sister and the weight of societal judgment. Jennifer had once been so proud of her sister, but circumstances had changed. Just as Wendy was about to offer words of comfort, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs interrupted their conversation. She turned her head, eyes widening at the sight of Isabelle and Arya coming downstairs. Curiosity tinged her voice as she asked, "Bella, where are you going at this late hour?" Noah, driven by urgency, remained silent, determined to lead Isabelle onward. Isabelle, resembling a marionette controlled by invisible strings, remained speechless. Isabelle and Arya left the living room without a word, their departure leaving Wendy with a perplexed expression. Granny Jocks, unable to see the commotion, grew increasingly worried. "What's happening? Did Bella leave? If you don't bring her back, Jennifer, don't bother coming to see me again." Jennifer's fierce demeanor cracked, but she maintained a sneer. "Let her go if she wants to. I'd respect her more if she doesn't rely on the Jocks family." Anxiety gripped Wendy. "Jennifer, Bella has never claimed to rely on the Jocks family. She's a capable doctor who can support herself. If you don't like her, then perhaps it's best if you visit less in the future." With those words, Wendy hurriedly left the living room. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Isabelle's car already in motion, disappearing from the yard in a cloud of exhaust. In the car, Noah's small body sat in the passenger seat. He wore a nice face cap, holding a phone, and was giving directions. "Turn right ahead, then turn left at the 3rd intersection." He knew Mommy was scared, so she needed to see both children to feel relieved. He couldn't hide it any longer. Isabelle drove in silence, her mind filled with a mix of emotions and thoughts. After 30 minutes, they arrived at a gated villa district. The security guard at the entrance maintained a strict demeanor, denying entry to unauthorized individuals. However, as soon as Noah revealed his face, the guard's attitude instantly changed. "Your Royal Highness, please come in," he greeted with utmost respect. "Your Royal Highness?" Isabelle mused to herself. In the midst of her distress, she had momentarily forgotten that the father of her children was a Lycan king. Maintaining a composed expression, Isabelle kept her gaze fixed straight ahead. During the journey, she had managed to regain some semblance of calm, believing most of what Noah had revealed. However, the fear and desperation of losing a child still lingered, compelling her to see both her children standing before her before she could truly find solace. The security guard granted them access, allowing Isabelle to drive into the villa district. "Mommy, go to Villa number 8, Noah instructed, his voice filled with urgency. Isabelle complied, parking the car in front of Villa number 8. As she stepped out of the vehicle, her legs felt weak and unsteady. She mustered all her strength and approached the door, her hand trembling as she knocked. Ding dong! The sound of the doorbell echoed through the quiet neighborhood, heightening the suspense in the air. A few seconds passed, each moment feeling like an eternity, before the door finally creaked open. Aria's adorable little face peeked out, her eyes widening in surprise. "Who? Mommy?" Just as Isabelle was about to answer, Ethan's voice resonated from inside the villa, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Noah, who is it?" Because the suspicion of Noah pushing Granny down the stairs hadn't been cleared, Ethan didn't take him back to the Gray's house, but stayed in this villa in the suburbs. It was already dark. He was playing a jigsaw puzzle game with Aria. When the doorbell rang, Aria was the first to open the door. He followed her, feeling somewhat impatient. Who would come at this hour? Hadn't he made it clear that he didn't see anyone or handle business between 6 and 9, so he could peacefully spend time with his son? But when he coldly walked over and saw that bright face, the chill unconsciously dissipated. Ethan's narrow eyes slightly squinted and he raised his eyebrows. "Miss Hunter?" He had invited her to meet at the hospital today, but she refused. And now, she had come directly to his doorstep? Moreover, at this moment, her eyes had become as fervent as they were that night in the hospital. Her burning gaze seemed to scorch. He had grown accustomed to seeing such a look of annoyance in the eyes of many women, but when he noticed her gaze, it felt different. It didn't seem like she was looking at him, but rather, following her intense gaze, Ethan's eyes shifted downward, only to find his son tilting his little head, his wide, grape-like eyes fixated on the woman standing before them. Aria's voice trembled as she managed to utter, "Mom, Mommy." In that moment, Aria knew they were doomed. How could her brother not have given them a heads up? Now their secret had been exposed. Ethan's expression stiffened slightly, a sense of unease creeping over him. He instinctively moved forward, subtly placing himself between the woman and his son. Just as he was about to speak, the woman's voice, husky and trembling, cut through the air. "Is she your son?" Confusion clouded Ethan's face, his brows furrowing in bewilderment. "You've hugged and kissed him, and coaxed him to call you Mom, and now you're asking this question?" But she didn't seem to be pretending. He frowned, suppressing his displeasure. "Yes." Isabelle's voice trembled as she posed the question, her heart pounding in her chest. "His biological mother?" Ethan's face darkened, his features contorting with anger. This woman's audacity to question such an obvious fact was utterly nonsensical. He shot back, his tone ice cold. "It can't possibly be you who gave birth to him." "Actually, she did give birth to him. He just doesn't know that yet." Isabelle's lips quivered, the words on the tip of her tongue, but unspoken. The situation was still unclear, and Ethan was the other party involved. If he truly was the father of the child, standing in his position, knowing that he had a daughter out there, it was only natural that he would fight for custody. Isabelle pressed her fingers to her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She had considered numerous scenarios before returning to the country. If her son had been adopted by someone, she had been prepared to offer them substantial compensation. Regardless, her main objective had always been to reclaim her son, no matter the cost. The realization dawned upon Isabelle that if this person standing before her was indeed Ethan, the cunning and strategic Lycan King, snatching her son back might not be as simple as she had hoped. Her mind raced with thoughts, considering the potential challenges and obstacles that lay ahead. In an attempt to gather more information, Isabelle coughed lightly, her voice steady as she asked once again, "Ethan, do you know who the child's mother is?" Ethan's eyes suddenly darkened, a shadow passing over his face as if dredging up unpleasant memories. His response was curt and cold. "I don't know, and I'm not interested in her." Isabelle remained undeterred, her determination shining through. "Then how did you have a child with her?" The events from 5 years ago flashed through her mind. During that time, she had been confined to her home, rarely leaving except for necessary errands. The question of how she could have become pregnant weighed heavily on her thoughts. Ethan's lips tightened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. His gaze turned icy, and the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye seemed to radiate a chilling aura. He warned sharply, "Miss Hunter, you're asking too many questions." Noah, who had remained in the car and observed the exchange, sensed the tension in the air. A wave of nervousness washed over him, aware of the brewing storm that threatened to engulf them all. The tension in the air seemed to dissipate as Isabelle's casual remark diffused Ethan's mounting anger. Noah watched in bewilderment, his hand still pressed against his forehead, ready to intervene if needed. It was as if his mother possessed some kind of secret power over the tyrant father, causing his rage to evaporate in an instant. Ethan's perplexed expression mirrored Noah's confusion. He slowly relaxed his previously clenched jaw, his voice laced with a mix of surprise and incredulity. "You came here this late at night just to ask that?" Isabelle met his gaze unwaveringly, her determination evident in her eyes. Nothing. Of course, she wanted to confirm about the child. That was her goal here. Noah couldn't help but let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. It seemed that his mother had managed to navigate through the precarious situation with her usual calm and collected demeanor. However, the atmosphere remained charged, leaving an underlying sense of uncertainty and unease. The next moments would be crucial in unraveling the truth and determining the fate of their fractured family. But Isabelle certainly couldn't answer that way. She pondered for a moment, then began, "I've come here to clarify a few things. Your grandmother will finally awaken this weekend. Given her prolonged coma, she is quite frail, so it's best for her to initially consume liquid nourishment." However, before Isabelle could finish her explanation, Ethan's smile grew wider, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, it seems the doctors at my esteemed hospital are far more proficient in providing care than you are." Isabelle was taken aback, sensing a familiar ring to his remark, but she swiftly dismissed it, refusing to dwell on it any longer. "You're absolutely right, I did exceed my boundaries." She then turned her attention to the bewildered Arya, a sly grin tugging at her lips, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a hint of mischief. "Noah, is it? My oh my, you are simply too adorable for words." Arya gulped down air. She instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of fear creep up her spine. Whenever her mother wore this unsettling expression, her smiles would shine even brighter, like a beacon in the storm. Arya, licking her face, chuckled, "Aw, it's all thanks to my mom and dad. Mommy is even cuter." Isabelle's tone was somewhat gritted. "I wonder what little Sir Grey is doing tomorrow?" Arya blinked her big, innocent eyes, trying to process the conversation unfolding before her. "I've already taken Master Harold as my teacher. Tomorrow, I'm going to learn wrestling from him," she innocently declared. Master Harold. So the old man was already privy to their plans. Isabelle's mind whirled with thoughts and questions, a mischievous spark igniting within her. She nodded, her smile growing wider as she gently patted her daughter's head. "Ah, I see. Wrestling with Master Harold, how thrilling. But remember, my little champion, you must be careful and listen to your teacher's instructions." As Isabelle turned to leave, Arya's wide-eyed gaze shifted to her father, her little body shivering with trepidation. "Daddy, can we please reconsider the wrestling lessons? Maybe we can try something less intense?" Her voice quivered with a mixture of fear and uncertainty, seeking comfort and reassurance from her father. Ethan placed a hand on her trembling shoulder, his eyes filled with warmth. "Of course, sweetheart, we can explore other activities together, ones that make you feel safe and happy. Mommy is so scary." On the way home, Isabelle's heart danced with a sense of triumph and accomplishment. The exhilaration of asserting her dominance mingled with a deep satisfaction, fueling her upbeat mood. She hummed a joyful tune, relishing in the sweet victory of a well-played strategy. The world seemed brighter and more vibrant, and she couldn't help but wear a self-assured smile. Although the fact that Ethan was the father of her child was a bit complicated, the fact that her son was alive was a blessing in itself. To Isabelle, this was the most wonderful thing she could ask for. She turned her head, her gaze falling upon a face identical to Arya's, but with Ethan's seriousness and a touch of old-fashioned charm. Isabelle playfully teased in a hoarse voice, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Noah, you should have just dropped your pants earlier to prove you're a boy." Noah. His little face instantly flushed with embarrassment, quickly turning his head to gaze out the window. "Mommy, you're so naughty." Isabelle gasped in mock shock. "But I am your mother, young man." The next day arrived, and Isabelle was up early, eager to take Noah to meet Master Harold. With Noah in tow, Isabelle embarked on their journey, her heart filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a warm golden glow over the city as they made their way to their destination. Isabelle couldn't help but marvel at the world awakening around them, the streets coming alive with the hustle and bustle of the day. As they approached Master Harold's training grounds, Isabelle's enthusiasm grew, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Noah. Today marked the beginning of a new adventure, a chance for her son to learn and grow, just as Arya had done before. Isabelle took a deep breath, her smile widening. Today would be a day filled with discovery and new experiences, and she couldn't wait to see the transformation that awaited both Noah and herself. Harold, a man accustomed to rising at the crack of dawn, had already completed his morning boxing routine. He had just finished a refreshing shower and donned fresh attire when he emerged, ready to face the day. Upon seeing Noah, he greeted him warmly, his eyes twinkling with familiarity. "Arya?" Noah cast a quick glance at Harold, correcting him with a hint of amusement. "Grandpa Harold." Harold understood the unspoken message in Noah's gaze, assuring him silently that he would keep their secret safe. His own eyes met Noah's in a knowing exchange. "Don't worry, I understand, and I'll help you maintain the charade." He then turned to Isabelle, his tone earnest as he spoke. "Little Isabelle, allow me to take care of the child for you. You can go ahead." Isabelle responded with a half smile, her expression laced with a touch of skepticism. "So, you've already kidnapped my son, and now you want to kidnap my daughter as well?" Harold's mouth fell open, caught off guard by Isabelle's playful, yet incredulous remark. Mr. Harold jolted back to his senses, desperately attempting to flee, but his efforts were in vain. Isabelle had already advanced towards him, her grip firmly latching onto his beard. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she demanded, "Why the sudden sprint, dear Harold?" Mr. Harold winced in pain, his voice strained as he bellowed, "You little devil, release me this instant." Noah, positioned nearby, observed the unfolding scene, momentarily stunned into silence, his mind racing with bewildering thoughts. My mother, typically serene during her slumbers, had unexpectedly transformed last night. She insisted on removing my pants, playfully teasing and drawing us closer in the process. In that instant, Noah came face to face with an unfamiliar facet of his mother, her capacity for violence. Like a captivating treasure chest, she never ceased to surprise him. Isabelle playfully yanked on two of Mr. Harold's beard hairs before finally relinquishing her hold, her irritation evident. She was, undoubtedly, a little vexed. Neither of her children comprehended the ache of longing that consumed Isabelle in their absence. How could they fathom the depths of her yearning? And yet, her husband, her master, he knew all too well. Yet he conspired to conceal this secret alongside them. Half an hour elapsed before Ethan arrived, delivering Arya to Isabelle's waiting arms. Gazing upon the mirrored countenances of her dragon phoenix twins, Isabelle's eyes shimmered with a tinge of redness, her heart enveloped in a profound sense of fulfillment. Harold circled around them, his voice brimming with excitement. It's incredibly rare for dragon phoenix twins to possess such striking resemblance. Bella, once you've had your fill of marveling at them, I shall take them for their training. Isabelle nodded in agreement. As Arya trotted off to observe Harold and Noah's training session, Isabelle lowered her gaze, retrieving her mobile phone and dialing her aunt's number, ready to share her thoughts. "Tell me, what do you suppose would unfold if I were to abscond with the two children? How would Ethan react?" She eagerly awaited her aunt's response, her mind stirring with both anticipation and uncertainty. Aunt Wendy's hearty voice resonated through the phone, carrying a note of caution. "Why must it be him? He isn't just the patriarch of the esteemed Grey lineage. This man is not one to be underestimated. Even if you manage to escape, he will inevitably track you down. I strongly advise you to abandon this notion." Isabelle reclined languidly on the lounge chair, her thoughts drifting. "Then what should I do? Buy a child with my wealth? He appears to be wealthier than you. Shall I engage in a physical battle with him then? Winner takes custody of the children. He seems to possess greater strength than you as well. Is there anything in which he is not superior to me?" Aunt Wendy pondered for a moment before erupting into laughter. "Perhaps you excel at sleeping? Maybe you can win him over with your prowess in the bedroom?" Isabelle remained silent, her mind filled with uncertainty, contemplating the unexpected suggestion. Isabelle found herself momentarily speechless, her aunt's words ringing in her ears. "Or perhaps you could simply make him fall in love with you, and the two of you could be together." Deep in thought, Isabelle contemplated the suggestion, only to reach a resolute conclusion. That would entail too great a sacrifice. "What sacrifice? He's rather handsome, and he could be a suitable match for you." Isabelle let out a sigh. "Initially I desired a son, but pursuing that path would mean losing a daughter, and losing myself in the process." After engaging in a light-hearted exchange with her aunt, Isabelle finally ended the call. She pondered her options, and ultimately decided that it would be best to sit down with Ethan and have an earnest conversation. Despite the rumors surrounding him, she had witnessed glimpses of reasonableness in his actions. Bid farewell to Harold and the two children, Isabelle made her way to the hospital, resolved to confront the situation head-on. Unnoticed by Ethan and his brother, Isabelle approached them in the hallway, her footsteps carrying her closer to their conversation. Tomorrow, being Sunday, Andrew would assume the role of representing the second grandfather of Grey's mansion to handle family matters. Meanwhile, Ethan intended for Hardin to accompany Noah. Hardin placed a reassuring hand on his chest and made a solemn pledge. "No worries. I'll watch over him and ensure that no one dares to mistreat him." Having uttered those words, a nagging thought that Hardin had been keeping from his brother resurfaced, causing him to cough nervously. Can I ask you a question?" True to his usual demeanor, Ethan remained concise. "Go ahead." Hardin scratched his head, grappling with the weight of his inquiry. "If Noah's birth mother were to stand before you, what would you do?" Unbeknownst to them, Isabelle, having drawn closer, caught wind of the question, her curiosity piqued. A momentary pause hung in the air, only to be shattered by Ethan's chilling voice, dense with a deep-seated hatred. "I would ensure she is torn apart, piece by piece." The words pierced the silence, causing Isabelle's body to stiffen. A shiver ran down her spine as she felt the frigid aura emanating from Ethan, coupled with the intense animosity burning in his eyes. A coldness enveloped her hands and feet, an unsettling realization washing over her. For the first time, Isabelle truly comprehended the gravity of her aunt's warnings. This man was not one to be trifled with. Hardin, too, was visibly shaken. What could Noah's mother have possibly done to elicit such disdain from you? But Ethan pressed his lips together tightly, refusing to divulge any further information. Quietly, Isabelle took 2 steps back, ensuring she remained unnoticed by the 2 men. She swiftly made her way to the staircase, descended the steps, and hastily drove away from the hospital, her mind filled with a mixture of unease and fear. Her hand tightly gripped the steering wheel as Isabelle's mind whirled with questions. What could she have possibly done to elicit such intense hatred from Ethan? Her thoughts veered towards her past pregnancy, contemplating the circumstances that led to it. Could it have been an unconventional encounter, perhaps during a sleepwalking episode? She cleared her throat, dismissing the speculative thoughts. Regardless, if she couldn't decipher the reason behind Ethan's animosity, she resolved to keep it concealed, at least for the time being. After all, she still had obligations that tied her to Romania. Isabelle made her way to the pharmacy, collecting the oral pills and topical ointments she had ordered the day before. As she picked up the medication, the pharmacist curiously inquired, "Does this pill have a specific name? It has such a refreshing scent." A wry smile graced Isabelle's lips as she replied, "XXX pill." In the afternoon, before Ethan's arrival, Isabelle escorted Arya back to the Jocks' residence from the training hall, ensuring the little one's safe return. Inside the Jocks' house, a somber atmosphere permeated the air as Jennifer, wearing a worried and fatigued expression, made another appearance. Despite her professional attire and meticulously applied makeup, her exhaustion was difficult to conceal. Wendy's face paled, her voice laced with anxiety. "Jennifer, what are we to do now?" The Jocks family had long been revered as a powerhouse in the pharmaceutical industry, renowned for the exceptional efficacy of their medicines, a legacy passed down through generations. In their generation, their father had imparted his knowledge to Isabelle's mother, Jennifer's sister, hailing her as an unrivaled prodigy in the field of pharmaceuticals. Kennedy, however, chose not to pursue the family business, leaving Jennifer as the one who had gleaned some knowledge in the trade. When Roseanne fled from home, causing the gradual decline of the Jocks family, Jennifer stepped forward, shouldering the responsibility of keeping the pharmaceutical factory afloat. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart and harbors resentment towards her sister and by extension, Isabelle. Jennifer straightened her posture, her back rigid with determination. "The Kim's family has no shame. They have brought in experts to compare their summer relief pills with our Vitality liquid. While their medication may be more effective, we each have our own products. What gives them the audacity to trample on us so arrogantly?" Kennedy, recently discharged from the hospital, leaned against the sofa and released a deep sigh. "Years ago, our sister developed a formula called RC pill, which was even more potent than the summer relief pills. If she were still with us, we wouldn't have fallen to such depths." Jennifer's eyes widened in an instant, her sleep-deprived gaze turning red as she berated. "It's all her fault that the Jocks family has reached this sorry state. Not only did she abandon us, but she also took the pharmacopoeia of benevolence, a treasured legacy passed down through generations in the Jocks family, leaving us with this mess." Kennedy remained silent, aware of the truth in Jennifer's words. Suddenly, Wendy spoke up, her voice filled with a glimmer of hope. "Why don't we reach out to Bella? Perhaps she possesses knowledge in pharmacology that could aid us." Jennifer scoffed. "She was not even a year old when our sister passed away. How could she possibly know anything?" At this moment, Isabelle entered with Arya. Seeing Jennifer, she didn't approach to avoid any confrontation, merely nodded slightly, and planned to go upstairs to find her grandmother. Suddenly, Wendy stopped her and asked curiously, "Bella, what's in that bag?" Isabelle stood there, holding the black plastic bag tightly as the conversation unfolded around her. She could feel the weight of the medicinal materials pressing against her hand, a mixture of anticipation and determination filling her young heart. When Wendy expressed her surprise at Isabelle's knowledge of medicine, Isabelle's face lit up with a sense of pride. She took a deep breath, ready to explain her newfound understanding. But before she could utter a word, Jennifer interjected with a dismissive comment, belittling Isabelle's efforts. As Jennifer's words hung in the air, Isabelle felt a pang of frustration. She had spent countless hours researching, experimenting, and consulting various sources to find the right ingredients for her homemade remedy. It wasn't just a random purchase from a store, it was a carefully crafted solution born out of genuine concern for her beloved grandmother. Kennedy, witnessing the tension between Jennifer and Isabelle, decided to step in and defend her young friend. Kennedy's voice carried a sense of authority, demanding Jennifer to halt her relentless criticism. The room fell silent, awaiting Jennifer's response. But Jennifer, unwilling to back down, continued her argumentative stance. Her words clashed with Kennedy's, creating a heated exchange that echoed through the room. Isabelle's brows furrowed further, A mix of frustration and disappointment etched on her face. She wished for harmony and understanding, but the tension only seemed to escalate. Undeterred by the commotion, Isabelle's determination remained steadfast. She knew that her grandmother's condition was complex, but she refused to believe that all hope was lost. Isabelle had seen firsthand the impact of her homemade remedies on minor ailments, and she believed in the power of nature's healing properties. As the argument persisted, Isabelle's mind raced with ideas and plans. She knew she had to prove herself, not only to Jennifer, but also to her entire family. Isabelle was aware of the risks involved, but she was ready to shoulder the responsibility. She would approach her grandmother's treatment with caution, seeking guidance from experts if needed, and monitoring her progress closely. With each passing moment, Isabelle's resolve grew stronger. She wouldn't let the doubts and skepticism of others deter her from trying to make a difference. The weight of the medicinal materials in her hands became a symbol of her determination to heal her grandmother's eyes and bring light back into her life. Isabelle stood frozen for a moment, her heart heavy with the weight of unspoken words. Determination fueled her steps as she ascended the creaky stairs, each one echoing her resolute strides. As she reached her grandmother's room, a mixture of apprehension and empathy washed over her. The door swung open, revealing a scene that tugged at her heartstrings. Grandma lay on the worn-out sofa, tears glistening on her weathered cheeks. The faint sound of a distant argument lingered in the air, a reminder of the turmoil downstairs. With a soft sigh, Isabelle's eyes met her grandmother's, brimming with unspoken understanding. Her grandmother's gaze, though clouded by the passage of time, held a flicker of recognition. Her frail form exuded an aura of strength, her silver hair neatly coiled at the nape of her neck. The room, immersed in shadows, seemed to cloak them in a world of their own, enhancing the bittersweet atmosphere that enveloped them. Isabelle's almond-shaped eyes, usually radiant with joy, now mirrored the melancholy that permeated the room. Her long, curled eyelashes concealed a wellspring of emotions, shielding her vulnerability from view. Summoning every ounce of courage, she summoned a facade of cheerfulness, her voice quivering with suppressed turmoil. "Grandma, it's me," Isabelle spoke, her words infused with a blend of affection and sadness. Startled, Grandma wiped away her tears, her weary face transforming into a warm smile. She straightened her posture, extending a trembling hand toward her beloved granddaughter. "Bella," she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mixture of relief and longing. Come to Grandma," she beckoned, her outstretched hand a lifeline in their shared sea of emotions. With Arya cradled in her arms, Isabelle settled herself on the worn-out sofa, the weight of the day's events still lingering in the air. Grandma let out a weary sigh, her voice filled with a mix of wisdom and affection. "Bella, your Aunt Jennifer," Grandma began, her voice tinged with both amusement and exasperation, "is sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Just consider her words as farts, and don't mind her." Isabelle couldn't help but stifle a giggle at the unexpected analogy, her laughter bringing a flicker of lightness to the room. "All right, Grandma," she responded, her eyes twinkling with a newfound understanding. Taking a deep breath, Isabelle reached into the bag she carried and retrieved a bottle of pills and a small tube of ointment. With gentle care, she explained to her grandmother how to properly use the medications, ensuring she understood every detail. Grandma diligently took notes, her eyes fixed on Isabelle's face, soaking in every word. After the medication discussion concluded, Isabelle lingered by her grandmother's side, engaging in heartfelt conversation that danced between cherished memories and dreams for the future. Their connection, forged through shared experiences and unspoken bonds, grew stronger with each passing moment. Later on, as the day waned and the sun dipped below the horizon, Jennifer made her way upstairs to check on Mrs. Jock, Kennedy's mother. Observing her seemingly good health, Jennifer's discerning gaze fell upon the dark-colored medications arranged on the table. A deep frown creased her forehead as she voiced her concerns. "Mom, you can try the topical medicine, but don't take the oral ones," Jennifer advised, her tone laced with a mix of caution and expertise. "Pharmacology is profound. The efficacy can greatly vary with just a slight change in the formula. From what I see, this doesn't seem to be prescribed by a proper hospital. Don't take something that might cause problems." Her words hung in the air, a reminder of the delicate balance between health and uncertainty. Mrs. Jocks nodded appreciatively, her trust in Jennifer's knowledge evident as she considered her daughter's warning. The room fell silent once again, the weight of familial concern and the fragility of well-being lingering in the atmosphere. Mrs. Jocks furrowed her brow, contemplating Jennifer's warning. "All right, I understand," she conceded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Once Jennifer had departed, Wendy discreetly entered the room, her concern evident in her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the pills resting on the table, piquing her curiosity. She gingerly picked them up, their soothing scent wafting through the air. "Mom, what are these pills?" Wendy inquired, her voice laced with both worry and intrigue. "They smell quite soothing." Sighing, Mrs. Jocks leaned back in her chair, wariness etched into the lines on her face. "They are for my eyes. Bella gave them to me," she explained, her voice carrying a hint of gratitude for her granddaughter's care. Wendy's worry deepened, a furrow forming between her brows. Observing Bella's adeptness during Jocks' surgery, the thought crossed her mind. Did Bella possess the necessary knowledge of pharmacology? Uncertainty colored the air, and Mrs. Jacques hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Sensing her mother's unease, Wendy considered their options, her desire to protect Bella's self-esteem at the forefront of her thoughts. "Then, do you want to ask her about the formula?" Mrs. Jocks inquired tentatively, her hope for reassurance palpable. Shaking her head gently, Wendy replied with a measured tone. "Bella has just returned, and Jennifer has already given her an earful. Asking her for the formula now might make it seem like we don't trust her, and it could hurt her self-esteem." Pausing for a moment, an idea sparked in Wendy's mind. "How about this? Andrea is studying pharmacology," she suggested, her voice brightening with a glimmer of a solution. "I'll ask her to come over tomorrow to check these pills. She has the knowledge and expertise to assess their safety." The old lady nodded, a sense of relief washing over her. Wendy's plan offered a balance between ensuring her mother's well-being and safeguarding Bella's feelings. Wendy, guided by her concern for her mother's well-being, carefully placed the pills on the coffee table and assisted Mrs. Jocks to bed. With tender gestures, she ensured her mother was comfortably settled before bidding her good night and leaving the room. Unbeknownst to Wendy, as the door closed behind her, Mrs. Jocks experienced a surge of determination. Relying on her years of familiarity with the room, she tapped her white cane in front of her, maneuvering skillfully to the coffee table. Her weathered hands trembled slightly as she reached out, fumbling to pick up one of the pills. Intrigued, she brought it close to her nose, inhaling deeply. A refreshing scent enveloped her senses, imbuing her with an unprecedented sense of comfort and curiosity. Driven by a mixture of hope and a willingness to explore, Mrs. Jocks instinctively reached for a glass of water. Swallowing the pill, she trusted her instincts and carefully applied the ointment to her tired eyes. After all, what harm could it do? She had lived with blindness for over 2 decades, and the possibility of even a slight improvement seemed worth exploring. The following day dawned as Sunday, casting a hopeful light on the Gray family's gathering. They convened for a family meeting, their collective focus centering around the issue of how to address the Noah incident. Amidst the serious discussion, a young voice piped up, breaking the weighty silence. "Mommy, aren't you going to take a look?" the concerned child queried, her worry evident in her eyes. "My brother isn't good with words. What if someone bullies him?" Dressed in a charming yellow pajama set, Arya's cherubic face scrunched up in curiosity as she posed her question. Isabelle, in the midst of getting dressed, arched an eyebrow at her daughter's inquiry, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. With a playful tone, Isabelle responded, "Well, if your brother gets kicked out of the Gray family, doesn't that mean he can come live with me?" Her words hung in the air, accompanied by a hint of jest. Arya's innocent expression remained unchanged, her young mind grappling with the possibility. Sensing her daughter's confusion, Isabelle quickly clarified, "Oh, sweetie, I was just joking. We wouldn't take your brother away from the Gray family in such a humiliating manner." Isabelle understood the weight of Noah's guilt caused by his actions and the unintentional harm he had caused his great-grandmother. She was determined to ensure that the burden he carried did not become a lifelong torment. Instructing Arya to stay at home, Isabelle made her way to the car and drove to the hospital. Mrs. Gray, in need of peace and quiet, occupied the VIP ward on the top floor. The exclusive area temporarily refrained from admitting other patients, providing an environment of tranquility for Mrs. Gray's recovery. Upon arriving at the hospital, Isabelle found the hallway on the designated floor, brimming with members of the Gray family. As she navigated through the crowd, she noticed familiar faces from her previous visit, but also numerous unfamiliar ones. The tension in the air was palpable, indicating that the situation had escalated since her last encounter. Ascending the stairs, Isabelle couldn't help but overhear Ethan's uncle, Jonah, as he created a commotion nearby. His voice resonated with frustration and disbelief, expressing his incredulity at the suggestion that Noah was not responsible for the incident. His passionate outburst echoed through the hallway, drawing attention from those present. "What do you mean it wasn't Noah? Who did it?" Jonah's voice rang out, laced with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "Even at this point, you are still denying it. Waiting for my mother to wake up and identify him before admitting it? How ridiculous is that? If you kill someone, do you have to wait for the dead person to come back to life to testify?" Amidst the fervor, Isabelle noticed Andrew, a muscular figure donning a black t-shirt, standing nearby. He rubbed his hawkish nose, deep in thought, before responding to Jonah's question. "My grandfather's opinion is that Noah is, after all, a 5-year-old child." Andrew's voice trailed off, his tone conveying a measure of contemplation. The weight of the situation seemed to have affected him as well, his words suggesting a more empathetic perspective. Isabelle absorbed the scene unfolding before her, realizing that tensions within the Grey family had reached a critical point. Standing aside, Nick, Jonah's son, observed the heated exchange with a flicker of amusement in his eyes, even though his lips didn't part in a smile. His gaze upward, he sighed and addressed Andrew, recognizing the challenges he faced. "Andrew, I understand that you're close to my brother, and as the one in charge, it's undoubtedly difficult for you to handle this situation," Nick empathetically acknowledged. "Perhaps, shall we just let it go?" Jonah's anger flared at Nick's suggestion, his voice booming with frustration. "Andrew, your grandfather has always been fair in handling matters. If you can't do that, what makes you qualified to take over as the guardian of the fifth family and assume the responsibilities of the Grey family? You are nothing but a pup." The contrasting tones of the two members from the second branch of the family, the provocative bad cop and the conciliatory good cop, left Andrew in a difficult position. Their dynamic made it nearly impossible for him to defend himself or express his own perspective. Anxious, Andrew turned his gaze to Ethan, who remained calm, composed, and unaffected by the turmoil surrounding them. Summoning his composure, Andrew replied, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty, "Let's wait until Great-Grandma wakes up. Perhaps her testimony will shed light on the truth." The weight of anticipation hung in the air as the family grappled with their conflicting emotions, yearning for clarity and resolution amidst the chaos. Jonah's frustration reached its peak as he aggressively questioned the situation at hand, his voice filled with accusation. "If my mom doesn't wake up, will this matter be left unattended forever?" he challenged. A mix of anger and desperation colored his words. "I knew it. I remember Dr. Yolanda and several experts saying that Mom was not suitable for surgery, but your brother insisted on it anyway. Ethan, tell me, are you just hoping that your grandma won't wake up so you can use this as an excuse to procrastinate?" All eyes turned to Ethan, anticipation hanging in the air as they awaited his response. Jonah's narrowed gaze locked onto his older brother, his suspicion palpable. "No wonder you chose a doctor none of us have seen before. No wonder Mom still hasn't woken up." The tension in the room reached its peak when, at that very moment, Dr. Yolanda emerged from the patient's room, wearing a joyful expression that belied the gravity of the situation. Her presence, unexpected and timely, shifted the dynamics of the confrontation. Unbeknownst to the individuals in the corridor, Dr. Yolanda's presence went unnoticed as they remained engrossed in their conversation. Nick's gentle tone continued to carry, addressing the doctor's absence since the surgery. His observation raised suspicion, casting a shadow over the circumstances surrounding their grandmother's condition. Jonah's anger intensified, his finger pointed accusingly at Ethan as his voice reverberated through the corridor. "How dare you!" The son pushes someone, and the father blindly indulges him. "You even found a doctor to harm your own grandmother." His accusation hung heavily in the air, fueling the growing sense of disbelief and anger among the onlookers. The notion of Ethan orchestrating harm upon their own grandmother struck them as outrageous and heartless. "I can't believe Ethan would be this ruthless. That's his own grandmother." Murmured voices rose, mingling with a mix of shock, disappointment, and indignation. Whispers filled the corridor as doubts swirled, painting a picture of betrayal and cruelty. The atmosphere grew charged with tension as the weight of the allegations against Ethan settled upon him. The need for an explanation, a reckoning, became an undeniable demand from those present. The gravity of the situation loomed, leaving Ethan with no choice but to address the mounting concerns in front of the entire Grey family, for their trust and unity hung precariously in the balance. Ethan, the embodiment of composure, chose not to engage in a verbal confrontation, believing that actions held greater weight than mere words. As the head of the family, he had learned the importance of maintaining control over both his mind and tongue. With determination etched on his face, he refused to be swayed by Jonah and Nick's smug expressions. Meanwhile, amidst the argument unfolding among the crowd, Andrew's voice lowered, his anxiety evident. His plea held a mix of desperation and frustration, yearning for answers and resolution. "Why hasn't Grandma woken up? Who did you get to perform the surgery? I can't take this anymore." A somber light flickered in Ethan's eyes as he absorbed Andrew's words, the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. Inwardly, he reminded himself to trust the individuals he employed, understanding that doubt should not dictate his decisions. Recalling the doctor's promise that Grandma would wake up on Sunday, Ethan's conviction grew stronger. With a cold, firm tone, Ethan addressed Jonah, his words carrying an undercurrent of sternness. "Uncle Jonah, are you so desperate that you can't even wait until tonight?" His response held a hint of challenge, emphasizing the importance of patience and trust in the process. His voice was not loud, and his tone was deep and crisp, but carried an air of authority. Even in the noisy environment, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. A heavy silence descended upon the corridor, amplifying the tension that hung in the air. Nick's sinister and malicious eyes contradicted the smile that lingered on his face, casting an unsettling aura around him. His words reverberated through the quiet space, carrying a mix of disdain and challenge. With a calculated tone, Nick addressed the esteemed members of the Gray family gathered before him. "Everyone here is an esteemed member of the Gray family. Some in politics, some in business," he began, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "We have all put aside everything to be here today, and all you can say is to wait." Jonah, consumed by his anger, echoed Nick's sentiment, his voice reaching a shrill pitch. "This is clearly just stalling," he accused. "It has been half a month since the incident, and you're telling us to wait even more? Andrew, Noah, there's ample evidence of the harm to our great-grandmother. Aren't you going to take a stance?" His accusatory gaze shifted to Ethan, the eldest grandchild, who bore the weight of his words. Jonah's excitement grew, fueled by his desire to seize this opportunity and strip Ethan of his position of power. The initial plan to use the incident to rid themselves of the bastard child had unexpectedly taken a turn, leading Jonah to exploit Ethan's actions as ammunition against him. The moment hung in the balance as the accusations and tensions reached their peak. The Gray family's unity and future stood on the precipice, teetering between resolution and discord. Amidst the tension and brewing confrontation, a loud, commanding female voice shattered the silence. "Who says the great lady will never wake up again? She is already awake." The voice belonged to Dr. Yolanda, who moved aside, allowing the elderly woman, dressed in a patient's gown and with bandages around her head, to step forward with the assistance of a nurse. The great lady's gaze, despite the bandages, held a sharpness that commanded attention. As the great lady emerged, the corridor fell into a hushed reverence. Jonah and Nick, their smugness dissipating, exchanged uneasy glances. They instinctively moved forward, their faces contorted with a pretense of emotion. "Mom!" Jonah cried out, reaching for her arm in an attempt to show affection. However, the old Mrs. Gray extended her hand with a forceful motion, her intent unmistakable. And with all her strength, her hand connected with a resounding slap. The impact reverberated through the corridor, echoing the pent-up frustration and betrayal that had simmered within the great lady. The resolute slap served as a declaration of her stance, a rejection of their manipulations and deceit. The corridor, frozen in the moment, bore witness to the powerful gesture. The once confident Jonah and Nick stood stunned, their emotional facade crumbling in the face of the great lady's defiance. The events that had unfolded had brought them to this defining moment, a moment where truth clashed with deception, and the consequences of their actions came to light. The slap landed on Jonah's face, leaving him stunned and speechless. Old Mrs. Gray's anger reverberated through her scolding words, chastising her son for his unfilial behavior. She vehemently defended Noah, affirming his innocence in the incident, and questioned Jonah's motives in creating such a fuss. Her rebuke questioned Jonah's intentions and hinted at the possibility of rebellion. Nick, remaining composed, swiftly intervened, offering an apology on his father's behalf. He lowered his head, showing deference and acknowledging his father's concerns, seeking to diffuse the tension. The old Mrs. Gray responded with a dismissive humph, sparing Jonah some face. Turning her attention to the gathered crowd, the great lady commanded their dispersal, her authority brooking no argument. With her pronouncement, the rest of the Gray family members hastened to leave, their presence no longer necessary. Ethan, recognizing the need for privacy and understanding the gravity of the situation, followed into the patient's room along with a few others. Isabelle, her footsteps quiet, discreetly approached the room, sensing the importance of the moment and offering her support in the background. Just as they arrived at the door, they heard the old lady saying, "Thanks to Yolanda this time, I was able to wake up in time." Dr. Yolanda stood tall, wearing a doctor's white coat, with a confident expression on her face. Her gaze burned intensely as she looked at Ethan, and a faint smile emerged at the corners of her lips. "Mr. Gray, I have a pill here called chloropine pill, which is effective in clarifying vision and reviving the mind. This pill was made by my pharmacist master, Mr. Lycan Tamlin from the Jeremiah family. There are only 2 pills in the world, and he used a special method to preserve it for 25 years. I had to beg him to get one." Isabelle, casually leaning against the wall and eavesdropping, was perplexed. Preserved for 25 years? Even if the medicine hasn't expired, wouldn't it have lost its efficacy? However, Dr. Yolanda exaggerated the effects of this pill to the skies. This pill has no side effects. It can refresh the mind, clarify vision, reduce inflammation, and even treat patients with cerebral hemorrhage. It can be called a miracle drug. Isabelle twitched her mouth. How could the old lady waking up have anything to do with this pill? It doesn't even treat the condition. She shook her head and simply turned around to leave. Inside the ward, a hint of sarcasm flashed through Ethan's narrow eyes. If this pill really worked, why would Dr. Yolanda wait until today to use it on Grandma? Wasn't it just because Isabelle had successfully performed the surgery? At most, this pill is a stimulant. Thinking of this, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure darting outside the door. He strode out and saw a familiar back disappearing into the elevator. Ethan's lips curled into a smile. Didn't this woman say she wouldn't come? But now she's here. Is she worried about Grandma's condition, or is she worried about him? As he was thinking, he heard Jonah's voice. Nephew, Ethan's expression instantly turned cold, and his eyes were as icy as a 1,000-year glacier. Grandma is awake, so it's time for us to settle some accounts. At the Jocks' residence. What? Chloroquine pill? Jennifer clenched her fists in anger, swept a cup of water off the coffee table, and roared furiously. That was clearly made by my sister back in the day. The Jeremiah family has no shame. How can he claim that he made it? As despair clouded Kennedy's face, he pressed his lips together, his words heavy with resignation. We don't have the formula, and even if we were to voice our concerns, who would believe us? Instead, we would be ridiculed and dismissed as jealous. Now the Jeremiah family has gained recognition for curing Mrs. Gray, and they are using us as a stepping stone to climb higher. Our Jocks pharmacy is likely doomed. Jennifer's eyes welled up with tears, her voice laced with frustration. I don't mind them advertising their success, but why do they have to trample on us? Why do they push us down? Just as their emotions were spiraling, Andrea entered the room, her presence bringing a glimmer of hope. Seeing her father and aunt looking upset, concern etched across her face, she couldn't help but inquire about the situation. Dad, Aunt, what's wrong? Wendy, wanting to shield Andrea from the weight of the situation, stood up and gently redirected her attention. You're still young, my dear. Don't worry about the troubles of adults. Go and check on your grandmother, see if she can take her medicine. Andrea nodded obediently, understanding the need to divert her focus. She followed Wendy upstairs and entered Grandma Jocks' room, only to find her sitting on the couch, her gaze distant and unfocused. Wendy, startled by the unusual sight, approached her mother-in-law with concern. Mom, what's wrong? In a daze, Grandma Jocks responded, her words reflecting her confusion. My eyes seem to be feeling something. Wendy's heart skipped a beat, realizing the gravity of the situation. Hastily, she picked up the medicine from the table and handed it to Andrea, her voice urgent. Quickly, what is this pill? With her background in pharmacy and meticulous training under Jennifer's guidance, Andrea possessed a certain level of knowledge regarding medicines. As she held the dark pill in her hands, her gaze grew focused, and she carefully smelled it. A refreshing scent enveloped her senses, clearing her mind and filling her with a sense of comfort, akin to breathing oxygen at high altitudes. Seriousness etched across her beautiful face as she examined the pill intently, studying its composition and characteristics. Andrea's understanding deepened, yet she remained uncertain about its nature. Wendy's gentle expression reflected her concern as she asked, What's wrong? Andrea shook her head, a hint of uncertainty lingering in her eyes. Grandma, can I have this pill? I want to take it back to the lab for research to ensure its safety and understand its properties. Grandma Jocks nodded in agreement. All right, you may take one. With great care, Andrea placed the pill into a bag, treating it as if she had discovered a precious treasure. Filled with determination, she hurried down to the laboratory, driven by her quest for answers and the desire to unlock the secrets behind the pill's effects. As Andrea hurriedly left for the laboratory, Jennifer and Kennedy, who were in the living room discussing their plan, were taken aback by her sudden departure. Sensing something amiss, Jennifer furrowed her brows. I'm going to go upstairs and check, she declared, determined to understand the situation unfolding. Meanwhile, on the way home, Isabelle's phone rang in the car, interrupting the silence. Glancing at the screen, she noticed an unfamiliar number. She hesitated for a moment before answering, her voice calm and composed as she greeted the caller. An angry voice pierced through the line, filled with accusation and frustration. Isabelle, where's the money? Wasn't it supposed to be in the account? I went to the bank to transfer money today, and they said there was no money. You ungrateful daughter, has your association with the Jocks family made you despise our humble home? Let me tell you, if you think you can shake us off and enjoy a lavish life, no way. A smile both wild and fierce curved at the corners of Isabelle's lips as she listened to her father's tirade. Her voice carried a hint of determination as she interjected, Dad, I want to ask you a question. Her father, eager to vent his frustrations and oblivious to her interruption, retorted, What? Let me tell you, stop beating around the bush and just send the money over. Isabelle's smile widened, brimming with confidence as she interrupted him once more. The question she was about to pose held the potential to shift their dynamic and reveal a hidden truth. Isabelle's gaze remained fixed ahead, her focus undeterred as she lightly rested her fingers on the steering wheel. The confrontation with her father no longer bothered her, and she exuded a sense of calm resilience. With measured composure, she responded to the call that interrupted her thoughts. When my mom married you, was she blind? Isabelle's question hung in the air, challenging her father's assumptions and confronting the truth that had been obscured for far too long. Without waiting for his response, she swiftly ended the call, severing the connection that had plagued her for years. Finally able to release the pent-up frustration, Isabelle took a deep breath, feeling a sense of liberation. However, her respite was short-lived as her phone rang once again. Glancing at the screen, she noted the string of numbers that appeared. Answering the call, she wasted no time in injecting her words with sarcasm, anticipating another futile attempt to disrupt her peace. "What are you calling for now? Are you dying? Want me to come and keep a vigil for you?" A silence lingered on the other end of the line, as the caller struggled to find a response. Isabelle's sneer reflected her skepticism as she prepared to hang up, dismissing the caller's feeble attempt to engage her. However, her dismissal was interrupted by a deep voice that resonated with authority and familiarity. "Miss Hunter, would you like to keep a vigil for me?" The voice belonged to Ethan, cutting through the sarcasm and catching Isabelle off guard. The unexpected presence of Ethan's voice on the other end of the line sparked a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, leaving Isabelle momentarily speechless. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Ethan's mouth as he observed the unfolding situation. The idea of someone keeping vigil for another person typically indicated a deep connection or bond, often associated with a romantic partner. The audacity of suggesting such a gesture without a life-or-death circumstance was wild indeed, even by his standards. Ethan found the situation mildly amusing, contemplating the unexpected turn of events. Isabelle, initially confused by the remark, soon realized her mistake. The familiar string of numbers on her screen belonged to Ethan. Unwilling to delve into an explanation, she swiftly shifted gears and addressed him appropriately. "Mr. Gray?" Ethan's voice, deep and pleasant, resonated through the car's speaker system. "I remember you mentioning before that after helping me treat my grandmother, you wanted me to assist you in finding someone." "No need," Isabelle replied curtly, her tone devoid of any warmth. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could she leverage this opportunity to have Ethan owe her a significant favor, potentially enabling her to reclaim her son? Softening her tone, she added, "Being able to help you is my honor." The conversation hung in the air, teetering between hidden motivations and unspoken desires. Ethan's body tensed ever so slightly, his emotions swirling within him. Leaning against the hospital corridor wall, he found himself unexpectedly relieved. It dawned on him that this was the first time Isabelle had spoken to him so politely since they had met, and it caught him off guard, leaving him uncertain about how to respond. But then, Isabelle's voice broke through the silence once more, her words carrying a newfound warmth and sincerity. "Mr. Gray, if your family members get sick in the future, especially your son, you can come to me. I have a daughter, and I am knowledgeable about children's illnesses. Furthermore, whenever I see your son, I feel a sense of kinship. So please, don't hesitate. Even for the slightest cold, fever, or general discomfort, you can come to me. Do you understand?" Her deliberate mention of both his son and her daughter caught his attention. Could it be that she was subtly hinting at a potential connection between them? Both unmarried but with children, was she suggesting that they were a good match? Ethan's narrow eyes curled up once again, a glimmer of playfulness dancing within them. The little tear mole at the corner of his eye added to his charm. "Thank you," he replied, his voice holding a trace of appreciation. In that moment, a newfound understanding and potential bond formed between Isabelle and Ethan. The future remained uncertain, but the possibility of a deeper connection loomed on the horizon. Isabelle's response flowed effortlessly, her words filled with determination and love. "Please, don't mention it. From now on, your son is my son, and I will love him as if he were my own." Ethan, taken aback by her audacity and the sincerity behind her words, remained silent for a moment. It was a bold statement, one that held immense weight and potential implications. Sensing the need for a change in topic, Ethan smoothly transitioned the conversation. "I heard that the news circulating is that Mr. Tamlin Jeremiah cured my grandmother. Do we need to clarify this?" He contemplated the idea of setting the record straight, but then remembered Dr. Yolanda's aversion to unnecessary attention and desire for a secretive identity. His suspicions were confirmed when he received Isabelle's response on the other end. "No need, thank you," she replied. "You're welcome," Ethan replied, a sense of understanding between them. After hanging up the call, Ethan found his mind drifting back to the image of Isabelle. Her wild and proud nature, juxtaposed with an unwavering determination, left a lasting impression. Her restless spirit resonated with him, and a deepening smile played at the corners of his lips. The connection between them was becoming more intriguing and complex with each passing moment. At that moment, a voice behind Ethan called out, "Your Highness." Ethan suppressed his smile, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he turned around to face his aide, Julius. Standing there with an air of respect, Julius wore glasses and exuded a low-key demeanor, in stark contrast to the talkative Clint. "Julius, I've told you to address me as Miss Moore Gray," Ethan reminded him, his tone firm yet tinged with a hint of playfulness. Julius nodded, acknowledging his mistake. "I apologize, Mr. Gray. The second master has resigned from the position of deputy director." Ethan nodded, his mind processing the information. However, before entering the ward, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Julius, a glint of determination in his eyes. Have you taken note of the people who were outside today, colluding with Jonah? Julius nodded in affirmation. I've noted them all. Ethan's gaze turned icy, his resolve hardening. The second branch had been known to employ numerous individuals in their quest for power over the years. Allowing them to chatter outside the hospital today served a purpose to identify those who had already aligned themselves with Jonah and his faction. This time, Ethan was determined to expose their true intentions and capture them all in one decisive move. The stage was set, and the intricate web of power and intrigue was about to unravel. The werewolf within Ethan stirred with anticipation, ready to face the challenges ahead. On the other hand, Isabelle's arrival at the Jocks' house was met with an unexpected scene. Jennifer and Kennedy, seated on the sofa, wore stern expressions that hinted at brewing trouble. Before she could even inquire about what had transpired, Jennifer suddenly stood up, her anger palpable, and hurled the teacup she was holding directly at Isabelle. Bang! The teacup shattered upon impact, scattering shards across the floor. Isabelle's countenance turned icy, her eyes narrowing with intensity. Pointing a finger accusingly at Isabelle, Jennifer unleashed a torrent of furious words. What kind of unknown medicine did you give your grandmother? After she applied it, her eyes and the surrounding skin started stinging. She's old, for heaven's sake. Are you trying to harm her? I already have a multitude of things to handle in this household, and you, as always, bring nothing but incessant trouble. You're just like your mother, the curse of the Jock family. The air in the room grew heavy with tension as the words lingered. Isabelle's composure wavered for a moment, the sting of Jennifer's accusations striking a nerve. Yet in the depths of her gaze, a glimmer of determination ignited. She would not allow herself to be defeated by the onslaught of blame and animosity. Wendy, supporting Grandma Jocks, who was trembling as she stood in the second-floor hallway, cut her off. Jennifer, Mom says you should stop. But Jennifer retorted, Mom, when someone does something wrong, they have to face the consequences. If we don't teach her properly, what if she ends up like my sister, not knowing how to behave? Grandma Jocks, leaning on the railing, looked displeased when she heard this. After a moment, she shouted in anger, Get out! Jennifer looked at Isabelle. Did you hear that? She told you to get out. However, the next moment, Grandma Jocks drew in a deep, labored breath, her hollow gaze fixing on Jennifer with a steely determination. In a voice laced with authority, she uttered words that echoed through the room, laden with intensity. I was telling you to get out. Jennifer stood frozen for a moment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she processed her mother's words. Mom, what did you say? She stammered, her voice tinged with a mixture of shock and confusion. Clutching her chest, Grandma Jocks summoned her remaining strength and continued, her voice filled with conviction. You're disrespectful to your sister and unkind to the younger generation. This family does not welcome you. Rage flared within Jennifer, her temper mounting with every passing second. It's Roseanne again, she spat, her voice seething with fury. You've always favored her since we were children, but she's gone now. Over the years, it's been me who has taken care of you. Grandma Jocks gripped her walking cane tightly, her knuckles turning white as her voice trembled with emotion. No matter what, Bella was trying to cure me. Jennifer's sneer was laced with scorn and disbelief. Mom, do you honestly believe that some wild girl can cure your eyes? Over the years, we have sought countless famous doctors, and it has all been in vain. What makes her any different? How can you place so much trust in her? Grandma Jocks found herself momentarily speechless, caught between her doubts and Bella's sincere intentions. Deep down, she harbored her own reservations about the possibility of Bella's treatment. Yet she couldn't deny the genuine gesture that Bella had extended and the flicker of hope it ignited within her. Jennifer seized the opportunity, her voice dripping with skepticism. You can't see, so you don't know how red and swollen your eyes are. This is not treatment, it's clear she's tormenting you. Indeed, Grandma Jocks' eyes were teary and red, the surrounding skin visibly swollen, an apparent allergic reaction to the ointment. However, the truth lay hidden beneath the surface. The ointment, though causing temporary discomfort, was essential to stimulate the dormant muscles that had weakened over time. Without a potent solution, how could one expect a swift recovery? Isabelle was prepared to offer an explanation, but before she could speak, Grandma Jocks interjected, her voice resolute. No need to say more. I am willing to let Bella give it a try. She has assured me that my eyesight will be restored within 7 days. If we don't try, how will we ever know if Bella can accomplish it? Her words hung in the air, a testament to her unwavering faith in Bella's abilities. The room fell silent, the weight of uncertainty mingling with a glimmer of hope, as Grandma Jocks made a daring decision to trust in the uncharted path that lay before them. You. Jennifer was so angry that the rims of her eyes turned red. Back then, you trusted my sister, just like this. She said she would be gone for a week, and she never came back. And now you're actually trusting her daughter? You really haven't learned a thing. She picked up her bag and stormed towards the door. As she passed Isabelle, she gave her a disgusted look and said, 7 days, is it? Fine, I'll be back in 7 days. If Grandma has been tormented by you for so long and shows no improvement, even if Grandma beats me to death, I will kick you out of the house. Auntie. As Jennifer was about to leave, she suddenly heard the girl call out to her in a cold voice. She stopped and turned around to see a certain coldness in Isabelle's eyes. With a flat expression and a slow voice, Isabelle said, "If I manage to cure Grandma, I hope you will apologize to my mom." She stood there, and for a moment Jennifer was somewhat dazed. It was as if she had traveled through time, back 20-odd years, to that familiar and resolute figure. Jennifer snapped out of it and scoffed. "Since you've inherited your mother's eloquence, let's hope you've also inherited her talent in potions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, she turned and left. After she left, Grandma Jocks sighed. "Bella, don't blame her. She respected your mom the most back in the day and still does. Alas." Jocks, Kennedy's mother, said this and then went into her room. Wendy then came over and whispered, "Is it really okay for the area around the eyes to be so red?" Isabelle patiently explained, "It's normal. It will gradually fade after 7 days, but it will get worse over the next few days. Actually, it doesn't hurt, Grandma." Wendy finally felt relieved. Isabelle yawned and went into her room. Wendy went downstairs and saw the nanny accompanying Arya as they returned from outside. Remembering the day when Jennifer mocked Arya for not knowing anything but was proven wrong, Wendy smiled and waved at her. Arya came running over. "Auntie, what's up?" "Arya, can you speak Italian for me again?" Arya had a big question mark over her head. "Auntie, I can only speak Spanish and English. I don't know Italian." Wendy was taken aback. Could it be that Arya was lying that day? She hesitantly asked, "What about your math Olympiad and the drawing competitions and all those things?" Arya tilted her head, a look of puzzlement on her face. "I've never been to any fancy classes or joined competitions. Why would I do that?" Wendy's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom how Arya, with her vibrant personality, had managed to stay oblivious to these typical childhood activities. But, aren't you interested in showing off your talents and winning prizes?" Arya confidently patted her little chest, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Auntie, don't worry. I may not have participated in those competitions, but I have my own special skills." Wendy waited eagerly, her skepticism fading slightly. Perhaps there was more to Arya than met the eye. With a pause, Arya suddenly exclaimed, "I can make the best imaginary friend in the world." Wendy blinked, her confusion evident. "Imaginary friend?" Arya nodded proudly, a playful grin spreading across her face. "Yes, I can create characters in my mind and have grand adventures with them. It's like having a whole imaginary world at my fingertips. Isn't that awesome?" Wendy's disbelief transformed into a wide smile, amusement sparkling in her eyes. Arya's unique perspective on life never failed to surprise her. Half an hour later, as Arya hopped and skipped up the stairs, she called back to Wendy. "Auntie, I know I'm super awesome. Don't get too excited. Just calm down, okay? I'm gonna go play some video games now." As Arya disappeared into her room, Wendy finally caught her breath, her laughter filling the air. She pursed her lips, looking upstairs. Finally, she let out a heavy sigh. Ah! That day, it was all because Jennifer spoke too harshly, and she pushed her daughter forward to show off. So it wasn't surprising that Bella and Arya lied to save face, though maybe they exaggerated a bit too much. And if Arya's academic achievements were fake, then was what Bella just said about curing Kennedy's mother, Jake's illness, also fake? Suddenly, she wasn't so sure anymore. Upstairs. After lying down, Isabelle took a nap and woke up in the evening. Holding Arya and playing with her, she suddenly missed her son. She sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Isabelle was slightly worried, so she sent a text message to Ethan. "Ethan, are you asleep?" Ethan had just taken a shower, and seeing this message, the corners of his lips turned up, and he quickly replied, "No." "Oh, is your son asleep?" Ethan glanced at the closed door of Noah's room. "He's asleep. The child is asleep, so now they can chat, right? Otherwise, wouldn't she have to take care of her son? This woman seems pretty considerate." As expected, after sending this message, her phone beeped again. He was drying his hair with one hand and opened the message with the other. Then his expression froze. The message coldly read, "Oh. What's next?" Shouldn't she continue the conversation by bringing up a topic? Could it be she's shy? Ethan coughed and coldly replied with a message, "What's up?" 3 minutes went by, and no one responded. 5 minutes later, still no response. Ethan thought something was wrong with his phone, so he sent a message to Clint. "You there?" Clint, who was far away in the middle of nowhere, replied instantly, "Yeah, boss, does this mean I can come back?" Ethan, "No." At the Jocks' house, Isabelle, knowing that her son was asleep, had already put her phone on silent and thrown it aside. She cuddled Arya and fell sound asleep, completely unaware that someone was tossing and turning all night, lost in thoughts. 7 days later, Jennifer arrived at the Jocks' house early in the morning. Hearing from the housekeeper that Isabelle was still sleeping, she sneered, "Let her sleep, after all. Once she wakes up, she'll be kicked out." "Who are you trying to kick out?" A scornful voice suddenly pierced through the air, jolting Jennifer from her tranquil state. She turned her head swiftly, her brows furrowing in a mix of curiosity and concern, only to behold an intriguing sight unfolding before her eyes. Descending the grand staircase with an air of confidence was a tall and slender figure that commanded attention. It was none other than Josh Jacks, Andrea Wendy's long-lost twin brother. Radiating an aura of effortless charm, Josh possessed an undeniable allure that captivated those around him. Clad in casual attire that accentuated his youthful vigor, he appeared to be in his early 20s, his handsome features mirroring those of his mother. His meticulously trimmed short hair hinted at a hint of rebellion, complementing the sharpness in his piercing eyes and arched brows. With each stride he took, a sense of untamed spirit emanated from him, as if he was determined to defy conventions at every turn. Nonchalantly chewing gum, Josh blew a magnificent bubble that floated momentarily in the air, only to burst with a satisfying pop. This impudent act seemed to reflect his disdainful nature, an attitude that Jennifer had witnessed firsthand. As her frown deepened, she couldn't help but question his intentions. No one? Jennifer's voice held a tinge of incredulity, as if challenging the audacity of his presence. She found herself compelled to inquire further. "Where are you headed?" With a snide sneer playing on his lips, Josh regarded his aunt with an icy stare, exuding an unmistakable air of superiority. His retort dripped with mockery and contempt, his words slicing through the air like a cold breeze. "Tsk, Auntie. You hail from a small town, easy prey for those seeking to assert their dominance. And do you really believe you can boss me around too?" The brazen defiance in his voice was matched only by the haughty flick of his hand, dismissing any semblance of authority Jennifer might have claimed. In a single calculated stride, Josh abruptly turned his back on the villa and strode purposefully toward the horizon, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a perplexed Jennifer in his wake. As the echoes of his footsteps faded into the distance, Jennifer found herself caught between admiration for his unyielding spirit and a sense of foreboding. In response to Josh's audacious departure, Jennifer's frustration reached its boiling point, morphing into an exasperated scoff. Her voice laced with a mix of anger and disappointment, she pointed an accusatory finger at Kennedy, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Look at what you've done. You've spoiled him rotten. Instead of focusing on his studies and striving for a meaningful future, he's wasting his days gallivanting around with a frivolous crowd." Indeed, Josh Jack was still enrolled in college, but his commitment to education had waned to the point of non-existence. Skipping classes, failing exams, and immersing himself in the company of affluent second-generation youngsters with dubious intentions, he had become a prime example of misplaced potential. Kennedy, too, was burdened by his son's wayward path, but this was not the opportune moment to delve into their shared concerns. Furrowing his brow, he caught sight of Wendy's presence on the second floor, her gaze conveying a meaningful message that demanded attention. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, Kennedy paused momentarily, allowing the weight of the situation to settle upon him. Without uttering a word, he ascended the staircase, his footsteps echoing through the halls until he reached the sanctuary of the bedroom shared with Wendy. Behind the closed door, the room exuded an air of worry and unease. Wendy's face bore the marks of distress, her brow furrowed in deep concern, voice filled with a tinge of anxiety. She shared her recent encounter with their ailing mother. "I went to check on Mom just now," Wendy began, her voice tinged with sadness. "She's still resting, but her eyes, they were swollen and red. She couldn't see anything last night, not even a glimmer of light. It's heartbreaking." Sighing heavily, Wendy's worries extended beyond their mother's condition, encompassing the tangled dynamics within the family. Her voice resonated with weariness as she continued. "Jennifer, she's too much. Why does she insist on picking fights with someone so young? We must keep a watchful eye on her, and if her words become too harsh, we have to intervene and silence her." The gravity of their mother's condition and the strife within their family cast a heavy pall over the room. As Wendy and Kennedy exchanged concerned glances, they silently vowed to navigate the tumultuous waters that lay ahead, striving to preserve the fragile bonds that held their family together, all while treading the treacherous path of their own personal trials. Kennedy gave a wry smile. "You know how stubborn Jennifer is. She won't listen to me." Deep lines etched Wendy's forehead as she grappled with the weight of the situation. Her voice trembled slightly as she posed a question that had been haunting her thoughts. "So what do we do? Do we simply stand idly by and allow Jennifer to cast Bella aside?" Kennedy's expression hardened, his determination shining through. With a resolute tone he responded, "Absolutely not. As her uncle, it is my duty to protect and guide them. In the Jocks family, my word holds weight. Bella may have exaggerated this time, but we cannot ignore Jennifer's consistent aggression." His voice carried an unwavering conviction. Kennedy continued, "Even if it means confronting Jennifer and risking her displeasure, I will stand up for Bella. She is my sister's child, and I refuse to let her be cast out into the cold." Wendy's admiration for Kennedy's sense of responsibility had only grown since they had taken their vows. Her voice filled with support, she affirmed, "Yes, I stand by you wholeheartedly. We must shield Bella from the storm, no matter the cost." Their hearts entwined in a shared resolve, Wendy and Kennedy concluded their discussion. One descended the staircase to address the brewing tensions below, while the other remained by the side of the elderly matriarch, watching over her with unwavering vigilance. As the clock ticked away the hours, Isabelle, the sleeping figure in the room, gradually awakened from her slumber. The sun was high in the sky, casting a warm glow through the windows. With a languid stretch, she rose from her bed and reached for her phone, its screen illuminating with a comforting message from her son. A sense of relief washed over her, momentarily alleviating the worries that had plagued her dreams. A gentle smile adorned her face, reflecting the love and connection that bound their family, even amidst the trials that lay ahead. As Noah enjoyed his day off on Sunday, taking a break from his demanding schedule of wrestling lessons with Mr. Harold and rigorous study sessions at the Gray's house, a phone call interrupted the tranquility. It was Cameron on the other end, her voice weary and filled with concern. "We've been searching for a week now, tirelessly trying to find any trace of Ethan from 5 years ago. Unfortunately, we've come up empty-handed. It seems only he holds the key to unraveling the truth about having a son," Cameron shared, her words laden with frustration. Isabelle had dedicated the past week to staying in the villa, determined to uncover the secrets that Ethan held, driven by her desire to secure her son's future. Yet the investigation had yielded no fruitful leads, leaving her with more questions than answers. Her voice, slightly hoarse from the strain of it all, responded with a tinge of resignation. "I understand." Cameron pressed further, her tone laced with curiosity and concern. "Are you going to continue your search, Isabelle?" There was a determined resolve in Isabelle's voice as she replied, "Yes, I will. I cannot rest until I uncover the truth." Cameron's voice softened, realizing the weight of the task at hand. She inquired, "How do you plan to find out?" Isabelle, feeling a surge of determination, rose from her seat and made her way to the bathroom. As she picked up her toothbrush, her eyes met her reflection in the mirror. Her pale face stared back at her, a flicker of audacity and arrogance flashing in her eyes. With a firm grip on her resolve, she spoke defiantly, her words echoing through the empty bathroom. "I'll confront him directly. I'll demand the truth." Cameron's voice filled with disbelief, almost pleading, "Isabelle, you can't be serious. It's too risky." Isabelle didn't waver. She abruptly hung up the phone, freshened up, and prepared to face Ethan head-on. Determination coursed through her veins as she stepped out of the house, ready to embark on her bold mission. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Wendy was engrossed in playtime with Arya in the cozy living room. Laughter filled the air as Arya clung to her mother's leg, excitedly sharing the news. "Mommy, great-grandma is still sleeping." Isabelle, who had intended to check on her mother, was interrupted by a sudden blur of movement. In a flash, a figure dashed in front of her, an accusatory finger inches away from her nose. It was Jennifer, her eyes fierce and piercing, her makeup emphasizing her anger. "Isabelle," Jennifer's voice rang out, laced with venomous fury. "What on earth did you give my mom? Why hasn't she woken up?" Jennifer's heavy makeup, particularly the sharp lines of her eyeliner, accentuated the intensity of her rage. In that moment, she appeared ready to devour Isabelle alive, the flames of anger burning brightly within her. Isabelle frowned, staring at the finger. Wendy walked over, standing in front of her. "Jennifer, speak calmly. What is this all about?" Jennifer was frantic. "Speak calmly? No wonder they say a mother-in-law is different from one's own mother. You're not worried, are you?" Wendy's expression changed. Kennedy spoke sternly. "Jennifer, enough!" Jennifer glared at him and yelled angrily, "Mom is lying in there unconscious, and you're not even worried. Do you resent that she's been a bother to you all these years?" Kennedy and Wendy were both infuriated and for a moment couldn't find the words to respond. Just then, a crisp voice sounded. "Who said Grandma is unconscious?" Isabelle turned to Jennifer and sneered. "Grandma is just sleeping. We could wake her up. What's with the drama?" Having said this, she headed toward Grandma Jake's bedroom. Everyone exchanged glances and hurriedly followed behind her. Grandma Jocks was blind and had mobility issues, so the bedroom door was never locked to facilitate everyone coming in and out to take care of her. At that moment, the old lady was lying on the bed, her complexion rosy. Even the redness and swelling around her eyes seemed to have subsided a bit. Isabelle softly called out, "Grandma? Grandma?" Grandma Jocks' mouth moved, and then she slowly opened her eyes, which were swollen so much that only a small slit was visible. Wendy quickly stepped forward and helped her sit up in bed. "Mom, how are you?" But Grandma Jocks just stared blankly at her. Wendy was frightened by her expression and was thinking about whether or not to take her to the hospital when she suddenly heard Grandma Jocks speak. "Wendy, you've gotten old." Wendy was stunned. Grandma Jocks chuckled. "It's been over 20 years. How could you not age?" Wendy caught on and exclaimed with joy, "Mom, can you see?" Grandma Jocks nodded, then looked around at everyone else. After her gaze swept over Jennifer and Kennedy, she spoke again. You all have gotten old. And you, Jennifer, all these years, your temper hasn't changed. Finally, her gaze settled on Isabelle. The girl stood there with an aloof expression, as if she didn't belong in this family. Her features were delicate, and her almond-shaped eyes would normally make one appear gentle, but on her face they were accompanied by an air of pride and arrogance. She looked very much like her mother had at her age. Tears welled up in Grandma Jock's eyes, and she reached out a hand toward her. Bella? Though her aunt had always been protective of her, this kind of concern from a blood relative made Isabelle feel an indescribable mix of sourness and pain in her chest. It's as if she's no longer alone. Kennedy also had teary eyes and excitedly spoke. For over 20 years, Mom's eyes have never been healed, and now she can actually see. Bella, what kind of medicine did you give Mom? Miracle pill, Isabella said to herself. As Isabelle's words hung in the air, she couldn't help but recall her mother's wise advice on maintaining a low profile and avoiding unnecessary attention. With that in mind, she chose her words carefully, responding in a casual tone. Oh, I purchased it from a nearby pharmacy. It's supposed to have benefits for clearing the eyes and refreshing the mind. I didn't inquire about the specifics. In truth, Isabelle had made the pill randomly, without much knowledge about its true effects. Jennifer's voice sliced through the tension, sharp and biting. It's like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. You may be young, but your knowledge of potions should not lead to such reckless actions. Wendy, unable to bear Jennifer's relentless criticism, interjected, her voice tinged with exasperation. Jennifer, regardless of the circumstances, we should be grateful to Bella. Jennifer, dripping with sarcasm, fired back. Grateful? Should I kneel and kowtow or set off fireworks and firecrackers in celebration? Her words were clearly laced with scorn, but Isabelle's lips curled into a slight smile as she responded with a calm yet firm demeanor. There's no need for such grand gestures. Her voice, though soft-spoken, carried an air of composed authority. However, an apology to my mother would be appropriate. In that critical moment, Jennifer felt her face flush with a mix of embarrassment and defiance. Isabelle's poised request had momentarily subdued her arrogance, but she wasn't ready to concede defeat. Clenching her fists tightly, she straightened her back and responded with a defensive evasion, her voice laced with bitterness. Apologize? Apologize for what? It was because of your mother running away from home that mine was left devastated and went blind. If anyone should be offering apologies, it should be your family. Your mother abandoned us, leaving the Jocks family in shambles. Why should I apologize to her? Kennedy, sensing the mounting tension, let out a weary sigh. His voice turned stern as he commanded, Jennifer, enough! That's enough! Jennifer, stunned by Kennedy's intervention, looked at him in astonishment. Her voice quivered with disbelief as she questioned, Kennedy, are you reprimanding me for this unruly girl's sake? Kennedy's gaze held firm as he spoke each word deliberately, his voice carrying an unwavering authority. She is not an unruly girl. She is my sister's daughter, my niece. She is a part of the Jocks family legacy. You will apologize to my sister. The weight of his words echoed through the room, underscoring the significance of their familial bonds. Jennifer stood frozen, her eyes meeting Kennedy's unwavering gaze. In that moment, she realized the gravity of the situation and the importance of upholding the values of family loyalty and respect. The room crackled with tension as Jennifer's voice reverberated with defiance. A fiery anger consumed her, making it difficult for her to utter the words of apology. Sensing the weight of the moment slipping from her grasp, she unleashed a roar of frustration, her voice echoing through the room. Have you truly decided to stand against me? Fine then. Do you no longer need my assistance in managing the Jocks pharmacy? Kennedy was left stunned, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Jennifer had been an integral part of the pharmacy department at Jocks Pharmacy Acheron, single-handedly keeping it afloat and preventing it from falling into bankruptcy. Was she truly resorting to threats now? Silence hung heavy in the air, Kennedy struggling to find his voice amidst the turmoil. Jennifer, perceptive as ever, recognized that her threat had struck a nerve. Straightening her back, she sneered, her tone dripping with contempt. If you make a mistake, you must face the consequences. It was my sister's wrongdoing when she eloped, tarnishing our family's reputation. Why should I apologize to her? Can she even bear the weight of my apology? But before she could revel in her perceived victory, a resounding slap cut through the air, the sound echoing with a mix of shock and disbelief. It was as if time had momentarily frozen, the room suspended in a charged silence, everyone's eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Kennedy's hand, trembling with a mixture of anger and disappointment, remained in midair, his palms stinging from the force of the slap he had delivered. His gaze, filled with a mix of sorrow and resolve, met Jennifer's stunned expression. In that singular moment, the dynamics of power and pride were shattered, giving way to a realization that there were consequences for one's actions and words. Jennifer was closer to the bedside, and Kennedy's mother, Old Lady Jacks slapped her across the face too. Jennifer was stunned and looked at her incredulously. Isabella just watched from the side, thinking how Jennifer deserved those slaps. Old Lady Jake, trembling, yelled angrily, "Your sister must have had her reasons. You are not allowed to talk about her like that." Jennifer took a step back, touching her face with a bitter smile. "You can make me shut up, but can you make those outside shut up? Her mother was frivolous and eloped with someone, wasting the Hunters' family time. This incident has been the biggest scandal for the elites in nearly 20 years. Kennedy's face was stern. "My sister had her reasons." "What reasons?" Jennifer shouted hysterically. "We found love letters in her room. She definitely eloped. How long are you going to deceive yourselves?" She looked at Old Lady Jocks and Kennedy. "I'll say this one last time. In this family, it's either her or me. You choose one." The room became quiet. Isabelle silently turned around. "I'm leaving." But before she reached the door, a warm, large hand gripped her shoulder. Kennedy's slightly weary voice came, "Bella, where are you going? This is your home." As he spoke, he didn't dare look at Jennifer's expression, but his attitude was already very clear. Jennifer looked at the old lady, then at Wendy. Both turned their heads away. She finally looked at Kennedy. "Fine, fine. Right now, the Jocks family and other family are in a competition, and at this crucial moment, you're kicking me out for this cursed girl? Fine, I'll leave." Jennifer turned to leave, but realized no one was stopping her. When she got to the door, she paused, then with teary eyes sneered, "You all favor my sister, but you've forgotten who led Acheron to where it is over the past 20 years. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kennedy, I'll be waiting for Jack Pharmacy to be completely crushed by their competitors. I'll be waiting for the day it closes down, and I would drink wine in celebration." After leaving these words, she strode away. Wendy frowned. Has Jennifer lost her mind? How can she say such things over a few words, almost 50 years old and still acting so impetuously? She looked at Kennedy with concern. Now is a critical moment for the Jocks family and the Jeremiah family to compete for the market. What should we do if Jennifer really doesn't come to work? Kennedy massaged his temples with a headache. We'll just have to tackle problems as they come. Seeing the worried looks on both of their faces, Isabelle asked, "Uncle Aunt, is there anything I can help with?" Kennedy sighed. "No need, Bella. Just stay at home and keep Arya company. What the Jocks family needs most now is not business competition, but the genuine recipe for the medicine pill." The Jeremiah family became famous in the circles of the wealthy in Romania and Paris by relying on their pill that had all werewolf nutrients from the past. If the recipe was still here, the limelight should have belonged to the Jocks family. Sigh! Kennedy and Wendy, with worried looks, left the house, deciding to go to Acheron to think of a solution. Meanwhile, Isabelle carefully explained to her grandmother how to use the ointment, and accompanied her in adapting to life with restored vision. Once she was back on track, Isabelle went downstairs. As she was having brunch, Andrea suddenly rushed in from outside. Her eyes were shining, and upon seeing Isabelle, she pounced in front of her. "Isabelle, is this pill a miracle pill?" "Oh boy." Meanwhile, the gray group building, towering into the clouds, located in the center of Romania. On the top floor, Ethan was working. Hardin was pacing back and forth in the hallway, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts and dilemmas. His nephew said that as long as someone with the last name Hunter cures his grandmother's illness, he will tell Ethan the truth. But why does he feel that Ethan doesn't even know he has a daughter? He can't keep this from his brother anymore. For this period, he has been struggling every day with how to tell Ethan the truth, leading to loss of appetite, difficulty sleeping, and even losing interest in playing video games. The nephew wants the two to form a family, but to him, that seems impossible. Ethan is so repulsed by the woman who gave birth to Noah. Wouldn't it be too much to keep this from him? After all, this is his own brother. After mentally preparing himself and accepting that he might not have anyone to team up with in gaming from now on, Hardin took a deep breath and pushed open the office door. Ethan was reviewing documents, his face stern and focused. Even the mole near his eye seemed to reflect his seriousness. Upon hearing the sound, he looked up. Meeting his gaze, Hardin blurted out, "Brother, actually, you have a daughter." The office was engulfed in an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional sound of stifled whispers. The tension hung thick in the air, as if secrets were about to spill out. Teddy, the enigmatic special assistant, adjusted his glasses with a calculated air of mystery. He sauntered towards the door, deliberately shutting it with a firm click, shielding the room from the prying eyes of the gossiping secretaries. Their curiosity piqued, fueling the air of intrigue that surrounded him. Hardin, ever the provocateur, made a feeble attempt to entice Teddy. His voice wavered as he spoke. "Imagine, my friend, a daughter, soft, tender, and undeniably adorable. Don't you crave one?" As the words escaped Hardin's lips, a vivid image invaded Ethan's mind. He saw Noah, his son, innocently playing with Barbie dolls. His narrowed eyes shot a piercing glance at Hardin, a warning concealed within. "What are you insinuating?" Could it be that Hardin harbored ill intentions towards Noah, something that would ignite the wrath of the public? Fear gripping him, Hardin recoiled and stammered, "No, I meant it. You can actually have a daughter. Seek out Isabelle, and you'll have both a son and a daughter." Ethan's mind raced, trying to decipher the cryptic message. At first, relief washed over him, as Noah's name remained unmentioned. But then the realization hit him like a thunderclap. Finding Isabelle, having a daughter. The realization hit Ethan like a thunderbolt, his brows furrowing deeply as he scolded himself inwardly. Absolute nonsense. The mere thought of raising another person's child sent a surge of irritation coursing through his veins. How could he possibly embrace the responsibility of being a father to someone else's flesh and blood? Fueled by frustration, his anger intensified, directed not only at the audacity of Hardin's suggestion, but also at Hardin himself for his feeble demeanor. Pointing an accusatory finger towards the door, Ethan's voice boomed, "Get out!" Hardin desperately attempted to interject, but before he could utter a word, Ethan's fury erupted like a volcanic eruption. "Out!" he thundered, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. Silence hung in the air as Hardin, petrified and trembling, scurried out of Ethan's office. He wiped his forehead, despite the absence of any perspiration, his legs betraying his fear-induced weakness. Yet, amidst his trepidation, a glimmer of determination flickered in Hardin's eyes. He had spoken the truth to Ethan, and if Ethan chose not to believe him, he couldn't be held accountable. Right? Hardin hurriedly made his way back home, a plan forming in his mind. He sought solace in the company of his little niece, hoping her gaming prowess could help him accumulate some much-needed points. Little did he know that the game he was about to play would unravel a web of secrets, far more intricate than he could ever imagine. As Hardin departed, his conscience surprisingly unburdened, the oppressive atmosphere in the office lingered, refusing to dissipate. Ethan's gaze remained fixed on the desk, his focus eluding him as the words on the documents blurred into a meaningless jumble. The notion of raising someone else's daughter seemed inconsequential to him. After all, he could easily delegate the task to a nanny. Emotional entanglements had always been a hassle in his cold-hearted worldview. The mere thought of developing feelings for that woman was already a burden in itself, let alone contemplating the addition of a daughter to the equation. Wait a minute, when did he agree to develop feelings for her in the first place? Ethan, renowned for his icy demeanor and rationality, felt a flicker of confusion dance in his typically composed and wise eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a short, sardonic laugh, feeling as though he had been worrying needlessly. What did it matter if that woman had a child or had made mistakes in her youth? It had nothing to do with him, really. He had sought her help for a medical treatment, merely owing her a favor in return. All he had to do was find an opportunity to repay her, to settle the debt that hung between them like an invisible thread. At the Jocks' residence. Andrea's bright eyes sparkled beneath her voluminous double eyelids as she eagerly inquired, "Isabelle, where did you obtain the prescription?" Isabelle was on the verge of concocting a plausible excuse when she heard Andrea's excited question. Did Aunt provide it? Observing the glimmer of hope in Andrea's eyes, Isabelle simply nodded in response. Instantly, Andrea's hands clasped together, her excitement palpable. This year, the prestigious Jeremiah family unveiled the summer relief pills, which are rumored to be even more potent than our Vitality liquid. Furthermore, the Jeremiah family's groundbreaking pill saved the matriarch of the renowned Gray family, becoming a legend in the industry. Our pharmacy, Archeron, has experienced a noticeable decline in foot traffic lately, and many of our former collaborators have returned our stock, opting for Jeremiah's offerings instead. If only Aunt had left us with the miracle pill, the Jocks family could be saved. Isabelle arched an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding passing across her face. So this was the plight the Jocks family faced. Lowering her gaze, she spoke with a determined tone, "Wait here." Rising from her seat, Isabelle ascended the stairs to her room. There, she retrieved a piece of paper and diligently transcribed the formula of the miracle pill, along with the necessary precautions for its manufacturing process. With the precious document in hand, she descended the stairs and presented it to Andrea, her voice filled with purpose. "This is the formula." Andrea's demeanor turned grave as she hastily rose from her seat, a sense of gravity coloring her expression. "Isabelle, you're giving me the formula just like that?" As a pharmacist, Andrea understood the immense importance and sensitivity of such a formula. However, Isabelle's response carried a casual tone, causing Andrea to grit her teeth and reluctantly accept the document. "I'll give it a try. Sis, producing this pill is no easy task. Aunt expended great effort and could only create 5 doses initially. Let's keep this from Mom and Dad for now, to avoid raising their hopes and then shattering them." Silence hung in the air as Isabelle contemplated Andrea's anxious demeanor. Confident in the improved version of the formula she had developed, Isabelle simply nodded in acknowledgement. Driven by her anxiety, Andrea rushed out once more, determined to work swiftly in order to provide relief for their parents without them having to endure the burden of trying to make sales. The following day, as Isabelle descended the stairs to join her family for breakfast, her eyes fell upon Kennedy and Wendy sitting on the couch, their faces etched with deep concern. A significant medical conference was scheduled for that day, attracting key figures from the industry. It had been decided beforehand that Jennifer and Kennedy would attend together, with Jennifer overseeing the technological aspects and Kennedy handling sales. Kennedy dialed Jennifer's number, adopting a pleasant tone only to be met with her sarcastic retort, "Didn't the Jocks family make it clear they don't need me anymore? Since you all adore Isabelle so much, let her go instead." Despite the internal conflicts they faced, it was essential for a family to stand united in the face of external challenges. However, Jennifer's stubbornness posed a hurdle. Wendy, who typically possessed a good temper, grew increasingly frustrated. "Fine, if she refuses, I will accompany you." Kennedy nodded in agreement. Just as their conversation concluded, Isabelle descended the stairs, catching their attention. Wendy seized the opportunity to propose. "Bella, come with us. The conference today could prove highly beneficial for you." Isabelle contemplated for a moment before consenting. "All right." The conference took place in the grand ballroom of the renowned Tequila Hotel owned by the great family in Romania, setting the stage for an event of immense significance. The exchange meeting unfolded within the conference hall of the prestigious Grey Hotel. Though dubbed as an exchange meeting, it resembled more of an intimate banquet, where significant business deals could be forged. However, as the trio approached the entrance, their path was obstructed by a waiter. Apologetically, he informed them, "I'm sorry, but your QR code invitations are incorrect, and you are unable to enter." Kennedy's brow furrowed in frustration. "But this is what we received," the waiter explained further. "This year's exchange meeting is hosted by the Jeremiah family. They have explicitly stated that this is an exclusive medical exchange event, and invitations have been reissued solely to doctors with esteemed reputations, dismissing those who rest on past accomplishments. Hence, you are unable to gain entry." Kennedy's anger flared up, his fists clenched tightly, his face turning an alarming shade of blue and black. It was evident that the Jeremiah family was deliberately causing trouble. However, being barred from this event would result in their exclusion from the esteemed medical community. Witnessing Kennedy's sudden silence, the waiter couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. He had encountered numerous low-level doctors attempting to sneak into high-profile exchange meetings, hoping to establish connections beyond their reach. Thinking that these three were of the same sort, he loudly said, "If you don't have an invitation, please step aside and don't block the guests behind." This remark drew the attention of everyone around. The community was small, and everyone knew each other well. Kennedy suddenly felt his cheeks burning as if on fire, extremely embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a voice saying, "Wait a moment." Ethan had a scheduled lunch appointment at the Grey Hotel around noon. Exiting the elevator on the second floor, he initially disregarded the commotion emanating from the conference hall's entrance. However, his attention was drawn to a familiar figure as he glanced in that direction. Pausing momentarily, Ethan's frown deepened upon hearing the impatient remarks of the waiter, prompting him to instruct Teddy, "Go and find out what's happening." Given the close ties between the Jocks and Grey families, Ethan would not tolerate any disrespect towards them. Teddy nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." Just as Teddy prepared to approach the scene, a commanding voice resonated, halting his advance. "Wait a moment." Isabelle swiftly retrieved her phone, her slender fingers tapping twice on the screen, leading her to her mailbox where several invitations awaited. As one of the most renowned surgeons, Isabelle received symbolic invitations from various countries for such prestigious exchange meetings. As expected, she received one for this formal exchange meeting too. As Isabelle scrambled to locate the invitation buried within her junk mail, a voice beside her called out, "Miss Hunter?" Startled, Isabelle raised her gaze and locked eyes with a woman in her 30s. The woman's curly hair cascaded around her shoulders, and she wore a professional business attire. Furrowing her brows, Isabelle hesitated for a moment before asking, "Who are you?" Dr. Yolanda's displeasure was evident on her face. They had crossed paths before in the hospital, and now Isabelle seemed to feign ignorance of their previous encounter. However, a memory flickered in Yolanda's mind. It was the incident when Ethan had brought a young doctor, and despite the initial commotion, it turned out that the doctor was a member of the Jocks family. The Jocks family, surviving solely on a formula from 2 decades ago to sell medicine, must have been desperate enough to entrust the young doctor with perfidy on Mrs. Grey. It was undoubtedly a risky gamble, but in the end, it had worked out in her favor. With this realization, Yolanda's displeasure dissipated quickly, replaced by a seemingly friendly smile as she offered advice. "We are all respected individuals here. Since the Jocks family did not receive an invitation, it wouldn't be wise to cause a scene." Dr. Yolanda's seemingly friendly advice ignited a wave of hushed whispers among the people waiting in line behind them. Their words carried a mixture of surprise and disdain. "Oh my God, I thought the Jocks family simply forgot to bring their invitation. They didn't receive one? The Jeremiah family has completely taken over the market. No one wants the Jocks family's medicine anymore. It's such a pity. They've fallen so low that they weren't even deemed worthy of an invitation. They have no one to blame but themselves. They failed to innovate and adapt. I heard that the pharmacies and hospitals they used to collaborate with returned their products and switched to the Jeremiah family. If I were in their shoes, I would leave immediately, tail between my legs. Why are they still lingering here?" These comments hit Kennedy like a barrage of verbal blows, causing his face to flush with humiliation. He had never experienced such an intense sense of shame before. A moment of silence passed between Dr. Yolanda and Kennedy before she let out a sigh. "Today is meant to be an enjoyable occasion for everyone. If you insist on entering, Uncle Jocks, if you promise not to cause any disturbances, I can take you inside." The phrase "not to cause any disturbances" hung in the air, conveying an implicit message that they were somehow not good enough to be present. Kennedy felt the sting of humiliation like a sharp slap across his face. Filled with anger and wounded pride, he turned around, preparing to storm off. However, before he could take a step, a cold voice cut through the tension, freezing him in place. "No need." Isabelle's almond-shaped eyes pierced Dr. Yolanda with an icy glare. "The Jocks family received numerous invitations. I took some time to locate it, causing the delay. Uncle, aunt, my apologies." With determination, she retrieved her phone and displayed the QR code to the waiter. "May we enter now?" The waiter, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stammered, "Yes, please." In a composed manner, the three members of the Jocks family gracefully proceeded into the banquet hall, leaving Dr. Yolanda standing at the entrance, dumbfounded. Doubts clouded her mind. She distinctly remembered the absence of an invitation for the Jocks family. Could she have been mistaken? Not far away, Teddy, who had started to approach the scene with the intention of offering assistance, came to a halt. He turned to face Ethan, his expression reflecting surprise. "It seems they don't require our help." Ethan's response was a wordless contemplation, his thoughts churning within. As the shock of Isabelle's revelation settled, Ethan momentarily forgot that the woman before him was Roseanne. How could she possibly be without an invitation? Nevertheless, the phrase "the Jocks family received so many invitations" held a touch of amusement. In that moment, Ethan took a decisive step forward, turning his gaze towards the conference room. The usually reserved man's voice broke the silence, his words filled with purpose. "I am going to see if there is an opportunity to repay a favor." Following closely behind him, Teddy remained silent. He thought to himself, "Boss, there's no need to explain. To explain is to hide something." However, as a professional secretary, Teddy swiftly provided an update on the Jocks family's situation. The Jocks family's medicines are not selling well, and if this trend continues, they might face the threat of bankruptcy. Ethan remained silent, but his contemplative expression revealed a glimmer of thoughtfulness upon hearing Teddy's report. Due to his prominent position, the waiters at the Gray Hotel recognized Ethan, allowing him to enter the conference room without hindrance. The room was arranged like an intimate banquet, with most attendees donning elegant suits and dresses. Amidst the crowd, one person stood out effortlessly, the woman in jeans and a white t-shirt, her stunning beauty radiating a captivating presence. Ethan slightly squinted his eyes and walked toward her. As soon as he entered, he heard Wendy asking, "Bella, where did you get the invitation?" The girl casually answered, "Oh, I helped Mrs. Gray with her illness before. Though I didn't help much, Ethan was quite good." Wendy was easily led astray by this remark. "So it was Ethan who gave it. He must have wanted you to come and experience more. This woman really makes him take the blame for everything." He suddenly smirked and spoke in a low voice. "Uncle, aunt." The three people walking ahead immediately stopped and turned around. Upon seeing him, Wendy immediately expressed her gratitude. "Ethan, thank you for giving Bella the invitation. Otherwise, we really couldn't have gotten in today." Ethan's gaze swept over the girl, only to see her awkwardly touch her nose, but she soon composed herself. Her obedient apricot eyes slightly raised, her expression seemingly amused, yet not quite, as if she wasn't the one who just lied. "Her psychological quality is really good." Ethan also responded with a similar amused expression. "You're welcome." Kennedy came to the banquet to sell his family's medicines. Seeing an old customer who wanted to return a product ahead, he quickly spoke. "Ethan, you guys chat. I will be right back." He then walked forward. Worry appeared on Wendy's face. Ethan's gaze flitted to Isabelle from the corner of his eye. Apricot eyes, a small but prominent nose, and plump red lips, very pretty. For some reason, he suddenly thought of what Hardin said yesterday. "Go find Isabelle, and you can have a daughter." Daughter. He suddenly spoke. "Miss Hunter, what does your daughter look like? Does she resemble you?" Isabelle gave him a glance. In reality, Arya didn't look like her. To be honest, she looked more like this man, about 70% similar. She answered, no, she looks like her dad. Oh? Ethan suddenly became interested. Do you have a picture? Isabelle glanced at him. Yes. Ethan glanced at her with anticipation, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl's photo on her phone. But much to his surprise, the girl seemed to deliberately ignore him, leaving him feeling a bit puzzled and awkward. Wendy, mischievous as ever, chimed in. Ah, Aria, right? I have her photo too. And not just that, I even managed to capture a fantastic video of her. His curiosity piqued. Ethan eagerly awaited the moment when Wendy would reveal the long-awaited photo. However, his hopes were thwarted when Isabelle intervened with a subtle gesture, suggesting that Uncle Kennedy needed assistance. Of course, Wendy's attention was quickly diverted to the commotion Kennedy was causing with the other party. She flashed Ethan an apologetic smile and hurriedly dashed off to attend to her brother. Typical, Ethan thought, sensing Wendy's intentional diversion to avoid sharing the photo with him. It was almost as if she was purposefully hiding something from him. After all, he had already shown her a picture of his own son, so what could be so secretive about her daughter's photo? A tinge of irritation spread across Ethan's face, his emotions mixed with a hint of coldness. He couldn't help but wonder why Wendy and Isabella was playing this game of hide-and-seek with the innocent image he wanted to see. Nonetheless, Ethan decided not to let it bother him too much and plastered a nonchalant smile, vowing to uncover the mystery behind Wendy's evasive behavior later. For now, he'd enjoy the ongoing family drama, hoping that eventually, the elusive photo of Aria would reveal itself. Seeing that Isabelle also nodded to him and walked towards Kennedy, he suddenly instructed Clint, "Investigate her daughter. She can't be so ugly that she's not fit to be seen." Fueled by frustration, Ethan decided that if they wouldn't show him the photo, he'd have to find out for himself. With a determined look on his face, he brushed off his usual tendency to walk away and instead trailed behind them discreetly. As the tension escalated between Kennedy and the other party, a man named Clint observed the unfolding drama with a raised eyebrow, curious about the unfolding events. Isabelle arrived just in time to witness Kennedy's evident distress. The other man, Mr. Jerry, didn't mince his words, criticizing Kennedy's reliance on personal connections in the face of stiff competition. The mention of their business falling behind the Jeremiah's family pills added more fuel to the fire. Wendy couldn't hold back her frustration, clenching her fists as she vented her dissatisfaction to Isabelle. She passionately defended their Aqua's pill formulas, which were expertly improved by Isabelle's mother and had previously enjoyed significant demand from the other party. Kennedy tried to maintain composure, taking a deep breath to negotiate reasonably. He acknowledged the other party's desire to find a new partner, but urged them to honor the existing contract for the batch of pills that had already been produced and signed. Deputy Director Jerry laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying the tense atmosphere in the room. How about this? I know you're having some difficulties lately. For this batch of medicines, we'll buy them at 40% of the price. How does that sound? Kennedy, his grip on the champagne glass tightening, struggled to keep his composure. 40%? We always gave you a low price. This is clearly kicking us while we're down. Deputy Director Jerry placed a reassuring hand on Kennedy's shoulder, attempting to pacify him. Kennedy, this is what I mean. If you agree, we'll help you out this time, and at least you'll have some profit. However, I heard that other customers have returned your products, and your Aqua product isn't doing so well. Your reputation is suffering, isn't it? He couldn't help but add a hint of sarcasm to his words. Kennedy's blood boiled with anger, struggling to hold back his retort. The man maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed by Kennedy's rage. Anyway, think about it. Do you want to let those pills expire, or sell them to me at a low price? Before Jerry could finish his sentence, a confident voice interjected from the side. 40% is too low. How about 80%? The sudden interruption caused everyone in the room to turn their heads in surprise. There stood Jennifer, her poise unwavering as she stared at Deputy Director Jerry. The Deputy Director's smile faltered for a moment, slightly taken aback by Jennifer's boldness. 80%? That's a considerable increase from 40, he said, trying to regain control of the situation. Jennifer remained composed, meeting Jerry's gaze with determination. Your proposal is unfair, and it doesn't do justice to the quality of our medicines. We put in a lot of effort and resources into developing these products. An 80% offer is more reasonable. Her husband is a well-known internal medicine doctor. Seeing her, Kennedy and Wendy's eyes turned slightly red, and a sudden warmth rose in their hearts. Kennedy called out, Jennifer. Jennifer ignored him but smiled at Deputy Director Jerry. 40% would be too much of a loss for us. If it's 80%, the loss would still be within an acceptable range. After saying this, she approached Deputy Director Jerry. Old classmate, once this deal is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Deputy Director Jerry looked at Jennifer, his eyes showing a somewhat lecherous expression. He took Jennifer's hand and gently stroked the back of it. Jennifer felt a sudden surge of disgust, but she endured it and heard Deputy Director Jerry speak. As for your medicine, don't even think about selling it this time. Abner Kims of the Kims family has announced that whoever buys from you, his family won't sell pills to. He holds the Mirai pill, which is a life-saving medicine. Who dares to offend him? Now I am the only one who has the capability to buy you out at 40%. Jennifer withdrew her hand, but Deputy Director Jerry grabbed it again. Jenny, how about we go to the side balcony for a talk? Deputy Director Jerry and Jennifer were college classmates, and he always admired her, but Jennifer found him too ugly and rejected him several times. At this moment, hearing his suggestive words, she nearly felt sick. Whatever you have to say, let's say it here. Deputy Director Jerry's finger traced her palm. There are too many people here. Let's go to the side. I can offer you 70%. Don't make a fuss. The Jocks family is in such a bad state now. If you make a scene at this meeting, you won't be able to lift your head in the future. Jennifer tried to withdraw her hand, but Deputy Director Jerry held on tightly, warning her with his gaze. His hand began to wander towards Jennifer's bottom. Jennifer was extremely embarrassed. When she was a child, their Acheron pharmaceutical company was highly sought after. During school, many excellent boys chased after her, but she ignored them all. But ever since her sister Roseanne left, the Jocks family had fallen into decline. She had maintained the Jocks family with a lot of smiles. Now, even a minor Deputy Director Jerry dared to touch her. This reminded her of her time in junior high school. She was pretty, and her family was wealthy. A group of jealous girls cornered her in the restroom, and she didn't dare to fight back. It was her sister who suddenly charged in, her slender figure wielding a broom, indiscriminately hitting those girls. Afterwards, her sister taught her, looking up at her chin, "What are you afraid of? To deal with such villains, you must be even tougher than them." If her sister was still here, they would never have fallen this low. Jennifer clenched her fists tightly, intending to forcefully push him away, but suddenly noticed Deputy Director Jerry's body stiffening up. She turned around and saw a girl who looked very much like her sister standing next to her, her delicate hand pressing on Deputy Director Jerry's wrist, applying a little force that made him ready to shout out loud. Isabelle coldly said, "Don't make a fuss. If you cause a scandal at this meeting, you won't be able to hold your head high." She gave his own words right back to him. Deputy Director Jerry let go of Jennifer, reluctantly stepped back, sweating profusely from the pain, and muttered in a low voice, "Can you let go now?" Isabelle let go of him. Kennedy rushed over to stand in front of Jennifer and Isabelle. "We won't do this deal." Seeing this, Deputy Director Jerry lowered his voice and roared angrily, Fine. If you don't want to sell to me, then I'd like to see who else, besides our medical college, dares to buy your medicine." As these words fell, a deep voice suddenly came. Who said no one dares to buy? Ethan, with an icy demeanor, strode purposefully across the room. The exchange meeting buzzed with energy, each participant engrossed in their own conversations. Ethan deliberately kept a low profile, relishing the fact that not many people paid him any mind. This gathering revolved around medical exchanges, and to most, Ethan remained an enigmatic figure beyond their reach. However, Deputy Director Jerry was the exception. His eyes widened as he locked gazes with Ethan, uttering in disbelief, "Mr. Gray?" Seemingly unaffected by the Deputy Director's presence, Ethan coolly shifted his focus to Kennedy, exclaiming with a composed air, "Uncle Jakes, all of Acheron Hospital's medicine will now be exclusively purchased from the Jocks family. 5,000 pills of every single type of medicine your family produces must be delivered each month." Silence swept through the room. 5,000 pills of each variety, such a staggering demand. While the quantity may not have seemed substantial, it would undoubtedly sustain Acheron's daily expenses without a hitch. It was nothing short of a well-timed lifeline. With Ethan's bold proclamation, the atmosphere crackled with intrigue, and the attention of everyone present was now firmly fixated on the mysterious figure who had just shaken the foundation of the exchange meeting. Deputy Director Jerry, though taken aback, couldn't help but be captivated by the audacity and determination displayed by Ethan. Moreover, the quantity was suitable. Acheron Hospital could certainly use 5,000 pills. It wouldn't make people feel like Ethan was pitying them, thus giving enough respect to the Jocks family. Efficient and meticulous in his work, Kennedy quickly regained his composure, sharing knowing glances with Jennifer and Wendy. The Jocks family indeed had numerous individuals to support, and both Jennifer and Andrea were at the forefront of groundbreaking pharmaceutical research, signifying boundless potential for the future. Expressing genuine gratitude, Kennedy assured Ethan, "Rest assured, all medicines will be provided to you at the lowest possible cost, and I personally guarantee that the quality of the medications will be unmatched." Ethan nodded in approval and turned to Clint, instructing him, "Draft the contract in the legal department and get it signed as soon as possible." With that settled, Ethan's attention shifted to Isabelle. When Isabelle had operated on his grandmother, she had selflessly waived any consultation or surgery fees. Now he saw an opportunity to show his appreciation and repay her kindness by providing some financial support. But to his surprise, Isabelle furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat troubled. $700 per pill for each type of medicine, including new products? New products? Kennedy and Jennifer exchanged surprised glances. They were unaware of any new products at the moment. It seemed Ethan had caught them off guard with this unexpected demand. Ethan quickly responded, yes, included. Isabelle glanced at him and casually said, are you sure? The new products are a bit expensive. A bit expensive? How expensive could it be? Ethan unconcernedly asked, how much? Isabelle spoke slowly. Cost price, $700 per pill. Ethan furrowed his eyebrows. $700 per pill, equating to $3.5 million a month. For all the other pills from Archeron, each one is $700. Added together, they only cost a few million per month. She was demanding so much with one sentence? This was literally a lion's mouth wide open. Ethan's brow furrowed and his expression cooled a bit. Although he hadn't interacted with this woman much, he didn't think she was the type to be ungrateful. Kennedy and Jennifer came to their senses and hurriedly spoke up. Bella, don't talk nonsense. We don't have any new products. Isabelle offered a brief explanation. Andrea is making medicines. It will be out soon. What's coming out? The new product development department in the factory hadn't produced any new products in several years. In the presence of outsiders, Kennedy couldn't directly scold Isabelle for her remark, so he diplomatically clarified to Ethan, new products are not part of the deal, rest assured. Ethan's piercing gaze remained fixed on Isabelle, almost as if he could see through her thoughts. What do you think, Miss Hunter? He inquired, curious about her perspective. Isabelle hesitated for a moment. The XXX pill's development involved an array of expensive ingredients, including rare medicinal materials like ginseng, making the production cost exorbitant. Even for the materials and development alone, a single pill could cost around $400 to $500. And yet, despite the high production costs, Ethan was proposing a wholesale price of $700, a seemingly low figure that Isabelle wanted to raise further to $1,500 for retail. Initially, she had hoped the XXX pill could recoup Archeron's investment and bolster its reputation. Supplying 5,000 pills each month might have been an opportunity for mutual benefit, but with mixed emotions, she decided to let him have it. After all, he was Noah's father, and it wouldn't hurt to let him enjoy some profit too. With a resigned sigh, Isabelle finally relented. Fine, take it. Ethan's expression became a mixture of confusion and surprise, as her tone implied that she was reluctantly granting the favor, even though she had been the one driving a hard bargain. The dynamics in the room shifted again, adding a touch of irony to the negotiation. Isabelle's decision, though tinged with complexity, highlighted the interplay of personal relationships and business transactions, making the scene all the more captivating. Frustration clouded Ethan's expression, as he felt the mood in the room take an unpleasant turn. However, before he could say anything, Kennedy swiftly intervened, trying to downplay Isabelle's words. Ethan, no. She's just a child. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Jennifer also stepped in, grasping Isabelle's arm firmly and reprimanding her in a hushed tone. What nonsense are you spouting in front of Mr. Gray? His father and sister are helping us out, and now you want to inflate the price like this? That's just... The word shameless hovered on her lips, but she hesitated, recalling how she had just defended Isabelle, so she held back her harsh words. As the discussion became heated, Ethan remained composed and declared, let's settle it this way. To Ethan, a gentleman's promise held immense value, and once given, he would honor it faithfully. He knew he couldn't backtrack on his agreement now. In his mind, the money would serve as Isabelle's consultation fee, a way to repay her for the kindness she had shown his grandmother during the surgery. With that decision, Ethan considered their accounts balanced, and any lingering grievances between them were resolved. The sudden interruption in the conversation startled everyone in the room. Ethan turned to see a young man with almond-shaped eyes, stylishly dressed in a gray suit, approaching them. The man introduced himself as Abner Kims, the master of the Kims family, and he expressed his interest in acquiring the XXX pill. He urgently needed the pill to cure his uncle's illness, and was willing to pay a staggering $150,000 for it. Isabelle couldn't shake the feeling that she knew this man but couldn't quite place him. Turning to her Aunt Wendy, she inquired, "Who is that?" Wendy hesitated before revealing, "That young man is Joyce Hunter, the current head of the Hunter family. His uncle is Aris Hunter." Aris Hunter, the name resonated with Isabelle. He was the man who had been deeply wronged by her mother and never married in his lifetime as a result. This revelation sent a shiver down Isabelle's spine. She couldn't believe fate had brought her face to face with the family of a man who had suffered so much because of her mother's actions. Ethan, too, recognized the significance of the moment. With a thoughtful expression, he observed the interaction between Joyce Hunter and the elderly man. There was a palpable tension in the air, as if the meeting held far more significance than a simple business transaction. The unexpected arrival of Joyce Hunter had stirred up emotions and memories that Isabelle had long buried. The meeting had taken yet another intriguing turn, offering a glimpse into the complexities of the past and the potential impact it could have on the present. As Abner Kimms, the master of the Kimms family, tried to explain the situation, Joyce Hunter's presence exuded authority, even without a smile. His almond-shaped eyes gave off a refreshing aura, yet he still commanded respect. A confident assistant by Joyce's side added to the pressure, questioning Abner. If that pill is so precious, why did you give one to the Gray family? Are you suggesting that the Hunter family is inferior or unable to afford it? Abner's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he hastily responded, Mr. Hunter, I didn't mean that at all. Joyce, not wanting to create an uncomfortable atmosphere, suggested in a gentle tone, let's discuss this matter privately. As they left to talk privately, Isabelle finally took her gaze away from the scene before her. Wendy couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe a single pill could be sold for $150,000. The revelation of the XXX pill's astonishing value sent shockwaves through the room. The tense confrontation between the Kimms family and the Hunter family showcased the potential conflict that could arise in the pursuit of this rare and valuable medicine. As soon as those words escaped the lips of Deputy Dean Jerry, a man who had long been overlooked and underestimated by many, he seized the moment to interject, unable to suppress his skepticism. That's a XXX pill, and naturally, it carries a hefty price tag. But pray tell, what miracle elixir does your family possess that dares to command a staggering $700 per pill? It appears to be nothing more than a blatant money-grabbing scheme. His gaze darted towards Ethan, and with a sense of urgency, he warned, Mr. Gray, do not let yourself be ensnared by deception. The pharmaceutical industry delves into intricate depths, and I cannot fathom how a concoction of seemingly ordinary ingredients could possibly justify such an exorbitant sum. Are you absolutely certain you are selling the authentic XXX pill? Ethan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of intensity suggesting he was becoming increasingly irked by Deputy Dean Jerry's blatant doubt and audacity. But why should Deputy Dean Jerry concern himself with whether Ethan was willing to pay a premium price? Before Ethan could respond, his attention was captivated by the girl who stood beside him, her lips curling slightly with an air of cool and unwavering confidence. It most certainly is a XXX pill, she asserted, her voice carrying an undeniable sense of conviction. The words hung in the air, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Even Deputy Dean Jerry, who had been outspoken in his skepticism, now found himself taken aback. Kennedy, Jennifer, and Wendy couldn't believe their ears either, especially since the topic of discussion had revolved around the enigmatic XXX pill. Deputy Dean Jerry was the first to collect his thoughts, still in disbelief. What on earth did you just say? Is this some sort of joke? Yet, Wendy seemed to catch a glimmer of understanding and leaned in to whisper, Isabella, do you possess the recipe for the XXX pill? It must be an heirloom passed down by your mother, isn't it? She vaguely recalled her husband mentioning that the XXX pill was the brainchild of Isabella's mother. Isabella nodded solemnly, confirming Wendy's suspicion. Yes, I possess the recipe, and I've already handed it over to my cousin Andrea. The pill is set to enter mass production within a few days. She anticipated a wave of excitement and enthusiasm from her revelation, but instead, Kennedy clenched his jaw and remained silent. Jennifer's brow furrowed tightly as she reproached, the final product hasn't even been produced yet, and here you are spreading unverified claims. You're still so young, Isabella, and your reliability is questionable. Learn to keep your composure. Isabelle's eyes were slightly cold. As Kennedy pondered Isabella's claim, he lowered his voice and spoke to her. Bella, when your mother created the XXX pill years ago, it was nothing short of a serendipitous moment. She managed to produce only one batch of 5 pills. The process of crafting these pills is immensely intricate, with an incredibly low success rate, which is why the XXX pill never gained widespread recognition back then. Even with the formula in hand, achieving mass production would be an arduous task. Observing the somber expressions on Kennedy and Jennifer's faces, Deputy Dean Jerry couldn't resist a taunting sneer. Ah, so now that Abner Kimms has a XXX pill, you want one too? If it were so easy to produce, Abner Kimms wouldn't be holding it as a treasure of his establishment. Laughter erupted once again from a nearby group. All eyes turned to witness Abner Kimms and Joyce Hunter strolling out together. After sharing a hearty laugh, Abner Kimms appeared at ease and addressed Joyce. Mr. Hunter, let's consider this matter settled, shall we? Joyce Hunter seemed somewhat disappointed, as if their recent discussion hadn't yielded the outcome he desired. He nodded in response, then proceeded to walk away, seemingly disinterested in the remainder of the event. The air hung with a mix of tension and intrigue, as the revelation of the XXX pill's existence sparked both hope and skepticism among those present. Isabella's assertion had stirred the atmosphere, and now, All eyes were fixed on what the future might hold for this elusive and extraordinary concoction. Isabella observed Joyce Hunter closely, her keen eyes not missing the subtle change in his demeanor. The once gentle smile that adorned his handsome face had vanished, replaced by an air of sorrow and regret. It seemed he was burdened by thoughts of his sick uncle at home, and the weight of his concerns was etched upon his features. She couldn't help but find this transformation quite heartbreaking. For someone who had always been emotionally indifferent, opting for solitude over socializing, this sudden surge of empathy was both surprising and puzzling to Isabella. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the uncharacteristic emotions that had taken hold of her. Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, a curious voice inquired from Abner Kimms, "Didn't Mr. Hunter purchase that pill?" Abner Kimms let out a sigh, his shoulders sagging slightly. Actually, the XXX pill wouldn't be of much use for Mr. Hunter's ailment. His health is in a fragile state, and he requires time to recuperate. A single pill wouldn't bring about a significant change in his condition. The unfolding events had captured her attention, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was more to this remarkable family than meets the eye. The revelation of the limited supply of the XXX pill had dawned upon everyone present. While this miraculous pill could serve as a life-changing remedy for many, it seemed tragically useless for R.S. Hunter, whose health was rapidly declining. His condition required a daily intake of the XXX pill for recuperation, but with only one of its kind remaining in the world, his hopes were dashed. Abner Kimms stepped forward once again, seeking a solution. "We cannot turn a blind eye to Mr. Hunter's plight. I propose that Yolanda, my esteemed last disciple, monitor Mr. Hunter's health status on a daily basis." With this offer, Abner Kimms managed to display both compassion and astuteness. It was a gesture that showed respect towards the Hunter family while demonstrating his ability to handle delicate situations. A nearby individual couldn't help but compliment, "Having Dr. Yolanda diagnose someone daily is a privilege only a few can afford." "Indeed," another chimed in, "Kimono Pharmacy is truly one of a kind. I've heard that getting an appointment at Abner Kimms's fifth clinic these days is nearly impossible." The conversation swiftly shifted as someone suddenly asked, "Abner Kimms, how much would you sell that last pill for? Name your price." A hushed anticipation filled the air as all eyes were fixed upon Abner Kimms, eagerly awaiting his response. The fate of the final XXX pill seemed to hang in the balance, sparking both curiosity and intrigue among the onlookers. The fervent crowd pressed closer, their eagerness palpable as they surrounded Abner Kimms. He found himself at the center of attention, and even Dr. Yolanda, standing proudly by his side, basked in the shared glory. The voices clamored around him, expressing the desire to purchase the last remaining XXX pill for standby use. The Kimms family name reverberated through the excited murmurs, and for a moment it seemed as though they held the power to shape the pharmaceutical industry. But Abner Kimms maintained a calm smile as he replied, "I'm not selling. This pill is the very treasure of our store." Dr. Yolanda, exuding an air of sophistication, added, "Indeed, this pill has been preserved meticulously using a special method developed by my master over the years. The annual cost to maintain its effectiveness reaches around $150,000. The crowd gasped in awe at the staggering sum. The fact that this single pill had remained potent for 25 years despite its age was truly remarkable. The Kimms family's prominence in the pharmaceutical world is undeniable with this treasure in their possession. A buzz of admiration and envy rippled through the gathering, leaving the Jocks family somewhat overshadowed and pushed to the sidelines. Abner Kimms noticed this, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he assessed the situation with an air of shrewd calculation. In this moment of prominence, the Kimms family stood tall, and the allure of the final XXX pill left all those present yearning for the elusive potential it held. He suddenly spoke up, "Pharmacy and medicine require accumulation and settling. You can't be greedy, you need to calm down and gain experience, and you can't be tempted by outside things. Kennedy, am I right?" With that comment, everyone's attention turned to Kennedy. Abner Kimms continued, "More than 20 years ago, the Jocks family was so brilliant that no one in the pharmaceutical industry didn't know them. But over the years, you and Jennifer, one focused on networking, the other on making money. Your minds are not pure about pharmaceuticals." Being publicly rebuked, the faces of Kennedy and Jennifer instantly turned red. Wendy stepped forward, smiling sweetly. "Abner Kimms, Kimono Pharmacy also mainly sells medicine. Someone has to be in charge of sales. By the way, when our sister was in charge of manufacturing, I heard you personally came to ask for advice." Abner Kimms looked at her and sighed. "Your sister Roseanne was indeed a rare pharmaceutical genius. Back then, she was the only one who had a chance to surpass me. It's a pity that she wasted her talents on romantic affairs and eloped with someone, which is shameless. If she had stayed modest and disciplined back then, she might have been able to create the XXX pill." Kennedy was somewhat irritated. "The XXX pill in your hand was created by my sister." Jennifer was also angry. "Back then, Her sister Roseanne made 5 pills, and Abner Kim's borrowed 2 of them, saying he wanted to observe. Later, before her sister had a chance to improve the manufacturing process, she had an accident. The 3 pills at home were used by a patient, and they all forgot about asking for the 2 XXX pills back. Now he was not only using these 2 pills to suppress the Jocks family, but he was even claiming that he had made the pills. He was simply shameless. Abner Kim's just smiled and said nothing. However, Dr. Yolanda frowned. "Uncle Jocks, your words are very strange. If the XXX pill was really made by your family, how could it be in my teacher's hands? And you don't have any." "Exactly, how could the Jocks family be so shameless? They even want to steal the Kim's family's pill. The XXX pill is difficult to make, and the 2 that Abner Kim's has were also made successfully by chance. How could they be from the Jocks family? If the Jocks family made the pills, why can't they produce them? They even said it was made by Roseanne. She's dead and not here, so of course they can say whatever they want. Unless they can produce the XXX pill, who would believe them?" Amidst the discussion, a cold voice slowly said, "Who says the Jocks family doesn't have the XXX pill?" In the dimly lit room, a hushed silence fell over the crowd as everyone turned their heads to look. There, standing casually, was a slender figure that immediately drew all eyes upon her. The girl was stunningly beautiful, with mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes that seemed to droop slightly, as if burdened by fatigue that drained her energy. However, beneath her tired facade, she exuded an unmistakable sense of overbearing arrogance. It was as if an aura of authority surrounded her, making it clear that she was not to be underestimated. As the murmurs of curiosity rippled through the crowd, the girl's fair fingers deftly reached into her pocket, retrieving a small black pill wrapped in white paper. With a swift motion, she tore off the crude white outer wrapper, revealing the mysterious object within. Pinching the pill delicately between 2 fingers, she looked up at Abner Kim's, the well-known figure among them, and proclaimed, "XXX pill, genuine." The moment those words left her lips, Abner Kim's pupils constricted, and a look of disbelief washed over his face. The girl's resemblance to Roseanne, a person he once knew so intimately, was uncanny. It was as if he had been transported back in time, seeing his former colleague standing before him once again, proudly announcing her latest creation, the XXX pill. A voice rang out from the crowd, breaking the momentary trance. "Dr. Webster, take a look. Is that the XXX pill?" Dr. Webster, a respected physician in the circle, stepped forward with a mix of curiosity and caution. He extended his hand, gingerly taking the pill from the girl's outstretched hand, and brought it to his nose, conducting a thorough examination. The crowd held their breath, anxiously awaiting Dr. Webster's verdict. The suspense was palpable as seconds felt like minutes. Finally, breaking the tension, Dr. Webster nodded with a mixture of surprise and admiration. "Yes, indeed, this is the XXX pill," he declared, his voice resonating with awe. "It's quite rare to encounter the genuine version." Whispers and murmurs spread like wildfire among the onlookers, each one marveling at the significance of this discovery. The XXX pill, a legendary concoction rumored to possess extraordinary properties that defied conventional medicine, had suddenly appeared in their midst. As the room buzzed with excitement and intrigue, Abner Kim's found himself torn between a surge of nostalgia and the urgency of the present situation. The girl, who bore such a striking resemblance to his past, now held the key to a new chapter in their medical world. After a moment, the room started to buzz with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. "It is the XXX pill, and it seems like it's newly made." "What? Newly made? This young lady seems to be from the Jocks family." So, was the XXX pill really made by Roseanne? The XXX pill. The very name sent ripples of awe through the crowd. Legends had circulated about this mythical creation, spoken in whispers among medical circles for years. It was said that the pill had the power to perform 3 astonishing feats upon the human body, a trifecta of extraordinary effects that defied the boundaries of modern science. Amidst the hushed discussions, a palpable tension hung in the air as the significance of this revelation settled upon them. The murmurs continued until the venue fell into a contemplative silence, everyone eagerly awaiting the truth behind this enigmatic girl's claims. In the midst of this charged atmosphere, Kennedy, an ambitious young researcher, couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He saw an opportunity to challenge Abner Kim's, who was renowned for his contributions to medicine. "Abner Kim's, you have nothing to say now, do you?" Kennedy proclaimed with a hint of triumph. Abner Kim's, a man of poise and experience, quickly regained his composure. His expression remained inscrutable, hiding his inner thoughts behind a mask of calmness. "Back then, I made medicines with Roseanne," Abner began, his voice steady. "I didn't expect that she also made the XXX pill." Though his words were nonchalant, there was a subtle undertone of self-preservation, as if he were attempting to save face amidst this unexpected revelation. A knowing "heh" escaped the lips of an older observer in the crowd, recognizing the delicate dance of pride and humility that Abner was performing. It was clear that the XXX pill had stirred not only curiosity, but also an unspoken competition among those present. Wendy's light chuckle reverberated in the room, and though she didn't utter a single word, her amusement sent ripples of discomfort through Abner Kim's. It was as if her laughter had the power to scorch his cheeks, leaving him feeling as though he had been slapped several times over. As the tension in the room escalated, the atmosphere became charged with a sense of competitiveness and urgency. The revelation of the XXX pill and its rumored miraculous properties had ignited a fervent desire among those present. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to the sudden turn of events. Dr. Webster, ever the shrewd opportunist, saw the opportunity in front of him. Taking a bold step forward, he inquired, "Mr. Jacks, is this pill for sale? I'm willing to pay $10,000. His straightforward offer sparked a wildfire of interest among the others, each one vying to outdo the previous bidder. "I'll pay $20,000. I'll pay $70,000. $150,000. The escalating bids continued to fly across the room, each figure more astonishing than the last. The scene had transformed from a simple exchange meeting into what outsiders might perceive as a frenzied auction. The allure of the XXX pill, and the potential it held for unlocking the three amazing things it could do to the human body, had unleashed a competitive fervor among those clamoring for its possession. Abner Kim's watched the spectacle unfold before him, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. While part of him yearned to maintain composure and preserve the integrity of the moment, another part was tempted by the bidding frenzy. The sudden surge of interest in the pill validated its significance, yet it also underscored the potential risks and responsibilities that came with unleashing such a powerful creation into the world. Amidst the whirlwind of offers and the cacophony of voices, the girl named Isabelle remained surprisingly composed. Her almond eyes glimmered with a mix of amusement and restraint as she observed the chaos she had incited. It was evident that she held more knowledge and control over the situation than she let on. As the bids reached staggering heights, a hushed murmur of anticipation spread through the room. The fate of the XXX pill hung in the balance, and with it, the fate of those present, all captivated by the allure of its mysterious abilities. Kennedy's eyes widened in astonishment as Isabelle's unexpected revelation unfolded before him. He had assumed that the XXX pill would be withheld from sale, given its rumored rarity and incredible properties. However, Isabelle's confident declaration shattered that assumption, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Jocks family's new product, the XXX pill, will be launched at the end of this month. The price per pill, $3,000, Isabelle announced, her voice carrying an air of authority and assurance. The room erupted into a flurry of excitement, and the previously frenzied bidding came to an abrupt halt. All attention shifted towards Isabelle and the enticing prospect of obtaining this groundbreaking creation. The Kim's family, renowned for their past achievements in the field of medicine, had risen to fame in Romania and Paris with the creation of a single remarkable pill. The significance of the XXX pill's potential value was not lost on Kennedy or the others present. Isabelle's nonchalant demeanor only added to the allure of the product, leaving them eager to secure a piece of the pill's history. Kennedy's mind raced with calculations, pondering the implications of this sudden pricing announcement. The original plan was to set the price at $1,500, but seeing the enthusiastic response from the crowd just moments ago, Isabelle seemed to reconsider. Her hesitation quickly vanished as she confidently produced another pill from her pocket, holding 2 pills aloft, and revealing a total of 20 pills in her possession. The significance of this display was not lost on the spectators, and the room buzzed with anticipation and eagerness. "I want 200 pills, someone shouted, causing a chain reaction of additional demands from the crowd. "Make that 300. 400 pills for me." The bidding had transformed into a veritable race to secure as many XXX pills as possible. The exponential increase in demand, coupled with the air of exclusivity Isabelle exuded, had everyone eager to be a part of this groundbreaking medical breakthrough. "I want 2,000. Miss Jake, I want 3,000. The people in the surrounding pharmacies, or those from the hospital procurement department, all shouted out. Kennedy swallowed and subconsciously looked at Isabelle, only to hear her say calmly, "The XXX pill manufacturing process is complicated. We can only produce a maximum of 10,000 per month, no wholesale, only retail." As disappointment lingered among some members of the crowd, a surprising turn of events unfolded. Several individuals approached Kennedy, seeking to secure a piece of the coveted XXX pill for themselves. "Mr. Jacks, I'll order 5,000 boxes of Vitality liquid. Can you sell me 200 XXX pills? I'll pay the original price, not wholesale price," one person eagerly proposed. Kennedy hesitated for a moment, taking into account the potential implications of this decision. However, the allure of securing substantial orders for the Vitality liquid seemed too good to pass up. "Okay," he acquiesced, making the agreement. His willingness to sell the XXX pills at the original price sparked a frenzy of interest. More people clamored to join in. Me too. I'll take 100 pills. The indifference that had initially surrounded Kennedy evaporated, and now he found himself at the center of attention. Even Jerry, the deputy dean of the pharmaceutical college, attempted to capitalize on his past relationship with Kennedy. Kennedy, in consideration of our past relationship, you must give me 500 XXX pills no matter what, Jerry insisted. However, before Jerry could make further headway, Jennifer, an assertive presence, intervened with a cold sneer. She was not one to be easily swayed or overshadowed. Deputy Dean Jerry, want to buy medicine? 4 times the price, Jennifer declared, asserting her authority in this intense exchange. The power dynamics in the room shifted once again, as people weighed their options and recalibrated their strategies. The demand for the XXX pill had ignited fierce competition, and everyone was determined to secure their share, even if it meant paying a premium. Deputy Dean Jerry kept quiet as he watched what was going on. Just a moment ago, he was offering to sell medicine at a discount. Now to buy XXX pills, it's 4 times the price. Jennifer did it on purpose. Standing not far away, Ethan's expression was slightly stunned. Originally, he wanted to give her money, but now, the retail price of a pill is $3,000, and her cost is $700, which means a profit of $2,300. At $700 per pill, that's $1.61 million. Miss Hunter actually gave us such a large profit. Clint was calculating the account behind him. Why do I feel like we're taking advantage of Miss Hunter? He had planned to repay a favor, but it seemed like the debt was growing. The coldness on his cheek and the impatience in his heart had dissipated unknowingly, and he suddenly hooked his lips, the corners of his eyes twinkling with joy. The woman in the crowd, having accomplished her task, had already made her exit. She slipped away quietly, leaving the excitement to Kennedy, then walked towards him. The expression on her face was somewhat complex, as if there was a bit of hesitation, accompanied by a hint of uncertainty. Was she preparing to tell him something that would put her in such difficulty? The smile at the corner of Ethan's mouth widened. But just as she was getting closer to him, the woman suddenly turned and headed towards Joyce Hunter. Ethan raised an eyebrow. His smile suddenly froze on his face. Isabelle was indeed a bit hesitant and uncertain, unsure whether her actions were right, but she followed her heart and approached Joyce Hunter. Mr. Hunter, we can provide your uncle's medicine free of charge from the Jocks family. Joyce Hunter had heard the excitement nearby earlier, but he did not expect Isabelle to take the initiative to deliver the medicine. His almond-shaped eyes slightly lifted, the smile on his face disappeared completely, and his eyes were full of coldness. I appreciate your kindness, miss, but my uncle has never used medicine from the Jocks family. After saying that, he nodded coldly to Isabelle and turned to leave. Isabelle mouth formed an O. She didn't expect that response and was stunned on the spot. At this time, a low voice came. Horace Hunter is arrogant. Your mother embarrassed him years ago, so he will never use the medicine from the Jocks family. Isabelle turned her head and saw Ethan standing behind her. She tightened her jaw and sighed. Some mistakes can be mended, but others cannot, so there's no need to interfere anymore. Seeing that she didn't seem to care about it, Ethan coughed and slowly said, Miss Hunter, about the new pill. Isabelle waved her hand. Just keep it if I gave it to you. Ethan laughed softly. Miss Hunter, what do you want? What do I want? Isabelle's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Will you give me anything I want? That burning gaze came again. Ethan lowly hummed and, his voice magnetic and enticing. Not far away, Clint. Boss, I can't bear to watch you in this state. Ding. His phone beeped, and he looked down to see a photo of Miss Hunter's daughter that he had asked to be investigated earlier, sent to him. Ethan's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation in the presence of Isabelle. Gone was the cold, distant facade he typically wore, replaced instead by an air of vulnerability that seemed almost foreign to him. His tailored suit, fitting impeccably on his tall and commanding figure, added an aura of elegance to his presence. As Ethan's gaze remained fixed on Isabelle, there was a subtle intensity in his dark, deep-set eyes. The tear mole at the corner of his eye, usually faint and unremarkable, now appeared slightly darker, as if mirroring the profound emotions that stirred within him. Noah, if he were present, would find it hard to believe that the imperious and autocratic tyrant could display even a hint of nervousness. Yet there he stood, seemingly both anticipating and anxious in Isabelle's captivating presence. Isabelle's almond-shaped eyes widened, devoid of their usual listlessness, and instead, they sparkled with a newfound interest. Her gaze bore into Ethan's, forming an unspoken connection that sent a sudden rush through his veins. For a fleeting moment, it was as if the world around them had faded into insignificance, and he could only see her, her words, her desires. The pounding of his heart intensified, drowning out all other sounds. He was entranced by her, utterly captivated by the mysterious allure she exuded. Her mouth opened slightly, and a few words slipped out, each one carrying a weight of implications that seemed to reverberate through the room. I want you. Those 4 simple words hung in the air, pregnant with meaning. They were an invitation, a challenge, and an unspoken promise all at once. Ethan's mind raced, his heart torn between reason and an irresistible desire to acquiesce to her every whim. As Isabelle's words sank in, Ethan felt as though time had momentarily stood still. The world around him blurred into insignificance, and all that mattered was the shocking revelation she had just uttered. "Son," Isabelle had said, her sentence delivering an unexpected blow that left him utterly stunned. His lips, which had curled upwards moments ago, now trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil of emotions swirling within him. Even his usually gloomy eyes seemed to lose their brightness, overshadowed by a cloud of confusion and disbelief. "What?" Ethan's voice faltered, his usually composed demeanor now tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Isabelle noticed his reaction and felt a pang of regret. She had hoped for a different response, perhaps a glimmer of acceptance or even acknowledgement, but his surprise and stiffness told her that her words had not found the mark. Her almond eyes dimmed slightly, and she sighed inwardly. She had known the odds were stacked against her. The wealth and power of the royal Grey family were unparalleled, and any financial gain from the XXX pill seemed insignificant in comparison. From Ethan's perspective, buying back Noah with money was likely an inconceivable notion. The vast disparity between their wealth and the resources of the Jocks family made it an improbable endeavor. In her heart, Isabelle knew that even if the profits from the XXX pill were astronomical, they would not be enough to sway the resolute and principled Ethan. The Grey family's influence held a firm grip on him, and any attempt to breach that fortress seemed futile. Isabelle mused that the only way to bring Noah back to the Jocks family fold might be through the goodwill of the Grey family itself. As Isabelle's disappointment hung in the air, she dropped her gaze, her long eyelashes casting a soft shadow on her cheek. The carefree sense she had exuded moments ago now gave way to a subdued disappointment, revealing the vulnerability that lay beneath her confident facade. "Just kidding," she murmured, her words laced with a mix of regret and resignation. Ethan's reaction was inscrutable, his stoic expression betraying nothing. He remained silent, unsure of how to respond to Isabelle's fleeting attempt at humor, which had momentarily caused his heart to race with unexpected emotions. In the midst of this tense moment, Isabelle's phone rang, breaking the silence. She nodded to Ethan as if seeking permission and stepped a few paces away to answer the call. Cameron's voice came through, revealing a concerning piece of information. "Roseanne, I found out that someone just searched for your daughter's photo online." Isabelle's eyes narrowed in alarm, and her gaze immediately found Ethan. She noticed his assistant leaning in and whispering something to him, a sense of urgency palpable in the air. Ethan glanced at her briefly, and in that moment, Isabelle sensed the gravity of the situation. His assistant seemed poised to show him pictures on his phone, likely related to Arya and the recent online search. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Isabelle acted swiftly, her heart pounding in her chest. After hanging up the call, she took a step forward, desperation lacing her voice. "Ethan." Ethan, who was just about to open his email, paused, sensing the urgency in her tone. He turned to look at her, his eyes locking with hers, waiting for her to speak. Time seemed to hang in the balance as Isabelle struggled to find the right words, her mind racing with a myriad of emotions. She knew that whatever pictures were about to be shown to him were significant, and the thought of Arya being exposed filled her with apprehension. In that pivotal moment, Isabelle's actions betrayed the urgency she felt, her eyes flickering with a cold determination. She approached Ethan with an almost imperceptible sense of urgency, her hand steadying on his shoulder as she leaned in to whisper softly, "Your clothes are wrinkled." Her other hand, concealing her phone, lightly brushed against Clint's phone that Ethan held. It was a calculated move, a subtle distraction meant to buy her a few crucial seconds. As she pretended to pat his clothes, Isabelle's heart raced, counting down the precious seconds in her mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time was running out. She was about to step back, creating a safe distance between them, when an unexpected warmth enveloped her waist. Ethan's large hand gently held her, preventing her from moving away. "Be careful," he warned, his voice filled with a concern that surprised her. A waiter happened to pass by behind them, oblivious to the charged moment between Isabelle and Ethan. His presence provided the perfect cover for Isabelle's strategic maneuvering. Yet as Ethan's hand held her waist, Isabelle couldn't help but feel a burning sensation where his palm met her skin. She felt uncomfortably aware of the intimacy of the touch, but she couldn't deny the flicker of something deeper that stirred within her. Reluctantly, she looked up to meet Ethan's gaze. His lips were thin but elegantly shaped, adding to his air of sophistication. His nose was straight and exuded masculinity, while his dark pupils held a mysterious depth that seemed to draw her in. Isabelle couldn't help but notice the complexities within Ethan. His composed exterior belied a vulnerability that only she seemed to glimpse. It was as if she held the key to unlocking the layers of his persona, and the realization sent a shiver down her spine. In this moment, the connection between Isabelle and Ethan deepened, and the stakes grew even higher. Up close, his entire face held a kind of bewitching charm. Isabelle felt as though the air had been sucked out of the room. Her chest felt heavy, and she hurriedly pushed him away, took a few steps back, and after steadying her footing, she finally spoke, "Thank you." Then she turned and left. Watching her hasty retreat, Ethan lowered his gaze to his fingertips. This woman had a great figure, flesh where there should be and a slim waist as if his hand could grasp it. After a while he turned to his phone, only to find that the screen had gone black. As Clint expressed his surprise and frustration over his phone's sudden power outage, Isabelle deftly took action. She dropped her gaze, concealing her own phone, and tapped something on it discreetly. To her surprise, a figure suddenly appeared before her. It was Dr. Yolanda, supporting Abner Kim's, who stood beside her, looking at Isabelle disapprovingly. Without missing a beat, Isabelle nonchalantly tossed her phone into her pocket, concealing her actions from their prying eyes. Dr. Yolanda's cheerful voice rang out deliberately, drawing attention to their little group. "Miss Hunter, a fantastic opportunity is about to befall you." The calculated volume of her voice ensured that those around them couldn't help but take notice. Abner Kim's, still recovering from his cough, spoke up, his voice carrying a mix of familiarity and authority. "So, you are the daughter of an old friend. Back then, your mother and I were good friends. She made a mistake and ruined her life. Now that you're back, I should take the role of your mother and educate you properly." His words held a touch of solemnity and responsibility, as if he felt a sense of duty towards Isabelle due to his past connection with her mother. He continued, "I heard you're a surgeon. Are you interested in pharmacology?" Isabelle found herself taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The sudden appearance of Dr. Yolanda and Abner Kim's had caught her off guard. However, she didn't let her surprise show on her face, maintaining her composed exterior. Isabelle's mind was a whirlwind of astonishment and disbelief. The sudden turn of events had left her utterly stunned, her thoughts racing to process the gravity of the situation. Dr. Yolanda's words hit her like a thunderbolt, snapping her out of her initial confusion. "Miss Hunter, are you stunned with joy? The professor wants to take you as a student. You should pay your respects quickly." Isabelle's eyes widened, and her heart skipped a beat. The significance of Dr. Yolanda's words slowly sank in, and she realized the immense opportunity that had presented itself. As Dr. Yolanda continued, her voice held a sense of pride and reverence. "Miss Hunter, you may not know much about the field of pharmacology. Currently, in Romania and the whole of London, the top pharmaceutical doctors are Abner Kim's, Hiram, and Colin. They are all disciples of the former royal doctor, Dean Colin, but Dr. Colin has not practiced for many years, so no one is better than the professor now." The weight of Abner Kim's reputation and the prestigious lineage of esteemed doctors echoed in her ears. Isabelle couldn't help but feel humbled and honored at the prospect of being considered by such distinguished figures in the world of pharmacology. The professor also serves as the vice president of the Cambridge College of Pharmacology. Numerous people have applied to become his graduate students. It is an honor for the professor to be willing to take you as his disciple. It's a blessing that many people can't get. Dr. Yolanda's words emphasized the rarity and privilege of the opportunity that had come her way. When these words were spoken, the people around immediately started to discuss. No wonder Abner Kim's has such excellent medical skills. He was a disciple of Dr. Colin. But wasn't it said that Dr. Colin does not accept students? Abner Kim smiled faintly. "I had the privilege of studying under the master for a few years. I guess I was an external disciple." Upon hearing this, Hiram, who had just helped test the medicine and was of the same rank as Abner Kim's, murmured, "I heard a few years ago that the master had accepted a direct disciple and passed on all his medical skills to her. But this is just a rumor. I haven't seen that little disciple yet, whether it's a he or she." Hiram's words did not attract the attention of others. Dr. Yolanda took a cup of wine from the side. "You first take wine instead of tea, kowtow to the master, and wait until another day to pay respects at the master's house." Isabelle slowly said, "No need. Not to mention that this person's intention of accepting disciples must be ill-intentioned, probably intending to have her study the formula of the triple X pill next, but just to mention accepting Abner Kim's as a master. Wouldn't that disrupt the generational order?" Come to think of it, she was also quite unfilial. She came to place, but she hasn't visited her master yet. As she was thinking, Dr. Yolanda's face changed. She and Abner Kim's were about to say something when Joyce Hunter, who was originally by the side, answered a phone call and her face suddenly changed. She quickly took 2 steps to Abner Kim's and spoke, "My uncle is not doing well. Can you please come with me right away to see him?" As Abner Kim's acknowledged the opportunity with enthusiasm, Isabelle couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. She watched as he and Dr. Yolanda departed, leaving behind a crowd of curious onlookers who were quick to share their admiration for the chance she had been offered. "So you are Roseanne's daughter? Let me tell you, having the chance to become Abner Kim's student is such a good opportunity. You must not miss it." one person chimed in, emphasizing the significance of the offer. She's young, Kennedy. You can't be unreasonable. Look at Dr. Yolanda. After becoming a disciple of Abner Kim's, she directly became the chief doctor at Kelling Hospital. Her fame also greatly increased. Another person added, trying to sway Kennedy's perspective on the matter. Yet, amidst the crowd's reassurances and well-intentioned advice, Isabelle's mind remained preoccupied with the well-being of Aris Hunter. The thought of visiting him had crossed her mind, but the words of her mother, Joyce Hunter, echoed in her thoughts. Should she go to see Aris, her younger brother? However, Joyce's words had hinted at underlying tensions and unresolved issues within the family. Isabelle found herself torn between her desire to be there for Aris and the complexity of her family dynamics. Feeling a sense of responsibility and concern for her brother, Isabelle hesitated. She knew that any step she took could have profound consequences, and she didn't want to worsen the situation. For now, she decided to bide her time and carefully consider her next move. Never mind, everyone has their own fate. As the exchange meeting came to an end, the Jocks family emerged triumphant. The once overstocked goods in their warehouse were now completely sold out, thanks to the overwhelming demand for the XXX pill. With this groundbreaking product, the Jocks family's pharmacy had regained its footing, and their status in the circle had been elevated significantly. The transformation in their reputation was palpable. As they departed the meeting, the rest of the attendees no longer looked down on them as they had at the beginning. Instead, there was a newfound respect and recognition for their achievements. Ethan finally turned his attention to Clint, who had taken out his spare phone, logged into his email, and opened a recent message. What awaited them was a picture of a newborn baby, just a month old. Newborns often bore a striking resemblance to each other, but the baby in the photo possessed a unique charm. Its soft, chubby cheeks and attractive features were evident even at such a tender age. The sight of the newborn brought back memories of Noah as a child. Ethan's thoughts drifted to the image of his brother as a thin and frail boy, plagued by poor health during his early years. The contrast between the baby in the photo and the memory of Noah stirred complex emotions within Ethan. He couldn't help but feel a mixture of nostalgia, protectiveness, and a yearning for the well-being of his younger brother. At the Jocks' home, as Isabelle and the others settled into the living room, the family gathered on the sofa. Excitement filled the air as Kennedy shared the news he had just received from his daughter. Xandra said that according to the formula, she has made 50 pills. The formula is correct. We really can mass-produce the XXX pill. Kennedy exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm and pride. Wendy's gaze shifted to Jennifer, who had been unusually quiet since they entered the house. She couldn't help but remark, "It seems that your sister, indeed, improved the formula and let Bella bring it back. This shows that even though she left the Jocks family, she hasn't forgotten the Jocks family." Jennifer's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together as she seemed lost in her thoughts. Kennedy remained oblivious to Jennifer's mood and continued, "Bella, do you really not want to take Abner Kim's as a master?" Isabelle's response was firm and unwavering, yes. Her decision was resolute, and the weight of the opportunity that had been presented to her didn't sway her determination. Isabelle had her own ambitions and goals, and while the chance to study under Abner Kim's was prestigious, it wasn't the path she wanted to pursue. Kennedy's attempt to understand Isabelle's reasons for rejecting Abner Kim's as a master was met with a direct and assertive response from her. "There's no need to talk about it. I'm not interested in learning medicine from him," she firmly stated, shutting down any further discussion on the matter. Jennifer, curious about Isabelle's aspirations, probed further. "Then what are you interested in?" Isabelle paused, her eyebrows raising as she contemplated her response. The silence between them was palpable, hinting at the complexity of Isabelle's ambitions and desires. Jennifer couldn't contain her concern and criticism. "I heard that you are now a surgeon. Do you have a business license? Which university did you graduate from? Which hospital are you currently working at? Are you an outpatient doctor or a resident physician?" Isabelle's response was measured. "I work independently." Jennifer's disapproval was evident as she questioned Isabelle's choice to work independently at such a young age. She urged her to consider honing her skills in a hospital environment first, a path that was more conventional and considered the norm. Wendy, witnessing the tension in the room, intervened by pulling at Jennifer's sleeve. "Jennifer, stop it for now," she gently reprimanded, sensing that the conversation was becoming too heated. The exchange between Isabelle and Jennifer showcased the differing perspectives and aspirations of the two cousins. Isabelle's independent spirit and desire to carve her own path clashed with Jennifer's more traditional views on career development. Jennifer's frustration and concern for the family's reputation continued to surface as she pulled back her clothes, acknowledging the need to apologize to Isabelle's mother. However, she couldn't hold back her strong opinions, wanting to make sure Isabelle understood the weight of her mother's reputation. "As your Aunt Jennifer, There are things I have to say, Jennifer asserted, her tone resolute. She reminded Isabelle of her mother's once-renowned talent and reputation in Paris and major parts of Europe. Jennifer expressed her worry that Isabelle's upbringing in a small place might tarnish her mother's reputation, and she vowed not to allow that to happen. Isabelle remained silent, feeling that her Aunt Jennifer was overly concerned about matters of reputation. She decided to remove herself from the tense conversation and stood up, heading upstairs. I'll go see what Arya is doing, she said, seeking some respite from the heated exchange. Jennifer's annoyance was evident as she attempted to retort, but Wendy intervened, grabbing her hand. Jennifer, the child just came home. Let her adapt first. Don't worry, even if you don't mention it, I will properly cultivate Bella. Wendy reassured, recognizing the importance of allowing Isabelle to find her own path. Isabelle couldn't help but respond, there's really no need. Her words reflected her determination and independence. Isabelle was not interested in being confined by the expectations or concerns of others. She wanted the freedom to make her own choices and pave her own way, unburdened by the weight of reputation. She went upstairs, entered the bedroom, and heard Arya playing a game. Spawn Devil, come quickly, I caught one straggler. A voice came from the game. Coming, coming. Upstairs, Isabelle found Arya engrossed in her own world, making playful sounds of surprise. It's not one, it's two. Ah, there's another one, two in the bushes. Spawn Devil, it's four stragglers. Arya's imagination had taken her to a realm of adventure and excitement. Isabelle observed her sister's playful antics with a smile, enjoying the innocence and joy in Arya's eyes. Attack! Spawn Devil, why are you running? Why are you so bad? Arya continued, fully immersed in her imaginary battle. Isabelle couldn't help but chuckle at Arya's enthusiasm, finding joy in the simple and carefree moments with her younger sister. But suddenly, Arya's playful mood took an unexpected turn as she addressed someone named Spawn Devil in a slightly scolding tone. Boss, it's four of them, and just two of us. Are you sure they are stragglers? She questioned, adding a touch of hesitation. A playful banter seemed to unfold between Arya and the mysterious Spawn Devil. Why are you so scared? I, the young miss, can beat five of them. Are you a man or not? Arya challenged. I'm your younger uncle, the voice responded, seemingly taken aback by Arya's comment. Oh, I didn't know. I thought you were my younger aunt. Arya playfully retorted, clearly having fun with the playful back and forth. Isabelle couldn't help but laugh at the amusing exchange between Arya and her younger uncle, delighted by the innocent and humorous dynamic between the two siblings. Seeing Arya's enthusiasm, Isabelle reminded her to pay attention to the time before going to take a bath. Arya, blinking her adorable big eyes, stared at her phone. Spawn Devil, my mommy's back. I have to log off soon. Are you still live streaming? Harden. Yeah, boss. Everyone in my live streaming room is calling for you to start broadcasting. Arya, intrigued by this, asked, if I start live streaming, will people come watch? Harden. Absolutely. I'm a popular broadcaster with millions of fans. If we play together, I can guarantee a huge influx of viewers for you. Great, Arya exclaimed. I'll start streaming tomorrow. What do I need to prepare? As the cheerful conversation continued between Harden and Arya, the two seemed to be bonding effortlessly over the prospect of Arya becoming a mini-celebrity. Harden suggested that Arya needed a good camera, preferably one with a beauty mode, to enhance her live stream presence. Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her dreams of being admired and recognized shining brightly. She imagined herself captivating an audience with her genius and beauty, the very thought bringing a joyful smile to her lips. In her young and innocent mind, Arya was envisioning a world of possibilities, where she could share her talents and charm with the world through live streams and online platforms. The enthusiasm in her heart was infectious, leaving readers with a sense of delight in her youthful ambitions. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Hunter residence, situated near the third ring of Baxting Estate, a top-notch area in Romania. The grand estate exuded an aura of elegance and sophistication, a testament to the family's status and wealth. The interior of the estate was tastefully decorated, reflecting a sense of refinement and luxury. The presence of well-trained servants added to the ambiance, their efficiency in attending to their duties blending seamlessly with the quiet opulence of the surroundings. The Hunter family members are gathered outside the master bedroom door, sitting on a leather couch, anxiously watching the bedroom entrance. Inside the bedroom, on a large gray bed, lies a tall man. Even though he is nearly 50, Aris Hunter's face doesn't show age. Aside from being exceptionally pale, he looks like a man in his 30s. Even though his eyes are closed and he's currently unconscious, his features still show the dignity of a man accustomed to holding high position. Upon close inspection, Isabelle's lips bear a striking resemblance to Aris Hunter's. Abner Kims is diagnosing him with a serious expression, while Dr. Yolanda stands straight, carefully observing the luxurious decoration around her. Even at Abner Kim's level, a pillar of the pharmaceutical world, he is merely a skilled doctor in the eyes of real high-class nobility like the Hunter family. Status and power are fundamentally incomparable. Joyce Hunter has a worried look on her face. Seeing Abner Kim's withdrawing his hand, she hurriedly asks, "How is my uncle?" Abner Kim's frowns. "The old gentleman has given up on life. There's no medicine that can help. Please mourn and prepare for his passing." Joyce Hunter's face turns pale. "Abner Kim's, is there really no other way?" Abner Kim speaks up. "There is someone who may be able to help." Joyce Hunter urgently asks, "Who?" As the conversation between Joyce Hunter and Abner Kim's unfolded, the urgency of the situation became apparent. Joyce was eager to seek help for his ailing brother, Aris Hunter, and initially considered fetching Dr. Collin. However, Abner Kim's hesitated and explained that Dr. Collin, though highly skilled, was currently bedridden and unable to provide direct assistance. Despite Dr. Collin's condition, Abner Kim shared some hopeful news. He had taken an inner door disciple who had inherited all of his knowledge. However, this disciple was elusive, and their whereabouts were unknown. Joyce Hunter's frown deepened as he considered the options before him. He looked at his brother, Aris Hunter, lying in bed, and understood that time was of the essence. The situation required a careful approach and a decisive plan. After careful thought, Abner Kim's offered a solution. He could sustain Mr. Hunter's life, but it would require either rekindling his hope to live or finding Dr. Collin's direct disciple, the mysterious inheritor of the esteemed doctor's knowledge. Joyce Hunter's determination grew stronger, and he resolved to do whatever it took to save his brother. His almond-shaped eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he made a firm decision. "Then, Abner Kim's, please wake up my uncle as soon as possible." Abner Kim's acknowledged the request, responding with a simple, "Okay." Abner Kim's took out a silver needle and poked a few important acupoints on Aris Hunter's body. Then he took out a pill, crushed it, and shoved it into his mouth. After a flurry of activity, Aris Hunter's pulse began to regain strength. As Abner Kim's wiped the sweat off his brow, he assured Joyce Hunter that the old man, referring to Aris Hunter, would wake up the following day. He proposed a plan to have Dr. Yolanda come over daily to monitor him and prolong Mr. Hunter's life until they could locate Dr. Collin's elusive disciple. Joyce Hunter's face lit up with relief and gratitude at the prospect of his brother's recovery. "Good. I'll have the butler send you out," he said, expressing his appreciation for Abner Kim's efforts. After the two departed, a sweet and melodious voice unexpectedly filled the room. "Brother, he could have cured Dad long ago, but he had to be verbose here, talking about Dr. Collin. What nonsense." Upon hearing the voice, Joyce Hunter couldn't help but chuckle. He turned around to see a beautiful figure walking in the adopted daughter of Aris Hunter, Swassen Hunter. Aris Hunter had never married and had only adopted Swassen as his daughter. The Hunter family from various branches all had sons, and thus they doted on Swassen as the only sister in the family. Swassen's words revealed a hint of playful annoyance, suggesting that Abner Kim's could have cured her father much earlier without the need for elaborate discussions about Dr. Collin. Her affectionate reference to Joyce's brother further highlighted the close bond they shared as family. The arrival of Swassen added a touch of warmth to the scene, showcasing the supportive and caring relationships within the Hunter family. Joyce Hunter spoke lightly, "As long as he can cure Uncle's illness, even if it helps boost his reputation, so what?" Swassen Hunter stuck out her tongue and lowered her eyes. Everyone said that she was the princess of the Hunter family in Romania, but in fact, no one knew that she was most afraid of Joyce Hunter. This new generation head of the Hunter family was always smiling, gentle, and magnanimous, but Swassen Hunter always felt like there was a veil between her and him. At the entrance of the Hunter's house, the car journey from Aris Hunter's villa to the main gate of the estate took a full 10 minutes. Throughout the ride, Dr. Yolanda's eyes remained fixated on the road, her mind preoccupied with worry for her patient Aris Hunter. She turned to Abner Kim's with a sense of anxiousness evident in her expression. "Master, Aris Hunter is on his deathbed. He doesn't even want to live. How can we possibly save him?" she questioned, her concern mirroring the gravity of the situation. Abner Kim's remained composed, his experience as a renowned physician evident in his demeanor. He understood the severity of Aris Hunter's condition, as the elderly man showed no signs of external or internal injuries, leaving conventional doctors baffled by the lack of a specific diagnosis. "It's his organs. They're gradually aging," Abner Kim's explained calmly, revealing the underlying cause of Aris Hunter's declining health. Age-related organ degeneration often presented complex challenges, posing a significant obstacle to conventional medical treatments. As they arrived at the main road, Dr. Yolanda finally withdrew her gaze from the window, her attention fully on Abner Kim's as he extended his hand. Nestled in his palm was a half pill, a tiny but powerful substance that held the key to Aris Hunter's survival. "From now on, you come to check him every day," Abner Kim's instructed. "Prick him in unimportant places, and then feed him this pill, and you can keep him alive." Dr. Yolanda's eyes widened in surprise and astonishment at the mention of the pill. She knew all too well the value and rarity of such a powerful medication. "This pill is," she started to say, her voice tinged with awe. Abner Kimms let out a deep sigh, revealing the gravity of the situation. Triple X pill, he said solemnly. Dr. Yolanda's pupils contracted, fully comprehending the significance of the pill's name. The Triple X pill was renowned for its unparalleled potency and had the ability to prolong life, making it a highly sought-after and expensive remedy. You. Dr. Yolanda's words trailed off, her admiration for Abner Kim's skill and the immense value of the pill evident in her expression. Abner Kimms nodded, acknowledging the importance of the situation. This is the only way to keep him alive for now, he stated firmly. As they parted ways at the main gate of the estate, Dr. Yolanda felt a mixture of emotions, grateful for Abner Kimms' expertise and the opportunity to save Aris Hunter, yet also burdened by the weight of responsibility that came with such a critical task. Abner Kimms closed his hand and his eyes. His eyelids sagged on his face due to old age. You send someone to buy it from Elixir X secretly. Don't let anyone find out. Elixir X turned the tide with the celestial elixir. If we don't make some noise, we might be outdone. Dr. Yolanda immediately understood Abner Kimms' meaning. The Kimms family made a name for themselves by curing Mrs. Gray with the celestial elixir, which also secured Abner Kimms' position in the field of medicine. But the celestial elixir became Jack's, stealing their limelight. But now, Aris Hunter, who only Dr. Colin can cure, is being kept alive by Abner Kimms. It would definitely be an honor to speak out. Dr. Yolanda sat upright and said seriously, Master, rest assured, I will not reveal a thing. At this moment, as the moon rose high in the night sky, the streets of Romania were alive with activity. The bustling city seemed to never sleep, and the red taillights of vehicles formed an endless stream of light in the distance. In the heart of this vibrant city, the Jocks house stood as a quiet oasis amidst the urban chaos. Although not a sprawling estate, this small villa was worth a fortune, a testament to the Jocks family's wealth and influence. After a sumptuous dinner, Granny Jocks and Wendy led Isabelle into the study. Granny Jocks' eyes, once dimmed with age, had been miraculously restored, and she looked at Isabelle with genuine warmth and affection. Bella, Arya is 5 years old now, isn't she? Granny Jocks inquired gently. It's not right for a child to be confined at home like this. Have you considered sending her to kindergarten? Isabelle had indeed contemplated this matter carefully. Originally, their stay in Romania was meant to be temporary, but now that her son was here, their plans might need to change. They might have to settle down for a while. She nodded thoughtfully, appreciating Granny Jocks' concern. Yes, you're right. I think it's time for Arya to attend kindergarten. Can you recommend the best one nearby? Granny Jocks smiled approvingly at Isabelle's response. She nodded and said, Of course, my dear. There is a renowned kindergarten just a few blocks away from here. It's known for its excellent education and caring environment. I'll have Wendy give you all the details tomorrow. Isabelle felt a sense of relief at Granny Jocks' support and helpfulness. With her guidance, she knew she could make the best decision for her daughter's education and well-being. As the night wore on, Isabelle's thoughts drifted to the challenges and possibilities that lay ahead. Settling down in Romania would undoubtedly bring new adventures and opportunities for her family. Naria had a high IQ and was different from other children. She lacked patience and couldn't sit still with anything she did, except for playing games. That's why Isabelle allowed her to play games to practice patience. But actually, her daily gaming time was limited. In her case, she needs to go to the kindergarten with the most adequate teaching resources to ensure that she is taken care of by the most professional teachers. Hearing this, Wendy was stunned. The best one is Gold Creek Kindergarten, Kennedy's mother. Granny Jocks frowned. But this kindergarten, it's hard to get in, Isabelle. Wendy explained, this kindergarten is the best in place, and those who can study there are either rich or noble. With our family's condition, Xandra and Josh weren't accepted when they were young. She continued, mainly, this kindergarten not only has high requirements for the children, but also for the parents. The parents are either special talents, with outstanding paranormal abilities, or top officials. There are also specific assessments for the parents, covering all sorts of contents. Isabelle caught the key point. What do you mean by special talents? Wendy explained, it refers to those with significant contributions, or if the parents hold a top-level black card, that's also acceptable. Kennedy's mother, Granny Jakes, was puzzled. What's a top-level black card? Wendy shook her head. I've only heard of it, I've never seen it. Isabelle's eyes flickered. The bank's top-level black card is a credit card with no limit. There are currently only a double-digit number of black cards in the world. It is said that these 10-plus individuals have formed a mysterious organization called Crom Crew. The members of the Crom Crew are either the world's richest people or political bigwigs, controlling the world's economic lifeline. They are very mysterious, and occasional conversations can cause global economic storms. But everyone hides their real identities, and even those within the organization don't know who the others are. In the whole country, people privately guess that Ethan might possess this black card, so everyone is very polite to him. Whoever holds this black card could buy that kindergarten, for sure, without restrictions. Isabelle's lips curled. Just as she was about to say something, her cell phone rang. Seeing the remark on it, she was a little taken aback. Why would they call her at this time? As Isabelle discussed the kindergarten with Wendy, she couldn't shake off the lingering thoughts about her mentor, the man who had taught her everything she knew about surgery. A deep respect and admiration for him compelled her to stand up straight as she answered his call. The rigorous and aged voice of Dr. Colin came through the phone. "Where are you?" "I'm at my family home here in Romania. What's happened?" Isabelle replied, a tinge of concern evident in her voice. "Doctor?" Colin's voice remained grave as he slowly began to speak. "Oh, the Hunter family is looking for you. They plan to have you see a patient." "The Hunter family? Aris Hunter?" Isabelle's mind quickly connected the dots. Just as she was about to agree to see the patient, Dr. Colin interjected with a somber tone. "You don't need to go. He isn't sick, he just doesn't want to live anymore." Isabelle felt a knot form in her stomach at Dr. Colin's words. She knew that he wouldn't speak lightly about such matters. A deep sense of concern washed over her as she realized the gravity of the situation. "What do you mean, teacher?" Isabelle asked, her voice trembling slightly. Dr. Colin's explanation was as dire as it was perplexing. He revealed that Aris Hunter was suffering from a rare and deadly werewolf sickness. Unlike a regular illness, the werewolf sickness was a mysterious condition that affected a select few individuals in the Hunter family lineage. "It's a hereditary curse," Dr. Colin explained. "The werewolf sickness is a curse passed down through generations in the Hunter family. It gradually weakens the body, causing intense pain and suffering. Those afflicted with the curse develop uncontrollable desires to isolate themselves, leading to a profound desire to end their own lives." Isabelle was taken aback by this revelation. She had heard of various werewolf sickness, but she never imagined that there would be a sickness related to it that was this dire. The idea of a hereditary curse haunting a family sent chills down her spine. Dr. Colin continued, "The curse is related to a genetic anomaly in the Hunter family's bloodline. It causes their bodies to slowly deteriorate, leading to their eventual demise. Unfortunately, there is no known cure for this ailment, and it has claimed the lives of many Hunters throughout history. His body's organs are failing, and he is currently using your XXX pill to cling to life. Even if you were to come, could you give him the will to live?" Isabelle felt a mix of emotions as she listened to her mentor's words. The news about Aris Hunter's condition weighed heavily on her heart, knowing that even with the XXX pill, it couldn't restore the will to live in someone who had lost all hope. Isabelle fell silent, feeling the weight of the situation. She knew that seeing her in such a state would only add to Aris Hunter's pain and despair. She let out a deep sigh, carefully considering her next words. "Okay, teacher, may I come to see you tomorrow?" Dr. Colin, who was over 90 years old, spoke with a sense of wisdom and resignation. "No need, my dear. I'm old, and there's nothing worth seeing. You carrying on my medical knowledge is the greatest repayment to me." His words touched a tender place in Isabelle's heart, and she felt a hint of moisture in her eyes. She owed so much to this mentor who had guided and saved her countless times throughout her medical journey. He was the one who recognized her potential and nurtured her skills, allowing her to become the talented surgeon she was today. If it weren't for him, she might not have survived her early struggles in the medical world. With a sense of gratitude and nostalgia, Isabelle lowered her gaze. "When you want to see me, please let me know." "Doctor." Colin's voice softened slightly, sensing her emotions. "You're not a child anymore, my dear. Don't be so clingy and indecisive. You've grown into an exceptional physician, and I'm proud of you." His words brought both comfort and a sense of responsibility to Isabelle. She knew she had to honor his teachings and carry on his legacy. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Thank you, teacher. I will continue to strive and make you proud." Dr. Colin chuckled softly. "That's what I like to hear. Now I'm hanging up. Take care, my dear." As the call ended, Isabelle was left with a mix of emotions. She felt a renewed determination to make a difference and find a way to help Aris Hunter, even in the face of a mysterious and deadly werewolf sickness. She knew that her mentor's guidance and support had shaped her into the physician she was today, and she would carry that responsibility with pride and dedication. Isabelle looked at the phone, lightly sighed. The old man's temper is still so strange. A dreamless night. The next morning, when Arya woke up, Isabelle was still sleeping. She tiptoed, lightly walked on the carpet, and only after entering the study did she close the door. Arya's eyes sparkled with mischief as she picked up her phone to message Hardin. "Spawn Devil, are you ready?" Hardin replied immediately, "I've already taken care of everything. Your live stream account is registered, and I even signed a contract overnight. You can officially start live streaming now." "Good, good." Feeling a rush of excitement, Arya climbed onto the chair, her petite frame engulfed by the large swivel chair. With a sly grin, she nudged the desk with her little foot, and the chair spun around, adding a touch of drama to her entrance before she opened Isabelle's computer. Hardin chuckled. Boss, today's your debut live stream, so let's make it unforgettable. We should do something special to attract fans. Arya's pitch-black eyes lit up. Okay, what do you have in mind? Hardin, stationed in his room at the Grey House, spoke. Let's go all out and have a PK battle in the live stream room. Arya rubbed her hands together, her competitive spirit rising. Oh, I like the sound of that. Get ready to eat my dust, Hardin. Hey, Hardin said smugly. Livestream PK isn't about the game, but about the fans' gifts. I have 10 million fans. I can definitely beat you. Hardin had endured merciless roasting from his niece in the game for more than half a year. Now, he puffed out his chest, determined to regain his dignity as an uncle. I'll show my niece just how crazy my fans are, he vowed. Arya smirked, feeling confident. I am definitely better than you. Hardin smiled mischievously as he started the live stream. Hello, everyone. I'm Spawn Devil, and today I'm going to introduce a new friend. She is none other than my boss. Yes, the one with the lowly voice, who loves to play with a big cannon, the soft girl Queena. Please give her lots of support. At Hunter's home, Aris Hunter slowly stirred from his slumber in the morning. The house servants were bustling about, tending to various tasks, while Joyce Hunter, Aris Hunter's caring niece, had vigilantly watched over him throughout the night. With great dedication, she personally fed him some warm porridge, hoping it would aid in his recovery. Joyce held Aris's hand tightly, her eyes swollen and red from countless tears shed in worry. Uncle, she implored, her voice quivering with emotion, the Hunter family still needs you. I can't handle everything on my own, and you can't abandon all of us. Aris Hunter mustered a weak smile, attempting to reassure his niece. Deep inside, however, he knew he was putting on a facade to shield Joyce from his true feelings. He had always been a pillar of strength for his family, and now, even in his ailing state, he felt the responsibility to maintain that image. I'm fine, Aris replied, his voice laced with both determination and an underlying sense of vulnerability. A touch of sadness flashed in Joyce Hunter's almond-shaped eyes, knowing that her uncle was trying to protect her from his pain. In an attempt to lift his spirits, she grabbed her phone and gently handed it to him. Uncle, I remember you used to enjoy playing games. Now, the popular one is Honor of Kings. Why don't you give it a try? She knew that, in the past, he played games because they played them together, creating cherished memories of joy and laughter. However, she hoped that revisiting a similar activity might help him find a moment of relief from his current burdens. Aris Hunter wasn't particularly interested in video games, but he appreciated Joyce's thoughtful gesture. He replied with a hint of indifference. I don't know how to play. It's okay, Joyce Hunter reassured with a gentle smile, her eyes shining with excitement. She opened a live streaming app on her phone and said, watching them play is also quite interesting. You can also learn. Intrigued by her enthusiasm, Aris decided to humor his niece's suggestion and leaned in to see the live stream she had opened. As the live stream room loaded, a soft and tender voice greeted them, emanating from the virtual world of the game. Spawn Devil, why is my PK value so low? Hardin, another player in the game, responded playfully, because the PK value comes from the gifts fans give. You don't have many fans yet. Heh, everyone hurry up and charge. I'm always abused by Candy Sweet in the game. Now I want her to taste what it's like to be abused. Candy Sweet? Aris repeated, slightly stunned. Joyce chuckled. That's her in-game username, Uncle. She's a popular player known for her skills and charisma. People love watching her gameplay and interactions with other players. Aris found himself drawn into the virtual world unfolding before him. As he watched Candy Sweet's gameplay, he couldn't help but admire her mastery of the game's mechanics and her ability to engage with her fans in a friendly and humorous manner. It was a far cry from the games he used to play with Joyce, but he was impressed by the evolution of gaming and its vibrant community. As the livestream continued, more players joined the room, and Aris was introduced to a plethora of unique characters, each with their own personalities and playstyles. He could see how passionate they were about the game, and it reminded him of the camaraderie he once shared with his own friends during his youthful gaming days. He remembered that Roseanne's game name was Lollipop. When he laughed at her name for being too sweet, she once said, "What's wrong with that? If I have a daughter in the future and play games with her, I'll name her Candy Sweet in the game. It'll be sweet to death." Candy Sweet, a name that evoked visions of sugary delight, was carefully chosen by Aris Hunter. He imagined himself playing games with his hypothetical daughter, forging a special bond through virtual adventures. The idea filled him with warmth and excitement, fueling his desire for such a delightful future. Aris, with his pale and weak hand, gingerly picked up his phone and launched the game. As he entered the virtual world, he was immediately greeted by a PK, player versus player, screen. To his surprise, Candy Sweet's score was already impressive, standing at a few thousand points. However, it paled in comparison to the formidable score of Spawn Devil, their opponent, which boasted several 100,000 points. Yet, despite the apparent disparity, Aris found himself feeling unusually intrigued by the challenge that lay ahead. He yearned to see how Candy Sweet would fare against such a mighty adversary. In another corner of the gaming realm, a fellow player named Hardin was diligently honing his skills. Little did he know that an astonishing revelation awaited him. As he glanced up from his screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. Arya, known as Candy Sweet in the game, had surpassed his PK value, an accomplishment that caught him entirely off guard. "Holy shit, what happened?" Hardin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Arya couldn't hold back her excitement as she joyfully shared the incredible news. "Someone gave me so much money as a gift. I can't even count it." Hardin was quick to verify her claims, meticulously tallying the unexpected windfall that had graced Arya's gaming account. To his amazement, a generous benefactor had showered her with a staggering one-time donation of $70,000. Stunned and speechless, Hardin urged Arya, "Quick, shout out to the sugar daddy! Thanks for the plane, daddy!" The virtual world of gaming often held surprises and extraordinary encounters, and for Aris, Arya, and Hardin, this particular turn of events brought a unique blend of excitement, camaraderie, and a dash of playful humor. Arya was in a dilemma. "But I have a dad." She tilted her head, bit her finger, and thought for a while. Her eyes suddenly brightened. "Let my mommy shout out to daddy! That would be my grandpa! Thanks, grandpa, for the gift!" As she was talking, another $70,000 airplane covered the screen. Hardin's score was instantly crushed. "Damn!" he got angry. "Boss, don't be arrogant. I also have a sugar daddy." After saying that, he directly forwarded the live stream on Ins Moment. "Everyone, those who are rich, please show some love. Those without money, get lost." Most of Hardin's friends are sons of wealthy families, who usually enjoy joining in the fun and donating a few thousand. After he posted, his score indeed started to rise. At this time, Ethan was sitting in his office in the gray group building. Noah was studying next to him. He opened INS Moment and saw Hardin's post. With nothing else to do, he clicked on it. A childish voice came from the live stream. "Sugar Daddy Grandpa, to thank you for giving me so much money, I'll sing a song for you." Ethan was taken aback when he heard the voice. It sent a shiver down his spine, yet there was something strangely alluring about it, as if he'd encountered it before in a different context. Glancing down, he noticed his son standing right beside him, which made him push aside any unsettling thoughts. Noah, his son, had his quirks too. At times, he would surprise everyone by occasionally cross-dressing, as if tapping into a hidden alter ego. But ever since they returned to Romania, Noah seemed to have left those eccentricities behind. Well, except for that one peculiar day at Matter Herald when he sported a princess dress, transforming into a little princess. But that was just a one-time thing, right? These days, he appeared to be completely normal. Ethan tried to convince himself that he might be overreacting to the voice he heard. It was probably just the stress getting to him, playing tricks on his mind. Yet, there was an undeniable resemblance to the strange state his son had exhibited in the past. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Puzzled, he couldn't help but wonder what Hardin, his online adversary, was up to. Why on earth was there a child's voice in his live stream? A sense of suspicion crept over Ethan, and he fixed his gaze on the screen, his face contorting into a stern expression. Within a few seconds of observing, he pieced together the nature of this PK, player versus player challenge. A smirk formed on his lips as he realized the audacious move Hardin was attempting. This was not just a regular confrontation, it was a bold gamble, and Ethan was ready to meet it with his own brand of fiery spice. His younger brother Hardin was truly something special, a gaming prodigy who had earned the nickname Little Anchor due to his exceptional skills in the popular PK score of their favorite game. His prowess was known far and wide, and he had even caught the attention of some gaming developers. But there was a secret that weighed heavily on Ethan's mind. If the truth ever came to light, it could bring disgrace to their family. Unbeknownst to many, the game anchor spawn dev, the person responsible for creating some of the game's content and mechanics, was none other than a member of the Grey family, the same family to which Ethan and James belonged. Fearing the consequences of this revelation, Ethan decided to take action to protect his family's honor. Without hesitation, he invested a significant sum of $300,000 into the game, hoping to indirectly support his younger brother and keep their secret safe. As he was about to finalize the donation to his brother's in-game account, Ethan heard a soft voice emanating from his device. The voice sounded strangely familiar, almost as if he had heard it before. It was a hauntingly sweet and clear voice that seemed to captivate him. Curiosity got the better of Ethan, and he found himself clicking into a live stream hosted by someone named Candy Sweet. The stream showcased a PK interface with two participants, both of whom had chosen not to reveal their faces on camera. The only things visible were the in-game interfaces and the username tags. To his surprise, the familiar voice belonged to none other than the mysterious Candy Sweet, a seemingly innocent girl who addressed one of the participants as Sugar Daddy Grandpa. She displayed an uncanny memory as she recalled past events and recited poems with ease. As the stream unfolded, Ethan's mind raced with questions. Who was this enigmatic girl? What connection did she have to the game anchor Spawn Dev, if any? Could she inadvertently reveal the Grey family's secret? Unable to resist the intrigue, Ethan decided to investigate further. He joined the live chat, engaging with other viewers to learn more about this peculiar streamer and her ties to the game developer. Ask where the handsome man is. The shepherd boy points to Sanliton, Arya said. These twisted verses, handsome men, good-looking guys, why did they sound so familiar? Ethan couldn't help but glance at Noah again. He coughed lightly, lowered his eyelids, but a sense of inexplicable intimacy suddenly welled up in his heart. He has been introverted since childhood, with not many friends, and numerous calculations among relatives. Even on his grandfather's deathbed, there was still manipulation aimed at him. So he would occasionally feel lonely. Noah is a boy, raised from a young age to be independent and strong. Although he disdained Noah in a princess dress, in truth, when that soft little hand gripped his large hand and those clear, innocent eyes stared at him, he felt as though his heart was soaked in a hot spring. As Ethan continued watching the live stream of Candy Sweet, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. The thought of having a daughter like Arya filled his heart with warmth. He imagined the joy of listening to her recitations and witnessing her talents, just as he was doing with Arya. The stream was indeed delightful, and Arya's clever and charming performance had captivated the audience. However, Ethan noticed that despite the laughter and positive comments in the chat, nobody seemed to be sending gifts to Arya. This puzzled him. He felt compelled to show his appreciation for her talent, so he decided to break the silence by sending an impressive gift of 99,999 planes, an extravagant gesture meant to show his admiration. Arya's reaction was immediate, and she was elated to see the generous gift. Thinking that her exceptional recitation had finally won her some recognition, she playfully questioned if the lack of tips was because she was too smart. But her joy quickly overshadowed any concern as she focused on the positive response. However, as the conversation continued, Arya revealed a predicament. She explained that she had already found a golden sponsor for her mother, likely someone who provided financial support in exchange for Arya's company or exclusive attention. This meant that she could not accept support from two individuals at the same time, and she had to choose between her mother's sponsor and the person who just sent her the generous gift of 99999 planes. As if in response to her dilemma, another anonymous account sent her the exact same gift, 99999 planes. This sudden display of generosity made Arya exclaim with excitement, declaring this new contributor as her golden grandpa. Curious about the top fans, Ethan checked the fan list and noticed that someone with the username Grandpa held the top position as Candy Sweet's most significant supporter. This revelation piqued his interest, and he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this person's role in Arya's life. Taking advantage of people, indeed. He sneered and sent another 99999 planes. He spent 20,000 in one go. As the conversation with Arya unfolded, Hardin, who went by the username Spawn Devil, was engrossed in a fierce PK battle in the game. However, his curiosity about the identity of the person who had gifted Arya such a substantial amount of money compelled him to check her live broadcast. Resentful that his hard-earned PK value had been wiped out yet again, Hardin decided to take a break from the game and investigate the mysterious benefactor. He clicked into Arya's live broadcast, determined to find out who had given her a direct recharge of 300,000, an amount that left him astounded. Upon entering the fan list, Hardin's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar avatar sitting at the top of the list. The revelation stunned him, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In disbelief, he muttered, Bro, brother? Arya, who had been feeling torn about choosing between her mother's sponsor and the person who sent the generous gifts, suddenly grasped the connection. She realized that the generous benefactor was none other than her own father, Ethan, who went by the username Golden Daddy in the virtual world. Her excitement and surprise were palpable as she addressed Ethan as Daddy. Meanwhile, Ethan was caught off guard by this revelation, not expecting to be discovered by his daughter while trying to support her anonymously. His confusion was evident on his face. Quickly, Arya corrected herself, trying to maintain some semblance of anonymity, and playfully teased, It's Golden Daddy. Hardin, still in shock, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He had stumbled upon an unexpected family reunion in the virtual gaming world, where Arya and her father, Ethan, were unknowingly interacting. The familiar voice and address. He turned his head again, looking towards Noah, who was next to him. Noah looked at him with confused eyes. The tyrant was playing with his mobile phone, still wearing headphones. Even so, he often glanced at him with a scrutinizing look. Helpless, he raised the book in his hand. I am indeed reading. Ethan fell silent for a moment, nodded, and continued to watch the live stream. Everyone in the barrage was laughing at the host, who had just said he wouldn't call out to the sugar daddy, but now was bending over for gifts. Now it's good, not only is there a sugar grandpa, but a sugar daddy too. A slight dimness came over Ethan's eyes. He cooled his face. The tear mole at the corner of his eye seemed to be radiating chilliness. Who would have thought that his usually stone-hearted self would be tempted by such a minor host? He was about to exit the live broadcast room when he heard that soft and glutinous voice. "Sugar daddy, do you want to watch me play games? I'm super good at games. Even better than singing." His fingers suddenly paused, just watching her start to play the game. The young host's voice sounded like she was only 5 or 6 years old, soft and glutinous. "And she likes to play Queena in King of Glory." She was a little lowly, carrying a big cannon. Very cute, but in the game, she didn't hold back against others. Very destructive. Unconsciously, he ended up watching for a half an hour. Until, "Sugar Grandpa, Daddy, I'm going to end the stream now. Oh, right, what did you guys eat for lunch?" "We're having braised pork, my favorite." At some point, when she called out Daddy, it was no longer Sugar Daddy, but just Daddy. Only after the live broadcast screen closed did Ethan come back to his senses. He couldn't help but look at Noah again and again. Noah looked at him expressionlessly. Ethan was silent for a while. "Noah, call me Daddy." The host's calls of Daddy had softened his heart. Are all children this adorable? Noah pursed his lips, his little face looking seriously at him. After a moment of pondering, he opened his mouth. "Daddy, have you seen a doctor?" Ethan also felt he was being ridiculous, so he simply stood up. "Let's go home for dinner." When the two returned to the Gray's home, the housekeeper brought out steaming dishes. Hardin consciously sat at the dining table. Ethan suddenly looked at him. "Who's the kid who was live streaming with you today?" Hardin's hand holding the cutlery paused slightly, and his whole body stiffened. Hardin grew up following his older brother, Ethan, and revered him as if he were his father. From their childhood adventures to the valuable life lessons Ethan imparted, Hardin found himself looking up to his brother in every way possible. As they grew older, their bond only strengthened, and Hardin couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loyalty towards Ethan. Yet, there was a secret that gnawed at Hardin's conscience, and it filled him with guilt. He had always been hiding the truth from his brother, even though he yearned to be honest with him. The truth was that if Ethan didn't explicitly ask, Hardin would remain silent, holding back the words that begged to be spoken. However, if Ethan inquired about something directly, Hardin found himself incapable of uttering a lie, no matter how hard he tried. One day, amidst the burden of this secret, Hardin found himself in a peculiar situation. His little niece, Ethan's daughter, had been playfully calling him Daddy for the past 2 hours. It was a game they often played, and Hardin had indulged in the role of a loving father, enjoying the laughter and joy it brought to the little one. The endearing nickname Daddy had become something more than just a game to him. It reflected the affection he held for his niece, as if she were his own. Summoning all his courage, Hardin finally decided to reveal the truth to Ethan. But as he began to speak, his words stumbled, and he found himself stuttering nervously. It's your daughter." Ethan's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected confession. Daughter? He couldn't believe that the little host he had been watching and laughing with for the past 2 hours was his own flesh and blood. And in that moment, it dawned on him that Hardin had assumed the role of a sugar daddy, not just in name, but in truth as well. As the truth sank in, a calm voice interjected, breaking the silence that followed. It was Noah, the young girl's cousin and a remarkably composed individual, despite his tender age. Noah's question was clear and direct. What live stream? Noah's poised demeanor was in stark contrast to the swirling emotions that now filled the room. Hardin straightened his body, attempting to regain his composure while answering, "My game's boss, who started a live stream today." Ethan couldn't help but smirk, finding some amusement in the situation despite the revelation. "You actually acknowledge a 5 or 6-year-old girl as your boss. How promising," he remarked, his tone laced with a mix of humor and affection for his daughter and brother. As the tension eased and laughter followed, Hardin felt a sense of relief flooding over him. He had finally opened up about the truth he had long kept hidden, and to his surprise, his brother's reaction was far more accepting and understanding than he had anticipated. Arya, the enigmatic boss in the game, had managed to keep her identity a well-guarded secret, even from her own little uncle, Hardin. As Hardin tried to wrap his head around the possibility that Arya might not be who she seemed to be, Ethan intervened with a calm and composed response. He dismissed Hardin's speculation, asserting that it didn't sound like a voice changer was involved in Arya's communication. Curiosity about Arya's true identity lingered, but Ethan chose not to delve further into the matter. Instead, he shifted the conversation towards Hardin's aspirations and future plans. With a serious and attentive demeanor, Ethan asked whether Hardin intended to play games for the rest of his life. Hardin's expression turned earnest as he responded, "Actually, I want to play professionally. My dream is to become a boss, leading a powerful gaming club, but I don't have the financial means to do so. Before Hardin could finish his sentence, Ethan's cold and detached voice interrupted him with a surprising offer. Is $7 million enough? The sheer magnitude of the sum left Hardin dumbfounded, unable to find the right words to respond. $7 million could change his life, transforming his dream into a tangible reality. Hardin's mind raced with a mix of excitement, disbelief, and gratitude towards his uncle, who held the key to unlocking his ambitions. As the weight of the moment settled, Ethan continued to eat nonchalantly, as if the offer were just an afterthought. But for Hardin, it was a life-altering proposition, one that would define his path and shape his future. Looking at his brother, his eyes suddenly reddened, just like when he was a child and said he didn't want to go to school anymore. No one at home supported him, all scolding him for being useless. Only his brother asked, "Then what do you want to do?" "I totally respect my dreams." Hardin bowed his head, his voice choking up a little. "That's enough." I think that little girl has potential," Ethan remarked, a glint in his eye. "You can sign her to your club." Hardin looked puzzled. The previous touching sentiment vanished in an instant. If his brother knew that was his daughter, he probably wouldn't think the same. Stuttering, he asked, "Bro, do you like my eldest?" "It's okay." Ethan picked up another piece of braised pork. "It goes well with rice." The room fell silent, both men lost in their thoughts. In the midst of awkwardness, Ethan broke the silence. "You know, she has a natural talent for this." Hardin hesitated before responding. "Yeah, I've noticed." Their conversation resumed, a mix of emotions swirling beneath the surface. At the Hunter's house, unconsciously, it was already noon. Joyce Hunter walked into the room to see Aris Hunter staring at the offline livestream screen. He hesitated for a moment, asking, "Uncle, is there anything you want to eat for lunch?" He thought that, as usual, his uncle would have no appetite and would dismiss the question. But unexpectedly, his uncle opened his mouth. "Braised pork, perhaps." Joyce Hunter was slightly taken aback. Uncle hadn't eaten meat for several years. He was dispirited and lost interest in everything, including eating. What happened? Joyce Hunter couldn't figure it out, but he simply stopped thinking. As long as his uncle was willing to eat, that was better than anything else. "Ahwoo!" A distant howl echoed through the night, adding an eerie touch to the atmosphere. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Arya swallowed a piece of braised pork, her mouth stuffed full, cheeks bulging, and lips all greasy. Her big black eyes were filled with satisfaction as she savored the delicious meal. She mumbled her praise. "So good." Her adorable appearance gave Wendy, who had cooked the meal, a sense of satisfaction. Wendy patted Arya on the head. "If Arya likes it, Aunt Wendy will make it for you in the future." Okay. Arya nodded enthusiastically like a pecking chicken, her compliments spilling out without hesitation. "Aunt Wendy is beautiful, kind-hearted, and a great cook. Xandra is so lucky to have you as a mom." Just as she finished speaking, Isabelle, Arya's mother and a werewolf with keen senses, came downstairs. Arya blinked her eyes. "But my mommy is also super good." Isabelle raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Oh, so where do you think I'm good?" Arya thought hard, tilting her head. "You're good at sleeping," she blurted out, remembering all the times her mother had comforted her with gentle lullabies. Isabelle chuckled, ruffling Arya's hair. "Well, I guess that's one of my skills." Isabelle didn't bother arguing with the little one. She stretched lazily, yawned, and then went over to sit down, quickly finishing her meal. At today's dinner table, there was a rare guest, Josh Jocks. He dined slowly and elegantly, but after seeing Isabelle's speed of devouring her food, he couldn't help but curl his lips. His cousin looked like she hadn't eaten in days. He lowered his beautiful apricot eyes, showing no disdain in his expression, but appeared to be deep in thought. After Isabelle finished her meal, she went upstairs and helped Arya pack her school bag. By the time she came downstairs, Arya had also almost finished eating. Seeing her with a school bag, Wendy was surprised. "Bella, where are you going?" Isabelle replied, "Interview." "Gold Creek Kindergarten?" Isabelle nodded. "Yes." Wendy began with an apology. "But we don't have an interview slot at home. Wait for me. I asked my family, but they haven't replied yet." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sharp sound of a chair scraping against the floor. Josh abruptly stood up. "Mom, are you going back to the Sherrill family to look at their faces again?" Wendy, as if afraid that Isabelle would find out something, frowned at Josh and said, "Josh, shut up!" He sneered coldly. "Mom, have you forgotten how you used to educate me and Xandra? What does getting into that kindergarten represent?" Wendy never cared about these formalities. Xandra and Josh didn't pass the kindergarten interview, and she once taught her children that kindergarten doesn't represent your nobility. What matters is self-respect. Now, Wendy knitted her brows. She grabbed Josh and spoke in a low voice. "Bella is different from you. She grew up in that small place. If Arya can't even get into that kindergarten, I'm afraid Bella won't be able to hold her head up in our circle in the future." Josh understood her reasoning. but the thought of his graceful mother going back to the Cheryl family to act in a servile manner. He defiantly said, "But even with a recommendation letter, do you think she can get in? She can't possibly pass the interview." Wendy patted his shoulder. "So, I asked you to come back, because I wanted you to take them there and accompany Isabelle for the interview." Josh was stunned. He clenched his jaw, his brow, similar to Isabelle's, was full of defiance. "But Cheryl's recommendation letter hasn't arrived yet." Wendy sighed, knowing that her sister-in-law from her maternal family was making things difficult for her again. She spoke, "I'll make a call and urge them again." Urge actually meant to humbly ask for favors. Josh Jack's face turned colder. Just then, both of them heard a cool, indifferent voice. "No need to beg them, I have an interview slot." Wendy was taken aback and looked at Isabelle. "Bella, where did you get the slot?" As Isabelle was about to explain, the phone rang. She answered it, and from the other end came her aunt's daughter, Blair's voice. "Isabelle, I suspect you're not my uncle's daughter." Josh Jacks raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Arya's playful expression. "Huh, the way you're talking, it's as if you've met him." Arya's eyes twinkled mischievously, and she leaned in closer, whispering dramatically, "He is the protector of the moonlit forest." "Arya," Isabelle chimed in with a smile, trying to rein in her daughter's wild imagination. But Arya couldn't be stopped. "And she's the king of all the werewolves, with shimmering silver fur and eyes that glow like the stars." Josh couldn't help but chuckle. "Wow, that's quite the tale you've woven there, little storyteller." Arya beamed, proud of her storytelling skills. "It's true, I promise," she said, crossing her heart with her tiny fingers. They laughed a bit, trying to ease the tension caused by the guard's stern demeanor. The Jocks' house was indeed very close to the prestigious Gold Creek kindergarten, merely a 10-minute drive away. As they approached the kindergarten, it looked like a magnificent palace from the outside, exuding an aura of opulence and grandeur. Families had already gathered, some arriving early to pick up their kids. The cars lined up were either worth millions, boasting luxury brands, or had eye-catching custom license plates. When their G-Class car pulled up, the guard's expression tightened, clearly judging the car as less extravagant compared to the others he had seen that day. "What's your business?" he inquired with a hint of skepticism. Josh Jacks took a deep breath, trying not to let the guard's judgment get to him. "Here for an interview," he replied firmly. The guard, dressed in a dignified Royal Guard uniform, maintained his professionalism, saying, "Cars can't go in, walk in." Josh Jacks parked the car on the side of the road, a tad annoyed but not willing to cause a scene. As they stepped out of the car, they couldn't help but notice the guard's courteous demeanor when he promptly let a Rolls-Royce Phantom pass through the gates. Isabelle, Arya, and Josh exchanged glances, sharing a mixture of amusement and incredulity at the extravagant display. They proceeded to walk towards the entrance of the magnificent kindergarten, preparing themselves for the interview that could potentially change their lives forever. As they took each step closer, the air filled with both excitement and nerves from Arya. Josh J's face darkened slightly as he expressed his frustration. The lean young man stood a bit taller than Isabelle, and his body language conveyed his annoyance. He slightly lowered his head, speaking in a rather bad tone. "Did you see that? Sometimes a car is a symbol of status." Yet Isabelle, holding Arya's hand, remained composed and unaffected by the guard's judgment. She continued to walk ahead leisurely, focused on inspecting the kindergarten with a scrutinizing gaze. As they stepped inside, the exquisite design and attention to detail in the interior were evident, proving that the place excelled in terms of facilities and aesthetics. Josh Jake continued to vent his concerns to Isabelle, complaining in her ear, "This kind of place, where even the guards judge people by appearance, is not suitable for children, especially not suitable for your daughter. To prove oneself, it's not necessarily needed to resort to this. In our circle, there are many excellent people who didn't attend this kindergarten." Isabelle turned to him with a calm expression, understanding his worries, but also remaining steadfast in her decision. "Josh, I know where you're coming from, and I appreciate your concern for Arya. But my decision to have her attend this interview is not about proving anything to anyone. It's about providing her with the best possible opportunities and experiences." Isabelle knew that Josh Jock was right, to some extent. In such a place of wealth and nobility, the children were more likely to be influenced by their family backgrounds and social standings, inevitably categorizing themselves into classes at an early age. It was a world that valued appearances and connections, which might not be the best environment for ordinary children. But Isabelle also understood that this place could be very suitable for Arya. Her daughter had a high IQ, an insatiable curiosity, and a restless spirit. Arya lost interest in things quickly and always found various excuses to avoid studying at home. Perhaps only the stimulation of this competitive and challenging environment could make her settle down and channel her energy in a productive direction. As a mother, Isabelle grappled with the dilemma. She couldn't let Arya play games and wander aimlessly forever. Arya had potential, and she wanted to give her daughter every opportunity to thrive and find her own path in life. Seeing that his thorough explanation didn't change Isabelle's mind, Josh Jock, who was usually a man of few words, simply closed his mouth. He knew Isabelle was a strong-willed woman, and once she set her mind on something, it was challenging to sway her decision. But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a hint of skepticism and cynicism. He couldn't shake off the feeling that this world of extravagance and competition might not be the best fit for Arya's free-spirited nature. Did she really think that having a place here meant she could enroll? The two of them walked from the guard to the kindergarten building, with Isabelle becoming more and more satisfied. Before entering the interview room, she squatted down, looked at Arya at eye level, and said, "Arya, if you can stay here for 3 months without revealing your identity or using family influence, Mommy can grant you one request. Can you do that? One request." Arya's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Okay. That way, Mommy will agree to live with Daddy," Arya said to herself. After arriving in Romania, unlike living in a hotel, it was inconvenient for her to switch identities with her brother. Josh Jykes, standing nearby, chuckled softly. Not revealing her identity, a child from a rural woman indeed, she couldn't reveal, or else she might be looked down upon by the other kids. Not using family power, the Jocks family now even lacked a school enrollment place. What else could be utilized? How could this woman make everything sound so righteous? If one didn't know, they might think Arya was a child of the Grey family or the Hunter family. His almond eyes, identical to Isabelle's, flickered with a dim light, and he reminded, "It's time for the interview." The three of them entered the principal's office together. Josh Jacks frowned, recalling the tribunal-like interview when his mother brought him and Xandra years ago. He instinctively straightened his back. However, next, "This is Arya. Hunter's school uniform. She can start school tomorrow. Remember not to be late." After the principal politely said this, he personally escorted them out. "Miss Hunter, let me walk you out." "No need." After Isabelle calmly answered, she left the office with Arya and a somewhat floating Josh Jacks. After the three of them walked away, someone asked, "Principal, who was that? They even skipped the interview." The principal shook his head. "I received a call from above saying it was a friend. As for specifics, dare I ask?" Josh Jocks was frowning all the way. When they returned to the Jocks house, it still felt like a dream. As Isabelle, holding Arya's hand, had just entered the living room, she heard two people talking inside. One had a high-pitched voice, the tone somewhat arrogant. "Wendy, why wouldn't you wait for me? I was just an hour and a half late. If you want to get into a good school, you need patience when asking for favors." Wendy smiled. "I'm sorry, Bella said she managed to get a place from someone else." As they were talking, the three of them entered the living room. Wendy's sister-in-law from her maternal family was around 50 years old, named Melissa Edmund. From her dress and posture, she was clearly a wealthy lady. Now she slightly lifted her chin, glancing at the people entering. Isabelle's face was expressionless. It was unclear whether she was happy or sad. Josh Jacks, who followed in, looked rather unwell, which made Wendy sigh in her heart. She stood up and walked over. "It's okay. If we can't go to that kindergarten, we can choose another." Melissa Edmund walked over, her tone hinting at schadenfreude. "You might not know, the kindergarten interview questions actually vary from person to person. For families like ours, the interview is just a formality. Most of them select outstanding children from families with average conditions." After saying this, she laughed. "Oh, by average conditions, I don't mean truly average. I mean middle-class wealthy families. Some rundown households are not counted. They don't even have a quota." The implicit and explicit words were alluding to the Jocks family. Wendy's fingers clutching the handkerchief tensed slightly, and the smile on her face seemed forced. Melissa Edmund curled her lips, then turned to Isabelle, saying with a strong sense of superiority, "It's normal not to be admitted after all. Not just anyone with a recommendation letter can get in." Just as she finished speaking, Arya looked up, her adorable voice chirped. "Huh? So some people need to take an exam?" Melissa Edmund was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Arya continued innocently. "Well, if the interview is just a formality for some families, then that means they don't really need to prove themselves. But if they have to take an exam, that means they need to show their abilities and intelligence. So, does that mean they're not as smart as us?" Isabelle couldn't help but smile proudly at her daughter's astute observation. Meanwhile, Josh Jack looked at Melissa Edmund, his gaze filled with a hint of amusement. Melissa Edmund's face flushed with embarrassment, her superiority complex crumbling under Arya's innocent yet piercing question. She stammered, unable to come up with a valid response. Feeling satisfied with herself, Arya skipped over to her mother, completely unaware of the impact of her words. Wendy, trying to diffuse the tension, quickly changed the subject. Arya tilted her head, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she replied, "Well, you said not everyone can get in with a recommendation letter, so I thought maybe they have to take a test or something. Do they have to answer riddles or solve puzzles?" Aria's innocent curiosity caught Melissa Edmond off guard, causing her to stumble over her words. Well, it's not really a test. It's just, based on certain criteria, she stammered. Isabelle couldn't help but hide a smile at Aria's unexpected sass. It seemed her daughter had a talent for unraveling people's pretentiousness with her simple questions. Well, thank you for enlightening us. We'll keep that in mind, Isabelle smoothly interjected, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Melissa Edmond's face flushed slightly, clearly flustered by Aria's response. She quickly changed the subject, but the air in the room had already shifted. Aria's innocent remark had exposed the superficiality and elitism of the kindergarten admissions process. Isabelle, Josh, and Aria exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of it all. They knew that Aria's enrollment in this prestigious kindergarten was not meant to validate their worth or social standing, but to give their daughter the best opportunities possible. Josh's daughter's ability to see beyond the superficialities of the world. They knew they had made the right decision, and regardless of the challenges they might face, they were willing to navigate this new and sometimes absurd world for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Jacques, though still skeptical of the school's environment, respected Isabelle's determination to provide their daughter with the best education. He put a hand on Isabelle's shoulder, offering his silent support. As they left the living room, Aria turned to her parents with a cheeky grin. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? I guess even grown-ups can't always answer simple questions. Isabelle and Josh laughed, appreciating their daughter's ability to see beyond the superficialities of the world. They knew they had made the right decision, and regardless of the challenges they might face, they were willing to navigate this new and sometimes absurd world for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Aria's innocence and curious nature had inadvertently shed light on the flaws and inequalities in the kindergarten admissions process. Her simple questions had exposed the hollow nature of some families' claims to superiority. Isabelle and Josh, along with Aria, were proud of her ability to cut through the pretense and see things for what they truly were. As they left the living room, Aria turned to her parents with a cheeky grin. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? I guess even grown-ups can't always answer simple questions. Isabelle and Josh laughed, appreciating their daughter's wit and insight. They knew that the journey ahead might be filled with challenges and absurdities, but they were committed to navigating through it all for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Regardless of the social standing or superficialities, they were determined to provide Aria with the best education and opportunities possible. As they headed out of the room, Jack, though still skeptical of the school's environment, respected Isabelle's determination and quietly offered his support by placing a hand on her shoulder. They were a united front, ready to face whatever came their way. Aria's innocent observations had not only exposed the flaws in the system, but also strengthened their resolve to give their daughter the best chance at success. They were proud of her ability to see beyond the surface and were determined to create a nurturing environment where she could thrive. Together, they walked towards the future, prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead, confident in their decision and ready to support Aria every step of the way. They were united as a family, ready to take on whatever the prestigious kindergarten had in store for them. Aria's innocent question had sparked a newfound determination in Isabelle and Josh. They were no longer just passive participants in the admissions process. They were now actively working to ensure that Aria's potential was recognized. In the days and weeks that followed, Isabelle and Josh dug deeper into the admissions process, determined to understand the criteria on which their daughter would be judged. They attended information sessions, spoke to current parents, and researched the school's philosophy. They realized that the kindergarten was indeed selective, but not necessarily based on the superficial markers of intelligence or social status that some families relied on. The school valued creativity, problem-solving skills, and a love for learning. Aria's curiosity and insightful questions were exactly the type of qualities the school sought in its students. With this newfound knowledge, Isabelle and Josh approached the interview and application process with a sense of purpose and confidence. They knew that they didn't need to prove themselves or conform to any preconceived notions of superiority. They just needed to ensure that the school saw the potential in their daughter, just as they did. As they sat down for Aria's interview, Isabelle and Josh felt a sense of calm. They had prepared Aria as best they could, encouraging her to showcase her creativity and passion for learning. They knew she would shine, regardless of the outcome. After the interview, as they walked out of the school, Aria looked up at her parents with sparkling eyes. "I think they really liked me, Mom and Dad," she said, her voice filled with excitement. Isabelle and Josh smiled at their daughter, their hearts filled with pride. They had navigated through the absurdities and superficialities of the admissions process, and now they had to wait for the results. But regardless of the outcome, they knew that they had given their daughter the tools she needed to excel in life. Together, they embarked on a new chapter, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. They were no longer concerned about proving their worth or measuring up to societal expectations. Instead, they focused on fostering their daughter's love for learning and helping her develop into a confident and compassionate individual. Together, they embarked on a new chapter, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. They were no longer concerned about proving their worth or measuring up to societal expectations. Instead, they focused on fostering their daughter's love for learning and helping her develop into a confident and compassionate individual. They enrolled her in a school that prioritized creative expression and critical thinking, encouraging her to explore her interests and learn at her own pace. They created a home environment that was filled with books, art supplies, and opportunities for hands-on learning experiences. As their daughter grew older, they encouraged her to challenge herself academically, while also nurturing her emotional well-being. They taught her empathy and kindness by modeling those values themselves and encouraging her to participate in community service activities. They regularly engaged in conversations about the importance of diversity, equality, and inclusivity, showing her that the world was filled with different perspectives and experiences. They exposed her to different cultures, languages, and traditions, broadening her understanding of the world around her. Throughout their journey, they emphasized the importance of being true to oneself and honoring one's passions and dreams. They celebrated her successes, however big or small, and taught her that mistakes and setbacks were opportunities for growth and learning. As their daughter blossomed into a teenager, she carried with her the lessons instilled by her parents. She possessed a sense of self-confidence and an eagerness to make a positive impact in the world. She pursued her interests fearlessly, unburdened by societal expectations or the need for validation. Together, they continued to support and guide her, recognizing that learning and personal growth were lifelong processes. They fostered her independence and encouraged her to pursue her dreams, no matter how ambitious they may seem. As they look back on their decision to prioritize their daughter's love for learning and personal development, they were filled with a sense of pride and fulfillment. They knew that they had given her the tools to navigate the challenges of life and to carve her own path. Ultimately, the new chapter they embarked on was not just about their daughter's growth, but about their own growth as individuals and as a family. They had learned to let go of societal expectations and embrace their own unique journey, guided by their shared values and love for their daughter. And as Arya skipped along the path, her parents by her side, they were filled with a sense of hope and optimism. They believed in their daughter's abilities, and they were ready to support her every step of the way. Arya continued innocently, "Well, if the interview is just a formality for some families, then that means they don't really need to prove themselves. But if they have to take an exam, that means they need to show their abilities and intelligence. So does that mean they're not as smart as us?" Isabelle couldn't help but smile proudly at her daughter's astute observation. Meanwhile, Jock looked at Melissa Edmund, his gaze filled with a hint of amusement. Melissa Edmund's face flushed with embarrassment, her superiority complex crumbling under Arya's innocent yet piercing question. She stammered, unable to come up with a valid response. Feeling satisfied with herself, Arya skipped over to her mother, completely unaware of the impact of her words. Wendy, trying to diffuse the tension, quickly changed the subject. Arya tilted her head, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she replied, "Well, you said not everyone can get in with a recommendation letter, so I thought maybe they have to take a test or something. Do they have to answer riddles or solve puzzles?" Arya's innocent curiosity caught Melissa Edmund off guard, causing her to stumble over her words. Well, no, it's not really a test. It's just, based on certain criteria," she stammered. Isabelle couldn't help but hide a smile at Arya's unexpected sass. It seemed her daughter had a talent for unraveling people's pretentiousness with her simple questions. "Well, thank you for enlightening us. We'll keep that in mind," Isabelle smoothly interjected, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Melissa Edmund's face flushed slightly, clearly flustered by Arya's response. She quickly changed the subject, but the air in the room had already shifted. Arya's innocent remark had exposed the superficiality and elitism of the kindergarten admissions process. Isabelle, Josh, and Arya exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of it all. They knew that Arya's enrollment in this prestigious kindergarten was not meant to validate their worth or social standing, but to give their daughter the best opportunities possible. Josh's daughter's ability to see beyond the superficialities of the world. They knew they had made the right decision, and regardless of the challenges they might face, they were willing to navigate this new and sometimes absurd world for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Jock, though still skeptical of the school's environment, respected Isabelle's determination to provide their daughter with the best education. He put a hand on Isabelle's shoulder, offering his silent support. As they left the living room, Arya turned to her parents with a cheeky grin. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? I guess even grown-ups can't always answer simple questions. Isabelle and Josh laughed, appreciating their daughter's ability to see beyond the superficialities of the world. They knew they had made the right decision, and regardless of the challenges they might face, they were willing to navigate this new and sometimes absurd world for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Arya's innocence and curious nature had inadvertently shed light on the flaws and inequalities in the kindergarten admissions process. Her simple questions had exposed the hollow nature of some families' claims to superiority. Isabelle and Josh, along with Arya, were proud of her ability to cut through the pretense and see things for what they truly were. As they left the living room, Arya turned to her parents with a cheeky grin. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? I guess even grown-ups can't always answer simple questions. Isabelle and Josh laughed, appreciating their daughter's wit and insight. They knew that the journey ahead might be filled with challenges and absurdities, but they were committed to navigating through it all for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Regardless of the social standing or superficialities, they were determined to provide Arya with the best education and opportunities possible. As they headed out of the room, Jock, though still skeptical of the school's environment, respected Isabelle's determination and quietly offered his support by placing a hand on her shoulder. They were a united front, ready to face whatever came their way. Arya's innocent observations had not only exposed the flaws in the system, but also strengthened their resolve to give their daughter the best chance at success. They were proud of her ability to see beyond the surface and were determined to create a nurturing environment where she could thrive. Together, they walked towards the future, prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead, confident in their decision and ready to support Arya every step of the way. They were united as a family, ready to take on whatever the prestigious kindergarten had in store for them. Arya's innocent question had sparked a newfound determination in Isabelle and Josh. They were no longer just passive participants in the admissions process. They were now actively working to ensure that Arya's potential was recognized. In the days and weeks that followed, Isabelle and Josh dug deeper into the admissions process, determined to understand the criteria on which their daughter would be judged. They attended information sessions, spoke to current parents, and researched the school's philosophy. They realized that the kindergarten was indeed selective, but not necessarily based on the superficial markers of intelligence or social status that some families relied on. The school valued creativity, problem-solving skills, and a love for learning. Arya's curiosity and insightful questions were exactly the type of qualities the school sought in its students. With this newfound knowledge, Isabelle and Josh approached the interview and application process with a sense of purpose and confidence. They knew that they didn't need to prove themselves or conform to any preconceived notions of superiority. They just needed to ensure that the school saw the potential in their daughter, just as they did. As they sat down for Arya's interview, Isabelle and Josh felt a sense of calm. They had prepared Arya as best they could, encouraging her to showcase her creativity and passion for learning. They knew she would shine, regardless of the outcome. After the interview, as they walked out of the school, Arya looked up at her parents with sparkling eyes. "I think they really liked me, Mom and Dad," she said, her voice filled with excitement. Isabelle and Josh smiled at their daughter, their hearts filled with pride. They had navigated through the absurdities and superficialities of the admissions process, and now they had to wait for the results. But regardless of the outcome, they knew that they had given their daughter the tools she needed to excel in life. Together, they embarked on a new chapter, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. They were no longer concerned about proving their worth or measuring up to societal expectations. Instead, they focused on fostering their daughter's love for learning and helping her develop into a confident and compassionate individual. Together, they embarked on a new chapter, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. They were no longer concerned about proving their worth or measuring up to societal expectations. Instead, they focused on fostering their daughter's love for learning and helping her develop into a confident and compassionate individual. They enrolled her in a school that prioritized creative expression and critical thinking, encouraging her to explore her interests and learn at her own pace. They created a home environment that was filled with books, art supplies, and opportunities for hands-on learning experiences. As their daughter grew older, they encouraged her to challenge herself academically while also nurturing her emotional well-being. They taught her empathy and kindness by modeling those values themselves and encouraging her to participate in community service activities. They regularly engaged in conversations about the importance of diversity, equality, and inclusivity, showing her that the world was filled with different perspectives and experiences. They exposed her to different cultures, languages, and traditions, broadening her understanding of the world around her. Throughout their journey, they emphasized the importance of being true to oneself and honoring one's passions and dreams. They celebrated her successes, however big or small, and taught her that mistakes and setbacks were opportunities for growth and learning. As their daughter blossomed into a teenager, she carried with her the lessons instilled by her parents. She possessed a sense of self-confidence and an eagerness to make a positive impact in the world. She pursued her interests fearlessly, unburdened by societal expectations or the need for validation. Together, they continued to support and guide her, recognizing that learning and personal growth were lifelong processes. They fostered her independence and encouraged her to pursue her dreams, no matter how ambitious they may seem. As they looked back on their decision to prioritize their daughter's love for learning and personal development, they were filled with a sense of pride and fulfillment. They knew that they had given her the tools to navigate the challenges of life and to carve her own path. Ultimately, the new chapter they embarked on was not just about their daughter's growth, but about their own growth as individuals and as a family. They had learned to let go of societal expectations and embrace their own unique journey, guided by their shared values and love for their daughter. And as Arya skipped along the path, her parents by her side, they were filled with a sense of hope and optimism. They believed in their daughter's abilities, and they were ready to support her every step of the way. Arya continued innocently, "Well, if the interview is just a formality for some families, then that means they don't really need to prove themselves. But if they have to take an exam, that means they need to show their abilities and intelligence. So does that mean they're not as smart as us?" Isabelle couldn't help but smile proudly at her daughter's astute observation. Meanwhile, Jock looked at Melissa Edmund, his gaze filled with a hint of amusement. Melissa Edmund's face flushed with embarrassment, her superiority complex crumbling under Arya's innocent yet piercing question. She stammered, unable to come up with a valid response. Feeling satisfied with herself, Arya skipped over to her mother, completely unaware of the impact of her words. Wendy, trying to diffuse the tension, quickly changed the subject. Arya tilted her head, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she replied, "Well, you said not everyone can get in with a recommendation letter, so I thought maybe they have to take a test or something. Do they have to answer riddles or solve puzzles?" Arya's innocent curiosity caught Melissa Edmund off guard, causing her to stumble over her words. "Oh no, it's not really a test. It's just, based on certain criteria," she stammered. Isabelle couldn't help but hide a smile at Arya's unexpected sass. It seemed her daughter had a talent for unraveling people's pretentiousness with her simple questions. "Well, thank you for enlightening us. We'll keep that in mind," Isabelle smoothly interjected, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Melissa Edmund's face flushed slightly, clearly flustered by Arya's response. She quickly changed the subject, but the air in the room had already shifted. Arya's innocent remark had exposed the superficiality and elitism of the kindergarten admissions process. Isabelle, Josh, and Arya exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of it all. They knew that Arya's enrollment in this prestigious kindergarten was not meant to validate their worth or social standing, but to give their daughter the best opportunities possible. Josh's daughter's ability to see beyond the superficialities of the world. They knew they had made the right decision, and regardless of the challenges they might face, they were willing to navigate this new and sometimes absurd world for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Jocks, though still skeptical of the school's environment, respected Isabelle's determination to provide their daughter with the best education. He put a hand on Isabelle's shoulder, offering his silent support. As they left the living room, Arya turned to her parents with a cheeky grin. "Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? I guess even grown-ups can't always answer simple questions." Isabelle and Josh laughed, appreciating their daughter's ability to see beyond the superficialities of the world. They knew they had made the right decision, and regardless of the challenges they might face, they were willing to navigate this new and sometimes absurd world for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Arya's innocence and curious nature had inadvertently shed light on the flaws and inequalities in the kindergarten admissions process. Her simple questions had exposed the hollow nature of some families' claims to superiority. Isabelle and Josh, along with Arya, were proud of her ability to cut through the pretense and see things for what they truly were. As they left the living room, Arya turned to her parents with a cheeky grin. "Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? I guess even grown-ups can't always answer simple questions." Isabelle and Josh laughed, appreciating their daughter's wit and insight. They knew that the journey ahead might be filled with challenges and absurdities, but they were committed to navigating through it all for the sake of their daughter's growth and happiness. Regardless of the social standing or superficialities, they were determined to provide Arya with the best education and opportunities possible. As they headed out of the room, Jocks, though still skeptical of the school's environment, respected Isabelle's determination and quietly offered his support by placing a hand on her shoulder. They were a united front, ready to face whatever came their way. Arya's innocent observations had not only exposed the flaws in the system, but also strengthened their resolve to give their daughter the best chance at success. They were proud of her ability to see beyond the surface and were determined to create a nurturing environment where she could thrive. Together they walked towards the future, prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead, confident in their decision and ready to support Arya every step of the way. They were united as a family, ready to take on whatever the prestigious kindergarten had in store for them. Arya's innocent question had sparked a newfound determination in Isabelle and Josh. They were no longer just passive participants in the admissions process. They were now actively working to ensure that Arya's potential was recognized. In the days and weeks that followed, Isabelle and Josh dug deeper into the admissions process, determined to understand the criteria on which their daughter would be judged. They attended information sessions, spoke to current parents, and researched the school's philosophy. They realized that the kindergarten was indeed selective, but not necessarily based on the superficial markers of intelligence or social status that some families relied on. The school valued creativity, problem-solving skills, and a love for learning. Arya's curiosity and insightful questions were exactly the type of qualities the school sought in its students. With this newfound knowledge, Isabelle and Josh approached the interview and application process with a sense of purpose and confidence. They knew that they didn't need to prove themselves or conform to any preconceived notions of superiority. They just needed to ensure that the school saw the potential in their daughter, just as they did. As they sat down for Arya's interview, Isabelle and Josh felt a sense of calm. They had prepared Arya as best they could, encouraging her to showcase her creativity and passion for learning. They knew she would shine, regardless of the outcome. After the interview, as they walked out of the school, Arya looked up at her parents with sparkling eyes. "I think they really liked me, Mom and Dad," she said, her voice filled with excitement. Isabelle and Josh smiled at their daughter, their hearts filled with pride. They had navigated through the absurdities and superficialities of the admissions process, and now they had to wait for the results. But regardless of the outcome, they knew that they had given their daughter the tools she needed to excel in life. Together, they embarked on a new chapter, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. They were no longer concerned about proving their worth or measuring up to societal expectations. Instead, they focused on fostering their daughter's love for learning and helping her develop into a confident and compassionate individual. Together, they embarked on a new chapter, ready to embrace whatever awaited them. They were no longer concerned about proving their worth or measuring up to societal expectations. Instead, they focused on fostering their daughter's love for learning and helping her develop into a confident and compassionate individual. They enrolled her in a school that prioritized creative expression and critical thinking, encouraging her to explore her interests and learn at her own pace. They created a home environment that was filled with books, art supplies, and opportunities for hands-on learning experiences. As their daughter grew older, they encouraged her to challenge herself academically while also nurturing her emotional well-being. They taught her empathy and kindness by modeling those values themselves and encouraging her to participate in community service activities. They regularly engaged in conversations about the importance of diversity, equality, and inclusivity, showing her that the world was filled with different perspectives and experiences. They exposed her to different cultures, languages, and traditions, broadening her understanding of the world around her. Throughout their journey, they emphasized the importance of being true to oneself and honoring one's passions and dreams. They celebrated her successes, however big or small, and taught her that mistakes and setbacks were opportunities for growth and learning. As their daughter blossomed into a teenager, she carried with her the lessons instilled by her parents. She possessed a sense of self-confidence and an eagerness to make a positive impact in the world. She pursued her interests fearlessly, unburdened by societal expectations or the need for validation. Together, they continued to support and guide her, recognizing that learning and personal growth were lifelong processes. They fostered her independence and encouraged her to pursue her dreams, no matter how ambitious they may seem. As they look back on their decision to prioritize their daughter's love for learning and personal development, they were filled with a sense of pride and fulfillment. They knew that they had given her the tools to navigate the challenges of life and to carve her own path. Ultimately, the new chapter they embarked on was not just about their daughter's growth, but about their own growth as individuals and as a family. They had learned to let go of societal expectations and embrace their own unique journey, guided by their shared values and love for their daughter. And as Arya skipped along the path, her parents by her side, they were filled with a sense of hope and optimism. They believed in their daughter's abilities, and they were ready to support her every step of the way.